Chapter 1. The Fantastical Simulator. In the city of Feifeng, within the confines of the Fang family's dungeon, Fang Yuan gradually awakened, beset by an overwhelming sensation of pain coursing through his entire body, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Ugh, the agony. What on earth is happening? Instinctively, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, gasping for breath as confusion enveloped his mind. He could not fathom why his once healthy body was now in such torment. However, the scene before him swiftly immobilized his thoughts. He found himself ensconced in a cramped and dimly lit cell, devoid of any instruments of torture. Through the narrow crevices of the cell, flickering oil lamps affixed to the walls illuminated the otherwise dark and damp dungeon. Lowering his gaze, he observed that the floor was composed of earthen bricks, marred by unsightly stains and blood. He lay upon a rickety wooden bed, clad in tattered, ancient garments. His body bore several bruises, suggesting he had endured a vicious beating. What is this place? Fang Yuan's mind raced. He distinctly remembered returning home after work, only to fall asleep. So how had he awakened in such a dire situation? Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? He discerned that his skin appeared significantly younger, and despite the excruciating pain, he felt an unexpected surge of vitality within him. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to groan and clutch his temples as his brow furrowed in distress. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and memories began to resurface within his mind. After what felt like an eternity, Fang Yuan exhaled slowly, his expression tinged with bewilderment. So, I truly have crossed over. The thought flickered through his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary man. How could he have suddenly found himself in this predicament? Fortunately, my parents passed away early in my last life, and I had no relatives. Otherwise, I would truly feel remorseful towards them. Who would have thought that this world possesses extraordinary powers? From the memories flooding his consciousness, Fang Yuan realized he had been transported to an ancient realm, albeit one that differed from his former life, where martial arts flourished. Martial artists could move mountains and rivers, soar through the skies, and single-handedly contend with nations. As for him, he was merely a fledgling apprentice in the martial arts. His former self was also named Fang Yuan. His mother had passed away 2 years prior, and he had no siblings. Due to his father's betrayal of their clan, he was captured by the clan leader and imprisoned in this dungeon, a ploy to lure his father into rescuing him. As this realization struck him, Fang Yuan felt a tightening sensation in his chest. What a cruel twist of fate had he just arrived in this new world only to face imminent death. From the memories, he understood that following his mother's demise, his father, Fang Tianzong, had transformed into a different person altogether, volatile, irascible, and utterly heartless. Given that Fang Tianzong had dared to betray his clan, Fang Yuan surmised that no matter the circumstances surrounding the betrayal, his father would not come to his rescue. Considering his father's current temperament, Fang Yuan had little faith in him. Ding dong! The fantastical simulator has been activated. Just as despair began to settle in his heart, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. A translucent square materialized before him, accompanied by a stream of information flooding his consciousness. Astonished by the words displayed on the square and the sudden influx of knowledge, Fang Yuan felt a jolt of joy. The fantastical simulator allows my consciousness to enter a simulated world, enabling me to experience a new life, to embark on a fresh narrative, and to explore various existences. In the simulated realm, even if I perish, I shall face no repercussions. It merely signifies the conclusion of one tale, paving the way for a new simulation. Moreover, anything I acquire within the simulator can potentially be brought back to the real world. Points. Fang Yuan's heart stirred as the simulator panel before him shifted instantaneously, unveiling a new interface with several numbers displayed prominently. Simulator points, 10. With 10 simulator points, I can initiate a new world and begin a new life. Fang Yuan murmured to himself. If I can grow and develop within the simulator world, then I could return with newfound strength to resolve my current predicaments. His gaze sparkled with determination. Just as Fang Yuan prepared to activate the fantastical simulator, A sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Turning to the door, he beheld a sorrowful figure approaching him. As she reached the threshold of his cell, Fang Yuan, the clan leader's youngest daughter, looked upon Fang Yuan, her eyes slightly reddened. "Brother Fang, please bear with it a little longer. I am currently pleading with Father on your behalf. I believe it won't be long before you are released." Fang Yuan shook his head slowly in response. He recognized the visitor. Before him stood the beautiful Fang Yuan, who was of similar age to him. They had grown up together as childhood friends, their bond close and unwavering. However, Fang Yuan harbored little hope that she could effectuate his release. After all, Fang Tianzong had created such a significant upheaval, it was evident that the clan leader would not act due to trivial matters. The reasons behind his father's betrayal were unknown to Fang Yuan, but he was acutely aware that this was not an issue that could be resolved simply by Fang Yuan appealing to her father. "She cannot see the fantastical simulator before me." As Fang Yuan appeared oblivious to the simulator interface, Fang Yuan's thoughts raced. He replied calmly, "I appreciate your kindness, but as I understand it, the clan leader has already decreed that if my father does not return by the 15th of next month, I shall be publicly executed. Yuan, you should return." With that, Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He wished to say no more. After all, he was not the former self, and conversations would inevitably reveal differences. Observing Fang Yuan's demeanor, Fang Yuan bit her lip gently, producing a book from her possession and placing it through the small window of the cell door onto the ground before turning to leave. As Fang Yuan's footsteps gradually faded, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, gazing at the book she had left behind. A moment of surprise washed over him, and he approached the door to retrieve the book, lifting it to examine the cover. Blood Ignition Secret Technique? Upon seeing the 4 bold characters emblazoned on the cover, Fang Yuan paused momentarily before flipping the book open and perusing its contents. After a brief while, he exhaled deeply. She truly is thoughtful. Fang Yuan understood the purpose of the Blood Ignition Secret Technique. By stimulating the acupoints within his body, it could inflict harm on himself, unleashing latent potential and enhancing his strength by 30 to 40%. However, such a technique was excessively damaging to the body and would lead to severe depletion of vital energy, detrimental to one's martial foundation. Only by mastering the technique to perfection could one unleash their potential without exhausting their energy. Alas, even with this technique in hand, my current strength is insufficient to escape this dungeon. Fang Yuan grasped Fang Yuan's intention. She wished for him to flee and carve out a path to survival. "I must rely on my fantastical simulator." His gaze sharpened, and he focused his thoughts to activate the fantastical simulator. 10 points will open a world. Let us commence at once. With a determined thought, Fang Yuan clicked on the fantastical simulator. Chapter 2. The First Simulation. As Fang Yuan's thoughts clicked into motion, the simulator interface began to transform. The 10 simulator points he possessed were instantly consumed, leaving him with none. Searching for simulator world. Search complete. Initiating world. Martial arts world successfully opened. With a series of prompts, the simulator interface before Fang Yuan morphed rapidly, revealing an array of options. Please select your origin. Commoner. You were born into a family of the lower class, destined for a tumultuous life. Cost: 0 to 100 points. Noble family. You were born into a prestigious family, affluent and influential. Cost: 110,000 points. Martial arts clan. You were born into a clan of martial artists, with both parents being warriors. The blood of fighters courses through your veins, bestowing you with extraordinary talent. Cost: 2,000 to 50,000 points. Upon reading these options, Fang Yuan comprehended the purpose. He was to select an identity for his simulated life. The information in his mind elucidated that the varying costs were due to the classifications within each category, even among commoners. With my current point total at 0, I can only opt for the commoner origin. Having initiated this martial arts world, Fang Yuan's simulator points fell to 0, compelling him to select the most ordinary background of a commoner. With a fleeting thought, he confirmed his origin, prompting the interface to present further options: talents, tools, and other elements that could be deemed as advantageous. Regrettably, Fang Yuan lacked the simulator points to make any selections. Skipping the options unavailable to him, Fang Yuan clicked multiple times, finally finalizing all his choices. This simulation will last 10 years, commencing only at the age of 18. To alter these parameters would require a significant expenditure of simulator points. Moreover, once the simulator world is activated, a cooldown period of 5 days in the real world is required before it can be accessed again. After this 5-day interval, one may re-enter the simulation. As he gazed at the information displayed on the simulator interface, Fang Yuan pondered deeply. He was uncertain about the nature of this martial arts world and whether it could assist him in escaping the confines of the Fang family's prison. I hope to spend a stable decade within, mastering the tortoise and snake boxing techniques of the Fang family, as well as the blood-burning secret method bestowed upon me by Fang Yuan. A fleeting thought crossed Fang Yuan's mind, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. He was well aware of the martial arts practiced by his former self. Furthermore, it appeared that due to his transmigration, his current memory capacity was remarkably sharp, allowing him to retain information with ease. Although he had merely skimmed through the blood-burning secret method provided by Fang Yuan, he could already recite it flawlessly, word for word. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and then, with a surge of determination, he forcefully clicked on the simulator. Selection complete, simulation commencing. As a prompt echoed, a black hole suddenly materialized before Fang Yuan, exuding an irresistible gravitational pull. He felt himself being voraciously consumed by the void, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into unconsciousness. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and Fang Yuan soon awoke from the abyss. Cough, cough. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the incessant sound of coughing emanating from the crowd nearby. Several hundred individuals were gathered, resting at the edge of a forest at the foot of a mountain. He found himself amidst a group of ragged, impoverished souls. A faint recollection surfaced, granting Fang Yuan insight into the origin of his simulated body. This body is named Lu Su, born into a destitute family, orphaned at a young age. To escape the ravages of war, he, along with many others, has taken leave of his homeland, seeking refuge in a more peaceful land. Absorbing the coarse memories in his mind, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he surveyed his surroundings. All around him were refugees fleeing the conflict, their clothing tattered and their faces gaunt with hunger. Among these displaced individuals, sporadic coughs could be heard, suggesting an outbreak of illness. Noticing this, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. I must leave this place if an epidemic breaks out among the crowd. My simulation will come to an abrupt end. Contemplating this, he assessed his own somewhat frail body and shook his head gently, preparing to rise and depart. Armed with the Fang family's tortoise and snake boxing techniques and the blood-burning secret method, Fang Yuan was confident in his ability to survive alone, even in the face of adversity. He had gleaned some understanding of this world from the memories in his mind. There were no peculiar beasts to contend with, merely various martial artists without any other abnormalities. If only ordinary wild beasts roam these lands, then it will be manageable. In his recollections, he possessed an array of martial arts and techniques from the Fang family, making him dismissive of any commonplace creature. Lu Su, stop right there. Just as Fang Yuan rose to leave, a thunderous voice boomed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a tall, robust man with a complexion not overly sallow approaching him. What is it? Fang Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow. I'm starving. I remember you having some food on you handed over, so I can have a taste. The man sneered coldly. Upon hearing the man's words, several refugees nearby turned to look. Fang Yuan's brow knitted tighter. This man was no benevolent figure in his memories. Leveraging his imposing stature and wielding a dagger, he had established himself as a tyrant among the throng of hundreds of refugees. However, Fang Yuan never anticipated that this burly man would dare to provoke him. Upon his arrival in this realm, he found himself imprisoned, facing imminent peril at every turn, with his life hanging by a thread. Thus, although Fang Yuan outwardly displayed no emotion, he was inwardly quite displeased. At that moment, witnessing the man attempt to seize his rations, a cold smile crept across Fang Yuan's face, a fool seeking death. Before the man could react, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his thoughts stirring, and instantly his will stimulated the acupoints within his body, unleashing the burning blood secret technique to augment his strength. With that, he swiftly brought his fingers together and, in a flash, struck the man's throat with a speed that was almost imperceptible. The moment Fang Yuan's strike connected, the man's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively clutched his neck, letting out a cry of pain. In the next instant, his body crumpled to the ground with a thud, blood seeping slowly from his mouth and nose as he succumbed to the embrace of death. Observing this scene, the surrounding vagrants fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed on Fang Yuan, the occasional cough now noticeably subdued, casting a cold glance at the man he had just slain with a single blow. Fang Yuan stepped forward to retrieve the dagger from the deceased, then turned and departed. He had integrated the memories of the Fang family's predecessor and was no stranger to martial arts or the human anatomy. In this instance, he had merely tested his skills and effortlessly ended the man's life. Killing someone who dared to steal his sustenance felt entirely justified to him. There was nothing amiss in such an act. The pressing concern now was to find a suitable place to live, after which he intended to diligently cultivate martial arts, striving to master the burning blood secret technique and the turtle snake cycle. Aiming to break through to the inner breath realm, clutching the dagger, Fang Yuan ventured deeper into the mountains. Chapter 3. Inner breath. 8 years later, deep within the mountains, a wooden cabin stood amidst the forest. Surrounding the cabin were various medicinal plants and vegetables that a sturdy fence enclosed the cabin and its garden, protecting it from wild beasts. This moment, Fang Yuan was in front of the cabin, slowly practicing the turtle snake cycle technique. It had been 8 years since he had simulated his arrival in this world, and during this time, he had discovered this advantageous location in the dense forest. Subsequently constructing a wooden cabin and cultivating a variety of vegetables. As for daily necessities, they posed no challenge for Fang Yuan, for there were villages beyond the mountains that could provide essential supplies. 8 years. As he practiced the Fang family's turtle snake cycle, Fang Yuan gazed at his surroundings, reflecting on the passage of time. How many 8-year spans does one encounter in life? Yet Fang Yuan had remained in this secluded mountain for a full 8 years. Fortunately, no matter how much time he spent in the simulator world, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a tremor in his body, and a warm current began to emanate from his dantian, gradually flowing throughout his being. The inner breath realm had been attained. Elated by the warm current coursing through his dantian, Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy. In the realm of reality, martial arts were categorized into several stages, with the inner breath realm being the first. The hallmark of achieving this realm was the emergence of a gentle, flowing warmth within the body. This warmth represented the inner breath. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan concentrated his mind, channeling the inner breath to erupt outward, swiftly enveloping his entire being. As the inner breath bolstered him, Fang Yuan's muscles swelled slightly, and a tremendous power surged forth. After a while, he dispersed the inner breath within him and gently shook his head. Unfortunately, he had only just stepped into the inner breath realm. The inner breath in his dantian was still shallow and could only serve as a means of explosive power. However, even in this rudimentary stage, he was already several times stronger than before. The inner breath realm also comprised various subdivisions. Fang Yuan was currently at the initial stage of this realm. After this initial stage, there were further distinctions of minor and major completion. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Coughing twice, Fang Yuan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Over the years, he had frequently utilized the burning blood secret technique, which had taken a toll on his physical foundation, leaving him with lingering ailments. However, now that he had reached the inner breath realm, he could employ the burning blood secret technique more liberally. After coughing for a moment, he straightened his posture and gazed towards the depths of the mountains. Having spent considerable time in this secluded spot, it was now time to leave. Fang Yuan was acutely aware of his curiosity about the outside world. He yearned to witness the martial prowess of this realm and discern how it differed from that of the real world. With his breakthrough to the inner breath realm, he had accomplished his goals within the simulation and was now free to explore this world. In addition to exploring the martial arts of this realm, he aimed to achieve mastery of the burning blood secret technique. Once perfected, this technique would allow a martial artist to unleash 30% of their strength without harming their foundational essence. Given his extensive experience with the burning blood secret technique, he was nearing mastery. Yet, his current strength was still insufficient. The stronger I become, the easier it will be for me to escape the grasp of the Fang family in the real world. Reflecting on his situation in reality, Fang Yuan shook his head. The Fang family intended to use him as bait to lure Fang Trinzong into action. He could not afford to remain idle. After coughing a few more times, Fang Yuan turned towards the wooden cabin, tidied up his belongings, and departed from the mountain that had been his home for 8 long years. 1 year later. Within the Four Seas escort agency, Fang Yuan was polishing the long blade in his hand, lost in thought. Since emerging from the mountains, he had found a place within an escort agency, becoming a member thereof. Thanks to his martial prowess, he had risen to the position of escort leader within a year. Through his year of travels as an escort, Fang Yuan had come to understand the martial arts system of this world. In this realm, martial arts were divided into the acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster stages, with rumors suggesting the existence of transcendent beings beyond the mundane. The martial arts systems of reality in this world differed. Though some similarities existed, Fang Yuan contemplated silently. According to this world's classification, he was now considered an acquired martial artist, still 2 tiers away from minor and major completion. Regrettably, he had not acquired any sophisticated martial techniques. Otherwise, he could have gained clearer insights into the distinctions between the martial arts of the two worlds. Throughout the year, he had visited several martial artists, yet none had imparted valuable knowledge. Even those who attempted to teach him provided nothing more than rudimentary techniques that paled in comparison to those of the Fang family. Alas, I have gained a profound understanding of this world. It is time to depart from the escort agency. Fang Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he promptly requested his resignation from the head of the agency. After leaving the Four Seas escort agency, Fang Yuan began to wander freely. This world bore some resemblance to the ancient times of his previous life, yet the vastness of the land was striking. Igniting his curiosity about this era.as he roamed, a legend began to take shape in the regions he traversed. Fearless of death, Fang Yuan repeatedly infiltrated the homes of wealthy families and rural landowners. Seeking martial techniques. In the process, he inevitably ended the lives of many unscrupulous individuals, redistributing their wealth among the common folk. Unfortunately, these were merely minor households. Even if their fortunes were considerable, they lacked the stature of martial clans. And any martial techniques they possessed were rudimentary at best. Within an inn, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, savoring the fine wine in his hand. As for the martial families or affluent clans with formidable experts, he could not gain entry. Nevertheless, while the techniques he acquired were crude, they still proved beneficial to him. With only 5 months until a decade had passed, he resolved to exert himself further in hopes of uncovering some powerful martial techniques. Moreover, his burning blood secret technique was on the verge of mastery. However, my current body has become riddled with injuries, rendering further advancement in martial arts impossible. Yet Fang Yuan was unconcerned. After all, this was merely a body within a simulation, not the one he inhabited in reality. Even if it were to become completely useless, it mattered not. 2 months later, gazing at the colossal hand descending from the sky, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard that a martial expert duel would take place in a few days, which had prompted him to come here to observe. Yet now, such power. How regrettable that my burning blood secret technique has yet to reach mastery. It seems I must wait for the next simulation. In the next moment, a colossal hand descended, reducing everything within the town to mere dust. The simulation has concluded, and the settlement begins. Chapter 4. The first simulation ends. You survived for 9 years and 9 months in this simulation. You have left behind legends in a certain region, influencing generations. You altered the fates of many individuals, subtly affecting the situation within that area. The settlement is complete. You have earned a total of 90 simulation points. As the text on the simulator's interface fluctuated, Fang Yuan regained his composure and focused on the screen. Despite nearly a decade spent in the martial arts world, he had not forgotten his predicament in the real world. 90 simulation points seemed to indicate a satisfactory outcome. Observing the various details displayed on the simulator, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Each draw would increase the cost by an additional 10 points based on the previous expenditure. The rewards available for you to draw are everything you acquired during this simulation. Seeing the information pop up on the simulator, Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy. This was what he had been waiting for. He hoped to draw something that would truly satisfy him. The first draw cost 10 points, the second 20 points. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, and he instinctively clicked on the simulator interface. Draw as his finger pressed down. A chaotic, colorful wheel materialized before his eyes, spinning rapidly. After a brief moment, the wheel came to a halt, its pointer indicating a specific direction. Consuming 10 simulation points, congratulations. You have obtained Luce's vital energy. As the simulator's interface shimmered, Fang Yuan felt an extraordinarily pure vital energy surge through his body, swiftly merging with his essence. Moments later, realizing that no new vital energy was being generated within him, he raised his hands and instinctively clenched his fists. His body, already robust from martial arts training, now became even stronger with the infusion of Luce's vital energy from the simulator world. The bruises that had marred his physique vanished without a trace. Not only that, but he now possessed an additional vital energy of an internal breath martial artist within him, deepening his martial arts foundation and potential. With his current physique and the experience of breaking through the internal breath realm in the simulator world, he estimated that within a few months, he would achieve the same breakthrough in the real world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. According to the intelligence he gathered, he was to be publicly executed on the 15th of next month. With only 20 days remaining until that date, he had little time to make any breakthroughs in martial arts that a thought crossed his mind, and Fang Yuan immediately directed his gaze back to the simulator interface. Whispering, "Give me a draw." As his thoughts flickered, the simulator interface transformed accordingly, consuming 20 simulation points. "Congratulations, you have received a piece of broken silver." As the interface changed, a piece of broken silver suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's hand. Squeezing the silver, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What can this little silver accomplish? Fang Yuan sighed deeply and commenced another round of drawing, consuming 30 simulation points. "Congratulations, you have gained Luce's martial arts prowess." As the information flickered on the simulator interface, Fang Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Immediately, a surge of internal breath was born within him, and his physical strength began to rise steadily. After a moment, Fang Yuan exhaled slowly, feeling the internal breath in his dantian, his excitement palpable. With this internal breath, his self-protection capabilities had significantly strengthened. His internal breath was now more potent than that within the simulator world. Thanks to the enhanced vital energy coursing through him. As far as he knew, Fang Hao, the strongest head of the Fang family, had merely reached the second realm of martial arts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's strength was already formidable within the Fang family. With martial arts prowess in hand, there was little else he desired from this draw. It was time to conclude his attempts. A thought flickered, and Fang Yuan closed the simulator interface, lying quietly on the straw, awaiting the arrival of 5 days hence. Each simulation concluded required a 5-day interval before the next could commence. To shorten this duration, one would need to expend simulation points. With insufficient points, Fang Yuan had no choice but to patiently await the passage of time. In the next simulation, he needed more time and to advance his martial arts further. Reflecting on his remaining 30 simulation points, he shook his head. Such a meager amount rendered him powerless to act. However, these 30 points could still extend his simulation time, allowing for a longer duration of practice. The martial arts of that world evidently differed from those of reality. Should he manage to unify the two realms' martial arts, perhaps he. With this thought, Fang Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Ever since encountering that gigantic hand descending from the heavens, his interest in martial arts had intensified. Moreover, the simulator world held numerous other realms. If he could amalgamate the powers from these worlds into himself, who in this realm could stand against him? Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Just then, the door creaked open, and footsteps approached him slowly. "Fang Yuan, confess honestly. Did your father, Fang Tianzong, give you that item?" A shadow stood at the entrance of Fang Yuan's cell, voice low and grave. "What item? I know not of it." Fang Yuan turned to face the door, a look of confusion on his face. "Uncle, you must be aware of my father's current standing." Fang Yuan spoke with a hint of sorrow. "I truly do not understand why he betrayed the clan, nor why I have ended up in this predicament." His expression was mournful, yet his heart remained cold. The man he referred to as Uncle, Fang Jianye, wore an indecipherable expression as he regarded Fang Yuan. "Since you claim ignorance, do not question further. However, should you recall anything, you must inform me at once. Only then can I ensure your survival." With that, Fang Jianye turned and departed. Watching his uncle's retreating figure, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed. What had Fang Tianzong obtained? What exactly was that item? It was because of this item that clan leader Fang Hao accused Fang Tianzong of treachery, leading to Fang Yuan's own impending execution. "Yet, your greatest mistake was granting me nearly 20 days of reprieve." Fang Yuan scoffed internally. Regardless of the reason, since they treated him thus, he had no intention of showing them any mercy. Armed with the simulator, as long as he had time, he would grow to a height that would leave them in awe. And now, he had 20 days to cultivate his strength. Chapter 5 Thoughts. The martial arts realms in the real world differ from those in the simulator, categorized into internal breath, chi refinement, which starkly contrasts the martial arts realms in the simulator. Lying on the dilapidated bed, Fang Yuan pondered silently. The martial arts realms in the simulator are divided into postnatal, innate, yet he could not discern the specific differences between them. The martial arts techniques he acquired in the simulator world were too rudimentary, inferior even to the Fang family's turtle and snake stance. To truly understand the disparities between the martial arts of both realms, further exploration was essential. With this thought, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed as memories of the turtle and snake stance flooded his mind. The turtle and snake stance, a family heirloom of the Fang clan, could enable one to reach the pinnacle of internal breath, representing Fang Yuan's strongest technique at present. However, it was unfortunate that the turtle and snake stance could only facilitate Fang Yuan's achievement of the internal breath pinnacle, and could not propel him into the Qi refinement realm. After mastering the internal breath, he would require the next phase of the technique, the Xuanwu True Art, to break into the Qi refinement realm. Yet, the Xuanwu True Art was exclusive to the clan head, and only those of the main family were deemed worthy to cultivate it. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan shook his head. His most formidable technique only allowed him to reach the internal breath pinnacle. To advance further, a change in technique was imperative. Given the difficulties of acquiring more powerful techniques in reality, he would have to seek them within the simulator world. Upon contemplating the simulator, Fang Yuan found himself in deep reflection, silently pondering. After undergoing his initial simulation, he had gained a profound understanding of the simulator. With regard to the forthcoming simulation, Fang Yuan had formulated a preliminary plan. In the next simulation, he aimed to master the blood-burning secret technique, enabling him to unleash his physical prowess at will without jeopardizing his health. Moreover, he sought to delve deeper into the martial arts realm, aspiring to acquire more formidable skills, thereby augmenting his strength. Regrettably, accessing the next simulated world required 100 points, and his current tally was far from sufficient. Otherwise, he would be eager to glimpse what the next world entailed. Fang Yuan felt a sense of curiosity regarding the subsequent worlds. As the more worlds he unlocked, the greater his options would become. However, it was unfortunate that he lacked the requisite points to access these realms. Following the initiation of the first simulated world, each subsequent world would necessitate 100 points to unlock. In the next simulation, he would have to secure more points. Fang Yuan was already well aware of how to amass additional points. During the settlement of this simulation, the notification indicated that he had influenced numerous individuals. This, in turn, directly affected the number of points he could accumulate at the conclusion of each simulation. Fang Yuan realized that the more individuals he could influence, the greater his yield of simulation points would be. To influence others, he would need either formidable strength or considerable influence. With this thought, Fang Yuan felt a surge of inspiration and developed further ideas for the next simulation. Lying in bed, he continued to contemplate future endeavors as time quietly slipped away. In the ensuing days, Fang Jingyuan visited him once more, after which he vanished without a trace. During this time, apart from Fang Jingyuan, no one else came to see Fang Yuan. Only the individual delivering his meals appeared consistently. Initially, he had anticipated interrogations during these days, but no such activity transpired. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, silently observing the grim surroundings of his cell, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. To him, it seemed they were intent on pushing him to his limits. Since there were no interrogations, he naturally had no room for defense. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, sparing him from physical torment. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, bringing to recollection the figure of his predecessor's father, Fang Tianzong. What had he obtained that led the clan leader, Fang Hao, to label him a traitor, even implicating Fang Yuan? From the remnants of his predecessor's memories, Fang Yuan recalled that Fang Tianzong had ventured out with several elders who had achieved great mastery in internal energy, seemingly engaged in a matter of significance. However, days later, as several severely injured elders returned, the clan leader Fang Hao announced Fang Tianzong's betrayal, resulting in his predecessor being imprisoned in the clan's dungeon and subjected to torture. In a state of panic, his predecessor's spirit shattered, leading to his death and allowing Fang Yuan to seize control of the body. What could possibly compel one to disregard their own son's fate, even resorting to violence against several clan elders, thus bearing the stigma of betrayal and persecution? Fang Yuan felt a surge of curiosity about what Fang Tianzong had acquired during that fateful endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, he gently shook his head, turning his gaze toward the simulator interface. Time until the next activation, 1 hour. With just an hour remaining, he would soon be able to engage in another simulation. Observing the information displayed on the simulator interface, Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In this upcoming simulation, he sought to gain a deeper understanding of the martial arts world, acquiring more points and greater strength. In the previous simulation, his identity was that of a commoner with a frail physique and poor potential. This time, he contemplated allocating some points to alter his identity or talents, closing the simulator interface. Fang Yuan fell into contemplation. His previous simulated body possessed woeful aptitude, requiring 8 long years to break through to the internal energy realm, a testament to his inferior potential. If he wished to grow stronger swiftly. Investing some points in enhancing his talents seemed a viable option. Improved talents would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed. Not only talents, but time as well. The default 10-year duration felt insufficient. Each simulation spanned 10 years. And extending the simulation time necessitated point expenditure. Talents, time. Fang Yuan pondered silently, his peripheral vision catching the flickering light of the oil lamp outside his cell, gradually forming an idea. Only a child would make a choice. Regardless of time or talent, he desired both. With his current points, whether he allocated them solely to time or talent, the impact would be minimal. Hence, he resolved to invest in both, acquiring some of each. With his mind made up, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and patiently awaited the initiation of the next simulation. After a considerable duration, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing at the simulator interface, visible only to him. The simulator was now active. He was to select a simulated world. The time had finally arrived to commence a new round of simulation. Observing the information on the simulator interface, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Martial arts world, initiate simulation. With a thought, he instinctively clicked on the simulator interface. As he did, the information on the simulator interface rapidly transformed, various options presenting themselves before him. Chapter 6. The second simulation. Please select your background for this simulation. Commoner. You were born into a family of lower-class citizens, facing many hardships, requiring points ranging from 0 to 100. Noble family. You were born into a prestigious family, enjoying wealth and privilege, requiring points from 100 to 10,000. Martial arts family. You were born into a family of martial artists, with both parents being fighters, and martial blood flowing through your veins, endowing you with exceptional talents, requiring points from 2,000 to 50,000. Upon seeing the background options, Fang Yuan immediately selected the commoner category, subsequently proceeding to the talent options. Swordsmanship talent. Beginner requires simulation points from 1 to 100. Swordsmanship talent. Intermediate requires simulation points from 100 to 10,000. Cultivation talent. Beginner requires simulation points from 1 to 100. Knife technique talent. Beginner requires simulation points from 1 to 100. A plethora of talent options appeared before Fang Yuan that he realized he needed some points to extend the duration of this simulation. Thus, after a moment's consideration, he selected the cultivation talent, investing 10 simulation points into it. With 20 simulation points remaining, he decided to allocate them all to extending the time. A thought crossed his mind, and he bypassed several other options to arrive at the time selection point. 2 simulation points could extend the time by 1 year. Then let us allocate them all to extending the time. Fang Yuan invested all his remaining points into extending the time, thereby increasing the simulation duration from 10 years to 20 years. With 20 years at his disposal, he believed he could accomplish the objectives of this simulation. As long as he did not perish, he would survive for 20 years before this simulation concluded. Fang Yuan gazed at the options he had meticulously chosen, inhaling deeply, his thoughts subtly shifting as he clicked on the Start Simulation button. Selections complete. Simulation commenced. As a mechanical voice echoed, a profound, pitch-black void emerged. Exuding an inexhaustible pull, Fang Yuan felt a slight tremor in his spirit before being drawn into the black hole, rendering him dazed and unconscious. When he regained his senses, he found himself within the simulation. He was now lying on a bed of hay in a stable, surrounded by several robust steeds voraciously munching on their fodder. The stable was well kept. Despite being a place for horses, it bore little odor, and the ground was tidy. As Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, a stream of memories began to surface in his mind. Upon realizing the memories coalescing in his mind, Fang Yuan instantly understood. He had become a stable ant. Recognizing this, he could not help but shake his head. Having not invested any points into his background had indeed proven to be a misstep. Last time he was a vagrant, and this time he was a stable hand. Although being a stable hand appeared to be a significant improvement over being a vagrant, the latter was still a citizen, while the former was merely a servant, subject to the whims of others. Wang Qing, a stable hand of the Zhao family, was born into servitude, having tended to horses for generations. As he rifled through the memories within his mind, Fang Yuan could not help but let out a slight sigh. In his eyes, this identity was far less appealing than that of the vagrant from his previous simulation. After all, a vagrant bore no constraints, whereas he now found himself in the Zhao family. The tyrants of Kong City, with the patriarch Zhao Kang being a master of innate prowess, leaving him no room to maneuver. He had to devise a plan to escape the Zhao family. As a born servant, his status as a family-born child rendered any conventional means of departure utterly impossible. It seemed he could only. A family-born child is one born to his servant within the master's household, destined to serve for generations without hope of liberation. Thus, it appeared that he could only seize the opportunity to flee while procuring fodder. Fang Yuan was already aware from his memories that he had to venture out every 5 days to the northern market to purchase fodder for the horses. After his escape, he must seek a place far removed from Kong City to survive, then cultivate martial skills and establish a faction. As a family-born child of the Zhao family, should he betray them and be discovered? A grim fate awaited him. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and continued to sift through the memories within him. As he meticulously examined Wang Cheng's recollections, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge. At the very least, he had made significant strides in understanding horse care and discerning the physical conditions of steeds. He transformed from a novice ignorant of equine habits into an adept connoisseur of the craft in an instant. Despite this influx of memories, they did not disrupt his own identity. Fang Yuan observed Wang Cheng's memories with an unwavering heart, for although these recollections were vast, they lacked emotion and could not sway his temperament. After all, they were merely memories and did not evoke any feelings within him as he observed. For Fang Yuan, absorbing these memories was akin to watching a film. Perhaps the simulator's formidable power was also at play here. Silently, Fang Yuan scrutinized his own heart and came to a realization. While these memories might lack emotion for others and thus fail to affect their nature, such a chaotic influx of memories was, in itself, a form of pollution. However, this pollution was non-existent for Fang Yuan, and it could not touch him in the slightest. Ultimately, as a groom, there was no martial arts training method contained within these memories. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan finished perusing Wang Cheng's recollections, then rose from the pile of fodder to tend to the horses. This time, the memories were more extensive than during his previous simulation. And as a family-born child of the Zhao family, Wang Cheng was highly trusted, possessing a deeper understanding of this world. Through the information gleaned from his prior simulation and Wang Cheng's memories, Fang Yuan had gained a greater comprehension of his current location and the world around him. This realm was vast and teeming with kingdoms, where martial artists thrived like salmon leaping upstream. Innumerable in number, presently he found himself in Kong City, a pivotal stronghold of the Great Wei dynasty. In his last simulation, he had been situated in the Great Zheng. Perhaps he could revisit it someday and observe the remnants of his previous experience. He wondered how much time had elapsed since his last simulation. The eras of each dynasty bore different names, and Fang Yuan had discovered no information regarding the Great Zheng's era in Wang Cheng's memories. Shaking his head, he quietly attended to the horses, biding his time for the opportune moment. In 4 days, he would venture out to procure fodder. That would be his chance to escape, although his needs were met in the Zhao family. Fang Yuan had no intention of living as a dependent nor serving anyone as a slave. Moreover, he could not practice martial arts openly within the Zhao household, feeling perpetually constrained. Once he broke free from the Zhao family, he would be as free as a bird in the sky or a fish in the sea. Just as Fang Yuan pondered while tending to the horses, a maid dressed in finery approached from a distance. Wang Cheng, the young lady has given instructions for you to take care of Yanji. Tomorrow morning, she intends to go out for a leisurely outing, and you will be required to lead the horse. Yanji was a gentle little mare, the beloved steed of the Zhao family's young mistress, Zhao Yu. Upon hearing the maid's voice, Fang Yuan turned to her and nodded, saying, "Understood." Moments later, as he watched the maid depart, a flicker of joy ignited within Fang Yuan's heart. Perhaps I won't have to wait until 4 days from now. Tomorrow might be my opportunity to leave the Zhao family. Chapter 7 Encounter the next day. Morning. Fang Yuan led Yanji, patiently standing outside the Zhao family's grand entrance, awaiting Zhao Yu. Beside him, a lavishly embroidered carriage stood still, with a coachman also waiting for Zhao Yu's emergence. Such delays are a complete waste of my time, Fang Yuan muttered, shaking his head in mild frustration. He had been waiting for quite a while, yet Zhao Yu had yet to appear. Nevertheless, as a groom of the Zhao family, he maintained a facade of composure, mirroring the calm anticipation of his memories. After a considerable wait, Zhao Yu emerged, flanked by several maidservants. As he beheld her graceful approach, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, and fragments of memory regarding Zhao Yu flooded back. Zhao Yu, the cherished daughter of the Zhao family, was 16 years of age, rebellious by nature, frequently inciting the ire of the patriarch Zhao Kang. However, as Zhao Kang's darling, he could never bring himself to impose harsh punishment upon her. Even when her antics provoked his wrath, supported by her maidservants. Zhao Yu stepped into the carriage, and Fang Yuan soon heard her voice emanating from within. Let us depart for the cold mountain temple outside the city. Fang Yuan remained silent, watching as the carriage set in motion, and he promptly mounted Yinji to follow closely behind. Having absorbed Wang Cheng's memories, he found handling horses to be a trivial task. Moreover, as Yinji had been well cared for by Wang Cheng, their familiarity ensured that, despite it being Fang Yuan's first time riding, he encountered no mishaps. Once we arrive at Cold Mountain Temple, I shall seize the opportunity to slip away. As he gazed at the temple nestled upon the distant hills, Fang Yuan felt a stirring within. This world, too, held its own beliefs in Buddha and Tao, bearing some similarities to those of his past life, though the deities worshipped were distinct. As for the existence of both Buddha and Tao in this world, Fang Yuan was uncertain of the reasons. Nor did he have the inclination to investigate, as such matters felt too distant from him. Before long, they arrived at Cold Mountain Temple. Outside its gates, Zhao Yu dismounted the carriage, exchanged a few words with her maidservants, and then entered the temple with her closest attendant. The remaining individuals stayed behind, awaiting Zhao Yu's return. Observing her departure, Fang Yuan engaged in conversation with the nearby maidservants and coachmen. While conversing, he surveyed the surrounding environment. As he gazed upon the mountains and dense woods behind Cold Mountain Temple, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. After a short while, I shall concoct an excuse to leave and then make my escape through the mountains. Fang Yuan was confident that once he vanished into the depths of the forest, utilizing the survival skills he had honed during his previous simulation in the wilderness, the Zhao family would be unable to locate him. After all, he was merely a servant and could not possibly command any resources to search for him. Moments later, sensing the time was right, Fang Yuan clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh no, my stomach is upset from something I ate. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for further dialogue, he hurriedly dashed into the thicket near Cold Mountain Temple, clutching his abdomen. The remaining maidservants and coachmen exchanged glances, shaking their heads but ultimately dismissing it, returning to their idle chatter. After all, as a family-born child of the Zhao family, he was bound to serve them for generations. There was no possibility he would betray them. Within the thicket, Fang Yuan remained composed, his steps unceasing as he ventured deeper into the woods behind Cold Mountain Temple. Once he distanced himself from Kong City, he would gather some allies to establish a faction and amplify his influence, ensuring he garnered more simulation points during the reckoning. Fang Yuan strolled through the dense foliage, unperturbed by the chaotic branches and thorns that would pose a challenge to many. For him, they presented no obstacle at all. After all, during his previous simulation, he had survived alone in the mountains for 8 years, gaining extensive experience in navigating such terrain. As for venomous creatures and fierce beasts, Fang Yuan possessed ample knowledge to deal with them. At this moment, those maidservants must have begun to sense that something was amiss. Upon reaching this point, Fang Yuan could not help but smile faintly. However, even if they were to realize something amiss, it was already too late. He had delved deep into the forest behind Han's Han Temple. Even if they discovered his escape, they would be unable to catch him in time. After all, Han's Han Temple was quite a distance from Kanching, and by the time the Zhao family reacted, it would be too late. After walking for a while, Fang Yuan ventured further into the dense woods at the back of Han's Han Temple, completely distancing himself from the temple. At this moment, he halted, his gaze falling upon a concealed path that lay before him. This path had evidently been cleared by someone, suggesting that the monks of Han's Han Temple frequented the rear mountains. A small trail through the woods, seemingly created by the monks, appeared before Fang Yuan. With this path, his journey would undoubtedly become more convenient. His clothing, however, was now somewhat tattered. Despite his familiarity with traversing dense forests, he could not avoid the myriad thorns and branches that had torn at his garments. As his eyes flickered, he began to proceed along the woodland path. The possibility of encountering monks along this road did not concern him. In his memory, Han's Han Temple was not a martial arts sect, and the monks were not trained in combat. A monk lacking martial prowess encountering him would be akin to a mouse meeting a cat. Nevertheless, it seemed he needed to hasten his pace, for with this woodland path, the Zhao family would undoubtedly increase their speed in pursuing him. Fang Yuan walked along the path, gradually quickening his steps. A moment later, his rapid strides suddenly ceased, and his brows knitted together slightly. He heard a faint sound coming from a distance, seemingly a woman's voice, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Who could it be? The sound appeared to emanate from the end of this woodland path. Observing the trail gradually disappearing and becoming obscured by trees, Fang Yuan felt a stirring in his heart and approached slowly. At the end of the path, he quietly concealed himself behind a tree, gazing at a clearing within the dense forest, shaking his head slightly. In that clearing, Zhao Yu was nestled against a handsome young monk. Her expression sweet. To his surprise, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family had fallen for a monk. If others were to discover this, Fang Yuan was at a loss for words, but he did not intend to intervene. Merely shaking his head as he prepared to turn away. Who goes there? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, the young monk embracing Zhao Yu suddenly turned his gaze toward Fang Yuan. His expression one of shock. Possessing keen senses, he immediately detected Fang Yuan's subtle movement. Damn it, if others discover my entanglement with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. The young monk's expression hardened as he released Zhao Yu and dashed toward the source of the sound. Witnessing the monk's actions and the words he uttered, Zhao Yu was instantly engulfed in panic. Standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. If her indiscretion were exposed, her father, despite his affection for her, would not spare her from dire consequences. Fang Yuan had initially intended to depart, but upon observing the monk's behavior, he came to an abrupt halt. As the monk drew closer to his hiding spot, Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. Are you planning to kill me? You seek your own demise. This monk had already caught on to him. His footsteps were unsteady, and there were no signs of martial training about him. Although this body had not undergone martial training either, it possessed the potential of the blood ignition secret technique to unleash its strength, rendering it incomparable to this monk. With a flicker of thought, Fang Yuan stepped out from behind the tree, coldly regarding the approaching young monk, Wang Cheng. Upon seeing Fang Yuan emerge, Zhao Yu immediately recognized him. Her eyes wide with confusion and surprise, unable to comprehend why Wang Cheng was here. However, despite her bewilderment, Zhao Yu quickly reacted, exclaiming loudly, Li Lang, stand down. He is a servant of my family. Do not harm him. Yet upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, the monk Li Lang's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. However, in the next moment, his expression hardened once more. If the matter of my entanglement with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family were to be revealed by this servant, my death would be inevitable. I cannot afford to show mercy. Seeing that Li Lang did not heed her plea, Zhao Yu bit her lip anxiously, her eyes filled with worry as she regarded Li Lang. Wang Cheng is merely a servant, incapable of martial arts. Li Lang received my one-character fist technique a few days ago. I wonder how well he has mastered it. In the brief exchange between Zhao Yu and Li Lang, the latter had already reached Fang Yuan, his fists clenched as he charged at him. Observing Li Lang's movements, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. While his punches displayed some technique, it was evident that he had not reached any significant level of proficiency. Sensing Li Lang's strength, Fang Yuan's thoughts stirred as he activated the blood ignition secret technique he was exceedingly familiar with. His vital energy surged, muscles expanded, and a latent power was instantly awakened, augmenting his strength by 30%. In the next moment, Fang Yuan swung his hand downward, the gust of wind generated by his arm exuding immense force. This body, accustomed to training and handling horses, possessed naturally greater strength than the average person, and with this additional 30% boost, every movement was formidable. Li Lang attempted to intercept Fang Yuan's incoming fist, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. His arm was instantly forced aside by Fang Yuan, who then struck him squarely in the chest with a powerful blow. Crack! Fang Yuan's fist connected brutally with Li Lang's chest, shattering his ribs. The broken ribs pierced his lungs, causing Li Lang to cough up blood and slowly collapse to the ground. A look of bewilderment and disbelief lingered in his fading gaze, as if he could not comprehend how a mere servant had managed to kill him with a single punch. How was this possible? Upon witnessing Li Lang's demise at Fang Yuan's hands, Zhao Yu's pupils dilated in shock, unable to believe what she saw, her heart racing. As she gazed at Li Lang, who lay lifeless from a single strike. Fang Yuan smirked disdainfully, casually wiping the blood from his knuckles before turning his attention to Zhao Yu. Noticing the panic and anxiety in Zhao Yu's eyes, Fang Yuan's mind raced. She is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Although her martial skills are modest, she possesses some knowledge of her family's techniques. If that is the case, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, and he glanced back at the fallen Li Lang, a plan forming in his mind. Chapter 8. Deception. Zhao Yu is, after all, a sheltered young lady. If I can deceive her, perhaps I can glean some of the Zhao family's martial techniques from her, Fang Yuan thought to himself. Nodding inwardly, convinced that this idea was quite feasible. I shall proceed with this. With his thoughts settled, Fang Yuan looked at Zhao Yu, who still appeared flustered and dazed, his expression turning icy. Zhao Yu, I never would have imagined that you would be entangled with a monk. The family head, Zhao Kong, has long sensed your peculiar behavior and dispatched me to investigate. It seems my suspicions were well-founded. Humph. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, his tone frigid, while the aura emanating from him transformed entirely. If his previous demeanor had conveyed subservience, making it clear he was a servant, Now he exuded an air of tranquility and detachment. Distinctly extraordinary. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Zhao Yu's heart raced even more, and upon witnessing the drastic shift in his demeanor, she stood frozen in shock. This aura, could it be that he is not Wang Qing? Has he disguised himself and replaced him? Could he be someone sent by my father? With her lover slain, Zhao Yu's thoughts were in disarray, and Fang Yuan's change in presence made her believe his words. For a servant could not possibly possess such an aura. Perhaps he truly is someone sent by my father. Fear welled up in Zhao Yu's heart as she regarded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's gaze remained icy. Zhao Yu. Given the circumstances, do you have anything to say? If this matter were to leak, it would tarnish the Zhao family's reputation. Zhao Yu's face was a picture of panic, and after a long pause, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I beg you, do not tell my father. I will comply with whatever you desire. She was acutely aware of the grave consequences that would ensue once her father learned of this matter. At this moment, in her desperation to placate Fang Yuan, she was at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's utterances, Fang Yuan let out a light chuckle. It's fine not to inform the family head. But Fang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yu. The moment Zhao Yu met Fang Yuan's gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but feel anxious as she asked. But what? Fang Yuan replied, I have a keen interest in martial arts. If you can provide me with some techniques that satisfy me, I assure you, the affair between you and that monk will remain a secret to all but us. Upon finishing his statement, Fang Yuan awaited Zhao Yu's response with bated breath. Some martial arts techniques. Zhao Yu hesitated at Fang Yuan's words. She only possessed the family's inherited martial arts and nothing else. It is crucial to understand that martial arts cannot be easily imparted. Should her family discover that she had taught such techniques to an outsider, her fate would be dire. Zhao Yu had already discerned that this Wang Cheng before her was no ordinary person, nor did he resemble anyone from her family. Very well, regardless of his true identity, I shall grant him the techniques. After all, I had already intended to pass them to Li Lang, so it matters not if I teach a second person. If I refuse to tell him, who knows what he might do to me? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhao Yu, her expression conflicted, retrieved a tome from her possession and said, This is the internal cultivation method of the Zhao family, Ryu Lunsun Gong, which allows one to reach the innate realm. This internal cultivation method was initially intended for him. At this point, Zhao Yu could not help but glance at Li Lang, who lay motionless on the ground. Internal cultivation method. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply. He had not even encountered such a technique during his last simulation. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an internal cultivation method capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the innate realm at the very onset of the simulation. With this method that could elevate one's cultivation to the innate realm, he would finally be able to discern the differences between the martial arts of this world and those of the real world. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan approached Zhao Yu, accepting the martial arts manual she offered and tucking it into his bosom, observing the slight panic in Zhao Yu's demeanor as he drew near. Fang Yuan reassured her with a light laugh. Rest assured, this matter shall remain between us. Of course, you must also refrain from revealing that you have encountered me, or else. Zhao Yu promptly nodded in agreement. In that case, I bid you farewell. Fang Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and then turned to make his way into the dense forest. Zhao Yu stood rooted in place, watching Fang Yuan's retreating figure. Once he was completely obscured by the foliage, a wave of relief washed over Zhao Yu, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. She could not fathom who this individual truly was or whether he was sent by her father. The coachman Wang Qing may already be dead at his hands. The strikingly different aura emanating from Fang Yuan compared to that of a servant or an ordinary person left Zhao Yu feeling unsettled. She was certain that this Wang Cheng before her was not the same coachman from her family. This matter must remain a closely guarded secret. Should her father discover that she had imparted the family's secret internal cultivation method to another, her fate would be sealed. Zhao Yu resolved to bury this matter deep within her heart and confide in no one. Casting a glance back at Li Lang's lifeless form, she bit her crimson lip and swiftly turned towards the direction of Hanshan Temple. Regardless of the veracity of the claims made by this person disguised as Wang Qing, Zhao Yu wished to sever all ties with Li Lang. Deep within the forest, Fang Yuan casually perused the internal cultivation method in his hands. His brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that the martial arts system of this world was indeed distinct from that of the real world. However, as he was still within the forest, he merely skimmed through a few pages of the manual before closing it. His priority was to continue his journey. Furthermore, he recognized only a portion of the text within the manual. He would delve deeper into the Ryu Lunsun Gong once he had exited the mountains, with the manual secured against his chest. Fang Yuan strode purposefully onward. Gazing at the distant mountains and thickets, he silently contemplated. Since Zhao Yu did not perish at my hands, it stands to reason that the Zhao family's search efforts will not be overly intense. This time should suffice for me to distance myself from Kong City and navigate beyond this mountain range. His decision not to eliminate Zhao Yu was driven by a desire to avoid provoking the Zhao family. After all, they were home to numerous martial arts experts, and should they mobilize in full force, Fang Yuan would struggle to withstand their might, although he could unleash formidable physical strength through the blood ignition secret art. It merely allowed him to bully ordinary individuals. Against martial arts masters, his current abilities were insufficient that in this simulation, he had invested 10 points into his cultivation talent, yet he remained uncertain of their efficacy. Fang Yuan had practiced the tortoise snake coiling technique yesterday, but he felt no discernible difference in his abilities. His training speed did not seem to surpass that of his previous simulation. He surmised that this must be due to his insufficient allocation of points. His points were indeed limited, yet he was grateful that he had devised a plan to acquire more. If he did not meet an untimely end in the simulation points he could potentially gain would far exceed those of the last. In this particular simulation, he aimed to establish an organization that would enable him to influence a greater number of people and extend his reach. Furthermore, once the organization was in place, it might even bolster his future simulations. Chapter 9. Learning 5 days later, Fang Yuan emerged from the depths of the mountains, arriving at the opposite side of the range. Finally out, glancing at his tattered garments, Fang Yuan could not help but chuckle wryly. Even he could not traverse the forest without sustaining damage to his attire. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have escaped the mountains and distanced himself from Kong City. Everything would be more manageable from here on. First, he needed to find a town to procure a change of clothes. Fang Yuan felt the weight of his fortune in his pockets, then surveyed the sky before choosing a direction that bore signs of habitation. He had prepared for his departure from the Zhao family, and he was not lacking in funds. All of Wang Cheng's accumulated wealth now resided with him. In Luwei town, Fang Yuan donned a new outfit as he strolled out of a tailor shop. Making his way down the bustling street, this world, apart from its martial arts, bore little distinction from the ancient past of his previous life. Observing the vendors and throngs of people along the street, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered before he settled on a tavern to take up residence. Establishing an organization was not a task to be accomplished overnight. The immediate priority was to enhance his own capabilities. With this thought, Fang Yuan retrieved the Ryu Lunzhan gong that he had been safeguarding close to his heart. Let me see how the martial arts of this world diverge from those of reality. As he opened the tome, lines of text appeared before his eyes. After a brief examination, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed, and he promptly closed the book. Damn it, I cannot comprehend certain sections of the text within. A twitch of annoyance played at the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth as he felt exasperated. The script of this world bore some resemblance to the characters of his former life, leading him to initially believe he could understand most of it. However, upon closer scrutiny, he realized that the written language possessed variations that differed from what he was accustomed to. While he could make educated guesses based on his understanding of Chinese characters, it was still fraught with uncertainty. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. This was a martial arts manual. Any misunderstanding could lead to catastrophic consequences during cultivation. Wang Cheng's memories did not encompass the study of many characters, and it appeared that he would need to learn the written language of this world personally. With this thought, Fang Yuan set the manual aside. Possessing an eidetic memory, he estimated that even starting anew with a language would not take long. At most, 4 or 5 days would suffice. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan descended the stairs to locate an attendant and inquired about the presence of any teachers in Luwei town. Teachers? There are a few in town. The nearest one to this inn is Yang Fan. You can seek him out. Having learned of Yang Fan's residence from the attendant, Fang Yuan made his way there with his money in hand. This must be the place. Observing the modest dwelling before him, Fang Yuan nodded and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a middle-aged scholar, regarding Fang Yuan with a look of curiosity. Yang Fan inquired, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan clasped his hands together and said, "You must be Mr. Yang Fan that I seek to learn the art of writing. Hence my visit." As he spoke, Fang Yuan produced several pieces of silver and handed them to Yang Fan. Observing the silver in Fang Yuan's hand, Yang Fan nodded. "Indeed, I am Yang Fan. You wish to learn writing? Then please, come inside." Yang Fan accepted the silver Fang Yuan offered. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement and stepped into Yang Fan's abode. In the living room, Yang Fan regarded Fang Yuan and stated, "I shall teach you some commonly used characters. Pay close attention." With that, Yang Fan retrieved brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, commencing the process of grinding ink and writing. Fang Yuan, utilizing his remarkable photographic memory, memorized every character Yang Fan inscribed. "Your memory is astonishing," Yang Fan remarked, perplexed as he gazed at Fang Yuan. Were it not for the subtle details indicating Fang Yuan's lack of prior exposure to written language, Yang Fan might have suspected Fang Yuan was jesting at his expense. Such a memory could only be described as photographic. Observing Fang Yuan, Yang Fan felt a twinge of envy. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. "Please continue, sir." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Yang Fan shook his head faintly, sighed, and resumed teaching him the intricacies of writing. However, this time, Yang Fan's pace of writing and explanation quickened significantly. Aware of Fang Yuan's extraordinary memory, he hastened his instruction. 2 days swiftly passed. "Thank you, sir." Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude with a bow, then turned to leave. He had successfully mastered the written language of this world. Watching Fang Yuan depart, Yang Fan shook his head slightly, at a loss for words. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. In a mere 2 or 3 days, Fang Yuan had memorized the entirety of written language, a speed so terrifying that Yang Fan had never encountered it before, nor even heard of it. After a brisk walk, Fang Yuan soon returned to the inn. Inside his room, he took a deep breath and retrieved the tome detailing the method of the sun and moon cycle. Placing the manuscript upon the table, he began to peruse it intently. Unlike the previous occasion when the text had seemed like an inscrutable manuscript, this time, every character was familiar to him. So this is how martial cultivation manifests in this world. After a considerable time, Fang Yuan closed the tome, his gaze reflecting newfound understanding. Through this manual, which could elevate one to the innate realm, he began to grasp the differences in martial arts between the two worlds. Both martial systems commence similarly, requiring the cultivation of inner breath or inner strength. However, while inner breath and inner strength appeared fundamentally different, they were merely two descriptions of the same essence. Fang Yuan's mind raced with ideas. The various techniques of the Fang family's turtle snake coil vividly resurfacing in his thoughts. Yet, despite the fundamental similarities in power, the methods of cultivating inner breath in both worlds diverged significantly. Akin to two sides of the same coin. Information regarding the sun and moon cycle continued to flood his consciousness. These two martial arts could indeed be merged, and their training methodologies could complement one another. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had discerned potential points of integration between turtle snake coil and the sun and moon cycle, which could considerably accelerate his training speed. Initially, he had anticipated a lengthy endeavor to break through to the inner breath realm through the turtle snake coil. But now, with the sun and moon cycle, he could swiftly attain the inner breath realm, referred to as the acquired realm in this world. Chapter 10. Convergence in the early morning, as the sun began to rise. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing breath control. Ever since learning to write from Yang Fan, he had vacated the inn and rented a modest dwelling. 10 days had elapsed, and he had finally begun to unravel the intricacies of the sun and moon cycle. With a slight mental shift, Fang Yuan slowed his breathing and opened his tightly shut eyes. With the aid of this martial technique, combined with simultaneous practice of the turtle snake coil, he anticipated that it would not be long before he successfully entered the acquired inner breath realm. The thought brought him joy and exhilaration, for the speed of his cultivation was astounding, almost beyond belief. Even within the Fang family, no one had been able to reach the inner breath realm in such a brief time. It was said that the fastest individual in the Fang family took nearly 2 years to achieve such a breakthrough. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. The power generated by the combination of these two distinct martial systems was terrifying, and it was imperative that none learned of this secret. Fang Yuan believed that should he expose the sun and moon cycle in the real world, it would not be long before formidable individuals sought to control him. However, in the simulated world, he would not truly perish. Even if he were exposed, it would not matter. Yet, should the martial system of the real world manifest within this realm, the repercussions would be profound, and by then, he would surely no longer lack for simulation points. Fang Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative. Now is not the time to reveal the martial system of the real world. Perhaps I could release fragments of incomplete knowledge as leverage to establish an organization. To establish an organization and command others, it was essential to offer some form of benefit. Otherwise, why would anyone willingly join an organization he created? Either for ideology or for profit, and Fang Yuan intended to provide the latter. With this thought, Fang Yuan rose and began to practice the turtle snake coil. These ambitions were still somewhat distant, as he had not yet broken through to the acquired inner breath realm and lacked the strength to form an organization. His immediate priority was to achieve that breakthrough. Only then could he contemplate establishing an organization to accrue more simulation points. Time passed day by day, as Fang Yuan maintained a low profile, rarely drawing attention to himself and avoiding any conflicts. During this period, he diligently practiced martial arts, alternating between the sun and moon cycle and the turtle snake coil. Consequently, his martial progress was rapid, and he began to sense an impending breakthrough. In his room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, his breathing deep and steady, following a unique pattern of inhalation and exhalation. The room was silent, save for the soft sound of his breath. With closed eyes, Fang Yuan focused his mind on his dantian, adjusting his breath according to the principles of the sun and moon cycle, guiding his inner energy. As he did so, a subtle warmth began to manifest in his abdomen. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's breathing grew labored, the air swirling rapidly as he drew it into his body. A faint sound echoed, and the warmth within him solidified, transitioning from a barely perceptible sensation to something tangible. He had broken through. Realizing the transformation within him, a smile of delight graced Fang Yuan's face. In just 1 month, he had transformed from an ordinary individual unacquainted with martial arts to a practitioner of the acquired inner breath realm. Such speed was likely unattainable even by the most extraordinary geniuses. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan could not help but smile. Although his inherent talent was rather unremarkable, the methodologies from these two distinct martial systems propelled his progress at an astonishing rate. Leaving others in awe, whether in the real world or the simulated realm, he had finally established a foundation upon which to stand. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan rose from the bed and stretched his limbs. Having successfully entered the initial stage of the acquired inner breath realm, he would soon reach the intermediate and advanced stages. It was high time to consider the establishment of an organization. The organization he envisioned must emphasize secrecy, as he was merely a practitioner of the acquired inner breath realm and could not afford to draw undue attention. Fang Yuan paced thoughtfully. His financial resources were dwindling. It seemed time for another round of wealth redistribution. After all, he was merely a servant in the Zhao household, and the inheritance left by Wang Cheng's deceased parents amounted to a meager sum. This money, which had sustained Fang Yuan until now, was rapidly dwindling. Given this circumstance, Fang Yuan's gaze turned contemplative. Robbing the rich to aid the poor was his long-standing expertise. He had eliminated numerous wrongdoers in his previous simulation, and it appeared he was destined to return to his old profession once more. With wealth in hand, he could undertake other endeavors effectively. The thought crossed his mind, and Fang Yuan promptly exited his home, already having a suitable candidate in mind. Though Fang Yuan kept a low profile, he had gathered some intelligence about the situation in Liuya Town. The Wang family, a tyrannical force in Liuya Town, acted with impunity, and the head of the family, Wang Shou, was particularly brutal, reportedly having beaten to death no fewer than 10 servants. Relying on his power and wealth, many commoners had been driven to ruin by him. Recalling the information he had uncovered, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smirk. If that were the case, then he would choose you. He would naturally target the wicked rather than the virtuous. Fang Yuan had already investigated and found that the Wang family lacked any martial artists. Their household consisted solely of servants and lackeys, devoid of any significant strength. After all, martial prowess was rare, and many small clans lacked such legacies. He had learned these details during his last simulation. In that prior simulation, he had visited several martial artists and even trained at some martial arts schools, but regrettably, he had not acquired any substantial skills. Every martial artist kept their techniques closely guarded, usually refusing to impart them to outsiders. With my current martial abilities, breaching the Wang household, which had no martial guards, would be a mere child's play, requiring not even the slightest effort. Despite appearing quite feeble at having just broken through to the postnatal internal breath stage, Fang Yuan had cultivated 2 distinct martial arts, thus his strength was far more complex than it seemed. Moreover, in his previous life as a bodyguard, he had also practiced some fundamental sword and knife techniques. And due to his disregard for life and death, his skills had advanced rapidly, imbued with a hint of reckless killing intent that was both captivating and terrifying. Chapter 11. The Steel Blade. Liuya Town. Inside the weapon shop, Fang Yuan was selecting a weapon. This knife will do. He said, running his fingers along the steel blade in his hand, nodding in approval. As he spoke, he retrieved a few pieces of silver from his pocket and handed them to the shop assistant. This was the last of his remaining funds. Thank you for your patronage. Please walk carefully. The assistant's warm voice rang in his ears as Fang Yuan turned and exited the weapon shop. The steel blade in hand. In this world where martial arts flourished and warriors were abundant, every town inevitably boasted weapons for sale. Holding the long knife, Fang Yuan returned to his lodgings, quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. With this knife in hand, his actions tonight would be decidedly more convenient. Seated on a stool in his room, he examined the steel blade, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although the quality of this knife was subpar, barely adequate for use, it would certainly suffice for his plans tonight, especially considering that the Wang family comprised entirely of ordinary individuals, devoid of any martial prowess. First, he would eliminate Wang Shou and subsequently eradicate the other malefactors within the Wang household, after which he would take the money and venture elsewhere. Upon reaching a new location, he would begin the covert recruitment of talent, utilizing martial skills to forge his own power. To establish a force, one merely required wealth and the power of life and death. As this thought passed through his mind, Fang Yuan set the steel blade aside and sat cross-legged on his bed. Sinking into a profound meditation, commencing a new round of cultivation, night fell, and silver frost blanketed the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fang Yuan was jolted from his trance, feeling a surge of internal energy coursing through him. Significantly more robust than before. He nodded to himself, marveling at the extraordinary effects produced by the interaction of these two distinct martial systems. His cultivation speed had increased exponentially, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Although he had only trained for a few hours, the results were equivalent to what others might achieve over several days or even months. Now, his internal energy had substantially thickened, bolstering his strength further. It was time to set his plans into motion. The darkness enveloped the sky, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, save for the faint glow of moonlight that illuminated the world just enough. With a deep breath, Fang Yuan donned a loose outer robe, concealing his newly acquired steel blade within. After ensuring the blade was well hidden, he smiled confidently. He had prepared meticulously for this endeavor, and with that, he was ready to depart. With a determined glint in his eye, Fang Yuan opened the door and stepped into the street. The thoroughfare was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by sporadic flickering lights. He silently recalled the location of the Wang family estate and set off in that direction. During his time in Liuye town, he had meticulously pieced together the layout of the area, and the Wang family's position was no secret to him. Before long, Fang Yuan found himself standing beneath the high walls of the Wang estate. This was the place. Surveying the towering wall, approximately 2 to 3 meters high, he nodded. Standing at the base, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and the internal energy coiled within his dantian erupted, coursing through his body like a torrent of warmth. Empowered by this surge, his muscles expanded slightly, causing his fitted clothing to stretch against his burgeoning physique. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With a determined gaze, he focused on the imposing wall. Inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, propelled himself upward like a cannonball. In midair, he pushed off the wall, using it as leverage to vault over and land silently behind the Wang estate, successfully infiltrating their domain. Thud, he landed with barely a sound, surveying the inky darkness of the Wang residence, silently approving of the situation. It seemed the Wang family members were resting at this hour, which made his task considerably easier. With a flicker of thought, Fang Yuan brushed off the dirt from his hands and proceeded in a chosen direction. The Wang estate was vast, but Fang Yuan navigated it with ease, as the architectural designs were fundamentally similar. Boasting a discernible pattern, fortuitously, Wang Cheng's memories included a map of the Zhao household, which Fang Yuan now utilized to track down Wang Shou's whereabouts. While the two estates differed in construction, their layouts were largely alike. With the Wang residence being somewhat smaller, Fang Yuan wandered through the Wang estate. He strolled with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor remarkably composed. However, he did encounter a few maids and house servants along the way, all of whom he deftly evaded. His keen senses surpassed those of mere servants, allowing him to detect their presence in advance and conceal himself effortlessly. Before long, Fang Yuan arrived outside Wang Shou's chamber. The two guards stationed at the door were swiftly incapacitated by his precise and powerful strikes, leaving them bewildered and unconscious before they even realized what had transpired. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Were they asleep? Observing the pitch-black interior, Fang Yuan couldn't suppress a faint smirk. It was fortuitous that they were slumbering. This would facilitate his actions. With a calculated glance around, Fang Yuan gently pushed the door open. Making not a whisper. As he stepped inside, he drew the concealed steel blade from within his robe. Moving with utmost stealth, He approached the bed where a portly man and an attractive middle-aged woman lay sleeping. This woman must be Wang Shou's wife, the one who had cruelly disfigured a young and beautiful maid and cast her into the river to freeze to death during winter. The thought crossed his mind. A cold smile crept across Fang Yuan's lips. Eliminating this woman would not only satisfy his needs, but would also rid the world of evil, a true twofold victory. What was there not to delight in? In the next instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the blade sliced through the air, severing Wang's throat. Blood gushed forth, cascading from the wound and saturating the bed in an instant. Awakened abruptly by excruciating pain, Wang's instinct compelled her to clutch her neck, her gaze rife with terror and bewilderment. With both hands encircling her throat, she looked at Fang Yuan, who stood by the bedside. Seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet no sound escaped her lips. The only audible noise was the relentless rush of blood cascading into her trachea and lungs. What on earth is happening? Startled by Wang's struggle, Wang Shou became aware of a warm sensation across his face. Instinctively, he wiped his face, only to find Fang Yuan standing beside the bed, brandishing a steel knife. This very blade was pressed against his throat. As if the slightest movement would result in a fatal incision, witnessing this scene, a cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Shou's back. Hero, good sir, spare my life, I beg you. Chapter 12. You city. Wang Shou's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Fang Yuan. Shrouded in darkness, his entire being trembling, the realization that his bedfellow had been slain by Fang Yuan intensified his dread, causing his body to quiver uncontrollably. Please, noble sir, I know not how I have wronged you. I implore your forgiveness. Gazing at the steel knife poised perilously near his neck, Wang Shou instinctively swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. He feared that a loud utterance might provoke Fang Yuan's wrath. Forgiveness. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly, then continued, It is not impossible for me to spare you, provided you hand over all the silver notes from your household. Silver notes? Wang Shou's expression shifted dramatically. Yet upon witnessing the knife's proximity, he suppressed his pain and replied, If it is silver notes you desire, then I shall oblige. Hearing this, Fang Yuan silently withdrew the blade from Wang Shou's neck, with the knife no longer threatening him. Wang Shou instinctively exhaled in relief and quickly retrieved a wooden box from beneath his bedside. Opening it, he beheld a stack of silver notes, his expression resembling that of one bereaved, gritting his teeth. He cradled the box in his hands and presented it to Fang Yuan. All the silver notes are here. This is my family's entire fortune, though the room was bathed in the faintest moonlight. Fang Yuan could still discern the agony etched on Wang Shou's face. The slight smile played on his lips as he casually accepted the silver notes, remarking, While I may spare you, the lives of those servants you cruelly extinguished shall not be forgiven. Wang Shou's countenance transformed in shock, his mouth agape as if to scream. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, silencing his impending cry. A crimson line appeared on his neck, and a torrent of blood surged forth. Narrowly avoided by Fang Yuan. Casting a final glance at the fallen Wang Shou, Fang Yuan turned and departed. Stealthily evading the household servants, Fang Yuan leapt over the courtyard wall, making his escape from the Wang residence. Moments later, he returned to the modest dwelling he had rented. There remains ample time until dawn. I shall rest for now and set forth when the sun rises. Lying on his bed, he gradually succumbed to slumber. As for the Wang family, he did not concern himself with their fate. Even if they reported to the authorities, by the time any response was initiated, he would have long departed from Liuya town. As dawn broke, the crowing of roosters roused Fang Yuan from his dreams. Daylight has arrived. It is time for me to leave. Observing the lightening sky, he glanced at the silver notes nestled within his bundle before stepping out of his room. Walking along the streets of Liuya town, Fang Yuan sensed the atmosphere remained unchanged, devoid of any peculiarities. It appeared that the Wang family had yet to discover Wang Shou's corpse or report the incident. Silently observing the passers-by, he made his way towards the outskirts of Liuya town. Alas, Liuya town lacks a horse market. Otherwise, I could procure a steed, significantly hastening my travels. Liuya town, being a mere small settlement, made acquiring a horse a challenge. As for riding a donkey, Fang Yuan had no desire for such an option. Once outside Liuya town, Fang Yuan quickened his pace, heading towards his intended destination, Yi City. Upon reaching Yi City, he would begin scouting for individuals to cultivate his own faction. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his personal prowess, as well as acquiring knowledge that was vital in this world. The persona he had simulated was merely that of a groom, rendering him largely unfamiliar with the intricacies of this realm. Thus, he required a fresh start in his education. Particularly, The arts of medicine and poison were indispensable for establishing an organization. Moreover, mastering these skills would contribute to his personal safety as he journeyed. Fang Yuan contemplated his plans for Yi City, gradually forming a clearer vision of his ambitions. Traversing fields, hills, and dense forests, he pressed onward day and night, passing numerous towns and villages, until finally, 2 days later, he arrived at his destination, Yi City. The city walls loomed high, their surfaces adorned with verdant moss, exuding an aura of antiquity above the city gate. The characters Yi City were intricately carved. Beneath the gate, throngs of common folk streamed in and out of the city at last. Observing the engraved characters atop the city wall, Fang Yuan nodded subtly. He then blended into the crowd, entering the heart of Yi City. Upon entering, Fang Yuan inquired of passers-by, and soon arrived at a pawnshop. If all went according to plan, he intended to reside in Yi City for an extended period. Thus, he resolved to purchase a residence. A dwelling would facilitate his martial practice and simplify the formation of his forces. Under the guidance of a pawnshop clerk, Fang Yuan surveyed several properties before halting at one that met his criteria. The location is ideal, away from noise, spacious, and with several rooms. Plus, it is near a small river that runs through Yi City. Excellent. Satisfied with the residence before him, Fang Yuan nodded, declaring, "This is the one." With that, he signed a contract with the pawnshop clerk, acquiring the property. Although the house was costly, Fang Yuan remained unfazed. As long as the residence met his requirements, its price was of little concern. After all, he was engaging in a risk-free venture, making the cost irrelevant. To act with righteousness is commendable. Not only can I assist others, but I can also swiftly amass wealth. As this thought crossed his mind, he gazed at the property that now belonged solely to him, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the house secured, the next step is to study medicine and seek out suitable individuals. To learn medicine, I need to find a teacher of great renown who is willing to impart genuine knowledge. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan tidied his room, organizing the steel knife and bundle he carried. Before stepping outside and heading to a tavern, after a brief inquiry, he discovered the identity of the teacher who met his criteria in Yi City, Lu Yu. Due to past grievances, he could no longer operate a pharmacy, relying instead on taking disciples for his livelihood. As he walked, Fang Yuan mulled over the information he had gathered. This Lu Yu was precisely what he sought. Reputed for his exceptional medical skills and willingness to impart practical knowledge to his students. Despite his past conflicts, many still sought to study under him. However, Li was known for his stringent selection of disciples, resulting in few achieving that honor. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan arrived at the entrance of Lu Yu's residence. He knocked on the door. "Come in," an elderly voice called from within, followed by the sound of footsteps as the door slowly opened. An elderly man with gray hair stood at the threshold. Regarding Fang Yuan with curiosity, "Who are you?" "I have come to seek your guidance in the art of medicine," Fang Yuan replied. Lu Yu scrutinized him for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "You are too old. It is too late for you to learn medicine. Please, return home." With that, Lu Yu began to retreat, preparing to close the door. Seeing this, Fang Yuan quietly produced 3 100-tael silver notes from his person and presented them before Lu Yu. Chapter 13. Too generous. Lu Yu's hand momentarily halted in its motion to shut the door as he gazed at the silver notes presented by Fang Yuan, his heart filled with hesitation. 300 taels of silver was sufficient for a family of 4 to live comfortably for a lifetime. Yet here it was, merely a fee for Fang Yuan's apprenticeship, and Lu Yu was taken aback by such extravagance. However, upon observing Fang Yuan, Lu Yu shook his head once more, advising, "Your age is a hindrance. It is difficult to achieve success in medicine at this stage. Please, master, accept me as your disciple," Fang Yuan implored. Inching closer with the silver notes, after a brief pause, Lu Yu sighed softly. "Very well, since you are earnest in your desire to learn medicine, I shall accept you as my student." As he spoke, he accepted the 300 taels of silver notes handed to him by Fang Yuan. Tucking the notes into the sleeve of his garment, Lu Yu regarded Fang Yuan with a sense of astonishment. To be able to present 300 taels for the purpose of apprenticing. It is evident that this individual hails from an extraordinary lineage. Initially, he had no intention of accepting Fang Yuan, considering that at his age, the prospect of achieving mastery in medicine was rather bleak. However, the substantial sum offered by Fang Yuan prompted Lu Yu to reconsider. With these 300 taels, his family in other cities could also enjoy a better quality of life. "What is your name?" Lu Yu inquired. "Fang Yuan," he replied. Lu Yu nodded. "Please, come inside with me." Fang Yuan complied, following Lu Yu into the courtyard. After turning to close the door behind him, he trailed Lu Yu into a chamber suffused with the aroma of medicinal herbs. The room was adorned with numerous wooden shelves, each housing various wooden boxes containing an assortment of herbs. In the center of the room stood several tables and chairs, and near the entrance lay a podium, seemingly designated for Lu Yu's lectures on medical practice. At that moment, a few young disciples were deeply engrossed in perusing their medical texts. Upon noticing Lu Yu leading Fang Yuan in, they immediately stood and bowed, greeting him with master. Lu Yu acknowledged them with a nod. This is my new apprentice, Fang Yuan. He will study medicine alongside you all from now on. The disciples exchanged glances with a hint of surprise, for Fang Yuan appeared no longer youthful, raising questions about his decision to pursue a medical education at such an age. It was widely believed that starting to learn medicine at this stage would yield little success. Nonetheless, they harbored no objections, as Lu Yu had chosen to take Fang Yuan under his wing. After introducing Fang Yuan, Lu Yu retrieved a medical book from the podium and handed it to him, saying, "To learn medicine, one must become familiar with the properties of herbs. This book serves as an introduction to their properties. Take it and study." Fang Yuan nodded, accepting the book. Lu Yu continued, "Now, you may join them in reading." These disciples were recently accepted and would be learning alongside Fang Yuan, facilitating Lu Yu's instruction. Fang Yuan glanced around before selecting a seat and began to leaf through the pages of the book. Observing the disciples diligently engaging with their texts, Lu Yu remarked, "Study well. If you encounter any difficulties, I will return in the evening to clarify." He added, "I have more books on the podium, so continue your studies earnestly." With that, he gently closed the door, departing from the chamber. Inside, a faint rustling sound persisted as the disciples immersed themselves in their studies, their medical texts flipping incessantly. Fang Yuan too was engaged, yet his pace of reading far exceeded that of the other disciples. Seated to Fang Yuan's right, Wang Junliang inadvertently caught sight of Fang Yuan's rapid movements, and a look of bewilderment crossed his face. What is going on? Is this newcomer perhaps a dullard, unable to comprehend the medical texts? With this thought, Wang Junliang smirked, a subtle sense of superiority swelling within him. He had encountered many such individuals, whether in the study of literature or medicine, they were ubiquitous. In contrast, his scholarly pursuits had always been swift, even earning praise from Lu Yu for his remarkable intellect. This person is not worth my attention. Those few are progressing quickly with their studies, and I cannot allow them to catch up to me. I am the fastest learner among this cohort of disciples. I must not be surpassed." With a tightness in his chest, Wang Junliang ceased observing Fang Yuan and resumed his reading. The rustling of pages echoed, and it was not only Wang Junliang who noticed Fang Yuan's actions. Other disciples gradually became aware as well. "I wonder why the master accepted this individual. I should find an opportunity to inquire about why he was taken in, and inform him that this newcomer is clearly unable to grasp the material. So he should be dismissed sooner rather than later." However, their opinions mirrored Wang Junliang's, believing that Fang Yuan was incapable of absorbing the medical texts, hence his hasty skimming. Some even contemplated expelling Fang Yuan to prevent him from disturbing their studies. As the rustling sounds had become rather excessive compared to before, Fang Yuan silently continued to peruse the book in his hands, employing his photographic memory to commit all the information regarding the properties of herbs to memory. His reading speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had completed a thorough examination of the text. Setting the book down, Fang Yuan reflected, realizing that he had retained all the information contained within. He nodded in satisfaction. With his remarkable memory, his learning capacity had reached an extraordinary level. Just as now, what would take an ordinary person months or even years to memorize, he had accomplished in mere moments. Having finished this book, it is time to select another. Fang Yuan stretched languidly, then rose and approached the vacant podium. Examining the collection of books on the podium, he casually picked up an unfamiliar volume and descended from the podium. Preparing to return to his seat, observing Fang Yuan's ascent to the podium to retrieve another book, Wang Junliang furrowed his brow and shook his head internally. What a charade. Unable to concentrate yet going to fetch another book. If one didn't know better, they might think he had already finished the previous one. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the medical text in his hands, which he had already memorized a significant portion of. And a proud smile emerged. With my pace of learning, I shall undoubtedly draw the teacher's attention during the next assessment. The other disciples also took note of Fang Yuan's actions, frowning in disapproval. Fang Yuan settled back into his seat, commencing yet another round of reading. Time passed, and before long, the evening approached. The sun sank beyond the mountains, casting a vast expanse of crimson clouds across the sky. with sunlight filtering through, bathing Lu Yu's courtyard in a soft reddish hue. After a long afternoon of study, the disciples gradually slowed their pace, aware that Lu Yu would soon arrive. Sure enough, footsteps drew near. Echoing closer, with a creak, the door swung open, and the gray-haired Lu Yu ascended the podium, directing his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, as you are new to your studies today, you may now return to rest. Fang Yuan nodded in response, saying nothing, and strode out of the room. Once Fang Yuan had departed, Lu Yu turned to the disciples and asked, "Do any of you have questions regarding today's lessons? Are there any uncertainties concerning the properties of herbs?" "Master," a disciple clad in gray stood up, "I have no questions today. However, I must report on someone." "That would be Fang Yuan." The other disciples exchanged curious glances upon hearing this gray-clad disciple. Reporting Fang Yuan, what could be the matter? Lu Yu's brow furrowed. This newcomer is not diligently studying. Instead, he continuously shifts from one book to another, hastily flipping through each without truly engaging. He does not appear to be here to learn medicine. I implore you, Master, to expel him to prevent him from disrupting the learning of the other disciples. The gray-clad disciple bowed deeply. Lu Yu frowned at the report but remained silent. "Master, this Fang Yuan appears to be around 18 or 19 years old. I am curious as to why you accepted him, for it is well known that beginning the study of medicine at this age is already rather late." The disciple clad in black rose to voice his concern. The other disciples regarded Lu Yu with puzzled expressions. Lu Yu was known for his strict standards in accepting students. It was inconceivable that he would take on Fang Yuan, yet here he was. Undeniably Lu Yu's apprentice. Lu Yu stroked his graying beard, his expression uncertain. However, upon seeing the expressions of the disciples, he chose to explain, "I am aware that he is of an older age, making it difficult for him to achieve success in the medical field. However, the sum he provided was simply too generous. He offered me 300 taels as an apprenticeship fee. Could I possibly refuse to accept this disciple? What?" The moment Lu Yu's words echoed, a wave of shock rippled through the disciples. 300 taels? What a jest! The gray-clad disciple's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide. 300 taels, an amount sufficient to sustain a family of 4 for a lifetime. However, it is astonishing that Fang Yuan was treated as a master fee. "The fees we give to our teacher are merely a trifling 3 to 2 pieces of silver. No wonder the teacher accepted this person, for his offerings are indeed excessive," the gray-clad disciple murmured to himself, his body growing weak as he sank into a chair. If someone were to offer him 300 pieces of silver, he too would undoubtedly accept such a disciple. At this moment, the other disciples remained silent, their hearts filled with astonishment. Wang Junliang stood speechless, feeling a flush creeping onto his face. Initially, he assumed Fang Yuan, like himself, hailed from an ordinary background and sought to learn the art of medicine. Little did he know that his lineage was so illustrious. No wonder this person peruses medical texts with such ease. He clearly does not come here to learn the art of healing, as he is excessively wealthy. With such wealth, it is natural he would not be concerned about mastering medical skills. Yet, despite your affluence, I too possess merit. Once I master the art from our teacher, I shall not fall short in comparison. Just a mere young master who knows not the value of money." Wang Junliang silently ground his teeth, resolutely deciding to work even harder to learn Lu Yu's medical techniques. Lu Yu spoke up. "However, since you all harbor objections towards him, let's do this. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with him. If he shows disinterest in learning, I will separate him from you, thus ensuring he does not disrupt your studies." Although Fang Yuan is wealthy, Lu Yu did not wish for him to interfere with the learning of these disciples. If what these disciples claimed were true, he would place Fang Yuan in a separate room for study, thereby achieving a harmonious balance. Upon hearing this, the gray-clad disciple suddenly jolted, hastily replying, "No need, teacher. We are quite content to study in the same room, as it can also ignite our motivation to learn." The other disciples echoed their refusal to Lu Yu's suggestion. Wang Junliang cast a faint glance around the gathered disciples, scoffing inwardly, a bunch of sycophants. He understood well that their change of heart stemmed from their desire to curry favor with Fang Yuan due to his wealth. Lu Yu asserted, "Enough of this discussion. I cannot allow him to disturb your studies." Chapter 14. Poisonous pills. The following day, at Lu Yu's residence, Fang Yuan arrived punctually at the classroom where Lu Yu imparted his medical knowledge. Upon entering the room, Fang Yuan observed Lu Yu seated at the lectern, engrossed in a book. The many disciples were seated at their desks, preparing for class. However, Fang Yuan found it peculiar that upon his arrival, the expressions of these disciples bore subtle smiles mingled with an undercurrent of humility. What is going on? Fang Yuan pondered, gradually piecing together the reason. Shaking his head, he turned to Lu Yu. Teacher. Ah, you have arrived. Lu Yu glanced at the disciples below before addressing Fang Yuan. I have heard that you do not study diligently, merely skimming through each book. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then responded with a smile, my memory is quite good. I possess an exceptional ability to recall what I read, thus I can read swiftly. Li Yu was momentarily taken aback by Fang Yuan's answer. An exceptional memory. Fang Yuan actually possesses such a talent? Do you truly have this ability? Allow me to test you. Li Yu inquired with curiosity. What is the first sentence on the 30th page of the medical text I provided you? Upon hearing Lu Yu's question, the other disciples hurriedly flipped their books to the 30th page, eager to see if Fang Yuan's response was correct. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan replied, Da Huang, sweet in nature, can detoxify sores. This. Li Yu stroked his graying beard, astonished. Gazing at Fang Yuan, he inhaled deeply. Not a word amiss. I never expected you to possess such an extraordinary memory. With a soft thud, Wang Junliang's hand weakened, causing the medical book he held to fall to the ground. What a joke. Observing the composed Fang Yuan at the front, Wang Junliang felt a bitter pang in his heart, then bent down to retrieve the fallen book. Lu Yu nodded at Fang Yuan. Since you possess such a remarkable memory, you shall study in my study from now on. I have never even been to the teacher's study, Wang Junliang thought bitterly. Lu Yu's study held a vast collection of books, an abundance of medical texts he had longed to explore, yet he had never found the opportunity. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Please study diligently. Lu Yu addressed the other disciples, then led Fang Yuan to his study. In the study, medical books were neatly arranged on the shelves. This is my study. From now on, you shall come here to learn daily. Lu Yu, with an expression of astonishment, gazed at Fang Yuan. With your exceptional memory, it will not be long before you can memorize all these medical texts. Study diligently. If you encounter any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. With that, Lu Yu turned and exited the study, leaving Fang Yuan alone to study. Fang Yuan looked at the array of medical books before him, a wave of joy washing over him. With these texts, he could say that the purpose of his visit to seek a master was nearly fulfilled. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan eagerly grabbed a medical book from the shelf and began to flip through it rapidly. A month later, at Lu Yu's residence, Fang Yuan found himself surrounded by numerous disciples as he performed acupuncture on a fellow disciple before him. After a considerable time, he removed the silver needles from the disciple and placed them back into their case. Indeed, you have completely mastered my acupuncture techniques, and you have memorized the human meridian chart. You have fully grasped my medical skills. What remains is the accumulation of experience and the gradual refinement of your craft. Observing Fang Yuan's actions, Lu Yu nodded repeatedly, filled with emotion. Such talent is truly astonishing. It is only due to the teacher's guidance that the disciple has made such significant progress, Fang Yuan remarked with a smile. Though aware that Fang Yuan's statement was merely flattery, Lu Yu could not help but beam with delight, for Fang Yuan was unlike anyone else. Being his teacher was indeed a blessing, with thoughts racing. Lu Yu said, from now on, you need not attend classes. However, if you encounter any particularly challenging ailments, feel free to consult me. Thank you, teacher. The disciple shall take his leave. Fang Yuan nodded and clasped his fists in gratitude as he departed. As Fang Yuan left, the gathered disciples wore complex expressions. Their gazes varied. Within a mere month, Fang Yuan had completed a curriculum that would take them years to master, rendering the disciples at a loss for words. Were Fang Yuan's talents merely slightly superior to theirs, they might harbor jealousy. However, his gifts far surpassed their own, leaving them without any envy, only silent admiration. While some considered flattering Fang Yuan, they recognized the vast chasm between them and dared not offer insincere praise. Stepping out of Lu Yu's residence, Fang Yuan quietly sensed his internal energy, nodding to himself. After a month of cultivation, my internal energy has grown rapidly, nearing the threshold of small success. All of this is the result of the combined strength of two distinct cultivation systems, although the qualifications of this body are quite ordinary. Under the power generated by the amalgamation of two cultivation systems, his progress in cultivation was akin to a rocket, advancing at an astonishing pace. At this point, he had crossed the threshold of initial internal energy and was on the verge of achieving small success. Once I reach small success in internal energy, the amount of energy I can wield will increase significantly, and I will be able to maintain it for longer periods. Reflecting on his physical condition, Fang Yuan hurriedly returned home. Upon pushing open the door, Fang Yuan observed 3 children, around 10 years of age, sitting upright and attentively absorbing their teacher's instruction. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan nodded approvingly. These 3 children were orphans he had taken in, 2 boys and a girl, intended to serve as his foundation. Though still young, they had been meticulously chosen for their exceptional intelligence and, due to their tragic pasts, held deep admiration for him as their savior. Once they grow a little older, I can impart some martial arts to them, and they will be able to assist me. For now, they were of little use, and everything relied on his own efforts. With this thought, Fang Yuan refrained from disturbing their studies and retreated to a quiet chamber. The room housed a furnace, medicine boxes, silver needles, various implements associated with the art of healing. This was Fang Yuan's alchemical workspace. Medicine and poison are intertwined. Mastering the art of healing equates to mastering a significant portion of toxicology. Fang Yuan seated himself before the furnace, surveying the assortment of peculiar medicinal herbs beside him, and silently ignited the flames. While the knowledge he gained from Lu Yu pertained solely to medicine, he had already comprehended the toxic properties of these substances. Gazing at the earthenware pot on the hearth, scorched by the licking flames, Fang Yuan meticulously proceeded to add various herbs into the vessel, just as he had envisioned. After some time, observing that all the materials had been reduced to a paste, he extinguished the fire and extracted the concoction. Once the medicinal paste had cooled, he rolled it into small pills and placed them into a small vial. Holding the vial in his hand, an idea sparked in Fang Yuan's mind. He would seek out something to test the potency of this poison pill. Chapter 15. The Bronze Demon Mask. As night fell outside, Fang Yuan stood quietly before 2 wild dogs, observing their reactions after consuming the poison pill. One of the wild dogs lay lifeless on the ground, while the other whimpered and howled in distress. Acknowledging the demise of one dog with a subtle nod, Fang Yuan noted that the poisoned wild dog had succumbed swiftly, while the other, having ingested an antidote made from the powdered starflower, remained unharmed. However, without subsequent doses of the antidote, this seemingly safe wild dog would also meet its end within 6 months. The poison he had concocted was lethal upon ingestion without an antidote. Yet if the antidote were consumed, it would ensure survival for half a year. Nevertheless, failure to continue the antidote would result in immediate death. With the aid of this poison pill, Fang Yuan found that future endeavors would be considerably easier. After observing for a moment longer, he collected the deceased wild dog and retreated to his chamber. His primary motivation for studying medicine was to master the art of poison making, thus facilitating the rapid growth of the organization he intended to establish. With this poison pill at his disposal, he felt confident that all his future plans would unfold without a hitch. He now possessed a formidable weapon for swiftly expanding his influence. Within his room, Fang Yuan contemplated the vial containing the poison pill, reflecting, although the efficacy of this poison is commendable and aligns well with my intentions, the method of its preparation remains rather rudimentary, and the ingredients are rather commonplace. Should I encounter a skilled practitioner of medicine, it is likely that my concoction could be unraveled. After all, Liu had imparted knowledge of medicine rather than the art of poison, thus while Fang Yuan had managed to create poison, his methods were still somewhat crude and could be deciphered. However, he was confident that those capable of countering his poison would be few in number. Yet, he recognized the need to deepen his knowledge of toxicology to create poisons that could not be countered by others. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan tidied his belongings and retrieved various items from beneath his bed: a long knife, several vials, a cloak for nocturnal ventures, packets of powdered substances wrapped in paper, and a bronze demon mask. Donning the cloak, he secured the knife and vials on his person, then turned his attention to the bronze mask. Adorned with intricate cloud patterns, the mask exuded an air of mystery and foreboding. Concealing the nose and mouth, leaving only 2 hollow eye sockets visible, Fang Yuan donned the mask, shrouding his visage behind its enigmatic facade, revealing only his captivating eyes. The operation commenced. Behind the mask, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Yuan's lips. During the month spent learning medicine from Lu Yu, he had gathered intelligence regarding Yu City and identified suitable targets for his endeavors. As he recalled the information he had unearthed, a glint of cold determination flickered in his gaze. In this era, those who amassed wealth or stood above the common populace often bore unclean hands. Thus, the individuals he had selected were those stained with blood, wielding their power with impunity. With that thought, Fang Yuan quietly slipped away from the estate, careful not to disturb the 3 orphans he had taken in or the servants he had employed. Outside, he oriented himself and proceeded toward a location he had previously chosen. The streets were deserted, as a curfew had been imposed, and no one roamed the thoroughfares. Fang Yuan swiftly navigated the shadows, soon arriving at a spot he had scouted earlier. A grand estate loomed before him that he nodded to himself. acknowledging the need for caution. After all, Yi City was not Liuya town. Although the affluent families lacked martial guards, they were not without defenses. It was said that the wealthy families of Yi City kept crossbows at the ready to guard against martial attacks. While this world bore semblances to the ancient past of his former life, it was not without its differences. The royal authority in this realm was far less formidable, allowing affluent families to possess crossbows and armor without fear of consequence, though Fang Yuan's own strength was considerable. A crossbow bolt could easily pierce his flesh should he be struck. With this thought, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, leaped, and effortlessly vaulted over the estate's wall, landing within its confines. A soft thud echoed as he touched down. Bark! The sound of a dog barking broke the silence. Seemingly alerted by Fang Yuan's movement, he rose slowly, glancing around and utilizing the faint moonlight to discern his surroundings: rooms, walls, bamboo groves, and rockeries. After surveying the environment, Fang Yuan produced a packet of powdered herbs, opened it, and sprinkled a small amount over himself and into the air to mask his scent. Having completed this, he moved stealthily to a concealed location, awaiting the approach of any potential threats. Moments later, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by the clanking of chains. Curiously, there seemed to be no one present. A servant, leading a wolf dog, hurried toward him, observing the unremarkable scene. The servant kicked the dog, which was sniffing at the ground. Smell anything? The wolf dog lifted its head slightly, as if it understood the servant's words. Damn dog, wasting my time. That I thought someone had climbed over the wall. After muttering a curse, the servant scanned the area once more and, finding nothing amiss, led the wolf dog away. Seeing the servant depart, Fang Yuan emerged from his hiding place. I haven't been discovered. The next steps will be much simpler. A smile crept beneath the bronze mask as he melded into the shadows, advancing toward his destination. After navigating through various obstacles without alarming anyone, Fang Yuan finally arrived at the place he intended to reach. This room should belong to Huang Xinchang. Behind a wall, he crouched, peering at the large house ahead, nodding slightly. If the layout of this estate was as he presumed, then this room was indeed the master's bedroom. Huang Xinchang, the head of the Huang family, controls a significant portion of the taverns and eateries in Yi City, along with various other businesses, amassing considerable wealth. The wealth and influence of the Huang family could be said to rank just below the martial families in Yi City. While there were martial families in Yi City, they had yet to intersect with Fang Yuan's plans. With this thought, Fang Yuan swiftly approached the door. It appeared that everyone was asleep. Pressing his ear to the door for a moment, he nodded, then withdrew his long knife, gently sliding the bolt aside. Chapter 16. The Azure Dragon Society. Listening to the heavy breaths emanating from within the room, Fang Yuan silently entered and approached the bed, taking advantage of the moonlight to observe the two figures lying there. It is Huang Xinchang. Recognizing that he had not entered the wrong room, Fang Yuan slowly raised his steel knife. He had encountered Huang Xinchang on the streets before, thus he was familiar with his appearance. With a swift movement, Fang Yuan tapped the cold blade against Huang Xinchang's cheek. What is this? Startled from his slumber, Huang Xinchang opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a masked figure wielding a steel knife standing at the bedside. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out across Huang Xinchang's brow. The companion beside him, disturbed by the commotion, also awoke, only to be equally alarmed by the scene before them, despite the fear coursing through them. Neither of them cried out, maintaining a semblance of composure despite the cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Gazing at the glinting blade, Huang Xinchang swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Hero, please spare us." Notably, the two displayed a modicum of courage. Observing that neither of the two individuals uttered a loud cry, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Disregarding Huang Xinchang's pleas for mercy, he then tossed out 2 pills, altering his voice to command, "Consume these." Gazing at the dark pills cast onto the bed by the bronze-masked figure, Huang Xinchang and his wife exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness and reluctance mirrored in each other's eyes. They could deduce, even with the most minimal thought, that these pills were certainly no benign concoction. However, now that they were at the mercy of another, their reluctance and despair left them with no alternative but to comply. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xinchang reached out, picked up a pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. His wife, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow suit as they ingested the poison. Fang Yuan nodded indifferently, subsequently tossing them 2 antidote pills. This antidote, ground from the tianine flower, was mixed with other herbs into a form that would complicate any attempts at deciphering its components, ensuring that even upon receiving it, they would find it challenging to unravel its secrets. This antidote will delay the onset of the poison, but only for a duration of 6 months. Should you fail to procure further antidotes after this period, the poison will take effect without warning. Fang Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, deliberately altered. He was keenly aware of the need to conceal his identity, for the Huang family possessed formidable strength. Had he not stealthily infiltrated their domain, he would have never dared to confront them head-on. His martial prowess was merely at the initial stage of development, surpassing the limits of ordinary physicality, armed only with the inner energy as a means of explosive force. Should he face a siege from dozens or endure a concentrated assault from crossbowmen, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. Observing the pallor of the two as they processed this revelation, Fang Yuan offered a faint smile. Rest assured, as long as you adhere to my instructions, you will receive the antidote every 6 months. His tone remained calm, refraining from elaborating on the dire consequences should they choose to defy him. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, the couple exchanged glances once more, resignedly affirming, "We shall remain utterly loyal to you, my lord." Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. From this day forth, you are members of the Qinglong Society." The Qinglong Society was an organization Fang Yuan had encountered in his past life through literature, mysterious and powerful. He aspired for his own organization to attain such strength, hence the name he had chosen. "Keep this token well. Soon, someone will approach you bearing it." Fang Yuan produced a black token, adorned with a few simple strokes depicting a coiling azure dragon, with the moonlight filtering through the window. Huang Xinchang and his wife scrutinized the token earnestly. "If urgent matters arise requiring communication with the organization, leave this graffiti mark in the family alley, and someone will surely come for you." Fang Yuan produced a piece of paper, upon which an odd, dark scribble resembling a sea urchin was drawn. And Fang Yuan continued, nodding, "That's enough. Remember what I have said today," confirming that they had committed his words to memory. He promptly gathered his belongings and departed from the Huang residence. Without disturbing anyone, Fang Yuan vaulted over the courtyard wall and returned to his own quarters. After shedding his night cloak and securely placing the poisoned blade and other items, he reclined on his bed to rest. With the financial backing of the Huang family, he found himself lacking in wealth, yet still in need of manpower. As for personnel, he already had a few candidates in mind. During his time studying medicine under Lu Yu, he had set his sights on a particular individual, and now it was time to recruit him. The following night, clad once more in black and donning his bronze mask, Fang Yuan ventured to Wang Junliang's doorstep. Observing the same dilapidated house as before, he effortlessly leaped inside. While learning medicine alongside Lu Yu, Fang Yuan had recognized Wang Junliang's potential, but at that time, he had been too focused on his studies to approach him. Now, however, the moment had arrived. This individual's background and abilities were perfectly suited for his cause. Fang Yuan had gleaned much about Wang Junliang's background during his studies. Understanding that his family had succumbed to disease, leaving only his mother to raise him. Unfortunately, his mother's relentless toil had left her in poor health, bedridden and unable to recover without substantial nourishment. Wang Junliang pursued medicine in hopes of amassing enough funds to heal her, a devoted son indeed. Standing in the courtyard, Fang Yuan's mind raced with memories of Wang Junliang. Noting the 3 small rooms in the yard, his gaze drifted to a dimly lit room, where he could discern a figure seated at a table, engrossed in a book. Approaching quietly, Fang Yuan gently pushed the door open, careful not to disturb the absorbed Wang Junliang, and stepped silently behind him. Under the flickering flame of a candle, Wang Junliang studied his medical texts, lost in thought. In the midst of his reading, he unconsciously thought of Fang Yuan. "If only I possessed such an extraordinary memory, I could surely procure the nourishing remedies for my mother." As thoughts of Fang Yuan crossed his mind, a wave of helplessness washed over him, tinged with bitterness. Jealousy, the chasm between him and Fang Yuan was simply too vast to evoke such feelings. Feeling the weight of his despair, Wang Junliang set the book down and rubbed his weary eyes. Suddenly, he froze, a tremor coursing through him as he perceived a tall shadow looming over the table and wall before him. Unbeknownst to him, someone had silently appeared behind him, watching intently. "Who are you?" he stammered, a nervous gulp escaping his throat. Slowly, he turned his stiff neck to see Fang Yuan clad in black, with a bronze mask obscuring his features. Fear gripped him, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to tremble involuntarily. Sensing Wang Junliang's trepidation, Fang Yuan lowered his voice. "Do not be alarmed. I noticed you were deeply engrossed in your studies, and thus did not wish to interrupt. I have heard of your mother's condition and her need for nourishing remedies. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join us. If you accept, you will learn martial arts and receive a sum of money to procure the remedies your mother requires." Wang Junliang was taken aback. momentarily stunned by Fang Yuan's words. However, he soon regained his composure and knelt, declaring, "I am willing to join." The prospect of learning martial arts and securing funds for his mother's treatment left no room for hesitation. "Very well," Fang Yuan replied, satisfied, as he produced a pill and offered it to the kneeling Wang Junliang. "To prove your sincerity, consume this pill." Wang Junliang hesitated upon seeing the dark pill extended by the bronze-masked figure. Though merely 13 or 14, he possessed a mature intellect, aware that the offering before him was likely no benign gift. Yet, he understood that even to join a band of outlaws, one must offer a token of allegiance. If he wished to be part of this organization that promised martial training and financial assistance, he realized he would need to pay the price. However, his hesitation stemmed not from doubt about the price he must pay. Rather, it was the lack of assurance that the masked figure was not merely deceiving him. "This is a note for 500 taels of silver. Take it to provide for your mother's treatment." Fang Yuan, perceiving Wang Junliang's hesitation, produced the silver note. Abundant in wealth, he had no reservations about parting with it. The riches he acquired from the Wang family in Liuye town, combined with the wealth of the Huang family in Yeqing, were more than sufficient. Receiving the silver note, Wang Junliang's uncertainty evaporated, and without further ado, he swallowed the dark pill offered by Fang Yuan. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan nodded approvingly and handed him an antidote. "You have just ingested poison. This is the antidote. However, this antidote can only last for 6 months. If, after that period, you fail to obtain another, then..." Fang Yuan slowly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Wang Junliang, his expression grave, nodded in understanding. He was already aware that this pill was certainly not a benign substance when he consumed it, and thus he had mentally prepared himself. Nevertheless, even if it were poison, he felt compelled to ingest it, for only in doing so could his mother endure a little less suffering. "Stand up," he was advised. "And remember, our organization is called the Qinglong Society." Fang Yuan then produced a token engraved with the image of a spiraling azure dragon and handed it to Wang Junliang, urging him to memorize it carefully. Rising to his feet, Wang Junliang diligently committed the design of the Qinglong token to memory. "Might I inquire, sir, what is your position, and how should I contact you?" Having noted the token's appearance, Wang Junliang promptly asked. "My position?" At Wang Junliang's question, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. "That is not something you should concern yourself with. As for how to reach me in the organization, you will discover that in due course." Fang Yuan was reluctant to divulge that he was the leader of the Qinglong Society, as doing so would shatter the organization's aura of mystery. After all, it was rare for a leader to personally recruit new members. Such tasks were typically reserved for the subordinates. Moreover, do not reveal your affiliation with the Qinglong Society in everyday life, unless someone approaches you bearing the Qinglong token. Only then may you declare yourself a member. Fang Yuan went on to share several points of caution. Wang Junliang nodded, indicating that he had taken note. "Now, I shall impart to you some fundamental martial arts skills. Once you have made contributions to the organization, you will naturally be taught more advanced techniques." With that, Fang Yuan turned to close the door, ensuring that no outsiders could overhear. Upon hearing that Fang Yuan intended to teach him martial arts, Wang Junliang felt a surge of excitement, his gaze eagerly fixed upon Fang Yuan. Martial arts, in any faction, were closely guarded secrets. Even within sects and martial arts schools, they were fervently protected. Observing Wang Junliang's expectant expression, Fang Yuan smiled faintly beneath his mask and began to impart his knowledge. Of course, the martial arts he taught were merely the rudimentary skills he had acquired in his previous life, insufficient for cultivating true inner energy. After a considerable time, Fang Yuan paused in his instruction and regarded Wang Junliang. "Your capacity for learning is commendable. We shall conclude here for today." Fang Yuan had taken a liking to Wang Junliang precisely because of his aptitude for learning. Although Wang Junliang's ability could not match Fang Yuan's own remarkable talent, he stood out significantly compared to others who had studied medicine alongside him. Wang Junliang bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for Fang Yuan's teachings. "Thank you, sir, for imparting your wisdom." Fang Yuan nodded lightly. "These skills are still quite basic. When you have made a contribution to the Qinglong Society, I will bestow upon you more profound and intricate techniques." Wang Junliang nodded deeply, his heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of mastering martial arts, and he felt a growing anticipation for the advanced skills Fang Yuan had mentioned. After exchanging a few more words with Wang Junliang, Fang Yuan departed from his home to eye in the shadows of the street. Fang Yuan walked briskly, reflecting on the events of the past few days, shaking his head with a wry smile. The Qinglong Society was still in its infancy, with too few members, forcing him, the leader, to personally recruit new talent. However, now that they were on the right track, he only needed to assess Wang Junliang further before teaching him a portion of the martial arts that fused the essences of two different worlds. A skill that would become the Qinglong Society's greatest asset. For an organization to sustain itself over time, it must possess its own advantages. The advantage of the Qinglong Society lay in Fang Yuan's fusion of the martial arts from two different realms. Of course, while it was said to be a fusion of two distinct martial arts philosophies, in truth, he merely complemented the techniques from both worlds. He had integrated the practices of the Fang family's tortoise and snake style from the real world with the sun and moon energy techniques from this realm, which could hardly be termed creation. To be honest, my current physical form is not particularly gifted, yet thanks to the martial arts that emerged from the fusion of these two different philosophies, I have become an inner energy practitioner within the short span of a month. The speed of my breakthrough to the realm of inner energy has been remarkably swift, not only due to my ample experience in achieving such progress, but primarily because of the martial arts that combine the essences of two worlds. Even now, whenever I recall my rapid advancement, I cannot help but feel a sense of astonishment. The martial arts that blend the essences of two different worlds must be strictly controlled. Those who wish to learn them must consume poison to ensure a modicum of safety. This unique martial art, born from the integration of two distinct philosophies, is both my capital for rapidly gaining strength in this martial world and a tool for instigating profound transformations within it. If such techniques were to spread beyond my control, while I would still gain significant simulation points, it would undoubtedly hinder my future simulations. After all, if everyone were to master my martial arts, my advantages in this world would be severely diminished. Chapter 18. An unexpected turn. 1 month later, observing the several children diligently studying before him, Fang Yuan nodded in approval. Over the past month, he had taken in a few more children around the age of in another 2 or 3 years. They would be ready for action. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan felt the surging inner energy coursing through his body and felt quite satisfied. His martial arts cultivation had successfully advanced to a minor completion of inner energy during this time, making him even stronger than before. At this stage, his inner energy flowed freely, akin to a babbling brook, far more abundant than in its initial stages, allowing for both endurance and explosive strength to be significantly enhanced. Moreover, my blood-burning secret technique has also reached great mastery, granting me the ability to unleash my physical strength at will without compromising my foundation. With this in mind, Fang Yuan smiled slightly. His power had undeniably surged to unprecedented heights, rendering him incomparable to his former self. Just as Fang Yuan was observing the children learning their letters from their teacher, the gate of the courtyard suddenly swung open, and a child entered. Fang Yuan turned in response to the sound, only to find that one of the children he had adopted, named Su Hai, was approaching him. "Father, I saw the graffiti you mentioned in the family alley." Su Hai said softly as he reached Fang Yuan's side. "I see," Fang Yuan replied, his brow furrowing. This graffiti was the means of contact he had previously left for Huang Xinchang. Through it, he could be reached. "What does he want to contact me for? Has something happened?" Fang Yuan frowned slightly. "I must not be careless. I should have Wang Junliang take care of this matter instead." With this thought, Fang Yuan quickly made up his mind. Although Huang Xinchang was under his control through poison, human hearts are the most chaotic entities in this world, and he could not afford to be complacent. Despite his recent increase in strength, he would still have little chance of survival if ambushed by a crossbow. "I hope he doesn't do anything foolish." Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. If something had indeed happened to Huang Xinchang, it would be one thing, but if he had ulterior motives, then it would be another matter entirely. It had only been a month since he accepted Huang Xinchang, and now he was reaching out to him. Fang Yuan could not help but ponder. Glancing at Su Hai, who was still standing beside him, Fang Yuan retrieved a token from his person and handed it to Su Hai. "At night, go to Wang Junliang's home in Haishi Street. Present this token to him, and instruct him to visit Huang Xinchang to inquire about the reason for the contact with the organization." These children were carefully selected by him and had been trained through various means to be fiercely loyal. So Fang Yuan was not concerned about betrayal. Under his guidance, these children understood their purpose and knew what was expected of them. Though their actions were still somewhat naive, they could assist Fang Yuan in small tasks. For instance, they could be entrusted with errands and keeping an eye out for any signals of communication within the city. Su Hai nodded, accepting the token. Later that night, Wang Junliang looked at the child of around 10 years old before him, and upon seeing the Qinglong token in his hand, his expression changed instantly. "Sir," he said respectfully, "I am unaware of what the organization requires of me." Although the person before him appeared to be merely a child of 7 or 8 years, Wang Junliang dared not underestimate him. Su Hai replied, "You are to take the Qinglong token to Huang Xinchang's residence and inquire what he needs to contact the organization about. Upon arriving at his estate, simply state the passphrase to the gatekeeper, and they will permit you entry." This secret order was specifically arranged by Fang Yuan through Huang Xinchang, aimed at facilitating easier access to Huang Xinchang. Wang Junliang's expression momentarily faltered, yet he accepted the Qinglong order and replied, "I understand." Huang Xinchang is indeed aware. He is one of the affluent families in Yeqing, possessing immense wealth. Wang Junliang had not anticipated that Huang Xinchang was also affiliated with their Qinglong society. "Please wait a moment. I shall visit Huang Xinchang at his residence immediately." Su Hai nodded, watching Wang Junliang depart before settling down in Wang Junliang's room, patiently awaiting news from him. After a considerable time, Wang Junliang returned home, relaying all the information to Su Hai. "Are there others eyeing the Huang family's wealth? Does Huang Xinchang seek the organization's assistance to eliminate these individuals?" Upon hearing Su Hai's words, Fang Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, Wang Junliang had stated that Huang Xinchang intended to consolidate his family fortune and transport all wealth to the Black Mountain Forest outside the city in 1 month's time. Su Hai nodded. Although the Huang family possesses a crossbow team, it proves somewhat ineffective against martial artists. Fang Yuan pondered deeply. While crossbows can threaten inner-breath martial artists, the agility of martial artists means that unless surrounded by numerous crossbows, a few scattered ones pose little danger. Moreover, Huang Xinchang cannot possibly remain under the constant protection of the crossbow team. Those who covet the Huang family's wealth cannot be experts at the innate qi refining level. At most, they are merely at the acquired inner breath realm. Given this, 1 month from now, sensing the steady flow of inner breath within his dantian, Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed. Inform Wang Junliang to convey to Huang Xinchang that he should maintain a pretense of consolidating wealth and refrain from rash actions. In 1 month's time, the organization will dispatch individuals to apprehend those who covet his riches. Su Hai nodded and withdrew. Observing Su Hai's retreating figure, Fang Yuan pondered, "In a month's time, my cultivation will advance further, and I shall see who dares to target the Huang family alongside me. If they are merely at the acquired inner breath level like myself, they needn't blame me for being ungracious." Feeling the powerful surge of inner breath within him, Fang Yuan smiled slightly. He had trained in 2 martial arts, and although his realm remained at the minor completion of inner breath, his strength surpassed that. While he had yet to reach the major completion of inner breath, his combat prowess was entirely different. Realm is one thing, combat power another. For Fang Yuan, the dual cultivation of 2 distinct martial arts, coupled with his well-honed blood-burning secret technique, had elevated his strength far beyond the typical martial artist at the minor completion of inner breath. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, his current combat strength was on par with that of an ordinary martial artist at the major completion of inner breath. At present, I am still at the inner breath realm. Even with 2 distinct martial arts systems, the enhancement to my strength is relatively modest. However, once I reach the innate qi refining level, the advantages of my dual cultivation will become increasingly pronounced, creating a significant gap between myself and ordinary martial artists. Chapter 19. Control outside the city. As night fell, the Black Mountain Forest gradually came alive with cacophonous sounds, buzzing insects, the melodic calls of nightingales, and the rustling of leaves. Fang Yuan, donned in a bronze ghost mask, traversed the dense woods, exuding an odor imperceptible to humans, causing numerous mosquitoes to shy away from him. He had utilized insect-repelling powder. Common mosquitoes and venomous snakes, upon detecting this scent, would flee as if confronted by a natural enemy. This must be the place. They are waiting for the Huang family to scent gold and silver. Concealed within the forest, Fang Yuan observed the distant woods, his gaze shifting. It had been a month since he received Huang Xinchang's plea for help. During this interval, Huang Xinchang had been skillfully maneuvering among these individuals without revealing any vulnerabilities. Adhering to Fang Yuan's instructions, tonight marked the predetermined date for their rendezvous. The Huang family wielded considerable influence. Had Huang Xinchang sought assistance from the martial artist families within Yeqing, the matter would likely have been resolved swiftly. Yet, Fang Yuan understood precisely why Huang Xinchang refrained from seeking aid from the martial artist families. Does he wish to gauge our strength? Or is it simply a reluctance to bestow his wealth upon the martial artist families of Yeqing? As thoughts raced through his mind, Fang Yuan moved cautiously, gradually closing in on the front. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened at the sight of flickering flames ahead. Observing this, he quickened his pace towards the source of the light. Moments later, the dense forest opened up before him, revealing a mountain path. Ahead, illuminated by the flames, several figures clad in black and masked stood vigil on the mountain road, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. All were martial artists at the acquired realm, yet merely at the minor completion stage. Gazing at these masked individuals on the mountain path, Fang Yuan shook his head slowly, thinking, though these four are martial artists at the minor completion of inner breath, none possess the demeanor of a leader. This individual is likely concealed elsewhere in the forest, just as I am. Fang Yuan noticed that among the four on the mountain path, their glances exchanged no semblance of respect. As thoughts raced, Fang Yuan's gaze darted across the mountain path and forest, attempting to locate the leader hidden in the shadows. After an extended search, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he spotted a large tree beside the mountain path. His heart swelling with delight. Found it. His gaze shifted to the shadowy figure cloaked by the branches, his heart stirring. Judging by the figure's posture and gaze, they seemed to match his expectations. Being merely at the major completion of acquired inner breath, Fang Yuan had encountered a martial artist at this level during a previous escort mission simulation. The concealed individual before him exuded a similar aura to that of the major completion martial artist he had previously encountered. Given this, Fang Yuan's right hand slowly rested on the hilt of his blade as he moved forward. As Fang Yuan approached, the figure perched on the branches seemed to sense something, their gaze subtly shifting towards his position. Despite Fang Yuan's utmost caution and the delicacy of his movements, he could not elude the keen senses of a martial artist at the major completion of acquired inner breath. Yet, Fang Yuan had now drawn close to the leader. "Who goes there?" A loud shout erupted, and the leader leaped into action, drawing forth a long blade from his waist. The blade flashed like water, slicing directly towards Fang Yuan's hidden position, though he had not laid eyes on anyone. His senses informed him that someone was approaching through the underbrush. Upon hearing the leader's shout, the four masked individuals in the distance halted and swiftly made their way towards the leader's position. Boom! At that moment, a handful of powdered medicine suddenly flew from the forest, enveloping the leader. Not good. The leader was struck by a wave of dread, wishing to conceal himself, but with his skill, he could not remain airborne. He could only watch helplessly as the powder settled upon him. The powder did not merely coat his exterior. Several particles were inhaled into his lungs. The powder's arrival was swift and unexpected. Even though he instinctively held his breath, some of it still found its way in. Not good. A sense of foreboding gripped him, though he had no idea what the powder was made from. He instinctively understood it was anything but benign. His thoughts raced, and he was immediately engulfed in terror, causing his blade's movements to unconsciously slow. In that fleeting moment, a bright flash of blade light surged forth as Fang Yuan emerged from behind the trees. His right hand wielding the long blade to clash with the leader's weapon. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as their blades collided, sparks flying and momentarily illuminating the surroundings. In that instant, Fang Yuan caught a glimpse of the fear etched upon the leader's face. "Are you afraid?" As the thought flashed through his mind, Fang Yuan exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. The long blade whistled through the air, imbued with an aura that disregarded life and death, and struck fiercely at the leader. His swordsmanship, honed during the previous simulation, was still somewhat rudimentary due to his disregard for mortality, yet it emanated a chilling and brutal killing intent. In swordplay, the essence lies in momentum. Although Fang Yuan's technique was not yet perfected, his fierce aura still commanded respect and prevented anyone from underestimating his skill. Confronted by the overwhelming force of Fang Yuan's technique, the leader attempted to intercept the blow, but felt his strength wane. As if a third of his power had been siphoned away. This is bad. The poison is taking effect. A tightness gripped his heart as he gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to block Fang Yuan's long blade. Clang! The blades clashed once more, but this time, Fang Yuan's weapon knocked the leader's long sword from his grasp. Without his weapon, and under the influence of the poison, the leader found himself powerless to retaliate. In the next instant, Fang Yuan's long blade was poised against the leader's neck, drawing forth a faint trace of blood. Swallow it. Without pausing, Fang Yuan produced a pill and tossed it to the leader. The leader caught the pill, glancing at his approaching subordinates. Just as he hesitated, a sharp pain pricked at his neck. His expression changed slightly as he abandoned his indecision, promptly removing his mask and swallowing the pill Fang Yuan had provided. He could no longer afford to hesitate, fully aware that the man before him, shrouded in a bronze mask, would execute him mercilessly should he falter further, seeing the leader obediently consume the poison. Fang Yuan nodded approvingly and then tossed him an antidote. Take it. Having already ingested one, the leader thought little of taking a second and readily consumed the second pill offered by Fang Yuan. Shifting his gaze to the four masked individuals drawing near, Fang Yuan coldly commanded, "Assist me in subduing them." The leader forced a bitter smile, realizing he was no longer in control, regardless of his past authority over these men. He now had no choice but to obey Fang Yuan's orders to preserve his own life. With a series of clangs signaling the clash of weapons, and with the leader's assistance, Fang Yuan successfully subdued the group intent on ambushing him. Observing that each of them had ingested the poison, Fang Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. Chapter 20. The martial realm turning to the leader after ensuring the others were under control. Fang Yuan removed the mask to reveal a middle-aged man, whose expression was now one of bitter resignation as he regarded Fang Yuan. "What is your name?" Fang Yuan inquired. "I am Jin." The leader replied. "Which organization do you belong to? What interest do you have in the Huang family's wealth?" Fang Yuan asked, intrigued. After all, these 5 individuals were all martial artists of the postnatal realm, and it seemed unlikely they would covet the Huang family's riches that a postnatal master, particularly one at the peak level, along with 4 others of lesser skill, could establish a formidable foundation anywhere. "We are members of the Bloodblade sect of Dezheng. Our leader was slain, and our elite forces decimated, which compelled us to seek refuge in Dawei and plot a resurgence. Due to our hasty arrival in Dawei, the Holy Maiden instructed us to seize some wealth to further empower the Bloodblade sect." Jin explained, glancing at his visibly displeased subordinates before answering Fang Yuan's questions candidly. "Bloodblade sect?" Fang Yuan pondered. He recalled hearing of the sect during a previous simulation while escorting goods for a caravan. The Bloodblade sect was renowned for its strength and extensive following, with its leader Bai Yangping being a master of the highest caliber. What befell Bai Yangping? Fang Yuan probed, knowing he was one of the most formidable figures in Dezheng. "I am not privy to the specifics, only that the leader seemingly angered a grand master, which led to the sect's downfall," Jin replied, shaking his head. "A grand master?" Fang Yuan frowned. Grand masters were merely a step away from the legendary immortal realm. And as far as he knew, even Dezheng possessed only a handful of such beings. That a thought struck Fang Yuan, prompting him to inquire further, who is the strongest member of the Bloodblade sect now? And what is their realm? "The strongest remaining member is the Holy Maiden, who is at the innate level. The rest are all in the postnatal realm," Jin answered. The mention of an innate master stirred something within Fang Yuan. A vague yet vivid idea began to crystallize in his mind. "How do you typically contact the Holy Maiden?" he asked. "After the Bloodblade sect fled to Dawei, we have remained deeply concealed. It is challenging to reach the Holy Maiden. We can only connect with others like us who have come to pillage," Jin replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Jin's response, the vague notion in Fang Yuan's mind suddenly sharpened with clarity. The Holy Maiden of the Bloodblade sect has escaped to Dawei, concealing herself and rarely communicating with her subordinates. In this case, perhaps I need not develop my influence the traditional way. I could seize this opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. If he could leverage this chance, he could control the remaining members of the Bloodblade sect while the innate Holy Maiden was caught off guard, thus expanding his own power. However, to realize this ambition, numerous obstacles would need to be addressed. A flicker of insight led Fang Yuan to ask about something he was eager to learn. "Have you ever heard of the name Iron Blade Hero in Dezheng?" The Iron Blade Hero was a title he had earned in his previous life, having performed notable deeds that garnered acclaim. "Iron Blade Hero," Jin furrowed his brow, reflecting deeply before his eyes brightened. "I recall that 20 years ago, tales of the Iron Blade Hero circulated near Shuzhou in Dezheng. However, not long after, those tales faded, and he vanished without a trace. Some say he perished in the aftermath of a clash between immortals. Evidently, the colossal hand that led to my demise in the previous simulation was the handiwork of an immortal warrior," Fang Yuan thought, recalling the overwhelming hand he had witnessed. The gathering of chi shook the earth. Under such power, the very heavens and earth seemed to alter. Such might was terrifying, capable of erasing even a small town effortlessly. Yet, has it only been 20 years since I concluded my last simulation? 20 years may seem long, but it is still manageable. If the intervals between his simulations in this world were merely 20 years, then the likelihood of inheriting the influence he had developed in this simulation during the next one was significantly heightened. While 20 years could bring about considerable change, Fang Yuan felt it was within the realm of acceptability. A thought crossed his mind as he gazed at the 5 individuals now under his control. and a subtle smile graced his lips as he issued his commands. In Yi City, Fang Yuan sat within his chamber, meticulously perusing the various texts delivered by El Jingqin. After subduing El Jingqin and his companions, he had instructed them to transport a collection of books to a hidden corner of Yi City. The texts he was currently examining were the foundational writings on martial arts compiled by the most powerful dynasty in this world, the Great Qian. The Great Qian had categorized martial arts into two prestigious lists, the marvelous skills and the 10 heavenly techniques. As Fang Yuan absorbed the contents of the volume, his attention was unwavering. This was the first time he had encountered such a comprehensive exposition of martial arts in this world. Despite its current decline, the sect's heritage was not to be underestimated, especially considering the text he was studying, which he had never heard of before. The marvelous skills list encompassed the top 100 martial arts in the world, each technique possessing unique profundities and intricacies. In contrast, the 10 heavenly techniques featured the 10 most formidable martial arts, each capable of inciting bloodshed and awe amongst even the immortals. The Great Demon-Slaying Sword, the Great Radiance Fist, the Great Azura Divine Blade, the Lingming Sword Classic. As he scrutinized the 10 martial arts listed among the heavenly techniques, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually settled on the Great Radiance Fist. The Great Radiance Fist, ranked first among the heavenly techniques, was said to be the signature martial art of the ancient Buddhist sect. The Tian school, reportedly passed down directly from the Buddha himself. Regrettably, as time wore on, the Tian school fell into decline, severing the lineage of the Great Radiance Fist. Upon reaching this point, Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head and sigh. The pinnacle of martial arts, as one could imagine, possessed tremendous power. Unfortunately, its legacy had been severed, and it had long been absent from the world. This was not only true for the Great Radiance Fist. Nearly all martial arts listed on the heavenly skill rankings had similarly lost their transmission, with no successors emerging for quite some time. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan continued to peruse the martial arts primer in his hands. After a moment, his actions of flipping through the pages came to a halt, as his gaze was drawn to the final page, where he was astonished by the written content. The martial realm? Staring at the last page of the book, Fang Yuan felt a tremor within him. The martial realm, said to be a spiritual world that merges the essences of countless deceased warriors, encompasses all martial arts of this world, and holds many scenes of battles fought by warriors. Even the 10 great heavenly skills leave traces within, shrouded in mystery. Regrettably, there was no account of how to enter the martial realm. Fang Yuan stared blankly at the book, realizing it lacked the most crucial information, leaving him feeling quite helpless. However, he understood that given the martial realm's enigmatic nature, the method of entry would not be recorded in ordinary texts. The mere mention of the martial realm by the author of this book was already a generous act. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect them to directly disclose the secrets of accessing it. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan believed that even if the Great Qian possessed the means to enter the martial realm, it would likely be a formidable challenge. For if Great Qian could easily access the martial realm, the heavenly skills of this world would not have remained without successors for so long. Chapter 21, Bloodblade Technique. Having finished reading the martial arts primer, Fang Yuan picked up another book, Blood Sea Demon Art. What a pity! Cultivating this inner power easily leads to murderous intent clouding the mind, risking a descent into madness, and it only contains content suitable for the postnatal realm, rendering it rather useless to me. Glancing at the title of the book, Fang Yuan flipped through it momentarily before shaking his head and setting it aside. He then reached for another tome, Bloodblade Technique. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters on the cover, Fang Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation within. He was currently in need of a proficient sword technique, and the Bloodblade Technique would undoubtedly address his deficiencies in swordsmanship. The Bloodblade Technique served as the fundamental sword art of the Bloodblade sect, and it was precisely due to this technique that the sect earned its name. Unfortunately, Lu Zhenqin and his followers were merely practitioners of the postnatal realm, which meant their version of the Bloodblade Technique was incomplete. This was also a means by which the Bloodblade sect maintained control over its adherents. A thought crossed his mind, and Fang Yuan began to carefully examine the pages. After a while, he set the book down, his eyes reflecting newfound understanding. The Bloodblade Technique comprises 81 forms, divided into 3 tiers of mastery. The first tier emphasizes speed. The second tier emphasizes slowness, and the third tier seeks to unify both. Thus, it stands to reason that Lu Jingqin's mastery of the Bloodblade Technique is merely at the first tier. A scene from his confrontation with Lu Zhenqin flashed through his mind. and Fang Yuan silently nodded. The first tier of the Bloodblade technique pursued the swiftness of the sword, demanding speed akin to a thunderclap. In Fang Yuan's view, Lu Jingqin's execution of the technique was limited to this level. The second tier required a transition from speed to slowness, with intricate variations in the swordplay that were difficult to master without innate talent. The third tier, wherein speed and slowness are harmonized, allowed for the wielding of the Bloodblade technique with effortless precision, rendering the sword's might as seamless as water. With this technique, my swordsmanship shall finally advance to new heights. Fang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the version of the Bloodblade technique in his possession was incomplete, it was still vastly superior to the rudimentary sword techniques he had previously employed. After setting the book aside, he withdrew a pristine long sword and made his way to the secluded courtyard, accessible only to him. In the courtyard, Fang Yuan stood quietly, his hand gliding over the blade. The sword gleamed with immaculate whiteness, its edge unmarred by any imperfections. This long sword was a replacement acquired after he subdued Lu Jingqin and the others, as his previous sword had suffered several nicks during their skirmish. His former weapon had been a mundane creation from a common blacksmith, lacking in quality. However, the long sword now in his grasp was of exceptional caliber, worthy of being termed a superior weapon. Bloodblade technique. Fang Yuan caressed the blade, his eyes gently closing as visions of the Bloodblade technique's myriad forms flashed through his mind. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand stirred slightly, cutting through the air with a blur, its edge slicing through the atmosphere, producing a series of howls as he executed the 81 forms of the Bloodblade technique in succession. Although this was his first attempt at cultivating the Bloodblade technique, his foundational skills in basic swordsmanship allowed him to wield it with remarkable vigor. After completing his practice of the sword technique, Fang Yuan proceeded to the front courtyard to begin training the orphans he had taken in. As time passed, everything fell into a harmonious rhythm. With the aid of Lu Jingqin and the others, Fang Yuan gradually extended his influence over the scattered members of the Bloodblade sect in the vicinity of Yi City. Through the captured warriors of the Bloodblade sect, Fang Yuan also acquired a wealth of martial knowledge and skills. His prowess in martial arts, swordsmanship, and even his medical and toxicological skills witnessed considerable improvement. After all, the Bloodblade sect had once been a formidable force, and even in its current state of disarray, its foundations remained remarkably solid. Yet, Fang Yuan was aware that his fortunate days were likely numbered. Although he had subdued the Bloodblade sect warriors with poison, the sect had developed a loyal following over the years. While he faced no immediate issues, he understood that his actions could not remain concealed from the Bloodblade sect's holy maiden for long. However, even if she were to uncover these matters now, it mattered little to him. Feeling the complete and perfected inner energy within him, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Over this period, he had cultivated his postnatal inner energy to a state of consummate achievement, with no further advancement possible at this stage. Now he stood merely a step away from the innate chi refinement realm. Alas, he realized that attempting to break through to the innate realm at this rate would be unfeasible. His tortoise snake circulation method was limited to the postnatal inner energy level, and to ascend to the innate realm, he would need to acquire the true art of Xuanwu from the main family. Without the assistance of the innate level Xuanwu true art, even with the support of the sun-moon circulation method, it would be challenging for him to breach the innate realm. This body of mine possesses inferior aptitude. Unless I encounter a fortuitous opportunity or ignite my potential through desperate battles, breaking through to the innate chi refinement realm will not be achievable in the near future. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, quietly assessing his current prowess. Besides his inner strength, he had also successfully cultivated the Bloodblade technique to the second tier of mastery. Perhaps it was due to his affinity with the Bloodblade technique, or perhaps because he wielded it without reservation, embodying a mindset that transcended life and death. His progress in mastering the Bloodblade technique was remarkably swift. In just a few months, Fang Yuan had reached a level of proficiency in the Bloodblade technique that Lu Jingqin and his peers had not attained. With the assistance of the 3 postnatal warriors under my control, coupled with my enhanced poison skills and martial arts, dealing with an innate holy maiden should pose no difficulty. A sudden thought struck him, prompted by the information gleaned from the recently captured members of the Bloodblade sect. The reason the Holy Maiden of the Bloodblade sect conceals herself so deeply is not only to evade the enemies of the Great Jin Kingdom, but also due to her severe injuries during the downfall of the Bloodblade sect. This holy maiden sustained grave internal injuries and has been recuperating ever since. Contemplating this revelation, Fang Yuan mused, a mere severely wounded innate warrior, with my current strength and the aid of others, should be manageable. Should he succeed in subduing this holy maiden, the influence of the Qinglong society would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Furthermore, his martial knowledge and skills would likely undergo a substantial renewal, given the current weakened state of the Bloodblade sect's holy maiden. It is imperative that I act swiftly to either subdue or eliminate her. A glint of cold light flickered in Fang Yuan's gaze. Heaven does not take without reason. Now that he was aware of this information and given the circumstances, even if he did not take the initiative against the Bloodblade sect's holy maiden, it would not be long before she discovered his actions. Thus, it would be wiser for him to strike first. Catching her off guard, a thought crossed his mind, and Fang Yuan pondered, however, before subduing this Bloodblade sect holy maiden, I must first ascertain her whereabouts. Chapter 22. Encirclement. The whereabouts of the Bloodknife sect's holy maiden remained shrouded in mystery. With no one aware of her hiding place, establishing contact with her proved to be an arduous task. Unless she reached out voluntarily, it was exceedingly difficult for Lu Jingqin and his companions to connect with her. Just as Fang Yuan was devising strategies to uncover the holy maiden's location, she unexpectedly contacted Lu Jingqin within a few days. You say Bai Qingqing has summoned you to Zhe City tomorrow night? Fang Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Jingqin before him. Perhaps she has sensed something. Indeed, such was the message conveyed through the communication signal. Lu Jingqin wore an expression of utmost reverence. There was no room for disrespect, for he had witnessed the grim fate of those who defied her, succumbing instantly without the antidote. His very life and fortune rested entirely in Fang Yuan's hands. Leaving no choice but to show deference, while Lu Jingqin contemplated seeking the expertise of a medical master to counteract the poison, he lamented that they were merely a pack of lost dogs. Within the Bloodknife sect's ranks, no physician was available to assist them. Furthermore, he feared that any physicians in the vicinity of Yi City might be allied with Fang Yuan, making him hesitant to act recklessly. After all, Fang Yuan had exhibited an air of profound mystery, and Lu Jingqin dared not take any chances. Moreover, those capable of administering antidotes were seasoned practitioners. He could hardly expect to offer them anything compelling enough to persuade them to assist him. Given the circumstances, you should notify Zhao Xianming and Zhou Yongfu to assemble tomorrow, Fang Yuan instructed. Zhao Xianming and Zhou Yongfu were disciples he had recently recruited from the Bloodknife sect, both possessing formidable post-heavenly prowess. Currently, he commanded 3 individuals of post-heavenly mastery, while the number of those at the minor completion stage exceeded 15. However, against innate experts, even a wounded innate warrior, these post-heavenly practitioners would prove inadequate. Which is why Fang Yuan opted for a gathering of just the 3. But since the holy maiden Bai Qingqing has summoned them, we shall seize this opportunity to strike, either subduing or eliminating her in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan turned and departed from the concealed location, observing Lu Jingqin's retreating figure. The moment had arrived. Bai Qingqing opened her eyes, an unintentional glimmer of chilling indifference flashing across her gaze. I had not anticipated that a venomous serpent lurked within Yi City, managing to ensnare several of my subordinates. Were it not for Zhao Shuaming's coded message informing me of the situation, I would have remained oblivious for much longer. Reflecting on the information relayed by Zhao Xianming, a cold smile crept onto Bai Qingqing's lips. In her haste to arrive in Dawei, she had brought only 5 subordinates of post-heavenly mastery, and now 3 of them had fallen under someone else's control. Fortunately, the Bloodknife sect had been established for a considerable time, its roots deep, and there were still individuals willing to risk their safety to inform her. These trifling post-heavenly masters dare to covet the Bloodknife sect. Today, they shall learn the true power of the innate realm, though her spiritual essence was currently diminished, rendering her far weaker than before. Dispatching a few post-heavenly warriors remained an effortless task. In the innate realm, a warrior awakens their true nature, bridging the gap between the internal and external, allowing them to commune with the world's essence, transforming their inner breath into genuine qi. Upon reaching this realm, a warrior undergoes a qualitative shift in strength, making it impossible for mere post-heavenly masters to encircle her. As she gazed at the pitch-black sky, Bai Qingqing rose gracefully and made her way to the designated meeting point. She did not inform the other 2 post-heavenly masters who had yet to fall under Fang Yuan's control to assemble. For even though Zhao Xianming had claimed they remained unbound, Bai Qingqing did not trust them. In her estimation, she alone was sufficient to deal with Fang Yuan. Excluding Zhao Xianming, there are only 3 post-heavenly masters left. Posing no threat. As she mentally calculated, a growing sense of murderous intent began to accumulate within her. The blood knife technique and the blood sea sorcery emphasized the accumulation of killing intent. The more intense the killing aura, the greater her strength would become. Outside Zhe City, in a dilapidated temple, Lu Zhenqin and his companions sat before a crumbling clay statue, warming themselves by the fire as they awaited Bai Qingqing's arrival. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, quietly observing the scene. After an indeterminate amount of time, a figure emerged from the darkness, swiftly appearing at the temple's entrance, the Holy Maiden, upon sighting Bai Qingqing's sudden arrival. Lu Zhenqin and the others promptly rose, their expressions filled with reverence as they approached the entrance to pay their respects. Bai Qingqing regarded them with a half-smile, her gaze sweeping over Lu Zhenqin and his companions. "Do you know why I have summoned you here today?" "We do not know," they replied hastily. Sensing the weight of her stare, Bai Qingqing did not respond. Instead, she turned her attention to the woods behind her. "Are you not coming out? Must I invite you to show yourself?" Silence reigned. The woods remained still, and Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yongfu felt a tremor of realization. Their plans had been exposed. Today was the day they intended to encircle Bai Qingqing. Though they had reservations, they were compelled to follow orders. Yet, they had not anticipated that their scheme would be uncovered. Observing the prolonged silence from the woods, Bai Qingqing's expression darkened, and she was about to speak when suddenly, with a resounding bang, a cloud of powdered medicine shot forth from the forest, cascading toward her. "Attack!" At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the trees, and Fang Yuan surged forth from behind the foliage. Responding to the command, Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yongfu, prepared for this eventuality, drew their blades and charged at Bai Qingqing. Zhao Xianming, however, swiftly retreated, heading towards Fang Yuan's position. Witnessing the oncoming threat of Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yongfu's blades, Bai Qingqing let out a disdainful huff as the powdered medicine approached. She calmly raised her left hand and made a sweeping motion. With her gesture, the essence of the world seemed to converge toward her palm. A gust of soft, ethereal wind manifested, effortlessly dispersing the approaching powdered as Bai Qingqing completed her actions. Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yongfu's long blades were nearly upon her. With the blades closing in, Bai Qingqing's expression remained unfazed, as if she bore no concern. With a subtle movement of her right hand, a curved blade materialized in her grasp. The blade danced like a crescent moon, striking first with a flow of light that seamlessly intermingled with the oncoming force of the 2 men's attacks. Clang, clang, the sound of steel clashing echoed as the 3 blades met, then separated. Holy Maiden, Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yongfu gazed at Bai Qingqing, whose expression was aloof, terror gripping their hearts as they slowly collapsed. Blood spewing from their mouths, though the blades had only grazed each other lightly. The aura of the blades had already invaded their bodies, grievously injuring their internal organs and leaving them defenseless. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From a distance, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted at the sight. Is this what you refer to as being heavily injured? However, glancing at Zhao Xianming, who had approached him, Fang Yuan cursed under his breath and unleashed his full power. The long blade quivered, accompanied by a gust of wind, its cutting force unpredictable. While not exceedingly swift, it was nonetheless daunting to counter. Witnessing Fang Yuan's manifestation of the blood knife technique, Zhao Xianming felt a jolt of shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. There was no clash, no suspense. In that moment, Fang Yuan, with his current prowess, beheaded Zhao Xianming in a single stroke. Observing this, Bai Qingqing could not help but feel a stir of emotion. Chapter 23. 1,000 cuts. Your mastery of the blood knife technique has surprisingly advanced to the 2nd tier, rivaling that of the elite within the sect, Bai Qingqing remarked, her gaze filled with astonishment as she regarded Fang Yuan. According to her understanding, Fang Yuan had only acquired the blood knife technique a few months prior. Yet, he had managed to elevate it to the 2nd tier, a testament to his exceptional talent in martial arts. Nonetheless, Bai Qingqing smirked coldly. If this is your only reliance, then I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Even if you were to elevate the blood knife technique to the 3rd tier of unity, you would still be no match for me. Fang Yuan fell silent upon hearing her words. He recognized the truth in Bai Qingqing's assessment. Even if he were to achieve the unified state of the blood knife technique, he would remain inferior to her. I had not anticipated that the disparity between the innate and post-heavenly realms separated by merely one tier, would be so vast, Fang Yuan mused, his brow furrowed. Your talents are commendable. If you are willing to ingest the heart-eating pill, I may spare your life. The heart-eating pill, a clandestine poison concocted by the Bloodblade sect, is typically employed to manipulate pivotal figures, and she possesses only AFEW.AT this moment. As she gazed at Fang Yuan, Bai Qingqing felt an irresistible urge to recruit him. With the Bloodblade sect reduced to just a handful of them, the need for talent was paramount. If Fang Yuan were to consume the poison, she might consider forgiving the deeds he had committed. The heart-eating pill. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly turned serene. You should keep such things for your own use. With that, he promptly retrieved a pill from his possession and swallowed it. Boom! As the pill went down, an intangible tremor emanated from his lower abdomen, and Fang Yuan felt his internal energy surge dramatically. Becoming extraordinarily vibrant, his body tensed involuntarily, an immense force gradually rising within him. Witnessing this, Bai Qingqing sighed. It seems you are determined to seek your own demise. Even if you miraculously survive today, your martial foundation will be shattered, making future advancement exceedingly difficult. Fang Yuan was acutely aware of the consequences of consuming the pill, yet he remained unfazed. Even if the simulation ended in failure, he would have another opportunity. Furthermore, should the simulation conclude now, the points he garnered would surpass those of his previous attempt. Moreover, he still had contingencies yet to be enacted. The outcome of who would live or die today remained uncertain. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence. As soon as the words left his lips, Fang Yuan's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before Bai Qingqing. With a flick of his wrist, his long blade trembled, launching a series of fierce strikes toward her. Though his body was battered, awakening latent potential, his swordsmanship was still far from matching hers. Observing Fang Yuan's technique, Bai Qingqing's right hand moved gracefully, her curved blade ascending like a waning moon, colliding with Fang Yuan's long sword. Clang! The blades struck together, sparks flying as the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Fang Yuan, and he felt as if a veil shrouded his mind, blunting his acuity. He had caught a whiff of death's presence. Yet, Fang Yuan remained undeterred, channeling his focus into the Bloodblade technique, continuing his assault against Bai Qingqing. Their swords clashed, the air around them thick with blade energy, shredding the leaves strewn across the ground into a fine mist. Her Bloodblade technique has reached a state of seamless unity. I am no match for her. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Fang Yuan's heart sank into profound silence, ceasing all contemplation, relying solely on instinct to wield his blade. After a series of strikes, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted abruptly, her form retreating to distance herself from Fang Yuan. When had she been poisoned? Clutching her chest, an unusual flush crept onto her face. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan coughed twice, then wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I poisoned you before you even arrived. Upon hearing his words, Bai Qingqing's complexion changed drastically as she turned her gaze to the unconscious Lu Zhenqin and Zhou Yangfu nearby. At that moment, an abnormal hue suddenly appeared on the faces of the two, who were gravely wounded and in a state of unconsciousness. Well, I underestimated you. Such a ruthless scheme. Bai Qingqing clutched her heart, a chill creeping into her thoughts as she regarded Fang Yuan, unfazed by her reaction. Fang Yuan observed the unusual pallor on her face, his eyes gradually sparkling with excitement. Now, we are on equal footing. The poison he had administered, though colorless and tasteless, making it nearly impossible to guard against, was precisely why its lethality was insufficient to bring about instant death. However, Fang Yuan was confident that even if it did not kill Bai Qingqing outright, it would significantly diminish her combat prowess. Bai Qingqing narrowed her eyes, a deep glint of coldness flickering within. The next instant, they clashed once more. However, this time, the pressure Bai Qingqing exerted upon Fang Yuan was considerably lighter. Though the threat of death still loomed, one misstep could lead to his demise. It no longer felt as imminent as before. As their blades collided, Fang Yuan entered a state of thoughtlessness, instinctively executing the Bloodblade technique. His technique mirrored Bai Qingqing's, enhanced by the pressure of impending death. The Bloodblade technique began to undergo subtle alterations. It seemed neither fast nor slow, gradually evolving in quality. As time passed, under Bai Qingqing's relentless demonstration of swordsmanship, Fang Yuan's technique transformed increasingly, and the internal energy within him began to bubble. In a moment of unfocused clarity, a spark of inspiration illuminated Fang Yuan's mind, awakening him from his trance. Although the Bloodblade technique comprises 81 forms, All of these are merely variations of a singular technique. If I can merge these 81 forms, I can achieve that one move. As this thought flashed through his mind, Fang Yuan felt an explosion within his consciousness. The 81 forms of the Bloodblade technique flickered in his mind like a revolving lantern. Rehearsing in an instant, the spark of insight glimmered, akin to a furnace, attempting to meld the Bloodblade technique into a cohesive whole. Yet, despite the furnace ablaze, it could not fully unify the technique. Nevertheless, even without complete integration, a faint hint of demonic essence surged uncontrollably forth. I need just a bit more. With this thought, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. Focusing on Bai Qingqing's curved blade, he abruptly ceased his defensive maneuvers, presenting himself as if offering his neck for the slaughter. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Qingqing's eyes. She could not comprehend why Fang Yuan suddenly appeared so resigned. However, despite observing Fang Yuan's stillness, she had no intention of holding back. Her curved blade transformed abruptly, slicing toward Fang Yuan's neck. As Bai Qingqing's blade bore down upon him, Fang Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if death beckoned. Yet, he remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Qingqing's blade. Stimulated by the specter of death, Fang Yuan perceived her incoming strike as if it were in slow motion. The world around him fading into a hushed stillness, as he watched Bai Qingqing's blade draw near. Under the weight of impending death, a tremor surged through the refining process within his mind. Boom! A strike born of the 81 forms of the Bloodblade coalesced in his consciousness. Though it was but a single strike, Fang Yuan recognized it as one that transcended any technique he had previously encountered. The changes occurring within Fang Yuan's mind, though seemingly protracted, transpired in reality within the blink of an eye. The next instant, a crimson blade light surged from his grasp. 1,000 blades rending. An unfathomable torrent of blood light erupted from Fang Yuan's long sword, enveloping both combatants in an instant. As this technique was unleashed, the internal energy within Fang Yuan surged, racing towards his mind. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as Fang Yuan's internal energy rapidly condensed, while the ambient spiritual essence rushed into his body. Chapter 24. Innate. How is this possible? Bai Qingqing gazed at the myriad of crimson wounds adorning her form, her expression vacant. The next moment, her body crumpled to the ground, her vitality swiftly waning. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. Though forcibly wielding this technique propelled me into the innate realm, it has nonetheless inflicted considerable strain upon my body. Closing his eyes to attune to his inner self, the intricate network of meridians and the torrent of vital energy flowed vividly within his mind. Having ascended to the realm of innate warriors, he now possessed the ability of inner sight. In this moment, as he employed this ability to examine himself, Fang Yuan discerned the myriad of hidden injuries throughout his body. He had consumed a pill that ravaged his body to unleash potential. And furthermore, he had forcibly executed 1,000 blades rending, which had severely harmed him. His martial foundation was now unstable. It could be said that he would never again advance in his cultivation. However, it is fortunate that this is merely a simulated body. Even if my martial foundation is compromised, it is of little consequence. Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, finally allowing his mind to relax. He gazed at the unconscious Bai Qingqing and Lu Zhengqin lying on the ground. He contemplated for a moment before using medicine to stabilize their injuries. Subsequently, he moved them into the dilapidated temple to recuperate. In the final moments, he had refrained from slaying Bai Qingqing, for a living innate martial artist was far more valuable to him than a dead one. Moreover, Bai Qingqing possessed the complete blood blade technique and the blood sea demon art. For these reasons, Fang Yuan could not bring himself to kill her. Of course, had Bai Qingqing posed a threat to his life, he would have had no hesitation in eliminating her. However, at present, she no longer represented a danger to him. After relocating the three to the interior of the temple, Fang Yuan administered a poison pill he had upgraded to Bai Qingqing, followed by an antidote. With this, combined with other methods, I should be able to restrain her. He nodded silently at the sight of Bai Qingqing's stunning face, now pale and ghostly. Truth be told, he was not particularly keen on employing such methods to control others. But he had no choice. His power was still in its infancy, and rapid expansion necessitated the use of these tactics. These measures are unavoidable. To develop swiftly, I must resort to them. Having dealt with Bai Qingqing, Fang Yuan turned his attention to Lu Zhiqin and Zhou Yangfu. After assessing their physical conditions, he nodded. Although their injuries are severe, They do not threaten their lives. It seems Bai Qingqing held back. The Bloodblade sect, after all, had seen better days. Thus, despite their betrayal, Bai Qingqing spared their lives. Cultivating a postnatal master required significant effort, and the Bloodblade sect was in dire need of talent. Even if these two had turned against her, she endured it. Regrettably, Bai Qingqing's mercy had inadvertently benefited Fang Yuan. Once he had treated the injuries of the three, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged beside the fire. Carefully examining his current condition, his breakthrough had been rather hasty, and he had yet to thoroughly inspect the changes within himself. Closing his eyes, Fang Yuan meticulously explored the transformations occurring within his body. My inner breath has transformed into true energy, and I have bridged the gap between the internal and external. My true energy is now constantly exchanging with the external elemental energy, allowing for rapid recovery. From now on, I shall never suffer from insufficient true energy. Upon breaking through to the innate level, I have gained the ability of internal vision, enabling me to perceive the subtle changes within my body and observe the movements of my muscles and bones. Recognizing this, Fang Yuan silently nodded. With this capability, practicing martial arts would become significantly simpler. After all, possessing the ability to clearly perceive any internal changes would make many techniques requiring bodily control no longer daunting. Moreover, I have opened the internal-external barrier, allowing me to draw upon the surrounding elemental energy through my innate true spirit to amplify the power of my techniques. With this thought, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and casually gestured into the air. As he did so, streams of elemental energy seemed to respond to an invisible pull, gathering spontaneously in his hands. With a whoosh, a gust of energy struck the wooden door of the dilapidated temple. Crack! The door trembled violently upon impact, dust cascading to the ground. Observing this, Fang Yuan nodded, then pressed his right hand down, causing true energy to surge forth. Bang! A stepping stone 1 yard away suddenly soared into the air as if struck by an unseen force. Fang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as he swept his left hand through the air, sending forth an invisible wave of true energy that sliced the stone in half like a razor. Gazing at the smooth cut of the severed stone, Fang Yuan nodded appreciatively. Having broken through to the innate realm, he now possessed the ability to project true energy externally. It could be said that his strength had undergone a remarkable leap. Had Bai Qingqing wielded such abilities earlier, I might not have been her match. With this thought, Fang Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted to the unconscious Bai Qingqing. He had previously examined her body and understood why she had not utilized her powers. Her innate true spirit is damaged, making it exceedingly difficult for her to manifest true energy or other abilities, which is how I gained the upper hand. Only a master-level expert could inflict such damage upon an innate martial artist's true spirit. Master-level practitioners possess fully awakened innate true spirits, triggering their divine essence, allowing the use of spiritual powers and various extraordinary abilities. Only a master-level expert could cause such harm to an innate martial artist's true spirit, leading to a regression in their strength. After discerning the changes within his body and gaining a solid understanding of his current strength, Fang Yuan shifted his focus elsewhere. Ever since he had ascended to the innate realm, he had felt a mysterious consciousness descending upon him, waiting for him to unlock it. What could this be? Fang Yuan concentrated, using the heightened sensitivity of his spirit gained from breaking through to the innate realm to silently perceive the sensation swirling around him. Pondering deeply, it would be prudent not to act rashly for now. Perhaps I should wait until Bai Qingqing awakens to discuss it. After all, Bai Qingqing was the saintess of the Bloodblade sect. Well-versed in many matters, she might hold the key to understanding this phenomenon. With this thought, Fang Yuan settled cross-legged on the ground, beginning to circulate his true energy to gradually mend his internal injuries. Time passed, and eventually, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, pulling Fang Yuan from his meditative state. I could see the same moment. Bai Qingqing let out a soft groan and slowly regained consciousness. You are awake. Chapter 25. The Arrival. What is this? Bai Qingqing looked at her surroundings, her expression somewhat bewildered. You. Upon seeing Fang Yuan donning a bronze ghost mask, Bai Qingqing's heart raced with excitement. She attempted to rise, but her body weakened, and she fell back to the ground. You are gravely injured, and having been subjected to my blade intent, it is best that you refrain from any sudden movements. Fang Yuan stated calmly. The technique he had derived from the 81 forms of the Bloodblade, known as 1,000 blades and 10,000 cuts, not only harmed the physical body, but also attacked the mind. After being subjected to his blade intent, Bai Qingqing's already injured innate true spirit was further compromised, making it difficult for her to summon her true energy. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Bai Qingqing closed her eyes to sense her body, her expression darkening immediately. "You do not intend to kill me. What do you want? Surely, you do not wish to control me as well." Bai Qingqing's demeanor turned cold. "Indeed, you are an innate expert, and I find myself in need of someone with your talents." Fang Yuan acknowledged with a nod. "Your value is too great. I cannot bear to let you die." Bai Qingqing's expression shifted uncomfortably. It was likely that anyone hearing such words would react similarly. "What do you want me to do?" After a moment of silence, Bai Qingqing's expression regained its calm. She was not yet ready to perish, since the situation had rendered her a mere pawn. She could only take it one step at a time, observing Fang Yuan's intentions. "Rest assured, I will not ask you to undertake anything that would put you in a difficult position." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "I merely wish to learn some of the martial arts of the Bloodblade sect, and any knowledge you may possess." "Very well. If you wish to know, I shall inform you." After a brief silence, Bai Qingqing nodded. Although the subsequent techniques of the Bloodblade and Blood Sea Demon art were classified secrets within the sect, given the current circumstances, she was willing to negotiate for her life. "In the place where I am hiding, there exists a tome personally pinned by my father, which contains the complete Bloodblade technique and the Blood Sea Demon art, sufficient for you to cultivate to the Master Realm." As she spoke, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted, and she looked at Fang Yuan with curiosity. "Who taught you that technique you just used? Are you referring to 1,000 blades and 10,000 cuts?" Fang Yuan countered. Observing Bai Qingqing nod. He then explained, "It is a technique I forged by refining the 81 forms of the Bloodblade. The moment it was conceived, I felt it deserved to be called 1,000 blades and 10,000 cuts." Listening to Fang Yuan's words, Bai Qingqing could not help but feel moved. The 81 forms of the Bloodblade, although derived from 1,000 blades and 10,000 cuts, the ability to reverse engineer the latter from the former was a testament to his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. At this juncture, Bai Qingqing was astonished. Even she, the saintess of the Bloodblade sect, could not accomplish such a feat. "Perhaps it is due to my affinity with the Bloodblade techniques that I am capable of such a thing," Fang Yuan casually remarked, and Bai Qingqing, upon hearing his words, could not help but smile wryly. The Blood Knife technique is a master-level martial art consisting of 3 distinct moves: 1,000 blades of torture, Butcher's Skill, and Blood Rain and Bloody Wind. You have now mastered the 1,000 blades of torture with the complete manual, and by comprehending the knife intent imprinted by my father, it won't be long before you can fully master the Blood Knife technique." Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and the two fell into a momentary silence. After a considerable pause, Fang Yuan broke the stillness and inquired once more, "Do you sense an enigmatic will descending upon you?" "Waiting for your engagement. Enigmatic will?" Bai Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. "Are you suggesting that you feel an invisible will surrounding you?" As Bai Qingqing's expression shifted, her gaze towards Fang Yuan became tinged with astonishment. Fang Yuan nodded affirmatively. "How could this be possible?" Bai Qingqing murmured, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. "Oh, you know what this signifies." Observing Bai Qingqing's countenance, Fang Yuan felt a stir within. "When did you first experience this sensation?" "After I broke through to the innate realm," Fang Yuan replied. "If I am not mistaken." Bai Qingqing regarded Fang Yuan with a complex expression and said, "According to my father, this signifies the arrival of the martial realm's will. Once you engage with this will, you shall have the opportunity to enter the martial realm." "The martial realm?" Fang Yuan paused momentarily. "Indeed, it is the martial realm." Bai Qingqing nodded, her eyes fixed on Fang Yuan, her mind perplexed. What could this mean? Why would the martial realms will manifest in Fang Yuan? To her knowledge, such occurrences typically transpire only when a martial artist creates an extraordinary martial technique. Yet now, it had manifested in a martial artist who had just broken through to the innate realm. What extraordinary martial technique could an innate realm martial artist possibly create? The martial realm. Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated that merely breaking through a single realm would invite the will of the martial realm upon him. However, a lingering suspicion arose within Fang Yuan. Perhaps this was all related to his integration of the Fang family's turtle snake formation into the Sun and Moon Qi method. This presents a tremendous opportunity, yet unfortunately, your current cultivation is still somewhat insufficient. Stealing her resolve, Bai Qingqing gazed at Fang Yuan and suddenly shook her head with a sigh. "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan asked, his eyes filled with confusion. "If your cultivation were at the Grandmaster level, you would undoubtedly be capable of obtaining unimaginable opportunities within the martial realm, even catching a glimpse of the 10 heavenly techniques. However, regrettably, you are currently only at the innate realm. Should you dare to seek the Grandmaster level martial arts or the 10 heavenly techniques, It would spell certain doom for you. Observing Fang Yuan's bewildered expression, Bai Qingqing elaborated. In the martial realm, martial arts exist in the form of spiritual imprints. If you wish to glimpse the 10 heavenly techniques, the essence contained within those techniques will directly obliterate your spirit, even causing you to lose your martial foundation entirely. In ancient times, there was an innate martial artist who, upon encountering this opportunity, sought to glimpse the heavenly techniques. Although he succeeded in learning them, the imprint of the techniques in his mind utterly destroyed his true essence, leaving him unable to advance further for life. Hearing this, Fang Yuan furrowed his brows and asked, "What if I refrain from engaging with the martial realms will and wait until I break through again? The martial realms will only linger upon you for 1 month. If you do not engage with it within this time frame, it will dissipate," Bai Qingqing replied, dispelling Fang Yuan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan nodded slightly, yet a resolute decision began to form within him. Perhaps for those in this world, venturing to the martial realm to engage with the heavenly techniques while still in a low state of cultivation would be an absurd choice, but for Fang Yuan, it might not pose an issue at all. If my spirit is not sufficiently strong when imprinting the heavenly techniques, even if I succeed in imprinting them in my mind, it could destroy my martial foundation. However, for me, as long as I can obtain the heavenly techniques during this simulation, it would be an immense gain. Chapter 26. The realm of the blade. Now that he had become an innate martial artist, though his influence had yet to be fully established, he could accept ending the simulation at this point. However, Bai Qingqing had mentioned that he still had a month to decide, so Fang Yuan was in no hurry. After all, the will of the martial realm would not simply vanish. He would take this time to prepare. As their conversation continued, Lu Zhengqin and Zhou Yongfu gradually regained consciousness upon seeing Bai Qingqing before them. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Once they learned that Bai Qingqing had also been subdued by Fang Yuan, they relaxed considerably, no longer shivering. Nonetheless, their gazes towards Bai Qingqing remained awkward and evasive. "Enough. Take me to your hiding place and retrieve the manual left by your father." Noticing that the three had awakened, Fang Yuan instructed Lu Zhengqin and Zhou Yongfu to leave, while he and Bai Qingqing proceeded to her hiding place. Despite their serious injuries, Lu Zhengqin and Zhou Yongfu could still move, retaining some strength, so Fang Yuan had no concerns for their safety. Bai Qingqing's hiding place was within Zhe City. In a seemingly ordinary residence, Fang Yuan observed the manual retrieved by Bai Qingqing, nodded in acceptance, and then the two exited Zhe City, returning to Fang Yuan's home in Yi City. Upon reaching home, Fang Yuan removed his bronze mask and addressed Bai Qingqing. "Choose a room for yourself. These children are orphans I have taken in." Intent on firmly establishing control over Bai Qingqing, Fang Yuan deemed it essential for her to remain close at hand. Gazing at Fang Yuan's face, Bai Qingqing nodded and casually selected an empty room to reside in. With Bai Qingqing under his control, Fang Yuan was not concerned about revealing his true appearance. In fact, he no longer required the bronze mask for concealment. His strength had reached a level where he could command respect without resorting to deception. Although this world was vast and filled with many martial artists, the majority spend their lives trapped within the acquired realm, with few able to ascend to the innate realm. Once one enters the innate realm, they can truly become a power unto themselves. As for the Grandmaster realm, there are scarcely a handful in any nation, their status and influence even more formidable. However, Fang Yuan only revealed his true self before the orphans he had taken in and Bai Qingqing. He continued to wear the bronze mask in front of others. Returning to his room, Fang Yuan took a moment to calm his mind and adjust his spirit before opening the blood knife manual personally inscribed by Bai Qingqing's father, Bai Yangping. As he flipped through the pages, the first thing that caught his eye was the blood knife technique. Fang Yuan silently studied the manual, and as his spiritual perception stirred, he felt as though the martial techniques inscribed on the pages were gradually coming to life, launching an offensive against him. Blood spread like a mist, and blood rain fell, a myriad of illusions materializing before Fang Yuan's eyes. Waves of knife intent surged through the paper, penetrating into Fang Yuan's mind. An intangible murderous aura enveloped him. Yet, had Fang Yuan still been in the acquired realm, Bai Yangping's personally inscribed blood knife technique would have undoubtedly inflicted spiritual harm upon him, potentially rendering him a mere puppet to the knife techniques. However, now that Fang Yuan had broken through to the innate realm, his true essence awakened, and his spiritual perception was formidable, he faced the onslaught of knife intents without fear. After a long while, Fang Yuan set the manual aside, closing his eyes momentarily. In his mind, the myriad knife techniques continuously performed, at times merging, at times dispersing, as if they transformed into a torrential blood rain, freely cascading. However, as time passed, the knife techniques within Fang Yuan's mind gradually coalesced until, at a certain moment, all the techniques converged into three distinct moves. The three knife strikes illuminated each other, emerging vividly in Fang Yuan's consciousness. Yet, apart from the 1,000 blades of torture, which appeared remarkably solid, the other two techniques seemed somewhat ethereal. 1,000 blades of torture, butcher's skill, blood rain, and bloody wind. Observing the three fused knife techniques in his mind, Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He had deeply comprehended the 1,000 blades of torture, thus its solid form. As for the other two, his understanding remained insufficient. While he could execute them, they were not yet fully refined. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan believed that with careful study of the manual left by Bai Yangping, it would not be long before he mastered the other two techniques. Truly, this is a master-level knife technique. Indeed remarkable. Feeling the profound essence of the three-blade techniques, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. The secret manual left by Yangping classifies the path of the sword into 4 realms. The first realm is the momentum of the blade, which I have already attained when I comprehended the art of 1,000 cuts. The second realm is the intent of the blade, capable of executing various sword techniques with remarkable finesse, evoking deep emotions and impacting the spirit. The third realm is the forgetting of the blade, a state achievable only by a grandmaster. As for the fourth realm, Bai Yangping himself did not understand what it entailed. He merely knew of its existence. Why this classification? I am still somewhat distant from the realm of blade intent. Although he could evoke the spirit through the blood blade technique, the inability to retract it meant he had not yet reached the level of blade intent. After calming his mind, Fang Yuan carefully stored the manual and promptly settled into a meditative posture, commencing his quiet cultivation, while he had also acquired the blood sea demonic art from the manual, which could elevate him to the realm of a grandmaster. Fang Yuan held no interest in practicing such demonic techniques to him. This art merely served as a resource, contributing to his martial foundation. However, within the blood sea demonic art, he discovered descriptions of the innate realm and the grandmaster realm, providing him with a deeper understanding of how to proceed with his cultivation. The innate realm entails the awakening of one's true essence. The subsequent cultivation focuses on strengthening one's vital energy, employing various methods to enhance the true essence until reaching a limit. Reflecting on his recollections of the innate realm, Fang Yuan gradually entered a profound state of meditation. A day passed swiftly. After a day's recuperation, Fang Yuan had firmly controlled the internal injuries within him, which would no longer pose any hindrance. Unfortunately, the martial foundation of this body had suffered severe damage, and unless he encountered an extraordinary treasure, it seemed unlikely he could continue to ascend in martial arts throughout his life, silently sensing the unfathomable will of the martial realm swirling around him. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, embarking on a new day. His daily routine consisted of training orphans, practicing martial arts, and handling various matters related to the Qinglong society. As time slipped away rapidly, with the addition of Bai Qingqing, an innate expert, the influence of the Qinglong society experienced a meteoric rise. With her involvement and experience, the affairs of the society fell into a smooth rhythm, requiring no constant oversight from Fang Yuan. Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the moment when Fang Yuan would attempt to connect with the will of the martial realm. He had become aware that the martial will circling around him was growing increasingly faint, teetering on the brink of vanishing. At this point, he could no longer afford to wait. The outcome hinges on this decisive moment. A thought flashed through his mind, and Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he closed his eyes. He extended his spiritual awareness, directly linking with the will of the martial realm that in a state of ethereal disorientation. Fang Yuan felt his spirit ascend infinitely, expanding. At an unknown moment, when he regained his senses, he beheld a wondrous world before him. There was no earth, no sky, nor sun or moon. All that existed were a multitude of martial imprints. These were the imprints left by countless martial artists throughout history, and by merging with them, one could inherit their techniques. Fang Yuan floated like a specter in the air, gazing around at the kaleidoscope of colors, where martial imprints manifested in myriad forms, each radiating its unique brilliance. At that moment, a realization surged within him. I see. When entering, one must leave behind a martial imprint unique to oneself, thereby allowing the fusion with other martial imprints. With this thought, Fang Yuan, through instinctive understanding, began to condense a portion of the day and night breathing technique from the turtle snake disc into existence. It was this technique that allowed him entry into the martial realm. Observing the spiraling day and night imprint merging with the surrounding martial imprints, Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Among the countless martial imprints, he spotted 100 glowing with brilliance, each occupying its own domain. These represented the top 100 extraordinary techniques on the list of remarkable arts. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan's heart stirred. What about the 10 heavenly techniques? As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan scanned his surroundings until he looked upward. 10 martial imprints hung in the air like suns, surrounded by an emptiness. These 10 imprints varied in appearance. Some resembled golden statues of Buddhas, others were fearsome divine swords. And there were even 6-armed great asuras alongside other enigmatic forms. Seeing this, Fang Yuan inhaled deeply, excitement swelling within him. The 10 heavenly techniques. His gaze lingered on the 6-armed great asura imprint. If I had chosen techniques like fist or sword arts, I cannot fathom how long it would take to comprehend them. However, having cultivated the blood blade technique, and given that the Great Asura Divine Blade is also a blade technique, this connection may allow me to grasp the Great Asura Divine Blade at a swifter pace. With this thought, Fang Yuan considered his situation in the real world, and a resolution formed within him. Without hesitation, he directed his intent, and his body floated toward the 6-armed Great Asura. After a while, gazing at the resplendent 6-armed Great Asura imprint before him, he acted without delay, merging directly into it. Light, an endless brilliance flashed before Fang Yuan's eyes, as intricate trajectories etched themselves deeply into his mind. Amidst this ceaseless radiance, countless beams converged into a small 6-armed Great Asura imprint, integrating into Fang Yuan's consciousness. With the merging of the 6-armed Great Asura imprint, an indescribable blade intent erupted instantaneously, deeply embedding itself within Fang Yuan's mind. Boom! He felt a tremendous jolt in his consciousness, as his true essence trembled violently, as if struck by an unimaginable force, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's vision blurred, and his spiritual awareness was abruptly withdrawn from the martial realm, returning to his corporeal form. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the crimson stains on his hands, and offered a bitter smile. While he had sensed that blade intent within his spirit, his physical body had nonetheless suffered severe trauma. His body had become riddled with wounds, and even the internal injuries he had previously quelled now surged forth violently. Yet, this was not the gravest injury. The most severely affected was his true essence. Closing his eyes to introspect, he observed that his once vibrant true essence now appeared wan and feeble, as if it had endured a devastating blow. Fortunately, it hasn't cost me my life. Observing his current condition, Fang Yuan let out a bitter chuckle. Despite the severe injuries, he believed that with careful recuperation, recovery was possible. However, from this moment forth, his body was effectively ruined. He could no longer continue his ascent in martial arts unless he initiated the next simulation. This thought crossed his mind. Fang Yuan, enduring the dizziness from his injured essence, closed his eyes to recall the experience. With his recollections, the imprint of the 6-armed Great Asura materialized in his mind. The fierce, blue-faced figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a magnificent blade, appeared vividly in his thoughts. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile. Even though his body had been utterly ruined, this gain made it all worthwhile. Coughing once more, he wiped the blood from his lips and settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to stabilize the injuries within him. For if he neglected these wounds any further, he would not last long. After a considerable time, having stabilized his internal injuries, Fang Yuan closed his eyes to introspect, regarding the imprint that floated in his memory. He mused, though the blade technique transcends the mundane, it is precisely because it is so formidable that it is far beyond my current capacity. Right now, not only can I not practice the blade technique, but I also lack the knowledge of the specific methods for the Great Asura Divine Blade. Yet, even if I cannot wield it now, I can still use this blade intent to guide my understanding of the path of the sword. Upon contemplating this, Fang Yuan quietly nodded in agreement. Although he could not make use of it at present, he firmly believed that with diligent study, his mastery of sword techniques would inevitably undergo a qualitative leap. As this thought crossed his mind, He turned his gaze towards his blood blade technique. What he beheld were three sword moves that, while mere imprints of memory, seemed to possess a life of their own. Exuding a faint aura of enchantment as they gracefully circled around the great Azura divine blade imprint at this sight, Fang Yuan felt an immense satisfaction swell within him. Even though he had only glimpsed the scattered traces of the divine blade during the imprinting process, it had significantly advanced his blood blade technique. With my current strength, and if I were to forcefully unleash a fragment of the divine blade's essence amidst life and death, perhaps I could already contend with a master-level warrior. He mused, of course, the cost of such a confrontation would be his immediate demise, as the divine blade's intent would utterly obliterate his true nature and spirit. Fang family. Just you wait, he thought coldly. Reflecting on his predicament in the real world, he was confident that once he brought his strength into play, the vast Fang family would stand no chance against him. Moreover, I must seek the advancement technique of the Xuanwu true art within the Fang family. With the Xuanwu true art, Fang Yuan could continue to gain an advantage at the innate level, further merging the disparate martial systems of both worlds to the innate Qi refining stage. The martial arts of the real world began to diverge from those of this realm. Fang Yuan had meticulously perused the memories of his former self and was privy to certain specific secrets. For instance, at the innate Qi refining level, the real world began to emphasize the opening of bodily orifices, refining true energy into various properties in preparation for the cultivation of the Gangsha realm. Fang Yuan. All the various practices of the real world were ultimately aimed at that final realm. All levels prior were merely preparatory steps toward it, the mystical seeds of martial arts. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and rose from his seat, preparing for the tasks that lay ahead. In the next 19 years, I shall diligently develop my influence, preparing for the next simulation. Fang Yuan was convinced that with himself and Bai Qingqing, both innate warriors, along with a dozen or so postnatal warriors, his Qinglong society would certainly thrive and crush any obstacles in its path. Chapter 28. The conclusion of the second simulation in a certain mansion in Yi City. Fang Yuan coughed twice and set down the long sword in his hand, casually taking a towel offered by a nearby maid to wipe the sweat from his brow. 19 years had passed, and in just a few days, this simulation would come to an end. Sitting on a stool, enjoying a shoulder massage from the maid, Fang Yuan reflected on the endeavors of the past 19 years. Ever since he subdued the Bloodblade sect, the Qinglong society had assimilated the Bloodblade sect into its ranks, gradually expanding its power. With his own contributions, the Qinglong society now boasted 6 innate warriors. The Qinglong society flourished. He also acquired numerous martial skills, although his true nature and spirit had suffered severe damage during the imprinting of the great Azura divine blade, preventing him from advancing further. This did not hinder his practice of sword and blade techniques. Today, his swordsmanship had successfully reached the second realm of the blade path, the blade intent. Upon entering this stage, his techniques became increasingly captivating, each move imbued with a compelling blade intent. Moreover, upon reaching the blade intent realm, his blood blade technique had achieved great mastery. With this mastery and his level of swordsmanship, he could now tenuously invoke a hint of the great Azura divine blade's mysteries. Not only that, but his swordplay had successfully ascended to the first realm of the sword path, the sword momentum. His fist techniques, body techniques, medical skills, and poison techniques had also progressed remarkably during these 19 years. As long as I can draw martial arts cultivation after the simulation concludes, then everything in the real world is of no concern, he thought. With this notion in mind, Fang Yuan stood up and addressed the maid beside him. Please inform the other dragon heads to come to see me tonight. Yes, the maid replied with a bow before departing. Aside from myself, the Qinglong society now has 5 innate masters. I hope they will adhere to my wishes and remain concealed, avoiding any exposure of the Qinglong society until my next simulation. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the other 4 innate warriors, aside from Bai Qingqing, were his adopted sons, loyal to him, and would follow his commands without question, he could not be certain if they would maintain the rules he had established should he leave the Qinglong society for 20 years. The rules he had laid down for the Qinglong society were entirely for the purpose of secrecy, to await his next simulation, and thus had remained hidden from others' eyes. It was precisely because of this that the Qinglong society, with its 6 innate warriors, had remained astonishingly low profile. Before I conclude this simulation, I must devise a method to ensure the Qinglong society remains concealed, lest they be eradicated before my next simulation, he resolved, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. That night, in the Yi City mansion. Within the living room, Fang Yuan surveyed the 5 innate warriors beside him, reflecting, Su Hai, Lu Jian, Li Yu, Fang Yuan, along with Bai Qingqing. This is the entirety of the Qinglong society's innate warriors. These 4 are my adopted sons, devoted to me. But as for Bai Qingqing, his gaze shifted towards Bai Qingqing. Though she has remained unperturbed since my subjugation of her, should I depart, her standing just beneath me could alter the dynamics significantly. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan spoke. I have summoned you here for 2 matters. The first is that someone has reported Bai Qingqing, claiming she intends to resurrect the Bloodblade sect. Seeing Bai Qingqing about to defend herself, Fang Yuan raised a hand slightly, halting her words, and continued. I recognize your unwavering loyalty to the Qinglong society, but given the report, your position as Dragon Head is hereby suspended until the investigation is concluded. Bai Qingqing's expression shifted, and with a resigned nod, she acquiesced. The Qinglong society's structure was stringent. Without her position, even with her formidable strength, she would find it difficult to command even a single soldier. The Qinglong society had a total of 6 Dragon Heads, with Fang Yuan as the Grand Dragon Head, overseeing the entire organization. Without the position of Dragon Head, my arduous journey to mend my injuries will be significantly delayed. She thought. She had sustained severe damage to her true nature and spirit during the clash between the Grand Master and her father when the Bloodblade sect was annihilated. During her confrontation with Fang Yuan, she had struggled even to execute the Bloodblade technique. Now, leveraging the Qinglong society's influence, she had been diligently searching for opportunities to restore her true nature and spirit at this juncture. She was on the verge of full restoration. And once her true nature was healed, she might even glimpse the master realm with her years of accumulated prowess. Yet now, with Fang Yuan revoking her position, her plans for recovery had been abruptly halted. Fang Yuan's 4 adopted sons exchanged glances but did not intercede on Bai Qingqing's behalf, all expressing their agreement. The second matter is that I will be leaving the Qinglong society for 20 years. After my departure, Su Hai will manage all affairs of the Qinglong society on my behalf. The others looked at Fang Yuan in astonishment upon hearing this declaration that I have pressing matters to attend to. But I will return in 20 years, Fang Yuan stated. After I leave, you must wholeheartedly assist Su Hai, just as you have supported me. Father, Su Hai and the others began, but Fang Yuan simply gestured for silence. No need for further discussion. Follow my instructions. That Su Hai was unwaveringly loyal and possessed a temperament that aligned with Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan was confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Su Hai would adeptly manage the Qinglong society in accordance with the rules he had established. Su Hai's reputation is commendable, and among these 4 adopted sons, his martial prowess is superior. With my endorsement, he should be able to lead the Qinglong society with stability. Moreover, I have provided him an opportunity to extend favor to Bai Qingqing. With her assistance, I trust the others will not dare to stir up trouble. A fleeting thought crossed Fang Yuan's mind as he turned to glance at Bai Qingqing, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Deep within, he pondered the situation. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Bai Qingqing. His decision to revoke her position as the leader of the Dragon Head was strategically aimed at facilitating Su Hai's restoration of her role, thereby placing Bai Qingqing in a position of indebtedness to Su Hai. With Bai Qingqing's assistance, even if the other 3 adopted sons harbored ambitions to resurrect the Qinglong society, their efforts would likely be thwarted. As long as Bai Qingqing did not ascend to the Master Realm, the Qinglong society would remain unscathed. Of course, even if Bai Qingqing did attain mastery and subsequently took command of the Qinglong society, he would remain indifferent. He had already acquired the heavenly skill, and as long as he simulated his innate achievement next time, he could eliminate Bai Qingqing without concern, so long as the Qinglong society did not fall. Preventing him from starting anew from scratch, he could accept the situation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yuan casually remarked, "Well, it is getting late. Let us all disperse." The crowd nodded in agreement and departed. For the sake of the next simulation, I have indeed exerted considerable effort. Fang Yuan mused silently as he watched them leave, shaking his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he was convinced that all of this was worthwhile. Time swiftly passed, and at last, the day arrived for Fang Yuan to conclude his simulation. As the moment approached, he walked into a hidden cave on a cliff within a forest, and gradually closed his eyes. An overwhelming darkness enveloped him, and he lost all 5 senses. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in reality. The simulation had ended, and the settlement began. Chapter 29. Lottery. You have survived for a total of 20 years during this simulation. You have left an indelible mark within a certain area. You have influenced the fate of a region, leaving a profound impact. Upon completion, you have earned a total of 3,150 points from this simulation. Lines of text materialized, and the simulator interface appeared before Fang Yuan's eyes. The lottery will subsequently emerge. It seems my initial thoughts were correct. After establishing an organization, the points I acquired this time are several times greater than last. Fang Yuan rejoiced at the sight of his accumulated simulation points. Although he had kept the Qinglong society shrouded in secrecy, it had not remained inactive. Under his guidance, wherever the Qinglong society was present, the societal atmosphere and public safety had significantly improved. Although the society operated from the shadows, countless individuals had been positively influenced by it. Shifting his gaze to the lottery wheel, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Lottery. As his will activated the wheel, it spun vigorously before gradually slowing down, eventually coming to a halt at a certain point. 10 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have won a piece of silver. 20 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have acquired Wang Cheng's swordsmanship. As the wheel ceased, Fang Yuan felt an immediate transformation within his body. His hands, arms, and entire physique underwent a remarkable change. Clenching his fist, he sensed the difference and nodded in satisfaction. My body has become far more suited for wielding a blade, unlike before when my muscles had not been honed, causing hindrances in my technique. Although his mastery of swordsmanship and various techniques had not altered, he now possessed the physical conditioning refined in the simulator, enabling him to wield the sword with the same prowess he had exhibited within the simulation. In an instant, the muscles in his body adapted to the art of swordplay, mirroring those of his simulated self. Another thought crossed his mind. Fang Yuan turned back to the lottery wheel and proceeded with more draws. 30 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have received a wisp of Wang Cheng's vital energy. 40 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have acquired Wang Cheng's teacup. Gazing at the teacup that materialized before him, Fang Yuan silently exerted force, shattering it into fragments. 50 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have obtained a brush. 60 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have received. In the blink of an eye, 210 simulation points had been expended, yet he had failed to secure the item he most desired. I refuse to believe I can't win. His gaze sharpened as he forcefully clicked on the lottery wheel once more. 70 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have acquired Wang Cheng's sword technique. His body experienced yet another transformation. 80 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have received a superior long sword. A long sword of superior quality, one he had wielded in the simulated world, appeared beside him. Finally, after expending an additional 450 simulation points, Fang Yuan secured the coveted item he sought. 90 simulation points consumed. Congratulations, you have attained Wang Cheng's martial prowess. With a resounding boom, as the lottery wheel came to a halt, Fang Yuan's internal energy erupted, surging to unprecedented heights, rapidly ascending from its initial state to a state of great accomplishment. However, this transformation did not cease. Instead, it continued to grow. Eventually, his internal energy reached its zenith, and Fang Yuan felt a slight prickling pain at his brow. A vast reservoir of internal energy coalesced, revealing a hazy sea of consciousness filled with misty gray energy. Within this space, the vigorous internal energy surged and converged, and a strand of his true essence emerged within the dim sea of consciousness, radiating a faint light that illuminated the surrounding area. Under the glow of this soft light, the misty gray energy within the sea dissipated, as if repelled by an unseen force, distancing itself from Fang Yuan's true essence. Once the changes ceased, Fang Yuan opened his eyes to behold a vibrantly alive world before him. Offering a faint smile, he had once again transformed into an innate martial artist. Glancing around the now cleared dungeon, Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the lottery wheel. I have acquired everything I needed. I shall refrain from drawing anymore. With that thought, he deactivated the lottery wheel. Lottery concluded. The second simulation has ended, and you have activated the time fluctuation function. Surprised by the sudden notification, Fang Yuan quickly examined the changes within the simulator. After a while, he nodded in realization. So, the so-called time fluctuation function means I no longer need to expend simulation points to extend the simulated world. As long as I possess simulation points, once the default 10 years of the simulated world concludes, the simulator will automatically utilize points to extend the simulation. This greatly simplifies matters. Henceforth, I will not need to establish a fixed duration. As long as I can survive in the simulated world, provided I possess sufficient simulation points, I can exist there for countless years. Pleased with the favorable changes to the simulator, Fang Yuan surveyed the remaining 2,700 simulation points he had. He shook his head slightly. Although the points appeared abundant, he understood that they were still insufficient for his next lottery attempt. However, having established the Qinglong Society during this simulation, he was confident that he would acquire even more points in the next endeavor. His gaze shifted to the miscellaneous items around him, and with a casual gesture, he expertly manipulated his true energy, obliterating the items beyond recognition. After disposing of the clutter, Fang Yuan drew forth the superior longsword that had accompanied him for quite some time. Admiring the pristine blade, and broke into a smile. Compared to the conclusion of the previous simulation, he had now attained the innate realm and acquired numerous martial skills, marking a significant leap in his capabilities. Fang family. A chill passed through Fang Yuan's gaze. The Fang family had imprisoned him for so long and even plotted to take his life. He would certainly not surrender without a fight. Moreover, he required the advanced technique of the turtle and snake spiral, Xuanwu true skill, which he needed to obtain from the Fang family. His current body was merely a collateral branch of the Fang family, typically restricted to learning only the turtle and snake spiral techniques, and some basic martial arts that it was practically impossible to acquire the inheritance of the Xuanwu true skill through conventional means. Thus, Fang Yuan had no intention of letting the Fang family off the hook. Although the Fang family was his biological kin in this body, Fang Yuan felt no connection to them. He had assumed the body of a deceased individual. Did that mean he was obliged to recognize the father of this body as his own father or the relatives as his family? Such arbitrary recognition of kinship was a behavior befitting only beasts. And Fang Yuan was no beast. He would not engage in such folly. Those who could easily declare a father, had they ever considered the whereabouts of their true father? If Fang Yuan were the biological father of such a creature, he would naturally not hesitate to execute this beast without a second thought. However, now that he occupies this body, if the Fang family had a decent relationship with him, it would be one matter. And Fang Yuan would certainly refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. But given that the Fang family intends to put him to death, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly refuse to endure such humiliation that a thought flashed through his mind as he gazed at the iron bars of the prison cell before him. With a swift motion, he wielded his long knife, unleashing several streaks of blade aura. The bars shattered, cleaved into 4 segments, which clattered to the ground, the sound echoing against the dungeon walls in a continuous reverberation. Chapter 30. Bloodlight. In a room near the entrance of the dungeon, 2 house servants dressed as attendants stood guard, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from deep within the dungeon. What sound is that? One servant turned toward the dungeon entrance, his expression laced with suspicion. Perhaps it's Fang Yuan banging against the iron bars. The other servant replied nonchalantly. They were aware that Fang Yuan was the son of Fang Tianzong, a martial artist of mediocre talent who had yet to reach the inner breath stage. What trouble could he possibly cause? We should go take a look, lest something goes awry and the master punishes us. One servant said, rising to retrieve the key to unlock the dungeon door. The other servant shook his head slightly. Even if something happens to Fang Yuan, what of it? He is bound to die soon anyway. We will not be held accountable. That it is said that the family head has already located Fang Tianzong's hiding place and has gone to apprehend him. How dare he betray the clan with such a trivial inner breath cultivation? He truly does not know the peril he faces. The servant sneered quietly, recalling the recent rumors circulating within the Fang family. Suddenly, just as one servant was about to unlock the dungeon door, it erupted with a resounding bang. The iron door, forged from fine steel, seemed to receive a tremendous blow, violently detaching from the wall and crashing into the servant attempting to open it with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The rapidly approaching door collided forcefully with the wall of the room, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Cracks began to form around the iron door's impact point, causing the wall to splinter. Blood flowed like water down the wall behind the iron door. As for the servant trapped between the door and the wall, he was lifeless in an instant. The occurrence was so swift and unexpected that the servant stationed at the dungeon entrance was still in shock. The remnants of a smile lingering on his lips, soft footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dungeon. The servant instinctively turned to look. Fang Yuan? Is that you? Glimpsing the dazed servant, Fang Yuan struck him down with a single stroke of his knife. This servant had treated his predecessor with great disrespect when he was imprisoned, and thus, Fang Yuan exacted revenge for the former's grievances. Casting a casual glance around the room, Fang Yuan promptly exited. At last, he was free. Observing the familiar sights of the Fang family, he lifted his gaze to the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin, and inhaled deeply. He had spent nearly 30 years in a simulated world for what purpose? To secure a stable existence in the real world. Now, he had finally emerged, armed with the power to dominate the entire Fang family. Fang family. A thought crossed his mind as he surveyed the familiar scenery. And he began to stride towards the residence of the family head. Fang Hao, what? Is that not young Master Fang Yuan? How could he be here? Wasn't he imprisoned by the family head? Along the way, how servants and maids were taken aback at the sight of Fang Yuan wielding a long knife, hastily retreating to hide. The news of Fang Yuan's escape spread like wildfire. Fang Yuan paid no mind to the maids and servants. His expression indifferent, he intended for them to disseminate the news of his escape, as this would prompt others to come to him, saving him the trouble of seeking them out individually. Fang Jianya's residence. You say Fang Yuan has escaped from the dungeon and is heading towards the family headquarters, armed with a long knife. Fang Jianya responded with surprise upon hearing the report from his attendant. Fang Tianzong has already been located by the family head. How could Fang Yuan have escaped? Is someone aiding him? As the thought crossed his mind, and upon hearing the attendant's affirmative reply, Fang Jianya nodded faintly and sent the attendant on his way. Though I am uncertain of the circumstances, Fang Yuan, you are courting death. Despite not fully understanding the situation and the details that remained elusive, Fang Jianya remained unfazed. As Fang Yuan's uncle, he was well aware of the young man's capabilities. It seems he has been blinded by rage. Now that he has escaped the dungeon, he should realize he ought not to be seen within the Fang family. Rising from his seat, Fang Jianya clenched his fists, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, Fang Ge has escaped, and he is heading towards my father's residence. Fang Jingyun's expression tightened. Indeed, and young Master Fang seems to be wielding a long knife. Appearing to, the maid responded. This won't do. I must ensure Fang Ge escapes the Fang family before my father returns. With a resolute expression, Fang Jingyun hastily exited the courtyard. She had already caught wind of the rumors that Fang Yuan's father, Fang Tianzong's hiding place, had been discovered, and her father's sudden departure that day was undoubtedly related to this matter. I hope Fang Ge can leave before the elders and uncles arrive. Fang Jingyun quickened her pace, silently praying. The Fang family estate was expansive, being one of the most prominent families in Feifeng City. It took Fang Yuan a while to reach Fang Hao's residence. However, at that moment, the area outside Fang Hao's residence was already crowded. Those who knew that Fang Yuan was armed and approaching the family head's quarters had gathered. Among them were Fang Yuan's uncles and various relatives, along with numerous household servants. Fang Yuan, tell me, who helped you escape? Fang Jianya stepped forward, confronting Fang Yuan with a low voice. Who helped me escape? I liberated myself. Fang Yuan replied coolly, meeting Fang Jianya's gaze. With your insufficient martial cultivation, having yet to break through to the inner breath stage, you dare claim you escaped on your own? Fang Jianya's expression darkened. If you refuse to speak, do not blame your second uncle for being merciless. At a corner, Fang Jingyun hurriedly approached and was immediately struck with alarm upon witnessing the scene. Fang Jianya had reached the inner breath grand completion stage, his cultivation level only below that of her father. Now, with Fang Jianya poised to strike Fang Yuan, the latter was utterly defenseless. Didn't he expect to arrive in haste only to be a moment too late? She gazed at Fang Yuan. Fang Jingyun bit her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If only she had arrived before Fang Jianya, she might have been able to assist Fang Yuan in escaping, but now, she was too late. And the opportunity had slipped away. Just as Fang Jingyun lamented her misfortune, a faint bloodlight began to emanate from Fang Yuan's blade, capturing her gaze. What? As she beheld the bloodlight rising from Fang Yuan's knife and saw Fang Jianya engulfed in the crimson glow and torn apart, Fang Jingyun instinctively halted in her tracks. Chapter 31. Blade aura hell lying on the ground. Fang Jianya's body lay lifeless, blood steadily pooling and spreading across the floor. Had Fang Yuan not deliberately restrained his blade's power, Fang Jianya would have been left in pieces. Silence enveloped the scene. The previously murmured conversations fell silent, everyone staring at Fang Yuan, seemingly entranced by the faint red glow of the blade. Unable to react. After a moment, one elder, shaken from the captivating sight, trembled as he processed the event. They had believed Fang Jianya would effortlessly subdue Fang Yuan, yet to their astonishment, Fang Jianya had been slain in a single strike. How could he kill? How dare he kill? Noticing the shift in atmosphere, one individual, sensing danger, began to inch away. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, and he swiftly unleashed a streak of blood-red blade aura. The light was as crimson as blood, imbued with a murderous frenzy, striking down upon the individual attempting to flee in an instant. Clang! As the blade's gleam approached, it penetrated the man's body directly. In an instant, the spectators beheld the disintegration of this individual, akin to a butcher expertly carving meat, with blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the onlookers' expressions turned grim, some even retched in disgust. From a distance, Fang Jingzhen observed the scene, her stomach churning violently, yet she managed to contain herself, albeit with a mixture of confusion and astonishment in her gaze directed at Fang Yuan. The ability to release one's vital energy signified that Fang Yuan had reached the realm of qi refinement. However, to her knowledge, Fang Yuan had yet to even enter the inner breath stage. Moreover, the Fang Yuan of the past had never displayed such ruthless disposition, nor had he ever practiced any exquisite sword techniques. Yet, she had undeniably witnessed the blood-red blade energy he unleashed, and could sense the formidable nature of the attack. What is happening? As she gazed at Fang Yuan's indifferent countenance, she felt as if the familiarity she once had with him had vanished, replaced by an unsettling strangeness that made her heart race. Fang Yuan remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Noticing that no one dared to meet his eyes, he spoke, "Without my command, those who dare to move will meet this fate." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, the crowd felt a tightening in their hearts. They were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, just days away from being executed by the family head. Fang Yuan had inexplicably grown so powerful in the blink of an eye. They were aware that Fang Jianya and the man from earlier were both formidable martial artists, the former even a master of the inner breath stage. Yet neither had been able to withstand a single strike from Fang Yuan. He has become a qi refinement warrior. Only such a practitioner possesses the strength to unleash blade energy from the air. Observing Fang Yuan, the elders of the clan trembled inwardly. The stronger Fang Yuan's abilities grew, the slimmer their chances of survival became. "What do you intend to do?" an elder inquired hoarsely, looking towards Fang Yuan. Hasn't this commotion alerted Fang Hao? Ignoring the elder's question, Fang Yuan's gaze passed over the crowd, settling on the quiet courtyard behind them, his brow furrowing. "Go summon Fang Hao for me." This prompted exchanged glances among several elders, their hesitation palpable. "What?" Fang Yuan's eyes turned cold, his hand gripping the blade slowly rotating. The elders, sensing the shift, hurriedly replied, "The family head has discovered your father's whereabouts and has taken people to pursue him." "How long ago?" Fang Yuan's brow furrowed. "It has been a day, if nothing unexpected has occurred." Aware of Fang Yuan's expression, one elder continued, "He should be nearing the family by now." Hearing the elder's response, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. "In that case, it seems my so-called father is doomed." "Very well. I shall avenge you shortly." He was a transmigrator, devoid of any emotional ties to the family or friends of this body. He merely possessed the memories of his predecessor, viewing it as a mere film, untainted by emotional attachments, and thus he felt no compulsion to inherit the previous sentiments, nor did he have any obsessive desires to fulfill. With a shift in his thoughts, Fang Yuan set aside his distractions. Just as he was about to address the trembling and panicked crowd before him, the sound of footsteps gradually approached from behind. Turning to look, he saw Fang Hao, accompanied by two accomplished inner breath warriors, approaching with uncertain expressions. Whispers began to circulate around them. "What is going on? Who did this?" Reaching Fang Yuan's side and glancing at Fang Jianya lying in a pool of blood and the dismembered clan member, Fang Hao turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan, his eyes narrowing. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. "Is it you, Fang Yuan?" As he observed the long blade in Fang Yuan's hand, Fang Hao's expression darkened. He had discerned that Fang Yuan was no longer the same. He could sense that Fang Yuan's aura was now subtly on par with his own. How is this possible? Just a few days ago, he was still uninitiated in the inner breath stage, yet now he has become a Qi refinement warrior. Fang Hao's mind raced with uncertainty. Is someone aiding him? But what kind of heavenly materials could allow someone to break through to the Qi refinement stage in such a short time? Moreover, to advance to the Qi refinement stage, one must possess the internal techniques of that level. The Fang family Xuanwu true art was known only to him and a few elders, Fang Yuan. You have some audacity. An inner breath warrior behind Fang Hao scrutinized Fang Yuan and coldly remarked, "Who permitted you to leave the dungeon?" He too sensed something was amiss, yet lacking the perception of a Qi refinement warrior. He dismissed the gravity of the situation. In his view, even if Fang Yuan had concealed his strength until today, what could a 16 or 17-year-old youth truly possess? Merely being able to kill Fang Jianya would be a remarkable feat. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, opting not to waste words. In an instant, a surge of blood-red blade energy erupted. Blood rain and storm. Fang Yuan murmured softly, the crimson blade light transforming into a fine mist. Swiftly enveloping a radius of 3 feet, the blade's aura carried an overwhelming force, chilling all who beheld it, as if they had been ensnared in a hell of blade energy within the sphere of blade light. The blade energy sliced through the air like a torrential downpour, swirling around Fang Yuan as its center. The area within 3 feet was entirely shrouded in this menacing aura behind Fang Hao. The two accomplished inner breath warriors could only register their horror before being torn to shreds by the blade energy. Even their belongings and weapons were reduced to mere fragments, scattered amid the rampant blade energy. In an instant, the area surrounding Fang Yuan transformed into a hell of blade energy, with blood swirling in the wake of the onslaught, resembling a purgatory. Fang Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he channeled his Xuanwu true Qi to resist. But in the next moment, he too was swept away by Fang Yuan's converging blade force, instantly reduced to fragments, save for a fist-sized orb that remained untouched, falling to the ground from the bloodied chaos. This blade embodies 20 years of cultivation. Do you think you can withstand it? Observing Fang Hao's disbelieving gaze as he was cleaved by the blade energy, Fang Yuan's expression remained indifferent, before shifting to the orb that had fallen from Fang Hao. Chapter 32. Xuanwu True Art. Fang Yuan reached out with an invisible force, employing the technique of seizing the dragon and controlling the crane, directly retrieving the fist-sized orb into his hand. The orb was a pale white, with dark speckles adorning its surface and inner layers. This orb, irrespective of its other qualities, is a rare treasure. Moreover, the black markings on the orb are not impurities. They are characters. As he gazed at the densely packed, tiny script within the orb, Fang Yuan took a glance before placing it against his chest. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned at the call. Fang Jingyun. Tears welling in her eyes, or a complex expression filled with resentment, hatred, confusion, and bewilderment. After a moment's glance at Fang Yuan, she sobbed and turned to flee. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, dismissing her, and then cast his gaze towards the remaining crowd. Fang Jingyun possessed a lowly cultivation level and had previously aided him. Now, she posed no threat to his perception. Fang Yuan recognized that despite her grievances, she would not take any hostile action against him. Having become a congenital being and regained his true nature, combined with 19 years of honing the great Azura blade, his perceptive abilities had far surpassed ordinary comprehension. As Fang Yuan's gaze fell upon the assembled crowd, they trembled involuntarily. Initially, they had anticipated a clash between the family head Fang Hao and Fang Yuan, yet the outcome was beyond their expectations. The man who had once suppressed the entire clan, the only Qi refinement warrior of the Fang family, Fang Hao, had been slain by Fang Yuan in a single blow, leaving the onlookers in shock and disbelief. They could not comprehend how Fang Yuan had become so powerful, nor why he had never exhibited even a fraction of his strength before. However, despite their confusion, they had all witnessed the manner in which Fang Yuan had dispatched Fang Hao. The Xuanwu true art of the family is in your possession, isn't it? Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the elders at the forefront of the crowd. The Xuanwu true art was the advanced technique of the turtle snake spiral. Only by acquiring it could he become a Qi refinement warrior. Now that he had cultivated one martial arts system to the congenital realm, he was but a step away from breaking through to the equivalent Qi refinement realm with the Xuanwu true art. As long as he mastered both martial arts systems to the same level, his cultivation speed would naturally accelerate tremendously. We are the ones safeguarding it. upon observing the blood that continued to flow slowly upon the ground. Several elders exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Very well, take me to see it. Fang Yuan's tone brooked no dissent. The elders, sharing a resigned look, nodded in acquiescence. Originally, the Xuanwu true skill could only be imparted to the direct descendants of the clan. Fang Yuan, as an illegitimate child, had no right to cultivate it. However, with the clan leader Fang Hao now slain by Fang Yuan, such regulations could no longer bind him, unless they were willing to sacrifice their lives to uphold this rule. You all continue with your tasks. If even a whisper of today's events escapes your lips, be wary of your heads. With this warning directed at the other members of the Fang family and their servants. Fang Yuan followed the elders to the location where the Xuanwu true skill was preserved. With a crisp sound, a mechanism clicked, causing a wall to tremble slightly before it began to slide to the right. Revealing a hidden wooden box behind it, one of the elders stepped forward to open the box and retrieved a tome. This is our clan Xuanwu true skill. Fang Yuan nodded as he accepted the book. From this day forth, I am the head of the Fang family. You have no objections, do you? He directed his gaze at the elders. None at all. No one would dare oppose your ascension to clan leader. The elders hastily replied, shaking their heads that it was a mere jest. Having already bestowed the Xuanwu true skill upon Fang Yuan, they could not possibly oppose his claim to leadership. On the contrary, should Fang Yuan choose not to assume the mantle, the elders might find themselves in turmoil. After all, with Fang Hao's demise, the Fang family would be on the brink of decline without Fang Yuan, the only Qi refinement warrior left to protect them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It was best that no one opposed him. Yet, should there be any dissent, he would not hesitate to let the Fang family bleed once more. Clan leader, what about that girl Fang Jingjun? One elder's gaze sharpened as he spoke in hushed tones. Fang Yuan cast a cold glance at him. Upon meeting Fang Yuan's gaze, the elder immediately ceased speaking, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Do not let me hear such words again. Yes, the elder nodded fervently. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would find it utterly bewildering. A man in his 50s quaking before a mere 16 or 17-year-old youth, reduced to such a state by a single glance and a few words. However, the other elders showed no inclination to mock him, for they understood the extraordinary power that resided within this young man, a power that commanded their humility and fear. Fang Yuan withdrew his gaze and instructed, assign someone to keep an eye on Fang Jingyun. Ensure she does not seek to end her own life. Proceed with everything else as usual. Although he had not inherited emotions from his previous life, he would not forget the assistance Fang Jingyun had provided him upon his arrival in this world. Without the help of the blood-burning secret method, he could not have unleashed his physical prowess. And his initial simulations would not have gone so smoothly. After issuing a few more commands, Fang Yuan departed the secret chamber with the Xuanwu true skill and the elders, although Fang Yuan's warning had instilled a sense of unease within the Fang family. The situation stabilized once he and the elders emerged to restore order. While numerous hidden dangers remained, the Fang family resumed its operations as before. After all, Fang Yuan had openly killed Fang Hao. His strength was beyond question, and with the demise of the Qi refinement level Fang Hao, only Fang Yuan remained as the sole Qi refinement warrior capable of leading the clan. That night, after having quelled the turmoil of the day, Fang Yuan returned to the clan leader's chamber. This room had once belonged to Fang Hao, yet all traces of him had been meticulously erased, cleaned by the servants and furnished anew. Fang Yuan now sat quietly at the desk, engrossed in the Xuanwu true skill. So this is how it is. In the real world, to transcend to the Qi refinement level, one does not tread the path of the martial world to cultivate the sea of consciousness and forge the true spirit, but rather opens acupoints within the body to elevate and transform the nature of one's internal breath. Moreover, he initially believed that the Fang family's Xuanwu true skill could only allow practitioners to reach the Qi refinement stage. Yet he was astonished to discover that it could actually enable one to cultivate to the Gangsha realm. In the Gangsha realm, a warrior opens specific acupoints, causing their internal breath to ascend into true energy. As long as the nature of the true energy aligns with a certain type of malevolent energy, it can devour this malevolent energy, thereby elevating the essence of the true energy and instigating a qualitative transformation. Once the malevolent energy is consumed, the true energy acquires the nature of the devoured energy, allowing it to further absorb the Tiangang energy. Upon consuming the Tiangang energy, the Gangsha realm reaches completion. After thoroughly studying the Xuanwu true skill, Fang Yuan extracted the orb he had obtained from Fang Hao and placed it before him for careful examination. Chapter 33. Taishang Internal Observation. The orb, akin to a fist, gleamed brilliantly under the flickering candlelight. Gazing at the extraordinary orb in his hand, Fang Yuan mused, perhaps this is the very object that incited Fang Tianzong's betrayal of the clan? This orb was indeed remarkable. Not only did it contain enigmatic inscriptions, but its material was also exceptional. It was known that, under his blade's might, even the finest steel would be reduced to dust. Yet this orb remained entirely unscathed. The fact that it withstood his blade's edge unscathed was testament enough to its superior composition. After toying with the orb for a moment, Fang Yuan dismissed further contemplation. The man was dead. Whether Fang Tianzong had betrayed the clan because of this orb was now inconsequential. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, honing in on the inscriptions within the orb. The characters were minuscule, resembling fine filigree, yet Fang Yuan's innate perceptiveness as a warrior of the innate realm allowed him to read them clearly. Taishang Internal Observation Scripture. The way is understood through the heart. The heart illuminates the way. When the heart is clear, the way descends. When the way descends, the heart communicates. Cultivation leads to a tranquil mind, achieving the state of heart and mind forgot. Having located the opening lines of the inscriptions, Fang Yuan scrutinized them intently, and after some time, he set the orb down, feeling a burgeoning understanding within. I never anticipated it to be a scripture for cultivating the mind. Such a tome on mental cultivation was a first for him in this world. As the verses flowed through his mind, Fang Yuan contemplated deeply. The Taishang Internal Observation Scripture was divided into 5 realms. The first being internal observation, the second contained thought, the third heart tranquility, the fourth sitting forgetfulness, and the fifth attaining the way. To master internal observation was to observe one's thoughts and perceive their fluctuations. To master contained thought was to restrain one's thoughts, reducing distractions and minimizing mental exhaustion. Mastering heart tranquility further cultivates inner peace and enhances resistance to various negative mental effects. However, he remained unaware of the specific mysteries behind sitting forgetfulness and attaining the way, as the scriptures were obscure and complex, allowing him to comprehend only the initial sections. Though this cultivation bore no lethal prowess, if perfected, it could certainly enhance his chances of breaking through to the master or even grandmaster stages. The master realm corresponds to the martial world's Gangsha realm, where the mysteries of human essence come into play, and martial arts reach an astonishing level. Moreover, if I can perfect this, it could significantly accelerate my speed of martial cultivation. If he could reach the second level of contained thought, he would reduce his mental fatigue, which would greatly benefit his mental fortitude. Once mental strain is diminished or even enhanced, the amount of vital energy he could harness during daily cultivation would increase substantially, greatly benefiting his martial progress. Furthermore, if I can master the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture, regardless of which realm I achieve, I will be able to fully immerse myself in the simulated world. This is a pure tome of mental cultivation, unrelated to meridians or vital energy. It should be applicable even in other realms. Additionally, this orb harbored a secret that would only reveal itself once he achieved the heart tranquility realm in the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Yuan felt a surge of determination and resolved to diligently cultivate this scripture, whether for the sake of his progress in the simulated world or to uncover the hidden secret of this orb. He was committed to mastering the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture to the third realm of heart tranquility. I shall devote the coming days to cultivating the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture, striving to perfect it as soon as possible. As for the advanced technique of the turtle snake coiling, the Xuanwu true skill, he would reserve it for practice within the simulated world. After all, even if he were to cultivate the Xuanwu true skill now, he would not yield any remarkable results. It would be far more beneficial to focus on the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture first. Fang Yuan had gleaned from the inscriptions within the orb that the Taishang Internal Observation Scripture was a cultivation method for the mind. And as long as he possessed the talent, the first 2 realms could be mastered swiftly. I hope my talent is not lacking. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Fang Yuan settled into a meditative posture, the sacred texts flowing through his consciousness, gradually immersing him in the profound mysteries of the scriptures. The external wanderers are oblivious to the inner contemplation. The seekers of the external world strive for material abundance, while the contemplatives find sufficiency within themselves. As the tranquility of his mind deepened and the scriptures coursed through him, Fang Yuan slowly entered a realm of enigmatic wonder. In this state, he perceived the ebb and flow of his thoughts, the movement of his mind. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, an entire night had passed. Bathed in the morning light streaming through the window, Fang Yuan felt a subtle tremor in his body, and his eyes gradually fluttered open. One night of introspection, of focusing his thoughts. Indeed, after a night had elapsed, he had cultivated the supreme inner observation scripture to the second level of thought concentration. The experiences of my past life, combined with this life, along with the time spent in the simulated world, have transformed into profound insights, enabling me to directly break through to the realm of concentration. Fang Yuan felt a surge of joy within him, as myriad thoughts swirled. However, in the next moment, he reined in his thoughts, subduing the distractions that in the realm of concentration. While one may harbor scattered thoughts, one can subdue them at any moment. Yet, these insights have merely allowed me to break through to the realm of concentration. To ascend to the realm of stillness of heart, I must consistently subdue my thoughts until my spirit reaches a certain purity. With this thought, Fang Yuan rose to attend to various matters concerning the Fang family. Is she still refusing to eat or drink? As he stood before Fang Jingyun's room, listening to the sounds of weeping from within, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. A maid replied, "The young lady has steadfastly refused to eat or drink." Crying all this while, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was little he could do regarding this matter. Fang Hao had killed Fang Tianzong, and since they held a grudge against each other, death was inevitable. Although Fang Jingyun had once shown him kindness, he could not afford to be lenient now. It is what it is. With a determined glint in his eyes, Fang Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Observing Fang Jingyun curled up at the head of the bed, weeping incessantly, he quickly approached her. Noticing someone approaching, Fang Jingyun showed no reaction, continuing to bury her head in her legs and sob. Ignoring her tears, Fang Yuan extended his hand and placed it on Fang Jingyun's head. With a surge of vital energy, he pressed his fingers onto specific acupoints on her head, rendering her unconscious. Huh? The weeping Fang Jingyun let out a confused hum, and then abruptly ceased her crying, collapsing onto the bed. Without pausing, Fang Yuan continued to press several acupoints atop her head. These acupoints can influence the intensity of emotions. Upon awakening, she should regain some clarity. Watching as Fang Jingyun's breathing gradually steadied, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. She had aided him, and he certainly would not wish her harm. However, should she pose a threat to him, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Once she awakens, he would counsel her to rest properly. After instructing the maid, Fang Yuan turned and left. As he departed, the maid was left speechless. How am I supposed to persuade her? Nevertheless, having received Fang Yuan's orders, the maid dared not be neglectful, pondering how best to console Fang Jingyun. Chapter 34. The third simulation at the entrance of the Xuanzhen sect. Are you saying that item ultimately fell into Fang Yuan's hands? Fan Yuqing expressed surprise upon hearing the disciple's report. According to the disciple, Fang Yuan had previously demonstrated mediocre performance. Indeed, he was rather unremarkable. Yet now, he had unleashed the power of the qi refining stage, defeating the family head Fang Hao with a single strike. Fang Yuan has been remarkably patient, hasn't he? Was it truly necessary? Even amidst fierce family infighting, surely they wouldn't persecute a genius. How could the Fang family suppress a youth capable of breaking through to the qi refining realm at the age of 16? After mulling over these thoughts, Fan Yuqing nodded. I understand. You may leave. As he watched the disciple depart, a flicker of insight crossed Fan Yuqing's mind. Initially, he had intended to send 2 qi refining elders to the Fang family to seize the item after Fang Hao's demise. But it now seemed prudent for him to handle the matter personally. Fang Yuan's ability to slay Fang Hao with a single blow was a testament to his strength. Although Fang Hao did not pose a significant challenge in Fan Yuqing's eyes, Fang Yuan's prowess compelled him to take heed. After all, martial artists at the qi refining stage are invaluable, holding a position of importance, second only to him as the sect leader. Upon my arrival, I shall eliminate Fang Yuan without hesitation. After all, his talents are formidable, and it is better to eliminate potential threats sooner rather than later. Furthermore, the treasure Fang Yuan had obtained, though others remained oblivious to its nature, was clearly understood by Fan Yuqing after consulting the sect's records. The legacy of Ziying Taoist, dating back 500 years, is said to contain the teachings of Ziying Taoist. This information has been sealed. Now that no one is paying attention, it is an opportune moment for me to seize it. Having taken the treasure from him, Even if he agrees to join the sect, given his nature of patience, he may eventually rebel when he gains strength, so it is best to eliminate him. Fang Yuan's past actions had been perceived by the Xuanzhen sect's master as a display of silent endurance, only to erupt in sudden violence. Thus, Fan Yuqing felt a sense of wariness. While he did not yet regard Fang Yuan's power as a significant threat, he was unwilling to harbor a potential danger, especially since he was determined to acquire that treasure from Ziying Daoist. I shall set out tomorrow. As the sect leader, my intervention will undoubtedly ensure success. Feifeng City. The Fang family. In the library. The Xuanzhen sect is a renowned major sect within 100 miles of Feifeng City, and its leader, Fan Yuqing, is a martial artist of the Gangsha realm, possessing extraordinary abilities. Fang Yuan perused the books in his hands, absorbing information with remarkable speed. As the family head, he now had unrestricted access to all resources of the Fang family. He was enriching his knowledge while simultaneously gaining insights into this world through literature. After all, in his previous life, he had been an ordinary branch descendant, with many books and information being inaccessible to him. After a considerable time, Fang Yuan set down the book, closing his eyes in contemplation. A myriad of characters and images danced through his mind, eventually settling deep within. Moments later, he organized his mental recollections and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain, akin to being pricked by needles, surged from his brow. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. Is there danger? A thought flickered through his mind as he rubbed his brow, and the pain gradually subsided. Although the cultivation of the supreme inner observation scripture to the second level of concentration had not revealed any extraordinary abilities, Fang Yuan's true spirit within his sea of consciousness had significantly strengthened, rendering him more perceptive and attuned to danger. Yet, even if danger is present, it may have come too late. 5 days have already passed, and I can venture into the simulated world at any moment. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh inwardly. He was uncertain of the source of danger, but could make educated guesses that it could either be Fang Hao's relatives seeking revenge or those coveting the orb he possessed. In Fang Yuan's view, the latter was the more likely scenario. He had inquired about Fang Hao's friends and relatives and found no credible threats. As for Fang Hao's wife, she had long since passed away, and her family had severed ties. Let the Fang family endure for a while. I shall first venture into the simulated world for some experience. With his thoughts in motion, Fang Yuan wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the outskirts of Feifeng City. When he began his simulation, although time in the real world was paused, it flowed as he concluded the simulation and began the lottery. Thus, he left the Fang family, seeking refuge in a secluded forest outside the city. He bore no emotional ties to the Fang family. His decision to remain was solely for the family's resources. Now, faced with danger, he had no intention of staying. My desire to become the head of the Fang family was also to confuse my enemies. By the time they came seeking him at the Fang family, he would have already fled. In the dense forest, Fang Yuan found a hidden treetop to lie down and closed his eyes, accessing the simulator interface. He selected the martial arts world and began the simulation. If not for the need to strengthen his abilities in the martial arts realm, Fang Yuan would have been tempted to explore other simulated worlds. But for now, he required power, and the notion of opening other worlds had to be set aside. However, once I can attain the status of a Gangsha Grandmaster, I should be able to relax a bit and venture into other simulated worlds. Gangsha and Grandmaster, irrespective of the realm, are figures capable of dominating a sect or faction. Their martial prowess is transcendent, and few can threaten their lives. As Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted, a series of information appeared before him on the simulator interface. Please select your origin. Commoners. You were born into a humble family, destined to face numerous adversities, requiring a score between 0 and 100. Aristocrats. You were born into a wealthy lineage, your family affluent, necessitating a score between 100 and 10,000. Martial arts family. You hail from a prestigious martial arts lineage. Both of your parents are warriors, and the blood of martial artists flows within you, granting you talents far beyond the ordinary. This requires a score between 2,000 and 50,000. Gazing at the various options before him, Fang Yuan pondered briefly before making his choice. Martial arts family, 2,400 points. In his previous 2 simulations, he had chosen to be a commoner, but now with ample points, he opted directly for the martial arts family, with 300 points of simulation points remaining. I shall not invest them in talent, but rather in other areas. Having learned from his last simulation experience, Fang Yuan realized that a low talent score would be of little use. It was better to allocate the simulation points elsewhere. Bypassing the talent option, the simulator presented a new interface. Please select your age for this simulation, defaulting to 18 years. Casting a glance at the options, Fang Yuan made his selection that he chose to begin the simulation at the age of 16, costing 100 points. Training in martial arts is naturally best commenced at a young age, and 16 is the perfect time. Too early, and the body has not developed. Too late, and the body's meridians become blocked, impeding the flow of vital energy. As the interface continued to unfold, Fang Yuan mused silently. With 200 points left, I shall reserve 50 points for the variable time needed, leaving me with 150 points. In that case, I shall not utilize these points now. I will save them for a lottery draw at the conclusion of this simulation. Having made his decision, Fang Yuan clicked the button on the simulator's interface with his mind. Selection complete. The simulation begins. Chapter 35. Annulment of engagement. As time and space shifted, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that the identity of this body was quite favorable. Observing the exquisite furnishings of the bedroom, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Just by these items, he could ascertain that his status in this simulation was significantly better than before. Let me explore your memories. Fang Yuan gently closed his eyes and began to search the memories of this body. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, a surge of memories erupted from his mind in an instant. Waves of memories, laden with various thoughts and emotions, surged forth, seeking to merge with Fang Yuan's consciousness. This time, the memories are more complete, and they even carry emotional undertones. Fang Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that since I have cultivated the heart-mending scriptures, the simulator no longer shields these emotional thoughts? A thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Fang Yuan employed the technique of introspection to capture his thoughts if he were to linger in contemplation. These emotional thoughts would completely integrate into his memories, tainting his spirit. Integration of memories was permissible, but he wished to avoid the pollution of his soul. Introspection, capturing thoughts. Introspection and capturing thoughts are two realms from the supreme introspection scripture. Although Fang Yuan had now assumed a new body, the spiritual realm he had achieved would not dissipate with the change of form. Unless his realm regressed, this spiritual state would remain eternally. As thoughts whirled, Fang Yuan gradually began to absorb and erase the various emotional thoughts that accompanied the memories that in his mind. Thoughts flickered and faded. Although the emotional thoughts were quite complex, they appeared crystal clear to Fang Yuan's perception. With the realm of introspection, any thought not stemming from his true self was laid bare before him. After a considerable time, observing that the turmoil of thoughts in his mind had settled and the memories of this body had fully integrated, Fang Yuan finally opened his eyes. Now filled with delight, he was indeed pleased because, although this simulation had only just commenced, he had already reaped significant rewards. Pharmacology and toxicology, swordsmanship and boxing, disguise, appraisal, master-level martial arts. The memories he absorbed from this body were an immense boon. By merging these memories, it was as though he had personally practiced them, directly mastering knowledge he had never acquired. Moreover, although he had integrated the memories, he had shielded himself from the emotional undercurrents, thus preserving the purity of his spirit. Truly, this illustrious family, with a master residing within, possessed knowledge that even I had not learned. Furthermore, Fang Yuan clenched his fist. This body's innate talent is also remarkable. Already at the peak of the acquired realm, just a step away from breaking into the innate stage, worthy of the 2,400 points I spent to attain this heritage. It is indeed exceptional. Having focused solely on the technical aspects of the memories, let me now examine other recollections. Nodding in satisfaction, Fang Yuan was about to delve deeper into the memories when the maid, Xiao Zi, suddenly entered. Young master, the marriage contract has been finalized. Today, you will officially annul your engagement. Marriage contract. Annulment? Looking at the maid Xiao Zi, Fang Yuan was taken aback, inwardly pondering. What is happening? Is it possible that the body I assumed in this simulation has been jilted? An annulment at the start. Miss Liang was furious upon receiving the marriage contract. She even said, glancing at Fang Yuan, Xiao Zi continued, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Hearing this, Fang Yuan's expression froze. It turns out he was not the one being jilted. Someone else was the subject of the annulment. However, what does it mean by do not underestimate the youth and poverty? I understand now. You may leave. Fang Yuan composed his expression and nodded indifferently. Xiao Zi performed a deep bow, then stepped outside to await further instructions. Something feels amiss. Let us first check the memories to see what transpired. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and began to scrutinize the memories of his predecessor. This body is named Yi Feng, the most gifted son of the Yi family, nurtured as the next generation successor, thus possessing a rather arrogant and dismissive demeanor. Fang Yuan observed the memories in silence. He had an engagement with Miss Liang Jingxian from the Liang family since childhood. But after he achieved mastery in the acquired realm, Liang Jingxian had still not progressed to the acquired inner breath stage. Therefore, 3 days ago, he returned the marriage contract to Liang Jingxian. As Fang Yuan continued to observe the memories, his brow gradually furrowed. He not only returned the marriage contract, but also spoke arrogantly, severely insulting Liang Jingxian and her parents, deeply offending the Liang family. Were it not for the fact that the head of the Liang family is merely at the innate realm, they might have already come to confront him over their daughter. However, the Liang family has now severed all ties with the Yi family, displaying extreme indignation. After reviewing all these memories, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. It seems I have been overly concerned. Liang Jingxian is indeed a martial arts failure. Even if I severely offend her, I should not face repercussions. Yet, despite this, Fang Yuan still felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Although the notion of a child of destiny is merely a fictional concept, I must remain vigilant now that I possess a simulated Li Tong. Young master, you called for me. A close servant promptly appeared before him. Go and check on Liang Jingxian. See what she has been doing these past few days. Fang Yuan commanded. At your command. Surprised by Fang Yuan's request, Li Tong did not dwell on it and promptly departed. Watching Li Tong's retreating figure, Fang Yuan mused. If Liang Jingxian is up to something, she will certainly take action in the next few days. I hope my suspicions are unfounded. Reflecting on Yi Feng's actions, Fang Yuan felt a headache coming on. If he were Liang Jingxian, once she matured, she would undoubtedly seek to annihilate the Yi family completely. For Yi Feng and the Yi family had grievously wronged her, a simple annulment would have sufficed, but Yi Feng even resorted to verbal insults, planting deep roots for future calamity. It is well known that many events in this world are ignited by seemingly trivial remarks. Fortunately, the father of this body is the head of the Yi family, a master warrior, and even if unforeseen circumstances arise, they will likely remain unscathed in the short term. With this thought, Fang Yuan nodded. A master warrior possesses extraordinary strength, sufficient to protect him during this vulnerable phase. Now, I shall commence my training, integrating this body's martial arts with my own. As the thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to circulate his inner breath. Familiarizing himself with the Yi family's ancestral martial arts, the 12 true maps. The internal arts in this world are largely similar. Although the methods of practice vary, the ultimate goal remains the same. Familiarizing herself with the 12 true images, Fang Yuan compared the various martial arts he and his companion had acquired during their last simulation, nodding to himself in quiet approval. Chapter 36. The Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic in a Secluded Courtyard. Liang Jingxian sat cross-legged on the ground, silently enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body. For no suffering could compare to the anguish of her heart. She had been callously jilted, subjected to countless humiliations. The mere thought of her parents' expressions over the past few days filled her with sorrow. Yi Feng, one day, I shall make you pay for this. Gritting her teeth, Liang Jingxian observed the movements of her master, Lao Shu, bearing the torment in silence. Indeed, to awaken your nine body, one must endure such suffering. Your capacity to withstand it is commendable. As she watched Liang Jingxian, whose forehead was damp with cold sweat yet remained resolute, Jin Sha reached out and touched her, nodding with satisfaction. For a 16-year-old girl to possess such fortitude was quite admirable. Very well. Now you may attempt to cultivate, Jin Sha said, withdrawing her finger and gazing at Liang Jingxian's apprehensive expression with a gentle smile. Liang Jingxian, born with the nine body, held both fortune and burden. Without someone to awaken her potential, she would never enter the realm of acquired inner breath. However, once her body was awakened, her martial cultivation would progress at an astonishing rate, far exceeding ordinary expectations. Only such a physique can harmonize with the Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic. This thought crossed her mind. Jin Sha looked at Liang Jingxian with anticipation, meeting her master's expectant gaze. Liang Jingxian took a deep breath, calming her anxious heart. Why now? She had come to understand the consequences of failing to cultivate martial arts. Faced with her only hope, she could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. I hope it is as Master said. Once my potential is awakened, I will be able to practice martial arts. With her eyes gently closed, Liang Jingxian gradually slipped into a meditative state. She had entered this state countless times before, each time ending in disappointment. For even if she managed to reach a state of cultivation, she could never condense a trace of inner breath. However, this time, as she settled into meditation, she sensed a distinct difference. Threads of inner breath began to naturally coalesce, traversing her body's meridians, passing through the 12 heavy towers and the 8 extraordinary vessels, finally settling into her dantian. I have broken through. Liang Jingxian suddenly opened her eyes, joy illuminating her features, tears cascading down her cheeks. With the birth of her inner breath, she had now become a martial artist at the acquired inner breath stage. Thank you, Master. Liang Jingxian rose and deeply bowed to Jin Sha, her gaze brimming with gratitude. If it were not for Jin Sha, she would likely never have become a martial artist in this lifetime, and no need for such formalities, Jin Sha said, lifting Liang Jingxian. Now that you can cultivate, I shall impart the Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic to you. Liang Jingxian nodded, still somewhat bewildered that she had been unable to practice martial arts. Her understanding of martial knowledge was minimal, leaving her unaware of the significance of the phrase Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic. Listen carefully. The Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic places the utmost importance on the cultivation of the heart, requiring one to refine the heart until it is transparent. Achieving a Spirit Illuminating Sword heart. As one spoke and the other listened, time slipped by slowly. After imparting a portion of the secrets of the Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic, Jin Sha queried Liang Jingxian a few questions. Hearing Liang Jingxian's accurate responses, she nodded approvingly. With the awakening of her potential, both Liang Jingxian's spirit and physique had undergone transformation. Even her memory had significantly improved, along with her comprehension abilities, while Jin Sha spoke. A faint sound of footsteps approached, causing her brow to furrow. Is someone spying? Upon hearing the footsteps stop at the entrance of the courtyard, Jin Sha's expression darkened. Seeking death. With a cold snort, Jin Sha waved her hand, and a massive surge of true energy burst forth, capturing Li Tong, who had just stepped outside. After seizing Li Tong, the true energy retracted, bringing him before Jin Shali Tong. Is that you? Liang Jingxian's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the captured figure. Li Tong was a servant of Yifeng, someone she had encountered a few times, yet she was puzzled as to why he would appear at the courtyard's entrance. Miss, help me. Upon seeing Liang Jingxian, Li Tong snapped out of his shock and urgently pleaded. Master, he is Yifeng's servant, but I do not know why he is here, Liang Jingxian explained. Jin Sha snorted coldly, her gaze icy. Sneaky, speak. What are you doing here? Li Tong's face showed a hint of hesitation. The true energy gripping him tightened suddenly. I'll talk, he cried out in terror, his face pale as he begged for mercy. I was sent by my young master to see what Miss Liang has been up to lately. There's nothing else. Li Tong, you dare to lie, Jin Sha remarked flatly, her thoughts shifting, causing the true energy to constrict violently, crushing Li Tong to death and tossing him aside. Looking at Liang Jingxian, Jin Sha said, he just ended the engagement and has sent someone to monitor your recent movements. Oh, you know why. Liang Jingxian shook her head. If I am not mistaken, it is because this little wretch believes you are unworthy of him. Even after breaking the engagement, he wishes to ensure you vanish completely, in order to cleanse himself of any association with you. Seeing Liang Jingxian's stunned expression, Jin Sha sneered. Otherwise, do you think he would bother to monitor you? Do you think he is simply idle? I have never offended him. I have hardly met him a few times. I was looking forward to our union, yet he insisted on breaking the engagement and even subjected me to humiliation. Liang Jingxian's teeth clenched in anger, her fists tightly balled. If that were not enough, he now sends someone to watch me. Yifeng, what crime have I committed against you for you to treat me this way? Fear not. With your 9 physique, this insignificant Yifeng will eventually be crushed beneath your feet, Jin Sha assured her. Jin Sha nodded. Now that Yifeng seeks your life, I will certainly protect you. But I will not kill him on your behalf. The most crucial aspect of the Spirit Illuminating Sword Classic is the Spirit Illuminating Sword Heart. If I slay Yifeng for you, and you do not personally cleanse your humiliation, your Spirit Illuminating Sword Heart will forever bear flaws. Liang Jingxian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I shall personally slay him. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. This time will not be long. With your aptitude, you will break through to the innate realm within a year to that time. Killing him will be as simple as slaying a dog, Jinsha remarked. Indeed, after Liang Jingxian attained the innate realm, even if Yifeng also broke through to that stage, with the might of the spirit illuminating sword classic, she would require no more than 2 moves to defeat him. A year, contemplating Yifeng's surveillance, Liang Jingxian's eyes gleamed coldly. Since he intends to kill me, I shall grant him the opportunity. I will issue a challenge, agreeing to settle our fates 1 year hence. With his arrogant nature, he will undoubtedly accept. In this way, I need not worry about him disturbing my cultivation. After a year of stable training, I will wash away the humiliation he has inflicted and slay Yifeng on the spot. Once I achieve mastery, I will annihilate the entire Yi family, burying this past once and for all. Upon hearing Liang Jingxian's words, Jinsha looked at her in surprise, then nodded with a smile. Very well, let us proceed as you wish. Chapter 37. A year's agreement strange. How is it that Li Tong has yet to return with news of Liang Jingxian's movements? Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. He had dispatched his servant Li Tong yesterday to investigate Liang Jingxian's recent activities. Yet today, Li Tong had still not appeared. Could it be? A sense of foreboding crept into Fang Yuan's heart. Have I stumbled into the plot of a jilted bride? Considering the misdeeds of his predecessor, Yifeng, Fang Yuan felt at a loss if things truly unfolded as he suspected, with Liang Jingxian as the favored child of fate. Then he could be said to have drawn the short straw, bearing the brunt of Yifeng's and the Yi family's misfortunes. Just as Fang Yuan was deep in thought, his maid, Xiaozi, hurried in from outside. Young master, you must come quickly. Your father is calling for you. Father is calling for me? Fang Yuan's expression shifted as he rose to head toward the Yi family's hall. On the way, Xiaozi explained, it is said that Miss Liang personally came to deliver a challenge to you, which is why your father summoned you. Liang Jingxian wishes to issue a challenge to me? How dare she, to be aware that she is yet to even enter the realm of the post-heaven? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I find it perplexing as well. I cannot fathom her thoughts. Xiaozi shook her head. Fang Yuan, at a loss for words, let out a long sigh and, without further conversation, proceeded to the hall that a cursory glance revealed his father's, Yi Ying's, calm demeanor as he conversed with an elder named Lao Shu. Though aged, the old man exuded an extraordinary aura, which, in Fang Yuan's view, was not dissimilar to that of Yi Ying, a master martial artist. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze. Beside Lao Shu sat Liang Jingxian. Her expression devoid of emotion, lost in thought. Upon noticing Fang Yuan's approach, Liang Jingxian's gaze sharpened, only to turn away, her eyes growing cold. Father, Fang Yuan greeted respectfully. Indeed, this is Jingxian's master, Jinsha. Ying introduced the elder beside him, before adding, you must have heard, Jingxian is issuing a challenge to you for a duel 1 year from today. What are your thoughts? Yi Ying's gaze fixed on Fang Yuan. A duel a year hence. Fang Yuan's mind raced, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Jinsha and Liang Jingxian, ultimately nodding. I have no objections. However, he paused, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, and continued, I believe it may be prudent to forego the duel. As blades are indiscriminate, and injury would be regrettable, this duel must take place. Otherwise, my disciple will suffer an unjust cancellation of her engagement. If this were to become public knowledge, my reputation would be tarnished. Jinsha replied coldly. Yi Ying nodded, casting a curious glance at Fang Yuan. His son, typically so arrogant, was surprisingly subdued today. Moreover, Ying did not believe his son would be bested by Liang Jingxian. Even with a master like Jinsha guiding her, she could not possibly catch up to Fang Yuan's martial progress. Noticing Yi Ying's puzzled expression, Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, his earlier inclination to persuade against the duel dissipating. After all, continuing to advocate for its cancellation would only arouse suspicion in Yi Ying. Considering Fang Yuan's former persona, Yifeng, it was unlikely he would ever suggest such a thing, with a fleeting thought. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze, sighing, since the esteemed elder insists, I shall acquiesce to this duel. Yet, considering Jingxian's lack of martial prowess, the match may be, you need not concern yourself with this. Instead, use this time to hone your skills. Liang Jingxian interjected coldly, we shall return in a year, Jinsha stated as she rose. Liang Jingxian followed suit, exiting the hall alongside her master. In that fleeting moment of departure, Liang Jingxian glanced back at Fang Yuan before turning away. Witnessing the pain, disdain, and a hint of heartbreak in her eyes, Fang Yuan couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Truthfully, Liang Jingxian possessed striking beauty, ranking among the most captivating individuals he had encountered in both this life and his previous one. If given the choice, even if he had to cancel the engagement, he would never stoop to insulting her. Father, why was I never informed that Liang Jingxian had a master? Fang Yuan withdrew his gaze, directing his attention to Ying.It seems she took on a master just a couple of days ago. I am not entirely certain of the details, Ying replied, looking at Fang Yuan. Very well, you should go and practice diligently, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation during the duel a year hence. Fang Yuan nodded, then rose to leave. That I cannot allow matters to unfold unchecked. Back in his room, Fang Yuan contemplated. Since Liang Jingxian had issued a challenge for a duel in a year, she must have been confident, although he was uncertain how she believed she could surpass him in that time. He could not afford to be negligent. After all, should he lose the duel, his fate would likely be dire, and this simulation might come to an abrupt end. The martial arts I imparted to the few adopted sons of the Qinglong Association will only enable them to reach the post-heaven realm swiftly. And I have placed contingencies upon them. Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian cannot possibly acquire the skills I passed down during my last simulation. Given this, it was highly unlikely that Liang Jingxian would swiftly attain the post-heaven realm or suddenly break through to the innate stage. According to the information I have gathered, it has been 20 years since I concluded my last simulation, precisely as I anticipated. I wonder how the Qinglong Association is faring now. Have Su Hai and the others followed my instructions to discreetly develop the association in anticipation of my return? Reflecting on the people and events from the last simulation, Fang Yuan's gaze grew wistful. Regrettably, the Yi family is situated on the periphery of Deqian, far from Dewei, making it impossible to glean news about the Qinglong Association. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan refocused his thoughts on the current predicament. The Taishang Niguanjing's realm of concentration allows one to dispel distracting thoughts, consolidate one's mind, and gather one's spirit. The moment he no longer harbored distractions and no longer needed to consciously focus his thoughts, he would achieve the great perfection of concentration. That if Liang Jingxian truly is the child of destiny, I must proceed with caution. He had come to cultivate martial arts and earn simulation points, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with others. Fang Yuan had no desire to contend with a woman who might be the child of destiny. He could not simply conclude Liang Jingxian's status based on a few words of "do not underestimate the youth in poverty." In his previous life, he too had uttered similar sentiments, but they bore little fruit. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him. I could approach Liang Jingxian to explain that the situation is beyond my control and that I have my own grievances. If he were to embody Yi Feng's character, his arrogant nature would prevent him from resorting to deceit or explanation. However, as Fang Yuan, this was of little consequence. The Taishang Neiguan allows for introspection, dissecting the heart, rendering all external delusions incapable of shaking his true intentions. Emotions, be it love, hatred, or shame, could not sway his resolve. Of course, Fang Yuan had yet to attain this level. Nevertheless, after undergoing several simulations and reincarnations, coupled with the practice of the Taishang Niguanjing, his temperament had become increasingly refined. If I can persuade Liang Jingxian to relinquish her hatred toward me, then this matter could be resolved. A woman who might be the child of destiny held no interest for Fang Yuan in engaging in pointless conflict. If words could resolve the issue, that would be ideal. However, should Liang Jingxian remain obstinate, impervious to reason or persuasion, Fang Yuan would have no obligation to honor the year-long truce, allowing her to mature and grow stronger, only to come after him. Chapter 38. Rejection. Yi Feng had offended Liang Jingxian far too gravely. Should she rise to power, Fang Yuan firmly believed he would not escape unscathed. Not only would he suffer, but it was likely that the entirety of the Yi clan would face dire consequences, given their excessive insults toward Liang Jingxian. Currently, his subordinate Li Tong, who had been dispatched to investigate Liang Jingxian's movements, had yet to return, leading Fang Yuan to believe that his servant would not come back. First courtesy, then conflict. If you insist on being my enemy, I shall not concern myself with whether you are the child of destiny. Fang Yuan's gaze turned icy. Xiao Zi, pursue Liang Jingxian and inform her that I will be waiting for her at the Zhe Xian Lu tomorrow. I have matters to discuss. Understood. Xiaozi, following closely beside him, appeared somewhat puzzled but refrained from questioning further. It seems the young master has changed in the past few days, and for the better, she mused internally, her steps swift yet steady as she made her way to the Yi family residence. After a brief wait in his room, Fang Yuan soon saw Xiaozi rushing back. Young master, Miss Liang refuses to see you and insists that any matters should be addressed a year from now, Xiaozi reported. She was baffled as to why Fang Yuan wished to meet Liang Jingxian, especially after he had already canceled their engagement and insulted her, rendering a meeting seemingly unnecessary. I see. You may leave now. Acknowledging Xiaozi's words, Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Xiaozi bowed and exited. If she refuses to see me, then I shall seek her out tomorrow. To speak frankly, his recent simulation was merely an opportunity to hone his martial arts skills, which is why he refrained from engaging in combat with Liang Jingxian. After all, should a conflict arise between the two, with Fang Yuan's current cultivation level, he could not guarantee his survival amidst a clash of two masters. Consequently, even though Liang Jingxian was unwilling to meet him at this moment, he still wished to attempt to salvage the situation through dialogue. What an enormous burden I have to bear, Fang Yuan mused, feeling somewhat at a loss as he pondered the heavy burden he had taken on right at the onset of his simulation. Regrettably, this predicament stemmed from the actions of this body as former self, leaving him with no room for justification. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan settled into a cross-legged position on the bed, beginning his martial arts training, based on my experience of having broken through the innate realm twice. Coupled with my mental and physical attributes in the realm of thought, it won't be long before I achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm, at which point I will possess some degree of self-defense. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan gradually immersed himself in the practice of channeling his vital energy. The following day, at noon, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting golden rays that warmed the walls of the shop to the point of scorching. The streets bustled with people coming and going, while Fang Yuan stood quietly in the shadows, seeking refuge from the sun's fierce heat, patiently awaiting Liang Jingxian's arrival. He had already sent someone to inquire, learning that Liang Jingxian passed this way each day for the past couple of days. Though there are extraordinary martial arts, we are still in ancient times, observing the scenery of the street. Fang Yuan silently reminisced about modern life. She's here. As Liang Jingxian appeared before him, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, and he walked directly toward her. What do you want? Liang Jingxian's expression turned serious as she regarded Fang Yuan, who blocked her path. Jingxian, this is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan spoke earnestly. The reason I called off our engagement, even going so far as to insult you, was never my true intention. I have my own difficulties that are hard to explain. I hope you can refrain from blaming me at a misunderstanding. Liang Jingxian scoffed coldly. I couldn't care less about your misunderstandings or difficulties. All I know is that because of you, I have become a tremendous joke, and my parents have become the subject of ridicule. All because of you. Now you expect me to believe this is all a misunderstanding and hope that I won't blame you. What nonsense. As she spoke, Liang Jingxian's body trembled slightly, her tone growing icier. Fang Yuan's expression darkened as he sighed. None of this was my intention. It was all forced upon me by my father, Ying. He took the blame for Yi Feng, so let Ying bear a burden on my behalf. If Liang Jingxian truly is the child of destiny, then perhaps this simulation will save the entire Yi clan. After all, what's the harm in Ying taking on a little blame? I came here today to clarify everything, hoping you can forgive me. Impossible, Liang Jingxian stated with unwavering determination. You think I would forgive you? Not a chance. Your so-called misunderstandings and difficulties cannot erase what has already transpired. I could overlook my own tarnished reputation, but my parents have been shamed because of me. How can I ever forgive you? Fang Yuan fell silent, letting out a sigh. So, you refuse to forgive me? Liang Jingxian's gaze darkened as she regarded Fang Yuan for a moment before turning away without a word. It seems I have no choice but to take action. Fang Yuan's demeanor became indifferent as he calmly watched Liang Jingxian merge into the crowd. Since words failed to dispel her animosity toward him, he was left with no alternative but to resort to force. After all, he had sensed the traces of inner energy within her during their brief encounter. She has already become a postnatal inner energy martial artist. I cannot allow her to grow any stronger. When confronting a child of destiny, it is wise to eliminate the threat early, denying her the time to develop. After all, he was no foolish villain who would grant her the luxury of time to flourish. Once I break through to the innate realm, it will be the end for you. With a long exhale, Fang Yuan turned and left, Returning to his room, he needed to begin his training, striving for an early breakthrough to the innate realm. Once he reached that level, with the subtlety of the great Azura divine blade, he would have the confidence to contend with ordinary masters, provided they had not cultivated the heavenly technique, settling into a cross-legged position. Fang Yuan quietly attuned himself to the various meridians within his body, beginning to channel his inner energy to break through to the qi refining stage with the Xuanwu true techniques. I must open 6 acupoints. This is a painstaking endeavor that cannot be expedited unless I cultivate the 12 true diagrams to the innate realm, which would allow me to accelerate the opening of the acupoints using the mysteries of the innate realm. Both the innate and qi refining stages belong to the same tier, albeit with differing subtleties. The innate realm condenses one's true spirit, while the inner energy transforms into true qi, granting unparalleled control over the body. In contrast, the qi refining stage sees the inner energy transmuted through acupoints into true qi, possessing its unique marvels. Once one attains mastery in either realm, the other can be swiftly achieved, almost effortlessly. It seems that utilizing the 12 true diagrams along with the martial arts I practiced in my past life will facilitate my breakthrough more easily. The methods of internal cultivation in this world are largely similar, all pursuing a common goal, differing only in practice. With the experience from my last simulation, it won't be long before I achieve the innate realm. Once I attain that level, training the Xuanwu true techniques will become significantly easier. When both martial systems reach the innate qi refining stage, it can be said that my foundation in martial arts will be among the strongest in this world. Furthermore, having cultivated 2 distinct martial systems will render my combat prowess unparalleled at the same level. Only upon reaching the innate qi refining stage will the power of my dual martial systems be fully revealed. Chapter 39. Breakthrough within a secluded courtyard. Jin Sha sat cross-legged behind Liang Jingxian, her hands pressing down on Liang Jingxian's back as she silently channeled her energy. After a considerable time, Jin Sha withdrew her hands and nodded. Excellent. With your master's assistance in nurturing your body, you have successfully broken through to the minor success stage of the postnatal realm. Liang Jingxian, upon hearing this, sensed the inner energy within her body and promptly rose to deeply bow to Jin Sha. Thank you, master. Jin Sha regarded Liang Jingxian with satisfaction, nodding. There is no need to thank me. Were it not for your 9-yin body, I would not have been able to facilitate your swift breakthrough to the postnatal minor success stage. Achieving such progress in just a month speaks to your extraordinary innate talent. Jin Sha was thoroughly pleased with Liang Jingxian as her disciple. The 9-yin body is highly compatible with the cultivation of the Lingming sword canon. As long as she diligently practices and cultivates the Lingming sword heart, even the Grand Masters can easily break through that. I once thought I would never find a suitable successor for the Lingming sword canon in this lifetime. Yet here I unexpectedly encountered the 9-yin body. Initially, she had lost hope in finding a 9-yin body, as they are exceedingly rare. However, fortune smiled upon her when, with a casual glance, she discovered Liang Jingxian. Hearing her master, Jin Sha, praise her talent, Liang Jingxian recalled the comments about Fang Yuan, being exceptionally gifted and curiously inquired, Master, what do you think of Fang's talent? Do you believe he can break through to the innate realm within this year? How could that be possible? Jin Sha chuckled lightly, speaking slowly. The transition from postnatal to innate is a formidable chasm. No matter how exceptional his talent may be, it is difficult to cross. Consider the countless martial artists in this world. Still, those who can break through to the innate realm are exceedingly rare. Achieving this breakthrough requires not only talent, but also opportunity. In my view, even if he possesses great potential, he will require several years of accumulation to make any significant progress. Moreover, just because someone excels in their youth does not guarantee greatness in adulthood. It is possible that his innate potential has already been exhausted, and he may never break through again. After speaking, Jin Sha turned her gaze to Liang Jingxian. Of course, these challenges do not apply to you, as you are the 9-yin body, naturally suited for cultivating the Lingming sword canon. Liang Jingxian nodded in realization, secretly thinking, it seems Fang's talent is nothing exceptional. It cannot compare to mine. Just because he excelled in his youth does not guarantee his future success. Once I reach the innate realm, I will have my revenge. Liang Jingxian felt a surge of pride alongside her resentment. She now possessed the foundation for her confidence. At that moment, a faint wave of the world's vital energy emanated from a distance. What is this? Liang Jingxian and Jin Sha simultaneously sensed a subtle wave of energy. This wave resembled the ripples created when a stone is cast into a still lake, stirring the surface. However, unlike Liang Jingxian's bewilderment, Jin Sha was quite familiar with this disturbance. Has someone broken through to the innate realm? As she sensed the fluctuations of the world's vital energy converging from afar. Jin Sha furrowed her brows. This energy wave was all too familiar to her, for she had previously triggered it herself. Has someone from the Yi family reached the innate realm? Who could it be? In her perception, the focal point of the converging vital energy lay precisely at the location of the Yi family. A thought flashed through her mind, and the situation of the Yi family members surfaced in her consciousness. As she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the epicenter of the vital energy, a figure appeared in her mind. Is it Yi Feng? Has he broken through? Jin Sha's heart trembled. Master, what just happened? Utilizing the formidable spiritual awareness bestowed by her nine body, Liang Jingxian perceived the unusual movements of the world's vital energy, her expression one of confusion. She was unaware of the events unfolding. But observing the expression on her master Jin Sha's face, she understood that something significant had occurred. It's nothing. Yi Feng has broken through to the innate realm, Jin Sha replied calmly, her demeanor composed. He has broken through. Liang Jingxian was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had remarked that Yi Feng would need several more years to achieve a breakthrough. Yet now, barely a moment had passed, and he had indeed reached the innate realm. Reflecting on her previous disdain for Yi Feng, Liang Jingxian's expression stiffened. Do not concern yourself with him. Casting a glance at Liang Jingxian's countenance, Jin Sha reassured her, it matters not whether he has broken through or not. As long as you reach the innate realm, Yi Feng will undoubtedly be no match for you. Do not forget. You are cultivating the Ling Ming Sword Manual, a celestial art, incomparable to the Yi family's inherited martial arts. Upon hearing her master Jin Sha's comforting words, Liang Jingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. I am cultivating a celestial art. Once I break through to the innate realm, I shall unleash a fraction of the Ling Ming Sword Manual's wonders. Yi Feng is absolutely no rival. With that, Liang Jingxian's demeanor regained its confidence, her gaze brightening. After a month of training, she had acquired considerable martial knowledge from Jin Sha and understood the significance of the celestial art and the power of the Ling Ming Sword Manual. Yi Feng, your Yi family's 12 true images are merely master-level martial arts. Even if you break through to the innate realm before me, you shall never be my opponent. Once I attain the innate realm, I will ensure you realize the greatest mistake of your life. Liang Jingxian exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, in a room within the Yi family, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on his bed, calmly guiding the world's vital energy to begin consolidating his true spirit. With prior experience of breaking through to the innate realm, Fang Yuan now appeared even more composed and methodical. After a considerable time, his true spirit was fully consolidated, and as he closed his eyes to introspect, he observed that the inner energy in his dantian had ascended into true qi, nodding to himself in satisfaction. With the experience of his previous breakthroughs, this time he reaped even greater benefits. Compared to earlier attempts, the innate true qi within him now appeared more complete and robust. This moment, the true qi swirled within his dantian like a hidden dragon. This is a testament to a solid foundation in martial arts. As he introspected, Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Next, I can cultivate the Xuanwu true art. With the innate realm as my foundation, I will open the internal orifices at a significantly faster pace than when using acquired inner energy. In the innate realm, he possessed the ability to introspect, allowing him to observe the internal state of his body clearly. Moreover, with the wondrous application of innate true qi, any attempt to open orifices would naturally be expedited compared to using inner energy. Once all 6 orifices are completely opened, I can transform my internal true qi into the more potent Xuanwu true qi. At that point, I will achieve the innate refining qi realm, further solidifying my martial foundation. Furthermore, once I attain the innate refining qi realm, I can set about resolving matters concerning Liang Jingxian. As his thoughts swirled, Fang Yuan focused his mind and immersed himself in the task of opening orifices. Chapter 40. Encirclement. 5 days later. Observing the last orifice within his body open, Fang Yuan let out a long breath. It is done. As his thoughts shifted, he channeled innate true qi into the 6 major orifices. With the influx of true qi into the orifices, a surge of foreign energy began to flow out. merging with Fang Yuan's innate true Q. As time passed, the foreign energy blending with his innate true Qi increased significantly, transforming the originally pale white true Qi into an inky black color. Had it not been for the cultivation methods from the real world, one could say that Fang Yuan's martial foundation had been entirely shattered, preventing any further breakthroughs. The innate true Qi, tainted by foreign substances, was no longer pure. However, these concerns posed no issues for Fang Yuan, as he possessed the cultivation methods from the real world. After a considerable duration, once the pale white innate true Qi had fully turned into a deep black hue, Fang Yuan finally ceased his manipulation of true Qi. He had successfully broken through to the refining Qi realm. Gazing at the pitch-black true Qi within him, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Now he had advanced both of his martial systems to the innate and refining Qi realms, significantly enhancing his strength. Furthermore, as his innate true Qi transformed into Xuanwu true Qi, nourished by it, his true spirit had also seen considerable enhancement. The originally limited illumination of his true spirit, which only reached within 3 feet of his consciousness, now extended to a radius of 4 feet. With my strength significantly bolstered, and now that the 12 true images have integrated the methods of Xuanwu true art, I merely need my Xuanwu true Qi to continue strengthening, and my true spirit will grow accordingly. Once my true spirit expands to a certain degree, I can attempt to break through to the master realm. At that point, with the master realm at my disposal, refining the Xuanwu true art to the level of formidable prowess will be a mere trifle. Feeling the changes in his strength at this moment, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. His power now could be deemed as the pinnacle of innate refining Qi, coupled with his great Ashura divine blade. Even a master would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, why hasn't the martial realm manifested its will during this breakthrough? Fang Yuan pondered briefly and deduced the crux of the matter. The martial realm's manifestation required innovation in martial arts, a departure from conventional methods. Although his 12 true images had incorporated the techniques of Xuanwu true art, some of these methods were already present in the turtle and serpent formation. Hence, the martial realm had not descended. It seems that I must wait until I break through to the master realm before I can visit the martial realm once again. With this thought, Fang Yuan stood and stretched lazily. Now that he had attained the innate refining Qi realm, it was time to address Liang Jingxian's matters. Thinking of Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. I hope the preparations I made for you bring you delight. He had made ample preparations over the past few days, eagerly awaiting his breakthrough. Now that everything was in place, it was time to take action. Fang Yuan had already discovered that Liang Jingxian and her master only trained together during the day. In the evenings, Liang Jingxian would return home to rest, and the two lived quite far apart, providing him with the perfect opportunity to act. 3 Innate realm assassins targeting a young girl who had just entered the acquired realm. Now that truly showed magnanimity. For himself, he would naturally assess the situation before making a move. If all went smoothly, or if any unexpected events remained within his control, he would act without hesitation. However, if the situation became untenable, Fang Yuan would adapt accordingly. That night, Liang Jingxian returned home from Jinsha's place, freshened up, and lay down to sleep. After a day of rigorous training, she felt utterly fatigued. Were it not for the hatred propelling her forward, she likely would have struggled to persist. After all, she had never exerted herself so diligently before. Yifeng, all of this is because of you. With her eyes slightly closed, Liang Jingxian clenched her fists tightly beneath the covers. Just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, a sudden sharp pain pierced her brow. An impulse, Liang Jingxian jolted awake, her heart racing. Since awakening her Nining body, her spiritual awareness had become extraordinarily potent, akin to that of an ordinary innate warrior, keenly perceptive. Now, she sensed a looming danger, one that could threaten her very life. Just as Liang Jingxian realized the gravity of the situation, a dense aura of killing intent enveloped her. As the murderous intent closed in, Liang Jingxian felt a chilling sensation coursing through her body, as if she had been thrust into an ice cavern, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. Bang! The doors and windows burst open in an instant, and 3 shadowy figures materialized within Liang Jingxian's chamber, clad in black stealth garb. Their faces obscured by dark cloth, only their indifferent eyes were visible. In the next moment, they simultaneously brandished their blades. A series of soft sounds echoed, akin to fabric being torn, as Liang Jingxian beheld the shimmering lights of their weapons hurtling towards her. Am I truly to perish like this? She thought, her heart racing at the sight of the impending danger, a potent will to survive igniting within her. Yet, she understood that her resistance was futile, as a mere practitioner of the postnatal realm. She was utterly powerless against such lethal forces as the deadly energy approached. Her eyes reflected resignation, awaiting the embrace of death. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air, and a figure appeared in Liang Jingxian's room, as if conjured from thin air. No one could fathom how she had arrived so swiftly. With that chilling sound, an invisible force surged forth, causing the three lethal energies to dissipate like mist. Master. Under the moonlight, Liang Jingxian recognized the newcomer and gasped in relief. Jin Sha nodded, observing the fleeing assassins, her right hand forming a sword gesture as she thrust forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. The speed of the sword's strikes was blinding, despite the assassins being formidable experts of the innate realm. They stood no chance against such ferocity, their hearts pierced in an instant that eye in the distance. Fang Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing the scene. Rubbing his aching brow, he felt a surge of uncertainty. With his current strength, he could contend with masters, yet as this notion crossed his mind, his instincts screamed caution. Why is Jin Sha not in her usual abode? Has she come to Liang Jingxian's home out of coincidence or some divine intervention? It cannot be that Jin Sha is merely a simple practitioner. Has she also mastered the heavenly arts? If a master who has cultivated the heavenly arts engages in combat, my chances of victory are exceedingly slim. Fang Yuan squinted at the now lifeless assassins. His resolve firm. Without hesitation, he leaped from his perch, landing upon a steed he had prepared in advance. This escape plan had been meticulously arranged. Should the situation become dire, retreat was the wisest course. Go. Fang Yuan urged the steed, not heading towards the Yi family, but rather towards the city gates. He sought to distance himself, returning to his stronghold to strategize against these two adversaries that as for the Yi family. There was no reason to return. What purpose would that serve? Although Yi Ying was a master, he would not issue warnings at the mere hint of Fang Yuan's intentions. If Yi Ying could not deal with Jin Sha, then returning would only invite death. Fang Yuan understood that the mission had failed. It would not be long before Jin Sha uncovered the plot to eliminate Liang Jingxian. Masters possess keen instincts. Such schemes cannot remain hidden from them. Masters wield the 1,000-mile soul lock, and I have incinerated everything I used from the Yi family. I wonder if that will suffice to evade Jin Sha's pursuit. As for the three assassins, they had been contacted through a servant. He had not interacted with them directly. Thus they bore no trace of his essence. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan believed that even if he could not completely shake off the pursuit, he could buy himself some time. Chapter 41. The Relics Master. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have. Liang Jingxian rose to pay her respects, her heart still racing with trepidation. Had it not been for Jin Sha's timely intervention, she would now be among the deceased. I sensed an imminent danger and followed you after you departed, Jin Sha explained. Jingxian, Senior Jin Sha, what has transpired? Liang Jingxian's parents, alerted by the commotion, rushed in. Liang Jingxian, her complexion still pale, recounted, someone sought to take my life, but fortunately, my master intervened. What? Upon seeing the three assassins clad in night garb on the floor, Liang Jingxian's parents were taken aback. Who seeks to harm Jingxian? Liang Jingxian's father erupted with fury that I do not know, but the Jin Feng Shiyu building should have the answers. As she spoke, Jin Sha approached the fallen assassins and retrieved the tokens from their persons. The Jin Feng Shiyu building. Upon hearing Jin Sha's words, Liang Jingxian's parents were momentarily struck silent, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The Jin Feng Shiyu building was a notorious assassin organization within the Great Qin realm, responsible for countless crimes. Yet despite the various factions attempting to eradicate it, the organization always resurfaced after the storm. For the Liang family, the Jin Feng Shiyu building was a force they could not afford to provoke. To do so would spell doom for them. Rest assured, I shall pay a visit to the Jin Feng Shiyu building to investigate who dispatched the assassins to target Jingxian. Jin Sha tucked the tokens away. Turning to Liang Jingxian, stay close to your parents and do not stray. Await my return. Liang Jingxian nodded vigorously. Fear not. Since the Jin Feng Shiyu building's assassination attempt has failed, you shall remain safe for the time being. After reassuring the trio, Jin Sha moved with the swiftness of a wisp of smoke, vanishing from their sight. Go. Go. Fang Yuan cracked the whip, urging his steed to run faster. Dust swirled as the powerful horse galloped with all its might. I hope Xiao Zi and Ying heed my words. Departing swiftly to evade any potential danger, he had already orchestrated their actions in his absence, though he was uncertain if they would follow his instructions. Regardless, he had done his utmost. Oh no. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed as he felt a sudden urgency. Without warning, he leaped from the steed. Thud, the sound of hooves hitting the ground echoed as the horse stumbled, its momentum carrying it forward for several paces. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Fang Yuan landed gracefully. He noticed blood seeping from the horse's nostrils and shook his head slightly. Even a steed of such caliber could not withstand the strain of running 1,500 miles overnight, despite Fang Yuan continuously channeling his Xuanwu true energy into it. Ah well. I have already crossed the border from Great Qian into Great Zhong, where the presence of humanity is more palpable. I can purchase another fine horse later. With that thought, Fang Yuan set off like an arrow, racing forward. Having traveled over 1,500 miles from the Yi family, even with the master's 1,000-mile soul lock, they would struggle to track me down for the time being. Reflecting on his journey of such distance, Fang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Thankfully, this was not a time without extraordinary powers. Otherwise, even with a swift horse, traversing such a distance in a single night would have been impossible. Hastening his steps under the rising sun, Fang Yuan arrived at a small town, purchased another steed, and assessed the direction before galloping away. This is the region near the Great Qian border in Great Zhong. I had accompanied the escort agency here during my first simulation. Recognizing the familiar scenery, Fang Yuan guided his horse towards a well-known location, Ganning City, beneath the Yanyu Tower. Fang Yuan entrusted his horse to an attendant and entered the tavern. A jar of yellow wine and some side dishes, please. After placing his order, he surveyed the familiar surroundings of the establishment, then ascended to the second floor, taking a seat by the window to await his meal. This tavern had been a frequent haunt during his first simulation, where he had dined and drunk, even forming a rapport with the owner. Now, at midday, the second floor was bustling with patrons engaged in lively conversation. Such a pity about the Iron Sword hero from 60 years ago. He was a man of righteousness, yet he vanished without a trace. One patron lamented, in my view, he was likely slain by those affluent families who conspired against him. Another replied, you know of him? What a loss. When he was alive, the local tyrants in Ganning City trembled at his name, too fearful to act recklessly, lest the Iron Sword hero seek them out. Fang Yuan's ears perked up, his gaze drawn to a group of raucous drinkers ahead. In truth, I only sought martial arts manuals from those wealthy families. Any notions of righteousness were merely incidental. Fang Yuan gently touched his nose and slightly shook his head. When it came to chivalry and righteousness, his heart was not sincere. It was merely for his own benefit. At best, he would intervene when he stumbled upon an injustice. But he was not one who pursued the ideals of chivalry. However, it has been 60 years since my first simulation ended. A thought flashed through his mind, and Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise. Sir, your food and drink have arrived. The waiter promptly served the dishes and then turned to leave. Fang Yuan poured himself a bowl of wine and began to eat alongside his meal. You ungrateful wretch. You remember the food but forget the beatings. That if you gamble once more, I shall break your legs. A cacophony of voices reached his ears, prompting Fang Yuan's gaze to shift toward the source of the commotion. An elderly man, resembling a shopkeeper, with white hair, yet still possessing a decent vigor, was glaring angrily at a young boy while wielding a wooden stick. The boy shrugged and rolled his eyes. In any case, this money will eventually be mine, so you have no say in how I spend it. My father passed away early, and I am your only grandson. If you break my legs, I might as well not live. And then how will you carry on the family line? Upon hearing the boy's words, the old man's anger flared, yet he found himself powerless. He had doted on this grandson since childhood and was at a loss as to how to discipline him. Observing this scene, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly and then fixed his gaze on the old man, gradually becoming more focused. Who would have thought that the little brat who once played by my side has now grown into a venerable elder with a grandson of his own? Looking at the familiar lines on the old man's face, Fang Yuan let out a faint sigh. Time flies. Black hair turns white. Such is the way of life. With his thoughts shifting, Fang Yuan ceased watching the family's farce and concentrated on his meal. After a while, he finished eating, took his horse, and left Ganning City, heading towards a certain ruin. Along the way to the ruins, Fang Yuan encountered many others like himself, clad in fine garments and bearing swords. These individuals shared a common purpose with him. The remnants of the battle between immortals still linger. Even the slightest trace of such power can draw a multitude to witness, observing the throngs of people around him. Fang Yuan proceeded quietly until he arrived once more at the small town where he had concluded his first simulation. No, it should not simply be referred to as a small town. It ought to be called a ruin. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the area, and he saw that all the buildings of the former town had vanished, leaving only scattered remnants of walls at the periphery. In the center of the town lay a massive handprint, sunken into the ground. The handprint measured hundreds of meters in size and was several meters deep, carved deeply into the heart of the town. Within the handprint, there was even some standing water, teeming with fish and shrimp. Surrounding the handprint were intricate, spiderweb-like cracks that extended for hundreds of meters. Fang Yuan stood atop a rise, silently observing all of this. I never expected the great handprint from back then to possess such formidable power, leaving behind traces that remain even now. Fang Yuan mused, and as a thought crossed his mind, he recalled the elderly innkeeper. During his first simulation, this man had been merely a 4 or 5-year-old child. Yet now, upon his return, the boy had transformed into a white-haired elder, well into his years that in Fang Yuan's view, although the old man appeared relatively spry. His vitality had already waned, and he would not live much longer. Reflecting on the old man while gazing at the ruins before him, Fang Yuan lamented, "Time may pass, but the traces of the battle between immortals endure. Yet, while these traces may persist, even immortals have their lifespans, and as for me," Fang Yuan closed his eyes, and countless scenes from his past life and present flickered through his mind. In his previous life, he had been an orphan at the Yasuo orphanage, and through sheer willpower, he had managed to lead a normal life, securing a mundane but stable job. However, he never anticipated that he would awaken in a fantastical world. Armed with the simulator that accompanied his transmigration, he had escaped the clutches of death and spent what felt like an eternity within the simulated realm. As he recalled the events of his last simulation, a hint of nostalgia graced Fang Yuan's face. Yet, in the next moment, his expression returned to calm, and he opened his eyes, even if he could extend his lifespan indirectly within the simulated world. Once his physical body in the real world reached its end, he would inevitably return to dust. Multitudes of thoughts surged forth, but Fang Yuan dispelled them one by one. Since he possessed extraordinary power in the aid of the simulator, it was only natural that he pursue the path to transcendence and eternity. This intention crystallized within him. The scriptures of the Taishang Neguan Jing began to manifest, flowing gently through his heart. His true nature resonated, and light continued to expand, illuminating a radius of 5 feet around him. His meditative state advanced, and he had traversed half the distance of the innate realm. The innate realm primarily relied on one's true nature. As long as his true nature could shine bright for 10 feet, he would achieve great success in the innate realm and could attempt to break through to the master level. Witnessing the diminishing distractions and the gradual tranquility of his heart, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. After casting one last glance at the ruins, he spurred his horse onward, resolutely heading toward the direction of Dawei. Chapter 42. The 1,000-mile soul lock. 2 days later, having crossed the border between Dezheng and Dawei, Fang Yuan acquired another fine steed and continued on his journey to his destination. He intended to visit the Qinglong Society to assess whether its development over the years had followed the plans he had laid out. Simultaneously, he sought to leverage his long-established base to confront Jin Sha once more. The Yi family was not an organization he had nurtured for long. Even with a master warrior like Ying among them, he did not believe they would stand a chance against Jin Sha. Fang Yuan was well aware that Jin Sha would not let him escape. Whether for fulfilling their 1-year agreement or avenging the attempt on Liang Jingxin's life, Jin Sha would undoubtedly pursue him. At that time, I shall certainly surprise you. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. During these days of travel, he had not neglected his martial cultivation. He had fully mastered his abilities and was constantly progressing, with the superior quality of his Xuanwu, true qi. The growth of his true nature was far surpassing that of others. As his true nature expanded, it further accelerated the growth of his Xuanwu, true qi, creating a positive feedback loop. Fang Yuan rode swiftly, passing through several cities until dusk fell, at which point he sought rest in one of them. In Kong City, as he gazed upon the 2 characters emblazoned on the city gate, he was filled with reminiscence. At the onset of his second simulation, he had spent several days as a groom for the Zhao family in Kong City. Fortuitously, he had left the Zhao family directly. Otherwise, his second simulation would not have gone as smoothly. At the city gate, Fang Yuan tossed a few coins to enter, and as he took in the nighttime scenery of Kong City, he leisurely made his way toward an inn. The streets bustled with people. Although it was not yet late, lanterns hung outside every shop, casting a warm glow over the thoroughfare. Is that the secret mark of the Qinglong Society? While admiring the sights of Kong City, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to a discreet mark on a distant wall, and a thought struck him. What a perfect opportunity to connect with the current members of the Qinglong Society and see how it has evolved. I never expected the Qinglong Society to develop so rapidly, even having a presence in Kong City. Given the considerable distance between Kong City and Yi City, and according to Fang Yuan's previous instructions, the Qinglong Society should not have expanded to Kong City. After all, it was meant to remain dormant for 20 years following his departure. With a fleeting thought, Fang Yuan approached the mark, extending his hand to subtly channel the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Leaving behind a secret signal on the wall. It was a code to gather at nightfall the following day. I shall remain in Kong City for one day to observe the situation of the Qinglong Society. As for whether Jin Sha would pursue him, Fang Yuan had not sensed any prying eyes in recent days, understanding that at this moment, Jin Sha had yet to employ her 1,000-mile soul lock ability. Thus, he remained unperturbed. After all, once he reached Kong City, he would be close to Yi City, where he would confront Jin Sha once more in his long-established stronghold. After leaving the secret mark, Fang Yuan blended into the crowd and checked into an inn. At the Liang family residence, Liang Jingxian had been staying with her parents these past few days. Awaiting news from Jin Sha, a gentle breeze rustled, and a figure appeared before the three of them. Master, Senior Jin Sha. Upon the appearance of Jin Sha, the three individuals hurriedly advanced to pay their respects. I have thoroughly investigated the identity of the one who dispatched the assassin to eliminate Jingxian. Without further ado, Jin Sha revealed her findings to the trio. Yi Feng. He actually dares to target Jingxian. How audacious of him. Upon hearing that it was Yi Feng who had sent the assassin, Liang Jingxian's father was instantly consumed by rage. His face flushed with anger. Yi Feng. I never imagined it would be him who sought my demise. Liang Jingxian's expression momentarily froze, before she managed a wry smile. Indeed, only he possesses the motive to wish for my death. Yet, I never anticipated he would resort to hiring an assassin. How deeply does he wish for my end? The last time, he had Li Tong monitor my every move, only to later appear before me to seek my forgiveness. Now, he has sent an assassin to kill me. As she continued to smile, a hint of redness appeared at the corners of Liang Jingxian's eyes, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips in her youthful innocence. She had once rejoiced for an extended period upon learning of her engagement to the talented youth Yi Feng. Alas, that joy was short-lived, as Yi Feng chose to annul their engagement, subjecting her to profound humiliation. Not only that, but he had also dispatched his lackey Li Tong to surveil her, intent on eliminating her. Nevertheless, despite all this, a lingering sentiment remained within Liang Jingxian's heart, a shred of affection for her former fiancé. When Fang Yuan appeared before her, pleading for her forgiveness, she even experienced a fleeting moment of emotional turmoil. Yet, this flicker of affection was swiftly quelled by vengeful thoughts, and Liang Jingxian chose to dismiss it entirely. However, upon hearing the news from her master Jin Sha, a profound bitterness enveloped her heart. The last vestiges of her feelings, the remnants of her admiration, dissipated amidst the waves of hatred and sorrow. Leave Yi Feng to us. Liang's father and mother, it would be prudent for you to remain in seclusion for the time being. After advising Liang Jingxian's parents, Jin Sha continued. When I arrived, I paid a visit to the Yi family and discovered that Yi Feng had long since vanished without a trace. Moreover, Yi Ying and numerous members of the Yi clan have also gone missing in the past few days. It is likely they harbor some ulterior motive. However, as long as they do not obstruct our actions, it will suffice. Jin Sha turned her gaze towards Liang Jingxian and said, for your martial arts to reach its pinnacle, you must confront Yi Feng in battle. The Lingming sword heart requires absolute perfection, with no flaws to be found, and the sword's essence must be cleared. If Liang Jingxian does not engage Fang Yuan, Yi Feng, in combat, if she does not slay him, then the Lingming sword heart will forever be marred by imperfections. Should such flaws encounter significant challenges, they could potentially lead to the collapse of the entire Lingming sword heart, causing her martial prowess to regress. Liang Jingxian nodded in understanding. then asked, somewhat perplexed. Yi Feng has long left the Yi family. Where could he possibly be now? How shall we find him? Jinsha smiled gently and replied. During my search at the Yi residence, I detected a faint trace of his lingering aura at this point. Jinsha recalled the remnants of the items Yi Feng had used that had all been incinerated, acknowledging Fang Yuan's cunning. However, it was unfortunate that Fang Yuan was not a master. His efforts to erase his aura were insufficient, leaving behind some traces. Yet, Jinsha found it curious that, despite Liang Jingxian having already taken her master as her teacher and their intentions to eliminate Fang Yuan never having been disclosed, he still sought her demise. Sending Li Tong to watch her was one thing, but now he had even dispatched assassins to kill her, even if he detested Liang Jingxian's previous reputation as a martial arts failure. Such actions seemed excessive. Nonetheless, Jinsha chose to disregard Fang Yuan's motives. After all, he must ultimately perish at Liang Jingxian's hands, thus cleansing her spirit of the lingering dust and allowing the Lingming's sword heart to be flawlessly perfected. Although Yi Feng had prepared in advance to eradicate his aura, a remnant still lingered. With that, Jinsha extended her hand, seemingly grasping something invisible, her fingers delicately pinching. Observing Jinsha's actions, Liang Jingxian's father recalled the rumors surrounding the realm of masters. His gaze shifting. Could it be that the esteemed elder intends to employ the 1,000-mile soul-locking technique? Jinsha nodded. Hearing her father's words, Liang Jingxian curiously gazed at Jinsha's hand, yet saw nothing. Without further ado, Jinsha gently closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the faint aura within her grasp, initiating her remote sensing. The 1,000-mile soul-locking technique is a unique ability of masters, as long as a trace of aura is within grasp. No one can evade the master's pursuit. That Jinsha's spirit ascended, an array of aura fluctuations manifesting within her perception. Among the myriad energies, a distant aura was resonating with the trace in her hand. As this aura emerged, an image materialized in Jinsha's mind that in an elegant room of a wine house. A strikingly handsome young man sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in meditation. However, that was the extent of the vision. Regarding Fang Yuan's precise location, she could only ascertain a general vicinity. Yi Feng. The thought flashed through her mind, and Jinsha withdrew from the 1,000-mile soul locking, her eyes opening as she addressed Liang Jingxian and the others. He is currently several thousand miles away from us. Jingxian, you shall accompany me to seek him out. Liang Jingxian nodded, though her expression grew uncertain as she glanced at her parents, unsure of how to convey her thoughts. To go ahead, with Elder Jinsha by your side. You shall face no harm. Liang Jingxian's parents nodded in agreement. Rest assured, after eliminating Yi Feng, we shall return in 1 year's time. Jinsha reassured Liang Jingxian, aware that this was her first journey away from home and that she was reluctant to part from her parents. Liang Jingxian, upon hearing this, nodded resolutely. This pursuit of Yi Feng serves two purposes. One is to eliminate him, and the other is to provide you with experience, ensuring you do not possess strength without understanding how to wield it. Watching Liang Jingxian bid farewell to her parents, Jinsha continued, we shall proceed at a measured pace. Upon our return in a year, we shall confront Yi Feng again, allowing him to prolong his existence for a while longer. In the meantime, I will instruct you thoroughly. Jinsha was confident that with the assistance of the rogue along the way, Liang Jingxian would swiftly grow into a successor capable of mastering the Lingming sword cannon. Simultaneously, just as Jinsha activated the 1,000-mile soul locking, Fang Yuan, who had been meditating cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide and sprang to his feet. Someone is spying on me. Narrowing his gaze, Fang Yuan slowly swept his eyes across the room, contemplating deeply for a long while before closing his eyes once more. That sensation earlier did not feel like someone observing me from nearby. Rather, it felt as if someone was watching from an immeasurable distance. Could it be Jinsha? Has she employed the 1,000-mile soul locking? At this moment, apart from Jinsha, no one else would utilize the 1,000-mile soul locking to locate him. As for Yi Ying, the master, Fang Yuan had already made all necessary arrangements and had no intention of seeking him out. However, it is unfortunate that your use of the 1,000-mile soul locking comes too late. We are separated by at least 3,000 or 4,000 miles. Even if you employ the 1,000-mile soul locking, you can only ascertain my approximate location. To truly find me, you would need at least 10 to 20 days. Recalling Yi Ying's descriptions regarding masters, Fang Yuan felt a sense of certainty, Resuming his meditation upon the B by the time Jinsha arrives, he would have already taken refuge in the lair of the Qinglong Society, utilizing the advantage of terrain. Fang Yuan contemplated engaging in battle with Jinsha. After all, if he did not neutralize her, he would never be able to deal with Liang Jingxian. To resolve matters with Liang Jingxian, it was imperative to first eliminate Jinsha. Otherwise, should he lay hands on Liang Jingxian, Jinsha would likely reappear unexpectedly, much like the last time. Chapter 43. A twist of fate and old acquaintances late at night, but in a hidden corner. Fang Yuan, donned in a conical hat, awaited silently. He was anticipating the arrival of individuals from the Qinglong Society. Tap, tap, at a faint sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, approached. "Senior, I wonder what business calls for my presence." The young man spoke with utmost respect, as the dark insignia left on the wall was a mark reserved for the higher echelons of the Qinglong Society. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Fang Yuan was unmistakably that of a congenital master. Although the young man did not know Fang Yuan's identity, the combination of the high-ranking insignia and innate prowess compelled him to exhibit deference. Observing the young man before him, Fang Yuan nodded slightly, altering his voice as he spoke. "I was dispatched by the Dragon Head to infiltrate Dakian over a decade ago. Now that I am passing through Kongqing, I wish to inquire about the changes that have transpired within the Qinglong Society over these years." The young man nodded in realization. "Oh, you are a senior of the Qinglong Society. I beg your pardon for my rudeness." With a respectful gesture, the young man inquired, "What changes would the senior like to know about the Qinglong Society?" "I wish to know who currently leads the Qinglong Society." Fang Yuan spoke softly. Upon concluding his second simulation, he had instructed the Qinglong Association to remain concealed, awaiting his takeover in the third simulation. However, he now perceived that the Qinglong Association seemed to have undergone certain transformations. The organization had become less secretive, a change that Fang Yuan could discern from the young man before him. The alterations within the Qinglong Association were undoubtedly linked to Su Hai and the other leaders of the Dragon Heads. Originally, Su Longzhou had been in charge, but a decade prior, the leadership had shifted to Bai Delangshu. The youth directly informed Fang Yuan of the various changes within the association, as this information was not particularly confidential. If Fang Yuan were to inquire about the Qinglong Association's arrangements in various cities, the youth would naturally be reluctant to divulge such details. Bai Qingqing has unexpectedly become the Great Dragon Head? Fang Yuan's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. According to his arrangements at the conclusion of the second simulation, Su Hai should have received Bai Qingqing's assistance. Moreover, both Su Hai and Bai Qingqing were merely dragon heads. It was only he who could ascend to the position of the Great Dragon Head. Had something happened to Su Longzhou? Was that why Bai Qingqing had assumed the role of the Great Dragon Head? Fang Yuan questioned, considering this the most plausible explanation. If Su Hai had encountered misfortune, and Bai Qingqing had risen to power, then indeed, Bai Qingqing could become the Great Dragon Head. Yet, the youth shook his head and replied, "Su Longzhou has not faced any misfortune. It is merely rumored that he was defeated by Bai Delangshu, after which he voluntarily stepped down, defeated by Bai Qingqing." Fang Yuan's expression froze, his understanding gradually dawning. The notion of stepping down was merely a facade. It seemed that Bai Qingqing had forcibly ousted Su Hai and claimed the position for herself. That Su Hai, that incompetent fool, had control over Bai Qingqing's lifeline. Yet this is the outcome. I intentionally suppressed Bai Qingqing to ensure you could obtain the necessary medicine to control her while securing her support. Yet here you are, unceremoniously toppled by Bai Qingqing. Fang Yuan silently cursed, then shook his head and continued, "Is the Qinglong Association's headquarters still in Yeqing? Where is Su Longzhou now?" "The headquarters remains in Yeqing, and Su Longzhou currently resides in the Su Manor in Yeqing." The youth answered, "What about the other former dragon heads?" Fang Yuan inquired. "They are still present." With a flicker of insight, Fang Yuan nodded. "I understand. You may disperse." Having said that, he vanished in a flash, employing his agility to depart. Upon returning to the tavern, Fang Yuan settled into a cross-legged position, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The changes within the Qinglong Association had taken him somewhat by surprise. After a brief moment, his furrowed brow smoothed, his gaze becoming indifferent. While the situation was somewhat unexpected, it mattered little. With his current strength, even facing an ordinary master posed no concern. Regardless of the transformations within the Qinglong Association, it was improbable that another cultivator of the heavenly skill like Jin Sha would emerge. Initially, Fang Yuan felt confident in defeating an ordinary master like Yi Ying, but facing Jin Sha still left him feeling inferior, that he recognized that this was likely due to Jin Sha's cultivation of the heavenly skill. Although the Qinglong Association had developed over 20 years since his departure, it was unlikely that any cultivator of the heavenly skill existed among them. As long as there were no individuals akin to Jin Sha, Fang Yuan remained unconcerned about the Qinglong Association's evolution. After all, it was merely a matter of a few strikes. The information is now known. Next, I shall pay Su Hai a visit, he mused, reaching for the mirror on the table to alter his appearance. Before long, Fang Yuan's facial skin trembled, the muscles beneath shifting and rearranging, and in the blink of an eye, he bore a new visage. Gazing into the mirror at the familiar countenance, he gently touched his face. A subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the appearance of Wang Cheng, the stableman, from his second simulation. The following morning, Fang Yuan led his horse towards the city gate, admiring the scenery of Kangqing as he walked. The early morning air was filled with the bustling sounds of vendors, their calls echoing through the streets. As he passed a pavilion, Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly halted, fixating on a middle-aged beauty amusing a child within. Though the woman appeared somewhat aged, she was well preserved, allowing glimpses of her former youthful grace. It was she. Zhao Yu. Observing the familiar figure, Fang Yuan subtly shook his head. Regrettably, despite her upkeep, the fine lines around her eyes and the dullness in her gaze could not be concealed. 40 years had swiftly passed. Once a beauty surpassing flowers, she had now withered under the relentless passage of time, time's fleeting grace, beauty's inevitable decay. He contemplated, casting one last glance before opting not to disturb Zhao Yu. Continuing onward towards the city gate. What was that gaze? Zhao Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, her hand momentarily pausing in its playful antics with her grandchild. Raising her eyes, she caught sight of a young man leading a horse, who quickly turned and vanished around the corner. Wang Cheng? Zhao Yu stared blankly at the spot where Fang Yuan had disappeared, her gaze lost in thought. Madam, what is it? A nearby maid inquired, noticing Zhao Yu's dazed expression. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Yu shook her head. It is nothing. I merely thought I saw an old acquaintance. Looking at her grandchild, she suddenly lost interest in their playful exchanges, her heart heavy with nostalgia. That man was not Wang Cheng. 40 years have passed. He cannot possibly be young again. Yet, the fleeting glance and striking resemblance to the man who had once impersonated Wang Cheng haunted her. As she pondered, memories of her 17-year-old self flooded back. At that time, she had been youthful and naive, infatuated with a monk, which led to a fateful encounter where the impersonator had killed Li Lang. In that moment, the very same piercing gaze had swept over her, leaving an indelible mark on her memory. Could it truly be him? Has he once again altered his appearance to resemble Wang Cheng? Zhao Yu wished to pursue him for answers, but as the thought crossed her mind, she sighed softly and abandoned the notion. Having passed Zhao Yu, Fang Yuan exited the city gate, swiftly mounting his horse and galloping towards Yeqing. Chapter 44. Transformation in Yeqing at the Su Manor. The night was tranquil within the manor, which from the outside resembled a formidable beast resting upon the earth, its presence imposing. However, those privy to the inner workings of the Qinglong Association understood that the Su Manor's exterior grandeur belied its actual insignificance. After all, Su Hai had been ousted from the Qinglong Association, no longer holding the title of Dragon Head, and no one heeded his commands, despite being an innate martial artist. Su Hai had long been marginalized and effectively placed under house arrest within the Qinglong Association. In the night, a faint glow emanated from a bedroom where Su Hai sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating his energy. Compared to 2 decades prior, Su Hai now exuded a greater sense of composure, yet his countenance bore a hint of despondency. A stark contrast to the spirited youth he once was. His adoptive father had promised to return after 20 years, yet Su Hai wondered when that moment would arrive. Recalling the time when his adoptive father Fang Yuan was present, he felt a surge of youthful vigor, but everything had spiraled downward upon Fang Yuan's departure. Bai Qingqing claims my adoptive father is dead, and even showed us his remains. Others may believe her, but I do not. As he recalled the decayed bones they had encountered in the cave, anger flared in Su Hai's eyes. To him, it was merely Bai Qingqing's ruse to consolidate power, a tactic to win hearts. Though the skeletal remains bore his adoptive father's aura, and the physique closely resembled Fang Yuan's, Su Hai steadfastly refused to accept that they were truly Fang Yuan's remains. Lost in memories, Su Hai took a deep breath, revealing a bitter smile. Even after all these years, the recollection still stirred feelings of anger and helplessness within him that a gentle breeze swept past him, causing Su Hai's previously smiling face to turn pale. He had kept his doors and windows tightly shut while practicing, and the servants would not disturb him at this hour, to silently infiltrate my room without making a sound. This level of skill. Could it be a master? Is Bai Qingqing here to kill me? As the thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat drenched Su Hai's back. Facing away from the door, he remained oblivious to the situation behind him. His gaze fixated on the floor as a shadow gradually crept into view before him. It is a man. Observing the shape of the shadow, Su Hai felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He then gradually rose and turned to look behind him. Upon seeing Fang Yuan quietly gazing at him, his mind erupted in astonishment as he stammered, "Father." Fang Yuan nodded gently. The visage of Su Hai began to overlap with that of 2 decades past in Fang Yuan's memory. Witnessing Fang Yuan's nod, Su Hai could hardly contain his excitement, though years of experience had taught him to maintain composure. His eyes reddened as he approached Fang Yuan, exclaiming, "You have finally returned. You still look so youthful." Gazing at Su Hai, Fang Yuan sighed softly and said, "I have returned. Now tell me, what has transpired over these 20 years? Surely you comprehend the arrangements I left behind." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Su Hai's expression turned crimson. "I am fully aware of your arrangements from the moment you departed. After your leaving, I reinstated Bai Qingqing and restored her position, ensuring she had access to the necessary medicines. Initially, Bai Qingqing performed quite normally, as you anticipated, diligently assisting me in managing the Qinglong society. However, Su Hai's demeanor darkened. That it is unclear when it began, but Hu Yu and his brethren started to harbor grievances against me. Seeking to bring the Qinglong society into the open, they provided Bai Qingqing with the drugs and secretly conspired together. 5 years after your departure, they united to force me out, confining me within the estate." Having heard this, Fang Yuan nodded in understanding, casting a knowing look at Su Hai. Su Hai, after all, was not Fang Yuan. He could not suppress everything. Gritting his teeth, Su Hai continued, "Moreover, a decade ago, after Bai Qingqing became a master, she claimed to have discovered your remains and insisted that we witness them. Since then, she has acted without restraint, executing Hu Yu and others, and officially assuming the role of the grand leader of the Qinglong society." After Su Hai recounted the events, Fang Yuan nodded indifferently. "I understand, this is not your fault. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that matters have not exceeded my expectations. Although the Qinglong society has gradually surfaced, it remains concealed in the shadows and has not been eradicated by other forces. Since it has not been obliterated, there is no need for me to rebuild the Qinglong society from scratch. Where is Bai Qingqing now? I wish to see how much progress she has made over the years." Fang Yuan stated calmly. Despite Bai Qingqing's ascension to mastery, Fang Yuan remained unconcerned, for he had already attained the strength to contend with an ordinary master and could even prevail, however, without engaging in combat. He was uncertain whether he would require 1 strike or 2 to emerge victorious. Su Hai cast a furtive glance at Fang Yuan and said, "Father, Bai Qingqing is now a master warrior. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider." After the initial thrill of reunion, Su Hai discerned that Fang Yuan's aura did not reach the level of a master, though his presence felt more formidable than that of an ordinary innate warrior. Without being a master, he could not possibly contend with one. "Do you doubt my strength?" Fang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Su Hai. "I would not dare." Su Hai trembled, lowering his head hastily. "Are you aware of the traces left by Bai Qingqing's actions in recent years?" Fang Yuan nodded faintly. While he was confident in his ability to defeat Bai Qingqing, he still sought clarity to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. "I am aware," Su Hai affirmed. "Her most recent action was 2 years ago, when the Qinglong society assassinated the son of a master, inciting the master's wrath. Bai Qingqing intervened. No one witnessed their confrontation, but it was known that Bai Qingqing emerged victorious. Later, someone discovered the location of their clash and reported the traces of their encounter to me. The earth was rent asunder, boulders shattered, and scars from blades were scattered everywhere." Su Hai's gaze turned fearful as he realized the true extent of a master's power upon learning of the aftermath of their battle. "I understand." Hearing Su Hai's description, Fang Yuan offered a faint smile. "Bai Qingqing is not so formidable. Inform me of Bai Qingqing's current whereabouts." Su Hai gritted his teeth, ultimately choosing to trust Fang Yuan's prowess. He truly wished to avoid any misfortune befalling Fang Yuan, which was why he had hesitated to allow him to engage. However, since Fang Yuan insisted, He could only comply. Bai Qingqing has gone out. Although she has confined me, others within the Qinglong Society still relay messages to me. She is currently at Lu Lake, 500 miles away, enjoying the flowers and scenery, and is not expected to return for 2 days. Fang Yuan nodded. I understand that in that case, I shall await her return. At this juncture, Fang Yuan looked at Su Hai and instructed, release the news that I have returned, and that I shall battle Bai Qingqing in 2 days. Chapter 45. Convergence with Su Hai disseminating news of Fang Yuan's return and impending duel with Bai Qingqing. The Qinglong Society was suddenly ablaze with activity. Although Bai Qingqing had spent over a decade purging the society of those loyal to Fang Yuan, the organization remained a creation of Fang Yuan's own making, and thus many still anticipated his return. Moreover, several innate masters and numerous internal energy warriors within the Qinglong Society were largely nurtured by Fang Yuan himself, ensuring that his influence within the society had not been entirely eradicated. Within a certain estate, Fang Yuan sat with Lu Jian and Li Yu, the atmosphere thick with tension. Over the course of 2 decades, they had matured considerably, bearing the weight of time. We have all seen Father's remains. Yet Su Hai now claims that Father has returned and intends to duel Bai Qingqing in 2 days. Is this true or false? Fang Yuan was the first to speak, having been the one to gather them together. Upon confirming that this news had originated from Su Hai, he promptly summoned these 2 close comrades. They were all individuals whom Fang Yuan had once taken in and trained, fostering a strong bond among them. Of course, Su Hai's relationship with them was not as amicable, which stemmed from Fang Yuan's earlier arrangements. In truth, Father's body does not appear to be a fabrication. We examined it closely. Lu Jian remarked, his tone somber, brow furrowing. When Father let us out for training, he once battled a swordsman and sustained an injury to his right hand. This is knowledge only we possess, while Bai Qingqing remains oblivious. Li Yu added. The atmosphere remained heavy as the 3 fell silent, each lost in their thoughts. For while the corpse was undoubtedly that of Fang Yuan, their understanding of him led them to believe he would not have met an untimely demise in a mere cave. And there were no new wounds on the remains. Let us wait. Though we are uncertain of the truth, we shall know in 2 days, Fang Yuan declared, although we have engaged in certain matters. We have never acted disloyally towards Father. Even if he has returned, he would not hold us accountable. Though Bai Qingqing's ascent to power has led to events spiraling beyond our control, we cannot be blamed. It was Hu Yu who supplied the drugs, enabling Bai Qingqing's rise to mastery. While they could discern the truth of the situation upon arriving at Su Hai's estate, they dared not do so. They had defied Fang Yuan's instructions upon his departure, engaging in clandestine activities that had diverted the Qinglong Society from its intended path. Furthermore, they feared that this might be a scheme devised by Bai Qingqing, who might have intentionally released false information to eliminate those who were stirred by the news. Let us wait. In 2 days, all shall be revealed. Li Yu sighed. Lu Lake, a vast expanse of water adorned by willows, had earned its name due to the abundance of trees lining its shores. With its picturesque scenery and expansive waters, it attracted visitors from near and far in the heart of the lake. A pleasure boat glided gracefully across the surface, moving slowly. The boat, stretching 20 meters in length and boasting 2 tiers, offered a panoramic view at this moment. Bai Qingqing occupied the 2nd tier, seated by a window, sipping tea and admiring the view. Just then, Xiao Wenfei approached. Presenting Bai Qingqing with a sealed missive, she noticed the envelope securely fastened. Bai Qingqing's wrist flicked, instantly tearing it open to reveal the contents within. Fang Yuan is still alive, has arrived at Su Hai's side, and has issued a challenge to me. She scoffed, incredulous that anyone would believe such absurdity, let alone convey it through a secret message. As she gazed at the contents of the missive in her hand, Bai Qingqing let out a disdainful smile, and with a firm grip of her right hand, she reduced the envelope to mere powder. The remnants slipped from her palm, carried away by the brisk winds sweeping across the lake's surface. Observing Xiao Wenfei at her side, Bai Qingqing recounted the entire message contained within the letter. Before inquiring, what is your opinion? You are also an adopted son of Fang Yuan. Do you believe Su Hai's words hold any truth? Xiao Wenfei bowed his head, responding softly, I doubt it. My adoptive father is deceased. How could he possibly return to life? At the time, Fang Yuan and the others confirmed that the corpse was indeed my adoptive father's. There can be no mistake that so. Is this Su Hai's scheme? Bai Qingqing remarked with an air of indifference, he is but a defeated hound. What capability does he possess to orchestrate such a plot? Xiao Wenfei shook his head. If Su Hai truly had the power, he would not have been ousted by you in collusion with Fang Yuan. Perhaps there are those who dissent against you, thus allying with Su Hai. Xiao Wenfei ventured his speculation. By Qingqing's side, the hearts of men are ever restless. Yet, this is merely a falsehood that has stirred the undercurrents within the Qinglong society. It seems we must undertake a more thorough cleansing. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's words, Xiao Wenfei felt a chill run through him. Lowering his head further, Bai Qingqing rose to observe the lake, declaring, "Since he wishes to challenge me tomorrow, I shall return. I am curious to see which master these individuals have summoned to dare confront me. Bring the boat to shore. We shall head back." With Bai Qingqing's command, the previously drifting pleasure boat abruptly altered its course, speeding towards the bank. Once the vessel docked, Bai Qingqing switched to a carriage and, seated within the spacious interior, instructed, "Send word to Su Hai, informing him that I await his esteemed presence at headquarters tomorrow. Additionally, summon all dragon heads and innate martial artists. They must all attend. I intend to make these scheming individuals aware that the heavens shall not be overturned." As Bai Qingqing's orders were disseminated, the Qinglong society swiftly mobilized, with every innate martial artist receiving her decree. Countless individuals hurried towards the Tingquan Mountain Villa, the headquarters of the Qinglong society, a fact known only to its higher echelons. The following day, the villa was bustling with the arrival of numerous innate martial artists responding to Bai Qingqing's summons. In the main hall, Bai Qingqing sat in the seat of honor, her gaze indifferent as she acknowledged the attendees who bowed before her with a faint nod. As the crowd gradually assembled, Bai Qingqing surveyed the room, reflecting, "Since becoming a master, my martial prowess has reached its zenith, and having slain a renowned master in recent years, I am eager to discover which master they have summoned to challenge me." She firmly dismissed the rumors of Fang Yuan's survival and his proximity to Su Hai. For no one understood the circumstances better than she did. Upon her ascension to mastery, she had absorbed the lingering aura of Fang Yuan, utilizing the 1,000-mile soul lock technique to trace him. Ultimately discovering his remains, long since transformed into a pile of bones within a secluded cave. "Regrettably, I broke through too late. I was unable to learn what martial arts you acquired in the martial realm." The thought stirred a sense of loss within her. Just as Bai Qingqing was lost in contemplation, a commotion erupted from outside. Two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, gradually advancing within. Bai Qingqing lifted her gaze, and upon seeing Fang Yuan beside Su Hai, her expression momentarily faltered, her mind reeling, her head instinctively tilting back, and her pupils constricting in shock. Chapter 46. The Blade of the Divine Adoptive Father? The eyes of Fang Yuan and the others widened in astonishment, rising instinctively at the sight of Fang Yuan. They had not anticipated that he was truly alive and had returned. Fang Yuan offered a faint smile and nodded at the familiar faces of his adopted sons. Subsequently, the aura he had hidden transformed dramatically. Having undergone countless cycles of life and death, the ethereal yet formidable essence he exuded could no longer be concealed, radiating from him without restraint. Witnessing this unique presence, those who were acquainted with Fang Yuan, such as Fang Yuan, felt their doubts evaporate, affirming that the man before them was indeed Fang Yuan. Such an aura was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. They had never encountered another possessing it. "Adoptive father, you have finally returned." A chorus of voices filled the hall, with half of those present rising to pay their respects to Fang Yuan. No. Bai Qingqing's expression turned icy as she coldly asserted, "You are not Fang Yuan. I have seen his corpse. He is long dead. How dare you jest with me? You are courting death. You are merely an innate martial artist. How dare you act so brazenly before me? Since you have come today, do not expect to leave." Bai Qingqing's demeanor darkened, her fury boiling beneath the surface. Had she not been aware of Fang Yuan's demise, she might have been deceived by the man standing before her. At her words, those who had stood instinctively felt the shift in the atmosphere. They realized that Fang Yuan indeed only emanated the aura of an innate martial artist, albeit one distinct from the rest. Yet regardless of the variance, without achieving mastery, he could not contend with a master. Fang Yuan exchanged anxious glances with the others, worry evident in their eyes. That Su Hai, filled with trepidation, instinctively glanced at Fang Yuan beside him. To his surprise, Fang Yuan appeared relaxed, as if he had returned home, exuding an air of ease. Addressing Bai Qingqing seated at the head of the hall, Fang Yuan remarked, "It has been 20 years. I did not expect you to remain as enchanting as before." With Bai Qingqing's ascension to mastery, The signs of aging on her visage seemed to have halted, and coupled with her diligent self-care, she now resembled a woman in her 30s, the commendable Fade. Had I not known Fang Yuan was long dead, I might have believed you were he, Bai Qingqing retorted with a cold smile. I have come today to witness how much you have progressed in these 20 years to dare usurp my position. Fang Yuan replied calmly. Let us see who prevails when we engage in combat. You believe you are worthy to contend with me? Bai Qingqing swept her gaze across the hall, observing the expressions of the assembled crowd, snorting disdainfully before flicking her fingers. A crimson blade aura shot forth directly towards Fang Yuan. The blade energy reverberated through the air with an eerie shriek, embodying a chilling intent that caused the onlookers to recoil in alarm. My adoptive father is currently only at the innate level. I wonder if he can withstand Bai Qingqing's blade energy. Fang Yuan's eyes remained glued to the blade aura, his breath caught in his throat. Nearly all present shared his sentiment. Fang Yuan's fingers twitched slightly, and a crimson blade of light emerged from his hand, colliding with the incoming blade energy. The impact reverberated through the hall, the two forces clashing and dissipating without a clear victor. The gust of wind erupted from the clash, whipping the hair and sleeves of those present back in a flurry. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment. To them, Fang Yuan's ability to withstand Bai Qingqing's fierce blade energy indicated he possessed the strength to engage her further. Though Bai Qingqing's attack was merely a casual strike, no innate martial artist present could have matched it, let alone appear so unfazed. He has perfected the blood blade technique, perhaps surpassing my own mastery. Bai Qingqing thought, her gaze sharpening as disbelief washed over her. She had discerned Fang Yuan's age at a mere 16. How could a youth achieve such mastery over a master-level technique? The confusion clouding her mind only intensified. Tightening her chest with unease, let us proceed. Do not keep the gathered spectators waiting. With a subtle motion of his hand, a long blade manifested in Fang Yuan's grip, and he turned to stride towards the open space outside the hall. The last time I fought was 2 years ago. A blood-red long blade appeared in Bai Qingqing's hand, humming softly as if imbued with a spirit, emanating a palpable aura of death. In the next moment, Bai Qingqing's figure flickered, darting towards the entrance of the hall with lightning speed. As she moved, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the space, causing the onlookers to shudder involuntarily. He is indeed my adoptive father. There can be no doubt. Observing Bai Qingqing's departure, Fang Yuan exchanged glances with the others before hastening outside the hall. Beyond the hall lay a vast expanse of open ground. At that moment, Fang Yuan stood in the center, quietly regarding Bai Qingqing. Without attaining mastery, one cannot hope to match a master. Bai Qingqing's gaze was cold and indifferent. You may take pride in effortlessly countering my casual attack, but let me make this clear. If you think that this will enable you to stand against me, you are gravely mistaken. As she beheld the familiar visage of Fang Yuan before her, Bai Qingqing's expression shifted from icy to a smile, as she remarked, this face should not be used. Today, no one can save you. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Once I have slain you, it will resolve a lingering grievance of mine. No sooner had her words fallen than a blood-red glimmer of a blade surged forth from Bai Qingqing's hand. The crimson light soared into the heavens, and her long knife seemed to transform into a sun, radiating an infinite brilliance. In the next instant, the blade light in Fang Yuan's grasp also erupted, merging seamlessly with Bai Qingqing's, indistinguishable from one another. Both wielded the blood blade technique, their forms and lights so alike that onlookers could hardly discern one from the other. A sea of blood light enveloped a radius of 10 zhang around them, obscuring the details within. As their blade energies unfolded, the very heavens and earth appeared to turn a shade of sanguine. Drawn by the force of their blades, a tempest arose, casting the realm into a dim haze. The spectators, their expressions grave, stood transfixed, fearful of missing this rare spectacle of combat. Su Hai, observing the blade lights, felt waves of intent wash over him, threatening to shatter his spirit. To him, the blade lights before his eyes morphed into a hellish sea of blood, with phantoms flickering like lanterns in a festive parade. Such formidable sword intent, the strength of their unintentional energies is overwhelming. If they were to target me deliberately, I doubt I could withstand even a single strike. That it was not merely Su Hai who perceived this, but all present felt the chasm between themselves and the two combatants, their faces shifting in alarm. Just as the crowd's expressions altered, from within the blood-red blade light, divine radiance emanated, slicing through the crimson like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. Instantaneously dismantling the sanguine glow. In the blink of an eye, all blade light dissipated, and Fang Yuan sheathed his long knife, appearing before the onlookers with an expression of tranquility. My adoptive father is unharmed. Witnessing Fang Yuan's unscathed demeanor, the assembled sons rejoiced. Yet, concern turned to Bai Qingqing. They hastily glanced in her direction, only to find her standing in a daze, her gaze filled with incredulity, as if she had witnessed the impossible. A peculiar blade mark marred her forehead, from which rivulets of crimson blood traced down her straight nose, dripping from the corners of her mouth and chin. Gently touching the mark, Bai Qingqing, in a daze, murmured, "This is no earthly sword technique." Chapter 47. Radiance of 6 feet. Bai Qingqing remained entranced, seemingly lost in the radiance of the magnificent and sacred blade light. It would be a pity to eliminate a master warrior so easily. It would be wiser to retain her for my purposes, and upon concluding this simulation, I shall execute her, allowing her demise to affect a greater multitude and yield me more simulation points. Moreover, to slay Bai Qingqing now would leave him without a master warrior to act on his behalf. Was he to undertake every task himself? What then was the purpose of establishing an organization? As thoughts swirled, Fang Yuan smiled. "It seems that during my absence of 20 years, you have made some progress, but alas, it is merely that." Upon finishing, Fang Yuan shook his head. "You do not intend to kill me?" Bai Qingqing wiped the blood from her face, her eyes filled with confusion. "I do not intend to kill you, for you have contributed significantly to the development of the Azure Dragon Society." Fang Yuan replied, his tone shifting. "However, you have disrupted my plans upon my departure. Thus, while your death may be averted, you shall face consequences." Bai Qingqing nodded. "I accept any punishment." Initially, she had believed her demise was imminent. But now it appeared that the man before her had no intention of taking her life. "Tonight, you all shall remain for a meeting," Fang Yuan directed, turning to Fang Yuan and the others. "Each of you shall compose a self-critique, detailing your actions over the past 20 years. Fang Yuan and the others nodded, relief flooding their faces. The requirement to write self-criticisms indicated that, even if they had strayed from the path, their punishment would not be excessively severe. All present are innate warriors. Although some were not directly trained by me, they can still be of use. Eliminate them would be a waste, as the saying goes. It is better to utilize one's faults than to squander one's merits. I trust they will henceforth be more diligent in their duties." Fang Yuan nodded inwardly, then allowed the assembly to disperse before retreating with Bai Qingqing to a nearby room. Inside, Bai Qingqing fixed her gaze intently upon Fang Yuan's face, her heart filled with uncertainty and confusion. Fang Yuan said nothing, simply observing her from his seat with a calm demeanor. "You are not Fang Yuan. You have disguised yourself." Bai Qingqing articulated each word, her eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. "Why would you do this? With your martial prowess, you could easily seize control of the Azure Dragon Society without resistance. Why resort to masquerading as Fang Yuan?" Bai Qingqing was perplexed, firmly believing that Fang Yuan had perished and that the individual before her was not him. Moreover, she discerned signs of disguise upon his visage. Although Fang Yuan had skillfully altered his musculature and bone structure to assume the appearance of Wang Cheng from the previous simulation, a feat so exquisite that an ordinary person would not detect it, Bai Qingqing had still caught a glimpse of the underlying truth. "Your face bears the marks of altered musculature and bone structure. You cannot deceive me." As she spoke, Bai Qingqing's expression grew even more perplexed. "Furthermore, how did you come to know this face? The owner of this visage had died long before your birth. Even if you saw it in a painting, such depictions lack the intricate details. Had I not scrutinized your features closely, I would scarcely have noticed any discrepancies." Bai Qingqing wrestled with her thoughts, a whirlwind of speculation swirling in her mind, yet she could not fathom the reality of the situation. Observing her bewilderment, Fang Yuan smiled faintly, his features shifting as he reverted to the likeness of Yi Feng. "You are astutely observant, yet you genuinely believe I am not Fang Yuan?" Fang Yuan smiled subtly, stepping closer to Bai Qingqing and whispering a phrase into her ear. Upon hearing it, Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing her disbelief, for Fang Yuan had disclosed a secret known only to the two of them. How is it possible? Bai Qingqing gazed at Fang Yuan, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion as she clenched her teeth. Invoking the 1,000-mile soul lock, as her spirit elevated, she sensed that the aura emanating from the man before her was entirely different from that of the Fang Yuan she had known, leaving her in a state of disarray. "No, The fluctuations in their auras bear no resemblance. They are utterly distinct individuals. Yet, if he is not Fang Yuan, how could he possess knowledge of that matter? Enough, Fang Yuan declared, observing the tumult of shock and confusion on Bai Qingqing's face. Regardless of what you believe me to be, I am Fang Yuan now. You have betrayed me, yet considering your status as a master warrior, I shall spare your life. Henceforth, you are to serve me diligently. However, should you remain indecisive, do not fault me for my ruthless measures. Fang Yuan's tone turned ominous, his expression frosty, causing Bai Qingqing to realize that he was not jesting. In the game of kings and pawns, my life now rests in your hands. Naturally, I shall devote myself to your cause, just as I did 20 years ago. Suppressing her lingering doubts, Bai Qingqing replied softly. With that, Bai Qingqing reached up to gently press her fingers against the blade mark on her forehead, sealing the wound. A master warrior. Her body's recovery capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary folk. Such minor injuries would mend in no time. Now, you may leave. This evening, you must attend to reassure the members of the Azure Dragon Society. Fang Yuan nodded, allowing Bai Qingqing to depart. After she exited, he could not help but rub his aching forehead. The reason he had managed to defeat Bai Qingqing in mere seconds, even holding her life in his hands, was due to his utilization of a fragment of the Great Azura Divine Blade's secrets. However, the Great Azura Divine Blade was a technique of celestial caliber. Though Fang Yuan's current strength was considerable, employing even a fraction of its mysteries imposed a significant burden on his true essence. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that, while the strain was severe, it did not harm my true essence. A period of quiet meditation should suffice for recovery. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and turned inward, perceiving that his true essence had grown more robust following this battle. A faint smile gracing his lips. This time, he had wielded the Great Azura Divine Blade. Although it had imposed a burden upon his true essence, this very burden had catalyzed its rapid expansion. Now his true essence radiated a brilliance that illuminated a radius of 6 feet. The pinnacle of the innate realm is when the light of the true essence shines 10 feet into the sea of consciousness. I have traversed 6/10 of the journey. Once I extend the radiance of my true essence to 10 feet, I shall attempt to break through to the master realm. As his thoughts swirled, he reflected on the sensations brought forth by the Great Azura Divine Blade and mused, once I reach the master realm, I shall surely be able to unleash the majority of the blade's divine essence. With this thought, he inhaled deeply. Upon reaching the master realm, armed with the formidable power of the Great Azura Divine Blade, he felt confident that even if a Grand Master were to confront him, he could deliver a stunning strike and engage them in battle. The master realm. Fang Yuan rose, and the images of Liang Jingxian and Jinsha surfaced in his mind. To break through to the master realm, it will require at least half a year. To ensure a stable breakthrough, Jinsha must be eliminated. As for Liang Jingxian, the child of fortune, once he had dispatched Jinsha and removed all obstacles, he could effortlessly extinguish her as well. However, Fang Yuan harbored a lingering suspicion that matters would not be so simple. If Liang Jingxian were truly a child of fortune, even if he could slay Jinsha, he might still find it challenging to deal with Liang Jingxian. Nonetheless, he resolved to attempt to eliminate Liang Jingxian, for after all, his former self, Yi Feng, had deeply offended her and even sent assassins after her, binding them in an unbreakable enmity. Chapter 48. The Cold Sword of Clear Frost. That night, Fang Yuan convened a meeting. Henceforth, he officially returned to the Qinglong Society, reclaiming his position as the dragon head to prevent a schism within the society. Bai Qingqing was reinstated as one of the dragon heads. During his 20-year absence, Bai Qingqing had largely controlled the Qinglong Society, wielding considerable influence. To soothe the sentiments of the members and utilized Bai Qingqing, Fang Yuan implemented a slight reprimand before reinstating her as dragon head. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Once Fang Yuan concluded this simulation, he would inevitably eliminate Bai Qingqing to avert future troubles. After the meeting, Fang Yuan collected the self-reflections written by the attendees. After reviewing them, he executed several individuals whose infractions were egregious as a deterrent to others. Thanks to the presence of his adopted sons, Peng Yangyun and Su Hai, the process of reclaiming power was remarkably straightforward. Of course, this was also attributable to his formidable strength. Even Bai Qingqing was no match for him. Others, despite any grievances, dared not voice their dissent. I have once again taken control of the Qinglong Society. Now I can direct all my focus toward dealing with Jinsha and Liang Jingxian. With a glint in his eye, Fang Yuan summoned his subordinates and issued commands. Dispatch individuals to Deqian and Dezheng to investigate the movements of Jinsha and Liang Jingxian. Upon finishing, he handed over 2 portraits he had sketched. Although the likelihood of these scouts meeting a grim fate was high, their value lay in that very risk. What use were they if they did not face danger? With the knowledge of painting he had gleaned from Yifeng's memories, coupled with his current martial prowess, Fang Yuan had rendered remarkably lifelike images of Jinsha and Liang Jingxian with just a few strokes. I wonder where they are now and whether they have set out to find me. With his gaze shifting, Fang Yuan ceased to dwell on these matters. He needed to lay traps, transforming the headquarters of the Qinglong Society into a veritable den of dragons and tigers to welcome Jinsha and Liang Jingxian's arrival. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing to move to another location, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. At Jinsha. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly, closing his eyes to silently attune to the gaze upon him. Are you trying to ascertain my location again? Then do hurry and come. With a sudden opening of his eyes, a flicker of cold light flashed within them, and he turned to depart at that moment. As Fang Yuan sensed Jinsha's scrutiny, she too gradually retracted her mental presence. She moved, albeit within a limited range, still lingering in the territory of Dewei. Observing Liang Jingxian, Jinsha withdrew her mental focus and spoke. Since he is not fleeing, let us slow our pace and allow you to hone your skills. Liang Jingxian nodded, her expression resolute. After several days of refinement, she had grown significantly. Let us proceed. There lies a stronghold ahead. With their might barely reaching the level of postnatal minor completion, you shall go forth and eradicate them. Liang Jingxian silently nodded, her aura noticeably more solid than before, ever since awakening her 9-yin physique. Her martial cultivation had been in constant ascent. As of now, her inner energy had seen a marked increase compared to before. Gazing at the distant stronghold, Liang Jingxian gripped her long sword and walked forth slowly. Moments later, the sounds of battle erupted from within the stronghold, followed by a raging inferno that consumed all flesh and structure alike. Liang Jingxian emerged from the blazing stronghold, her demeanor indifferent, her sword in hand. Adorned with droplets of blood that glistened like blooming cold plum blossoms, Jinsha stood beside her, observing in silence. Only by severing the myriad hesitations, doubts, fears, and worries within one's heart could one forge a spirit-luminous sword heart. Jinsha understood that Liang Jingxian's greatest mental obstacle was Yifeng. However, she also recognized that the day Liang Jingxian would slay Yifeng was drawing near. Once the day of her breakthrough to the innate realm arrived, Liang Jingxian would be poised to eliminate her greatest mental hurdle and soar to new heights. 10 days later, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Someone approaches. With a subtle movement of his ears, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Su Hai pushed open the door and respectfully approached Fang Yuan, producing a piece of paper and presenting it to him. Adoptive father, this is the information you requested us to investigate. Fang Yuan nodded, taking the paper from Su Hai's hands, saying, that will be all. You may leave. Su Hai departed quietly, with a flick of his hand. Fang Yuan unfolded the paper, scanning its contents. After a moment, he had comprehended all the information detailed therein, and a hint of astonishment crossed his features. What is happening? Jinsha and Liang Jingxian are still within the borders of Deqian. Initially, Fang Yuan had assumed that Jinsha and Liang Jingxian would pursue him relentlessly, but it appeared that reality diverged from his expectations. They had indeed followed, yet at a languid pace, their speed far from that of a pursuit. Not only is their speed exceedingly slow, but they are also engaging in acts of chivalry, annihilating all the bandits and water thieves along their path. Liang Jingxian has even earned the moniker Cold Sword of Clear Frost, as he regarded the information inscribed on the paper. Fang Yuan fell into contemplation. The situation was not unfolding as he had anticipated. Reality was not mirroring his thoughts. After a moment's reflection, Fang Yuan began to glean an understanding, pondering. Perhaps Jinsha believes she can constantly monitor my whereabouts. Hence her lack of urgency in coming to kill me. She might even harbor intentions of allowing Liang Jingxian to gain experience. Upon seeing the information on the paper, Fang Yuan felt that this might indeed be the crux of the matter. However, since you are in no rush to kill me, I can afford to slow my preparations for the time being. Fang Yuan had already made his arrangements. He was merely awaiting Jinsha, and Liang Jingxian's arrival. Yet now, those arrangements would remain temporarily dormant. Liang Jingxian, let us allow you to grow a while longer. As the flicker of his gaze danced, Fang Yuan yearned to eliminate Liang Jingxian, the child of destiny, at the earliest opportunity to preclude future troubles. However, he acknowledged that Jin Sha was likely a master martial artist who had attained celestial prowess, and confronting her head-on might not yield a favorable outcome. Fang Yuan contemplated that it would be prudent to further cultivate his strength for a while longer, awaiting the opportune moment to devise a plan to eliminate both individuals, once he ascended to the rank of master martial artist. Or when Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian arrived in Dezhong, he would strike decisively. Upon achieving mastery, with the formidable power of the great Azura Divine Blade at his disposal, he surmised that even if Jin Sha had harnessed a form of celestial skill, she would not stand a chance against him. The essence of the great Azura Divine Blade was directly inherited from the martial realm, with all its mysteries residing within his mind. Conversely, celestial skills that lacked the martial realm's inheritance, even in the hands of a master, would struggle to unleash their full potential. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Yuan took out paper and pen to compose a letter to Yi Ying. Initially, he intended to invite Yi Ying to the headquarters of the Qinglong Society to join him in slaying Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian, but with the recent developments, his plans had changed, and he no longer required Yi Ying's presence. Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian were currently moving at a sluggish pace, engaging in righteous deeds, thereby granting him a rare opportunity for growth. As for how he would explain everything to Yi Ying, Fang Yuan had his own methods. Once the letter was written, he dispatched someone to deliver it. Chapter 49. Master. After arranging everything, Fang Yuan began a period of quiet cultivation, which lasted for half a year. The sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky that in the distance from Tinquan Villa. There lay a lake covering several dozen miles. Due to its unremarkable scenery and its secluded location amidst the mountains, it was seldom visited by people. On this day, 3 travelers arrived at this ordinarily deserted lake. This place is splendid. Although the scenery is not breathtaking, the absence of human bustle offers a unique charm, Shun Jingyu remarked, gazing with satisfaction at the expansive lake before her. Indeed, while Lu Lake is beautiful, the constant flow of people and dust detracts from the enjoyment of nature's beauty. Lin Hong concurred. Let us take a boat out onto the lake and soak in the picturesque surroundings, Wang Jun suggested, approaching a small vessel and untethering it from the dock. The 3 then boarded the small boat and began to paddle away. All 3 hailed from lesser families near Yi City, each possessing a cultivation level of innate mastery. Drawn here by the splendid weather for a day of leisure, the lake was dotted with islands of various sizes. Despite the lack of human arrangement, the natural beauty remained enchanting. As the small boat ventured deeper into the lake, ripples began to emanate from afar, splashing against the hull and sending sprays of water into the air. Today's weather is delightful, and there's no strong wind. Where could these ripples be originating from? As the boat journeyed further, the ripples grew larger, causing the 3 to exchange puzzled glances. Common wisdom states that there can be no waves without wind. Yet today there is only a gentle breeze. Logically, the lake should not be producing such significant ripples, Lin Hong observed. Let us follow the direction from which the ripples come. With newfound resolve, the trio altered their course towards the source of the disturbances. The dense trees on the islands obscured their view, but as they continued deeper into the lake, navigating around miniature islands, their expressions began to shift. Do either of you sense something unusual about this water? Lin Hong's face bore a look of uncertainty. You noticed it too? Wang Jun replied, staring intently at the water. So you all have perceived it, Shun Jingyu remarked, her gaze fixated on the lake as if it contained some rare treasure. The ripples in this water evoke the sensation of countless martial experts engaged in battle, Shun Jingyu mused, enchanted by the sight. We must hasten our progress. There is surely a treasure at the heart of the lake, Lin Hong urged, his voice low, as he increased the pace of their paddling, propelling the boat forward like an arrow released from a bow. However, as they approached the center of the lake, the boat's speed gradually diminished. Overwhelmed by the intensifying sensations emanating from the water, what once appeared ordinary now transformed into a vivid tableau in their minds, revealing the traces of martial arts being practiced and fought over within the depths of the lake. Fist, palm, blade, sword, staff, spear, whip, various martial techniques manifested with each ripple, each splash of water, the flowing water, the ripples on the surface, and the splashes of droplets all morphed into an array of martial arts before their eyes. Who would have thought that the fist technique could be employed in such a manner? I can discern the traces of the Shun family's fist technique within the water. I see the blade technique as well. I finally understand my next steps in martial cultivation. As they gazed into the lake, the three became increasingly entranced, to the point where Lin Hong even forgot to continue paddling. These martial techniques are incomplete. But there must be a complete set of skills deep within the heart of the lake. This is our grand opportunity. We cannot let it slip away. Suddenly awakened from their reverie, the three pressed on towards the center of the lake. As they drew nearer to the source of the ripples, an icy chill began to envelop them, a stark contrast to the warm sunny day. With their advance, frost began to form on the surface of the lake, and the shapes of the frost appeared to morph into incomplete martial techniques. Though fragmented, this sight thrilled the three, for even these incomplete skills signaled rapid progress in their own martial abilities. The frost accumulated until it solidified into a thin layer of ice, halting the progress of their small boat. We shall traverse the ice. I have a feeling that the source of all this lies just beyond the island ahead. Shun Jingyu boldly declared, lightly stepping onto the ice. Sensing its solidity, she beckoned her companions to follow. The trio quickly moved across the ice, the biting cold deepening with every gust of wind, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Upon reaching a small island, they found the ground and trees coated in frost. Enduring the piercing chill, they pressed through the island's thicket to reach its far side. What is this? Upon arriving at the opposite side of the island, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before them. That a figure sat quietly upon the ice, eyes gently closed, emanating waves of cold. Surrounding him, frost flowers of various forms seemed to be evolving into boundless martial arts. Is it truly a person? The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. These phenomena, these martial techniques, were all unleashed by a single individual, leaving the three in a state of profound shock. This even martial arts? Not good. He has opened his eyes, Lin Hong exclaimed, their expressions instantly turning tense. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he regarded the three, and with a casual wave of his hand, the ice shattered. Torrents of water swirling forth, sweeping the three back onto their small vessel. As the waters receded, Shun Jingyu observed that the trio bore no injuries, not even a trace of wetness, stirring her thoughts. This person's martial prowess nears the realm of sorcery. After sending the three away, Fang Yuan gazed at the frozen lake, reflecting, after 6 months of arduous cultivation, I have finally attained the realm of mastery. Looking down at the ice, he lightly stomped his foot, and an invisible wave rippled across the surface. In the next moment, the ice fractured and dissolved back into the lake. Though the ice shattered, Fang Yuan remained still upon the surface, not sinking an iota. Having completed these actions, he glanced at the spot where the three had stood moments ago and smiled softly. During his breakthrough, the surging mental force had spilled forth, influencing the surrounding environment and leaving traces of his martial path imprinted upon it. For these three, perhaps this was a grand opportunity capable of altering the trajectory of their fates. Upon contemplating this, Fang Yuan could not help but chuckle softly. He never anticipated that he had grown to such an extent that even the most trivial of matters, when casually handled, could present opportunities for others. This thought flickered through his mind. He once again sensed the arrival of the will of the martial realm. However, at this moment, he had no time to dwell on it. It would be better to wait until everything had concluded before returning to the martial world once more. Chapter 50. The force of malice. Casting these matters aside, Fang Yuan closed his eyes to attune himself with his inner self. After breaking through to the master realm, the most significant transformation was within his sea of consciousness. This moment, his innate spiritual light radiated brilliantly, illuminating a radius of 3 meters and banishing the fog that lingered within the sea of consciousness. Moreover, his body, in his eyes, no longer harbored any secrets. The master realm necessitates the complete refinement of the malevolent thoughts within one's body. Once all the malevolent thoughts have been refined, one can begin to condense the yang spirit, thus breaking through to the Grand Master realm. This thought crossed his mind. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped his entire being, illuminating every hidden aspect within and without his current level. A martial artist's mastery over their physical form had reached a pinnacle, allowing for control over every corner of their body. Furthermore, for a master, the insight gained into the mysteries of the body enabled the spontaneous creation of countless martial techniques. This was also the origin of the title Master Realm. Having surveyed his sea of consciousness and physical form, Fang Yuan's awareness descended into his dantian. The once inky black, true qi now emanated an aura of chilling cold akin to ancient ice. Rising and falling like turbulent waves, the true qi had undergone a transformation. Its quality had reached that of the master level, and combined with the nature of his qi refining stage, it was likely that few within the master ranks possessed true qi of higher quality than his. His master-level true qi, infused with the nature of the qi refining stage, rendered its quality astonishingly remarkable. The next step was to condense the malevolent aura, allowing the Xuanwu true art to break through to the level of force of malice. With a flicker of his gaze, Fang Yuan observed the lake beneath him as his true qi surged. The water below was forcefully repelled, causing his body to slowly sink. The water churned, yet could not breach the invisible barrier. Merely swirling around him at a distance of 1 meter, Fang Yuan gradually sank until he reached the depths of the lake. 10 meters below the surface. To elevate the Xuanwu true art to the level of force of malice. It was imperative to consume a strand of earthly malice. This was essential for the breakthrough. He scanned the lake bed, having chosen to break through at the lake's center due to its greatest depth. The Xuanwu true art required the absorption of Xianmingyin malice, which only coalesced in the deepest parts of large lakes and rivers. As he meticulously searched for traces of Xianmingyin malice, he knew that if he could not find it here, he would need to seek elsewhere. Soon, a glimmer of realization struck him as he finally discerned the signs of Xianmingyin malice. The malevolent aura lay concealed at the lake's bottom, swirling incessantly, merging seamlessly with the surrounding coldness. Fang Yuan took a cautious step forward, approaching the Xianmingyin malice, observing it intently. He mused inwardly. Among the countless forms of malevolence in the world, there are 72 revered types, and Xianmingyin malice is one of them. However, these 72 forms of malevolence were divided into 6 tiers, each comprising 12 varieties. Xianmingyin malice belonged to the second tier, with 4 tiers above it possessing greater strength and quality. Yet, Fang Yuan Xuanwu true art could only absorb Xianmingyin malice, unable to refine other types of malevolence. This limitation was dictated by the acupoints he had opened at the qi refining stage. His acupoints and true qi were solely capable of refining Xianmingyin malice. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan remained unconcerned, knowing that once he obtained superior techniques, he could simulate training within the simulator and subsequently draw better martial arts to surpass the Xuanwu true art. In this world of martial arts, the inability to consume the malevolent aura meant that countless precious strands of force of malice still existed, presenting him with an opportunity. With a flash of determination, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply as he activated the technique within the Xuanwu true art to absorb and refine the Xianmingyin malice. With his actions, wisps of malevolent aura began to be drawn into his body, flowing through his meridians and 12-layered towers, gradually entering his dantian as the malevolent aura entered his body. Fang Yuan's true qi surged like boiling water, converging in great numbers to commence the refinement of the Xianmingyin malice. Yet, even with the current quality of his true qi, swiftly refining the Xianmingyin malice remained a challenge. Typically, he would expend an immense amount of true qi to consume and refine just a strand of Xianmingyin malice, integrating its nature into his own true qi. Fortunately, he had already established a connection with the heavens during his innate stage, allowing for rapid recovery of true qi. Now, his recovery speed had only increased. Observing this scene, Fang Yuan remained silent, diligently refining his true qi. Had he not chosen to break through to the master realm initially, but rather to the force of malice, given the quality of his true qi at that time, he would have likely spent an inordinate amount of time refining a single strand of Xianmingyin malice. However, now equipped with master-level true qi, his speed of refining Xianmingyin malice was extraordinarily swift. Of course, this remarkable speed was relative to his previous experiences. Fang Yuan continued to circulate his energy, perceiving the changes in his true qi after refining the Xianmingyin malice. After refining a strand of malevolent aura, his true qi became considerably heavier, imbued with a power that could wear down the spirit. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan possessed methods for refining malevolent auras, ensuring that the true qi, once refined, would not adversely affect him. Rather, it would confer immense benefits. Once my true qi fully embodies the nature of malevolence, it shall elevate again, and my progress towards the consummation of the master realm will surely accelerate beyond imagination. The malevolent aura, cold and heavy, possessed the extraordinary ability to erode the spirit. Upon officially breaking through to the force of malice, he would be able to utilize this true qi, imbued with the properties of malevolence, to erode the malevolent thoughts within him, hastening his journey towards the perfection of the Master Realm. 10 days later, the surface of the lake erupted violently as a figure leaped from the water. Landing gracefully upon its surface, observing the droplets cascading back into the lake and creating ripples, Fang Yuan extended his hand, releasing a jet of dark true qi that pierced through the water's surface. Crack, crack, as the true qi collided with the lake's surface, the water instantaneously froze, the icy expanse spreading across the lake until it extended a full 2 meters before ceasing. Following the refinement of the Xianming in malice, his true qi had become even colder and more substantial. Now, compared to when he first broke through to the Master Realm, the quality of his true qi had ascended to new heights, becoming significantly more potent. With the power of both the Master Realm and the force of malice now fused within me, along with my great Azura Divine Blade, I am invincible among the master ranks. As this realization dawned upon him, a wave of exhilaration surged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. Jin Sha, Liang Jingxian, it is no longer your turn to seek me. I shall come for you. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Throughout the past 6 months of arduous training, he had never ceased to monitor Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian, and any intelligence regarding them would promptly find its way into his hands. The frosty sword? Now, I shall shatter this cold blade. With the mention of Liang Jingxian's name, Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully and swiftly vanished from the water's surface, his movements as natural as a whisper, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 51. Confrontation. Gather all the elite scouts of the Qinglong Society. We shall proceed to the border of Dezheng. Bo Qingqing, you shall accompany me. As for the rest, continue with your usual tasks. As Fang Yuan's words echoed, astonishment spread across the faces of those present. Indeed, given his current strength and influence, it was evident that the matter at hand was no ordinary martial artist. Many among them harbored concerns. However, Fang Yuan remained indifferent to their apprehensions. The purpose of establishing the Qinglong Society was to serve his own interests, without any dissent, though the members of the Qinglong Society felt a twinge of worry. They nonetheless pooled their strength, awaiting Fang Yuan's directives. 1 day later, everyone had gathered, and Fang Yuan mounted a swift steed, racing towards the border of Dezheng. As he journeyed, he dispatched others to gather intelligence. Keenly tracking the movements of Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian, they were currently near Guitai Mountain, engaged in the eradication of bandit strongholds. 2 days hence, Fang Yuan listened intently to the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. His gaze contemplative. To contend with Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian, he required meticulous preparation. Jin Sha was manageable. He felt sufficiently confident in his ability to suppress her. However, Liang Jingxian was an entirely different matter. This child of destiny must be utterly subdued at the first opportunity. After examining the terrain map of Guotai Mountain, Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before issuing his command. Continue to monitor them, and inform me immediately once they reach the plains at the border of the 2 nations. The scout departed without hesitation, gazing at the plains where the Great Zheng and Great Wei borders met. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. The flat terrain, devoid of any significant elevation, promised that even if Liang Jingxian had wings, she would find it difficult to escape. He would grant her no opportunity. You have already achieved the realm of postnatal perfection. With such rapid cultivation, how can I allow your growth to continue unchecked? Fang Yuan scoffed. Were it not for the need to break through his own limitations to eliminate Jin Sha, he would have already sought to slay Liang Jingxian. Yet, it was not too late. These two were merely a master and a postnatal practitioner. Was it truly worth such elaborate measures? Beside him, Bai Qingqing appeared perplexed. You do not understand, Fang Yuan replied coolly, offering no further explanation. After all, he was uncertain of the existence of a child of destiny, and equally unsure if Liang Jingxian truly fit that description. His current strategy was to treat Liang Jingxian as if she were indeed a child of destiny, leaving no opportunity unseized and no detail overlooked. His decision to confront her on the plains was also to eliminate the possibility of her surviving an encounter at Guitai Mountain only to acquire treasures by leaping from a cliff. I have made all these preparations. If you survive this, then I shall have nothing more to say. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his expression calm, but he sensed that this operation might yield unexpected results at that moment. When I engage with Jin Sha, you must exert all your strength to eliminate Liang Jingxian, he instructed Bai Qingqing. Though she did not fully comprehend, she acquiesced, as there was no risk to herself. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan and Bai Qingqing conversed, Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian gradually moved beyond the confines of Guitai Mountain. With scouts lurking in the shadows, Jin Sha furrowed her brow, and with a snap of her fingers, a wave of sword energy surged forth, immediately dispatching a hidden King Longhui scout concealed within the dense forest. Master, who sent these scouts? There have been far too many watching us lately, Liang Jingxian remarked. Her brow knitted in confusion. That I do not know. Perhaps it is those families near Guitai Mountain. After all, with two exceptional talents like us passing through, they would surely send someone to investigate, Jin Sha replied, shaking her head. She had previously interrogated these scouts, yet gleaned nothing from them. Each time they were captured, they swiftly consumed the poison hidden within their teeth. Jin Sha sensed something amiss but could not ascertain the cause. So she prepared in silence. Liang Jingxian nodded in agreement. After 6 months of rigorous training, her demeanor had transformed, becoming more aloof and detached. Her martial prowess had also reached the pinnacle beneath the innate realm. She merely needed a fortuitous opportunity or arduous training to break through. The spirit illuminating sword classic resonates deeply with me. Once I reach the innate realm, I will be able to employ its techniques. Liang Jingxian mused, a serene smile gracing her lips. She eagerly anticipated her impending breakthrough, determined to show Fang Yuan the magnitude of his error. As time passed, Liang Jingxian and her master stepped out of the Guitai Mountain region and arrived at the border of the Great Zheng and Great Wei. This border area was a vast plain, seemingly devoid of any undulations. Upon reaching the center of the plain, Jin Sha observed several white doves take flight from various directions. Were they about to engage in combat, or merely delivering a message? Pensive, she furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings. Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian continued to ride forth. Whoa! Jin Sha exclaimed, pulling the reins to halt their galloping steeds, her gaze shifting toward the woods flanking the road. Who goes there? Why do you seek to oppose us? Liang Jingxian's expression tightened at Jin Sha's words, realizing that her master had sensed a threat. No sooner had the words left her lips than two figures emerged on the broad path. One was a woman of similar age to her master, while the other appeared to be a notably youthful man. Two masters. Liang Jingxian's eyes narrowed as she sensed the palpable aura of danger emanating from them. Engage. Without further ado, Fang Yuan appeared, wielding a long blade and unleashing the blood blade technique. That a surge of crimson light erupted from his hand, rapidly extending toward Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian. Having attained the master realm, his blood blade technique had reached its zenith, rivaling even Bai Yangping, the creator of the technique, in mastery. Bai Qingqing, positioned beside Fang Yuan, followed suit and executed the blood blade technique in tandem. However, while Fang Yuan's blade aimed primarily at Jin Sha, her own targeted Liang Jingxian. The blade energy surged forth. Both figures moved swiftly, positioning themselves before Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian. This young man can elicit a sense of danger in me. Could he also be a bearer of the heavenly art? Jin Sha's thoughts raced as she witnessed the two crimson blades approach her. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her full strength, since achieving the master rank. Few had compelled her to exert her utmost, yet now, faced with a potential inheritor of the heavenly art and another master employing overwhelming force, she had no choice but to respond with all her might. With sword and self as one. In an instant, Jin Sha grasped her long sword, its cold and pure light shimmering as she melded with it, colliding with the two blades of light. The clash produced a thunderous sound, and a blinding flash erupted as Bai Qingqing was violently propelled backward, blood spilling uncontrollably from her mouth. In a heartbeat, she suffered grave injuries. Had Jin Sha not focused all her energy on Fang Yuan, she would have already perished. Chapter 52. Fortune cough, cough. Bai Qingqing wheezed, expelling a mouthful of blood. Damn it. What kind of martial arts have these two monsters cultivated? Though we are all masters, I can barely withstand even a single strike. She cast a resentful glance at the two figures locked in a fierce exchange of blade and sword energies before shifting her gaze toward Liang Jingxian. That moment, protected by Jin Sha, Liang Jingxian had evaded the aftermath of the clash and had already distanced herself significantly on horseback. Even injured, it would be trivial for me to subdue a mere postnatal practitioner with a fierce determination. Bai Qingqing channeled her true energy, forcefully suppressing her internal injuries. and retrieved the long blade that had fallen to the ground, swiftly advancing toward Liang Jingxian. Liang Jingxian glanced back, realizing her speed on horseback was insufficient to escape, and thus dismounted, standing her ground as she regarded the advancing Bai Qingqing. I harbor no enmity toward you, senior. Why do you seek my life? No enmity. Your master, Jin Sha, has wounded me and claims there is no grudge. Bai Qingqing snarled, baring her teeth as she swung her long blade downwards. The blade energy surged forth, laden with an overwhelming murderous intent, accompanied by a barrage of illusions and psychological assaults. A.S. Liang Jingxian felt the weight of this onslaught. She gradually closed her eyes to in the next instant. They flew open, a flicker of sword intent dancing within her gaze. The pure surge of true energy blossomed within her dantian, with sword and self as one. Without fear, hesitation, or deliberation, Liang Jingxian poured all her true energy into this singular strike. With sword and self as one, it was either success or death. A cold and hazy sword light manifested upon the long sword wielded by Liang Jingxian. The clash of blade and sword energy erupted instantaneously, sending shockwaves coursing through the air. Liang Jingxian found herself swept backward by the force of the explosion. Cough. I never expected to be injured by such a minor innate. Before she could finish her sentence, Bai Qingqing collapsed to the ground, her breath faint, bearing several new sword wounds. Observing this, Liang Jingxian exhibited no hesitation. She swiftly mounted her steed, urging it onward with a flurry of whip cracks, spurring the horse into a rapid escape. After some time, Fang Yuan emerged from the tempest of violent winds, having slowly walked out from the remnants of the explosive clash between him and Jin Sha. As for Jin Sha, she had been completely consumed by the blade's energy, leaving no trace behind. Fang Yuan surveyed the ground beneath him and shook his head. Their battle had unleashed a torrent of sword and blade energy, ravaging the entire area, littered with the shattered remnants of trees, a scene of utter devastation. Shifting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly stepped toward Bai Qingqing's side. After examining her wounds, he deftly pressed his fingers to stabilize her condition. So, they fled this way, and she has even broken through to the innate realm. Sensing the fluctuations of vital energy around him and witnessing the swirling dust kicked up by the fleeing steed in the distance, Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, then immediately employed his agility to pursue them. A master martial artist. His speed far surpassed that of the galloping horse, and given Fang Yuan's prowess, if he wished to give chase, he would undoubtedly succeed. Now, I am increasingly convinced that you are the child of destiny. Let me see if someone truly comes to your rescue, or if you can escape my relentless pursuit. Fang Yuan's gaze turned ominous, his murderous intent swirling within him. Bai Qingqing, after all, was a master martial artist. It was hard to believe that she could be injured by an innate warrior who had just broken through. Even though Bai Qingqing was gravely wounded, she should not have been so easily defeated by someone newly initiated into the innate realm. That fleeting moment of breakthrough left the warrior with scant innate true energy. Even with extraordinary skills, reversing the situation would be a formidable challenge. Giddy up, Liang Jingxian urged her steed onward, striving to increase its speed. She had glanced back and could discern the victor amidst the chaos of exploding blade and sword energies. Master, I must avenge you. The thought of her master Jin Sha's immense kindness caused Liang Jingxian's heart to wrench in agony. Yet, amidst her sorrow, she was perplexed. Who could it be that sought to kill her and Jin Sha? She recognized neither the young man nor the woman, and judging by Jin Sha's expression, she too was unfamiliar with them. Why had these two come to hunt them? Yi Feng, and that man and woman. Just you wait. Liang Jingxian inhaled deeply, calming her turbulent emotions, and as her thoughts shifted, she sensed a thread of true energy slowly manifesting within her dantian. What use is this newly attained innate power? My master was no match for him, and Liang Jingxian's heart was laden with bitterness. In the past, achieving the innate realm would have filled her with elation, but now, she felt no joy whatsoever. Giddy up, Liang Jingxian cracked her whip once more, channeling her nascent innate true energy into the horse, urging it to gallop at breakneck speed. Someone ahead? By the roadside, a middle-aged woman on horseback appeared before Liang Jingxian. They both realized each other's presence almost simultaneously. Do, a body of the nine yin, a rare talent adept at cultivating the yin-yang interchange technique. Moreover, it seemed she was being pursued. This was fortuitous, as she would surely be willing to learn the technique. As this thought flashed through her mind, the middle-aged woman reached out as Liang Jingxian's horse raced toward her, effortlessly lifting Liang Jingxian into her arms and swiftly rendering her unconscious before dismounting and rapidly moving away. After some time, Fang Yuan arrived at the two horses now abandoned by their riders. As I expected. Despite my preparations, I was unable to intercept Liang Jingxian. She was rescued by a master. Observing the surroundings for traces, Fang Yuan's gaze shifted. However, he also understood that if Liang Jingxian truly was the child of destiny, then everything that had transpired was nearly inevitable. If only his strength were greater, should he break through to the Grand Master realm. Fang Yuan believed that Liang Jingxian would scarcely be able to escape his grasp, though Liang Jingxian had been fortunate enough to have saviors at her side, once his power surpassed a certain threshold. Her luck would be of no consequence. The stronger he became, the less influence fate would have over her. Once he reached the Grand Master, or even the celestial level, if he were determined to kill Liang Jingxian, her demise would be assured. Let you live a few more days for now. Once I perfect my mastery of the Gale and reach full Grand Master cultivation, then I shall seek you out. Fang Yuan knew that even if he pursued her now, it would be futile, for his power had yet to exceed a certain limit. Even if he caught up, he could not impede Liang Jingxian's escape. Those who would come to rescue her would undoubtedly possess the strength to completely suppress him. Destiny. Chapter 53. The Azure Purple Secret Classic. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted to the two horses abandoned by Liang Jingxian, and he extended his hand to grasp two formless auras. Once I perfect my Gale and Grand Master cultivation, I shall settle the score with you. With that thought, Fang Yuan summoned his allies and dispatched them to transport the two horses back to the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Society. These horses still bore the remnants of Liang Jingxian and the Nameless Master's aura, allowing Fang Yuan to employ the 1,000-mile soul lock technique to trace their whereabouts. Though Jin Sha had perished, it was a pity that Liang Jingxian had survived. His victory remained incomplete. With a sigh of lament, Fang Yuan mounted a horse provided by the Azure Dragon Society and turned to leave. However, even though his triumph was not total, Jin Sha was dead, and for a time, Liang Jingxian would be unable to challenge him again. Liang Jingxian does not carry my aura, and she is not a master. Thus, she cannot employ the 1,000-mile soul lock. In this way, the year-long agreement has turned into a farce, and my crisis has been temporarily deferred. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had never truly believed he could slay Liang Jingxian. Now that the immediate threat had been averted, it was quite a positive outcome. Riding swiftly, Fang Yuan watched the scenery blur past him, feeling a surge of exhilaration. With Liang Jingxian's affair momentarily concluded, he now had ample time to grow and develop. Whether in the martial realm, or in refining the Gale energy, or even in perfecting his Grand Master cultivation, he required time to cultivate. Fang Yuan believed that with further growth, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Now, that opportunity for a leap lay before him, when he had previously broken through to the Grand Master realm. The will of the martial world had descended upon him. Now, it was time for him to once again engage with the will of the martial world and seek out martial skills. During his last simulation, he had encountered the will of the martial world and learned the immensely beneficial Great Azura Divine Blade. Yet, during that previous simulation, he had entered the martial world as merely an innate warrior, resulting in his true spirit suffering severe damage after acquiring the Great Azura Divine Blade. However, times had changed. Now, he had successfully broken through two martial systems to the Gale and Grandmaster realms, and his true spirit had grown exponentially. Fang Yuan was confident that he was now qualified to engage with the celestial skills without risking damage to his true spirit or collapsing his martial foundation. Upon returning to the Azure Dragon Society, Fang Yuan sat in quiet meditation, adjusting his state to its peak before once again touching the will of the martial world. He felt his spirit soar rapidly until he surpassed a certain boundary. He found himself back in the martial world, surrounded by familiar scenery. Fang Yuan concentrated, and the 12 true diagrams of the Xuanwu true skill, embodying the essence of his qi refinement, materialized in his heart, coalescing into a seal that floated gently within the martial world. Having completed this, Fang Yuan felt he had acquired a chance to inherit the martial skills of the martial world. Scanning the martial realm, Fang Yuan beheld 100 extraordinary skills, each occupying its own position, surrounded by countless martial skill seals swirling around them. After a brief glance, Fang Yuan lifted his gaze once more, when he beheld 10 martial skill seals hovering high above. Radiating dazzling light akin to great suns, he could not help but inhale deeply. Among the 10 celestial skills, he had already acquired one. Today, he aimed to claim another. A fleeting thought crossed Fang Yuan's mind as he discerned the significance of each martial imprint. Without hesitation, he mobilized his body, soaring towards a martial imprint that radiated an infinite brilliance, as dazzling as the sun itself. This martial imprint emanated a myriad of glimmers, reminiscent of the ethereal purple aura that accompanies the dawn of the sun. Arriving beside this martial imprint, Fang Yuan gazed upon the swirling purple essence, contemplating inwardly. I possess a blade technique of celestial caliber, yet my internal energy can only elevate me to the realm of a grandmaster, leaving me bereft of knowledge on how to transcend to the great grandmaster level. Before me lies the azure purple secret tome, a celestial-grade internal cultivation method that could elevate me to the realm of a human immortal. With this thought, Fang Yuan did not linger. He lunged directly into the martial imprint of the azure purple secret tome. Boom! Unlike the previous encounter with the great Azura divine blade, this time, as Fang Yuan assimilated the martial imprint of the azure purple secret tome, torrents of information surged chaotically into his mind. The myriad mysteries of the azure purple secret tome, along with its embedded killing techniques, flooded his consciousness. Immersed in the enigmas of the azure purple secret tome, Fang Yuan lost track of time. After an indeterminate period, once he had thoroughly absorbed the martial imprint of the azure purple secret tome and no new information flooded his mind, he gradually returned to his senses. So this is how it is. After cultivating the azure purple secret tome, my true energy can once again undergo sublimation, transforming into the azure purple essence. Once I transmute my true energy into azure purple essence, I can still cultivate the martial arts of the material realm. The two can indeed complement each other. Moreover, the azure purple secret tome also encompasses a body refinement method of equal worth to the great Azura divine blade. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan's spirit gently descended, returning to his physical form. Relishing the clarity of the azure purple secret tome in his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Unlike the great Azura divine blade, the azure purple secret tome lacked complex martial techniques, consisting solely of various pieces of knowledge. Consequently, the azure purple secret tome was not as difficult to comprehend as the great Azura divine blade. Now, he had mastered all the subtleties within the azure purple secret tome, whether regarding the cultivation methods or the myriad of cryptic phrases and metaphors. Everything was now clear to Fang Yuan, devoid of any obscurity. With a deep exhale, Fang Yuan seized the moment of his favorable state, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation of the azure purple secret tome. That I in this world, the ultimate goal of martial cultivation remained consistent, allowing for seamless transitions between different methods. Thus, Fang Yuan did not need to start anew but could directly shift his focus to the azure purple secret tome. After an unknown passage of time, Fang Yuan gradually emerged from his meditation. Introspecting the changes within his dantian, that he observed that the once pitch-black true energy had now taken on a purplish hue, resembling a darkened purple, appearing somewhat eerie. However, Fang Yuan understood that this was merely the result of the fusion between malevolent energy and azure purple essence. He had successfully cultivated the azure purple secret tome, and there was no conflict with the malevolent energy realm. The two fused harmoniously, creating an even more potent true energy. My power has significantly advanced. My current objective is to refine the malevolent energy and perfect my grandmaster realm, while elevating my martial realm. I can also begin cultivating the azure purple body. Withdrawing his introspective focus, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating the room momentarily. He had already formulated his plans for the next steps. Achieving mastery in the malevolent energy realm merely required refining another strand of malevolent energy. After this refinement, his grandmaster realm would rapidly reach perfection. Time flowed serenely, and a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. After slaying Jin Sha, Fang Yuan returned to the Azure Dragon Society and commenced a period of secluded cultivation. Today marked his emergence from this retreat, prompted by the acquisition of vital information. This concerned the elusive light spirit malevolent energy. Although warriors in this realm did not typically utilize malevolent energies, they were aware of their existence. Had it manifested atop the towering Qi Tian Peak in the Great Jing Kingdom, Gazing at the information inscribed upon the parchment in his hand, Fang Yuan's expression grew contemplative. Unlike malevolent energies that lurked beneath water or earth, malevolent energies typically manifested in the heights of the sky. According to the information, the light spirit malevolent energy he sought had indeed appeared atop the Qi Tian Peak, the highest peak in the Great Zheng Kingdom. Qi Tian Peak, as its name suggests, is said to reach heights that touch the heavens. Towering at a staggering 10,000 meters, the summit is perpetually shrouded in snow, with icy winds howling incessantly, making it inaccessible even to innate warriors. Then it seems I must make the journey. Fang Yuan rose, his eyes momentarily revealing a glimmer of purple brilliance. This was a manifestation of having cultivated the azure purple body to the Grandmaster realm. The azure purple body, a body refinement technique contained within the azure purple secret tome, held value comparable to the great Azura divine blade in Fang Yuan's eyes. He believed that the azure purple secret tome deserved its place among the top 10 celestial techniques. With the contribution of the azure purple body being immeasurable, perhaps it was precisely because the azure purple secret tome encompassed the azure purple body that it secured its esteemed position among the top celestial techniques. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Fang Yuan summoned his attendants to prepare a carriage for him. However, before departing, he intended to visit the gravely injured Bai Qingqing during the ambush against Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian. Bai Qingqing had sustained severe injuries from Jin Sha's sword energy and had been further harmed by Liang Jingxian, exacerbating her condition. Though she was a Grandmaster warrior, her recovery speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet such severe injuries would take time to heal. Nonetheless, this outcome was still fortunate. Had an ordinary person suffered such grievous wounds, they would have likely succumbed. The fact that Bai Qingqing was still alive was a blessing. Approaching the door to Bai Qingqing's chamber, Fang Yuan gestured for the numerous servants to withdraw before entering. Upon stepping inside, he was met with an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs. Shaking his head, he approached Bai Qingqing's bedside, observing her pallid complexion, and placed his hand upon her pulse. The internal injuries within you have nearly healed. With careful nurturing over the next few months, you should recover substantially. After a lengthy pause, Fang Yuan withdrew his fingers and spoke softly to Bai Qingqing. Upon hearing his words, Bai Qingqing's previously closed eyes fluttered open. Are you leaving? Fang Yuan had not concealed his intent to seek the light spirit malevolent energy. So Bai Qingqing was naturally aware that he nodded affirmatively. I have received the information I needed. I must go. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety during my absence. Bai Qingqing nodded in response before closing her eyes once more. Observing this, Fang Yuan exited her room that he understood her concerns. During the 20 years he had been away from the Azure Dragon Society, countless individuals bore ill will towards Bai Qingqing. Now, with her severely injured state, even an innate warrior could potentially slay her, causing her to worry. However, Fang Yuan would not allow such an occurrence. After all, Bai Qingqing was one of the only 2 Grandmaster warriors in the Azure Dragon Society. Her value immeasurable, he could not bear to see her perish so easily. If she were to die, it would be by his own hand. Malevolent energy. Light spirit malevolent energy. I am coming. Seated in the carriage, Fang Yuan closed his eyes in meditation, allowing a disciple of the Azure Dragon Society, disguised as a maidservant, to guide the carriage towards Qi Tian Peak in the Great Zheng Kingdom. Once the malevolent energy is perfected, I shall achieve Grandmaster Mastery. Upon perfecting both realms, I can attempt to condense the Yang spirit and break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. In the Great Grandmaster realm, a warrior can condense their Yang spirit, harnessing the elemental energies of heaven and earth with effortless grace, unleashing boundless power with every movement. Among the Great Grandmasters, those who excel are said to wield formless weapons, their might incomprehensible, capable of toppling cities with ease. The carriage sped along, pausing only for necessary supplies, otherwise maintaining its relentless pace. Finally, after 10 days had passed, Fang Yuan once again approached the Great Zheng Kingdom. How much longer until we reach Qi Tian Peak? Fang Yuan pulled back the carriage curtain, inquiring of the accompanying Azure Dragon Society disciples. Master, according to our journey, we will likely require an additional 3 days to reach Qi Tian Peak. That a familiar scion of the vast Zheng terrain spoke up to provide an answer. Fang Yuan, wishing to avoid drawing attention, instructed these youths to address him as Lao Yi. After all, Titles like Dragon Head of the Azure Dragon Society or Master were far too conspicuous, which was not Fang Yuan's intention. He was eager to refine the ethereal spirit energy swiftly and to cultivate his mastery to perfection without hindrance. His sole desire was to expedite his training, and upon reaching a certain threshold of growth, orchestrate a grand event to accumulate ample simulation points, thus enabling him to transport his martial prowess to the outside world. 3 days later, as anticipated, they arrived near the foot of Qitian Peak. Just as the disciple had mentioned, Fang Yuan emerged from the carriage, and the magnificent silhouette of Qitian Peak immediately captured his gaze. What an imposing mountain! No wonder it was named Qitian Peak. The peak resembled a sharp sword, akin to a celestial pillar, soaring straight into the heavens. At its summit, Fang Yuan beheld a blanket of pristine white snow adorning the apex. Gazing at the towering peak that thrust skyward like a divine column, he could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation. Only the miraculous hand of creation could give rise to such a breathtaking mountain. Beneath Qitian Peak lay a continuous chain of mountains, and at the base of these mountains sprawled Tianyong City. After a distant glance at Qitian Peak, Fang Yuan's entourage reached Tianyong City. Upon entering the city, Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. The city was remarkably clean, and the citizens bustling about all bore ruddy complexions, exuding vitality. Moreover, he did not encounter a single beggar or vagrant, individuals typically common in other locales that in all the cities I have previously seen. None displayed such a scene. Who governs this city, managing it with such order and a high degree of civilization? As the carriage arrived at an inn, Fang Yuan stepped into a private room and inquired with the innkeeper. Pray tell, what is the story behind Tianyong City? Who oversees its management to achieve such a state? The innkeeper glanced at Fang Yuan and replied, Tianyong City is managed by the Qin family. The head of the Qin family, a grand master, cannot abide the sight of the impoverished, which is why there are neither beggars nor poor folk within a 10-mile radius. Chapter 55. Ascent. Fang Yuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He had not anticipated such circumstances in Tianyong City. Shaking his head, he ceased his inquiries, ordered food and drink, and turned his attention to a companion accompanying him. Zhuanghai, do we have any intelligence regarding the Qin family in Tianyong City? From the Azure Dragon Society, we have some information, though it is not very detailed, Zhuanghai responded. The strongest among the Qin family is Chun Jianan, aged 60, possessing Grandmaster Cultivation. As for the other members of the Qin family, they are rather ordinary, merely at the acquired or innate stages. Tianyong City is entirely under the Chun family's management, and it is said that the residents are all chosen individuals, either wealthy or noble. Even the common folk here are affluent. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling somewhat speechless. However, the actions of the Qin family were of no concern to him. His curiosity was purely academic. After a moment's thought, Fang Yuan stated, Prepare yourselves. We shall remain in Tianyong City for a month or two. Zhuanghai and the others nodded, listening as Fang Yuan continued. Procure a supply of long-lasting jerky, a package, for I shall require it tomorrow. Understood. Once Fang Yuan had arranged everything, he finished his meal and returned to his rented room to rest. The following day, he intended to ascend Qitian Peak and attempt to absorb and refine the ethereal spirit energy at the summit. The next day, at the base of Qitian Peak, Fang Yuan accepted the package respectfully handed to him by Zhuanghai and the others, casually surveying his surroundings at the foot of Qitian Peak. Numerous martial artists gathered in small clusters, all intent on ascending the peak. Fang Yuan understood that these individuals were all aspiring climbers drawn to challenge the highest peak in the vicinity of Dezhong. You may return now. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall descend within 2 months, Fang Yuan declared before striding toward Qitian Peak. Observing his departure, Zhuanghai and the others exchanged glances before turning to leave. To ascend Qitian Peak, one must first navigate the undulating mountains at its base. This mountain range extended for thousands of miles. However, the segment before Fang Yuan was relatively modest in height, rising only a few hundred meters. Such an elevation was trivial to Fang Yuan at this juncture. With light steps, accompanied by a whisper of wind, he soon reached the highest point of the mountain range, standing beneath Qitian Peak. Standing at the base of Qitian Peak, Fang Yuan felt the peak's immense presence even more profoundly. Its shape resembled the sword of a celestial deity, or a pillar propping up the heavens. Towering into the clouds, from this vantage point, an ordinary person could scarcely discern the entirety of Chitian Peak, let alone measure its height. At several thousand meters above ground, thick layers of clouds obscured the peak from view, rendering it impossible to catch a glimpse of its summit. Even with Fang Yuan's keen eyesight, he could not penetrate the layers of clouds to behold the pinnacle of Chitian Peak. Retracting his gaze from the sky, Fang Yuan surveyed the area and noticed a few scattered individuals attempting to climb the peak. Most of these climbers were acquired martial artists, though a few innate martial artists were also present. Let us commence the ascent. After observing the surrounding environment, Fang Yuan selected an accessible route and, with a swift motion, vanished, reappearing atop Chitian Peak. Fang Yuan's steps never faltered, his body gliding upward like a wisp of smoke. On the route he had chosen, several climbers were presently scaling the mountain. Suddenly, those climbing felt a fierce gust of wind as a figure zipped past them, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, rushing forward with incredible speed. Who is that? Such astonishing speed. The eyes of the three narrowed in shock. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the climbers, Fang Yuan pressed on with unwavering determination toward the summit of Chitian Peak. However, even with his speed, covering the distance of 10,000 meters would take considerable time, especially on the challenging, sloping terrain of Chitian Peak, that I must be around 5,000 meters above ground now. Fang Yuan mused, glancing downward. Through the gaps in the clouds, he perceived the world below shrinking into insignificance. Even Tianyong City, not far from the mountains, was now visible in its entirety. To his eyes, the distant horizon appeared slightly curved, resembling a subtle cross-section of a circle. After a moment of observation, Fang Yuan returned his gaze upward and continued his ascent. At this altitude, Chitian Peak had already been blanketed in layers of ice and snow, making the climb increasingly arduous. However, such conditions posed no challenge for Fang Yuan. He had long since acquired the ability to be impervious to temperature extremes, and after refining his azure-purple body to the Grandmaster level, this ability had only strengthened. Although the frigid winds sweeping through the area could freeze water instantly, they were utterly ineffectual against Fang Yuan. Nonetheless, while these icy gusts did not hinder him, they presented a formidable obstacle for those aspiring to scale Chitian Peak. At this altitude, the number of climbers attempting the ascent had dwindled significantly. In fact, at the height Fang Yuan occupied, his gaze could no longer find any other climbers persevering in their attempts to reach the peak. The fierce winds are chilling, and the higher one climbs, the thinner the air becomes. Without reaching the Grandmaster stage, ordinary martial artists cannot ascend to the summit of Chitian Peak, disregarding the biting cold enveloping him. Fang Yuan, clad in a simple garment, moved swiftly toward the peak's summit. Time passed without notice, and after enduring the wind and snow, Fang Yuan finally reached the pinnacle of Chitian Peak. His body trembled slightly as he shook off the snowflakes that had settled on his clothing, then began to examine his surroundings. The summit was devoid of any presence, spanning approximately several dozen meters, with the soil completely concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Better to have no one here. This way, I shall not be disturbed while practicing my skills. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan casually waved his hand, sending a gust of wind that swept away the snow from a large stone at the summit before he seated himself upon it. After refining the Xuanwu true art with the Xianming evil qi, he was now prepared to refine the ethereal spirit energy. The ethereal spirit energy only manifested where the mountain's summit met the sky. Descriptions of ethereal spirit energy flowed continuously through Fang Yuan's mind. However, this energy was elusive and would not remain in a singular location. It frequently dispersed through the sky, never congregating in one place. In pursuit of completely refining the ethereal qi, thereby achieving mastery in his martial realm, Fang Yuan pondered the duration this endeavor might demand. Seated cross-legged upon a stone, he secured his provisions of dried meat beside him. Weighed down with gravel to prevent them from being whisked away by the fierce winds atop the mountain, he then inhaled deeply. A resounding whoosh echoed as he drew in countless breaths. Countless particles of air entering his being, amongst which were the wisps of ethereal qi. Chapter 56. Battling the snowstorm as the tempest swirled, Fang Yuan remained oblivious to the tumultuous weather above, wholly absorbed in devouring and refining the ethereal qi. When thirst struck, he quenched it with snow melt. When hunger arose, he feasted upon his provisions. Thus, he lingered atop Chitian Peak for 2 months, undisturbed by the presence of others. Solely dedicated to his cultivation, at last, With the final strands of ethereal qi assimilated, Fang Yuan felt a slight tremor throughout his body as the snow and ice enveloping him dissipated. He opened his eyes, now fully realized in his martial realm. With half of the chaotic thoughts within his mind having been refined, in another month or two, he would eradicate all lingering distractions. Stretching his limbs, he savored the subtle transformations within his internal energies, a smile breaking upon his face. With his martial realm perfected, only the mastery of the Grandmaster level remained. Once he purified all chaotic thoughts, he could attempt to coalesce his yang spirit, the culmination of which would signify his ascension to Grandmaster status. It was time to descend the mountain. With this thought, Fang Yuan surveyed his surroundings before swiftly vanishing from the summit. Atop Qitian Peak, Fang Yuan exuded an air of ease and grace. Though the ascent had posed challenges, the descent proved far simpler. Moreover, bolstered by his recent advancements, he descended with an unhurried poise. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated beneath his feet. Fang Yuan glanced down to witness an avalanche cascading down one side of Qitian Peak. Yet, it was merely the onset of the avalanche, its force not yet formidable. Unperturbed, he continued his descent. To other martial practitioners, the avalanche would have posed a lethal threat. However, to Fang Yuan, a Grandmaster, it was inconsequential. After all, he had transcended the realm of mere mortals. That in Fang Yuan's perspective, the gap between the Grandmaster realm and that of ordinary individuals was vast, both in strength and existential significance. Consequently, dangers that would instill fear in the hearts of common folk held little sway over him. Even should the avalanche descend upon him, he would emerge unscathed. Buried beneath the snow, he would remain unharmed. The Grandmaster realm, when further cultivated, bestows upon the body an ever-increasing strength, rendering one a perfect being, and the celestial being realm epitomizes the ultimate completeness of the human form. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Fang Yuan contemplated the insights he had gleaned regarding realms beyond that of Grandmaster. His pace quickened, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountainside halfway up Qitian Peak. Simultaneously, the avalanche's momentum burgeoned, an inexorable tide of ice and snow surging downwards with relentless force. Any object that dared obstruct its path, be it boulders or deeply rooted trees, was swept away without resistance. Consumed by the avalanche's fury, tumbling alongside the relentless cascade of snow, the amalgamation of ice, stones, trees, and debris swelled in might, instilling trepidation in all who beheld it, invoking a profound respect for the forces of nature. At that moment, climbers still ascending Qitian Peak became aware of the impending avalanche. Not good. We must flee. Several practitioners, having reached the mountainside, turned pale upon witnessing the avalanche's approach, abandoning all caution in their frantic retreat. Not limited to them, others who had been striving upwards towards the summit now wore expressions of terror, their aspirations of conquering the peak forgotten as they hastily sought escape towards the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan, undaunted, continued to traverse beside the avalanche with effortless grace, unperturbed by its ferocity. Though he could not alter the avalanche's course, it posed no threat to him. The power of nature was indeed awe-inspiring. Absorbing the sensations brought forth by the snowstorm at his side, Fang Yuan nodded appreciatively. This force was undeniably formidable, capable of obliterating everything in its path. Even an army of 100,000 would be reduced to naught but ashes in the face of such a torrent. To reverse this avalanche would require at least the prowess of a Grandmaster. This thought flitted through his mind. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, yet, observing the chaotic retreat of his fellow practitioners. Panic-stricken and on the brink of despair, he mused, having achieved completeness in my martial realm, and with half of the Grandmaster realm cultivated, why not test the extent of my power with this determination? Fang Yuan inhaled deeply. As he did so, an invigorating surge of energy coursed through him. Channeling this energy, he turned his gaze towards the tumultuous avalanche, forming a blade with his hand and unleashing the full force of the blood blade technique. A blinding crimson radiance erupted from his hands, staining the surrounding white snow with its brilliance. This extraordinary display did not go unnoticed by the practitioners fleeing from the avalanche, who were taken aback. What is that? Is that blade energy? What madness is this? Does he truly seek to contend with the forces of nature? He must be a Grandmaster. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Yet their instinct to flee remained paramount. As Fang Yuan harnessed the blade energy, he gazed intently at the advancing avalanche, bringing his hands together to concentrate an immense blade of energy, stretching an impressive 10 zhang in length. The blood-red aura emanated an overwhelming might, warping the very air around it. Let me see how strong I am now. With narrowed eyes, Fang Yuan drew a deep breath, raising his joined hands high before delivering a swift downward strike. Boom! The Tinjiang blade of energy shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, colliding with the avalanche as it surged down like a deluge. This moment was witnessed by the fleeing practitioners below, with a resounding crash. The blade of energy cleaved through the avalanche, momentarily halting its descent. In the next instant, the blade shattered into countless fragments, mingling with the relentless cascade of ice and snow. The avalanche, struck by the force of the blade, erupted into a shower of snowflakes, momentarily stalling its advance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the avalanche resumed its descent. It's not over yet. With renewed vigor, Fang Yuan unleashed a torrent of blade light and fist energy, striking against the advancing avalanche. For a fleeting moment, the avalanche paused in its tracks. Could he possibly be a grandmaster? This exemplifies the true spirit of a martial practitioner. The sight left the fleeing practitioners in a state of awe. To pit human strength against the might of nature was a notion they had never entertained. Yet, as they witnessed the avalanche momentarily cease its advance, they seized the opportunity to escape its reach. Without the power of a grandmaster, even I would find it difficult to contend against the forces of nature. Observing the avalanche beginning to shift once more beneath his onslaught, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, he now possessed a clearer understanding of his own capabilities and pressed onward towards the mountain's base. Chapter 57. The Feast. With a thunderous rumble, the avalanche ultimately retreated into the depths of the mountain range, sparing Tianyong City from its destructive path. Fang Yuan, employing an agility beyond ordinary comprehension, arrived within the confines of Tianyong City. His speed, already remarkable, had been further enhanced by the light and agile nature of the qi he had absorbed, propelling his movements to unprecedented heights that he now surpassed the typical grandmaster in velocity. Within Tianyong City, Fang Yuan made his way to the dwelling he had shared with Zhuang Hai and the others 2 months prior. Great Dragon Head. Upon his return, Zhuang Hai and the others, who had been patiently waiting in Tianyong City for Fang Yuan's reappearance, immediately rose to their feet and bowed respectfully. I have returned. Has anything transpired during my absence? Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Nothing significant had occurred, merely a recent avalanche on Chi Tian Peak, which had now ceased. Zhuang Hai responded. In that case, let us return, prepare a sumptuous feast, for we shall embark on our journey tomorrow. After issuing his commands, Fang Yuan proceeded to bathe and change attire. Upon finishing his bath, he found the table laid with an array of delectable dishes. He savored a piece of fatty, glistening braised pork, and was deeply moved. After 2 months without such indulgence, the mere taste was exquisite. During his 2 months of rigorous training, he had subsisted on dried meat when hungry and snowmelt when thirsty, which had left his palate yearning for flavor. Martial cultivation does not demand one to renounce worldly pleasures. Thus, Fang Yuan did not abstain from enjoying the earthly delights of exquisite cuisine and beauty. In fact, he had relished quite a bit of both in his past simulations. Consuming the entire spread of culinary delights, Fang Yuan then seated himself in meditation, awaiting the arrival of the morrow. However, just as he began to drift into a meditative state, he furrowed his brow, for he heard the approaching footsteps of Zhuang Hai nearing his room. There's something you seek. Fang Yuan understood that Zhuang Hai would not disturb him without reason. Zhuang Hai paused at the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft raps echoed. Enter, Fang Yuan said, and soon Zhuang Hai entered, holding a formal invitation in hand. Master Longzhou, this is an invitation from the esteemed Grandmaster Chen Jianan of the Chen family, requesting your presence for an evening banquet. Zhuang Hai respectfully extended the invitation with both hands. What does the Grandmaster of the Chen family desire of me? Fang Yuan inquired, his brow knitting slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze as he accepted the invitation. As he opened it, he discovered, I see. The Grandmaster observed my combat with the celestial forces on Chi Tian Peak during his flower viewing. Hence he wishes to forge a connection. Upon reading the invitation, Fang Yuan closed it once more, his understanding clear. He had initially thought there was some pressing matter that warranted the Grandmaster's invitation. It was merely an observation of his actions on Chi Tian Peak. Since it is the Grandmaster's invitation, I shall attend. Fang Yuan nodded lightly and set the invitation aside. Your subordinate understands, Zhuang Hai acknowledged, bowing as he departed. Were it an invitation from another, Fang Yuan might have dismissed it. However, this was from the grandmaster of the Qin family, and he had no desire to disrespect Qin Jianan or create an enemy unnecessarily. After all, the grandmaster wielded formidable power and influence, and it would be unwise to antagonize such a figure. Moreover, the opportunity to converse with a grandmaster would undoubtedly benefit Fang Yuan's martial path, granting him insight into the profound strength of such a master. Soon, evening descended. The sky had darkened completely, and the city of Tianyong was aglow with flickering lights, as if they were responding to the stars above. Fang Yuan, aboard a carriage driven by Zhuang Hai and others, arrived slowly at the Qin family estate. The estate occupied 1/10 of Tianyong City, situated in the very heart of the city. The grand estate resembled a city within a city. Its interior a vibrant red, with servants patrolling the walls. Even the streets before the estate were exceptionally wide, accommodating 8 carriages side by side. Upon halting the carriage at the main entrance, Zhuang Hai presented the invitation, and Fang Yuan entered, leaving Zhuang Hai and the others to wait outside. After traversing the front hall and the corridor, Fang Yuan ambled for several minutes before being led by a maid to the reception hall. The hall was brightly lit, filled with maids awaiting their master's commands. Aside from them, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s sat solemnly, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon entering, Fang Yuan instantly recognized the scene and clasped his hands in greeting. "Are you the esteemed Grandmaster Qin Jianan?" Qin Jianan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am he. Yet, I have yet to hear your esteemed name." After a moment of observing Fang Yuan's visage, even the well-traveled Qin Jianan was taken aback. Fang Yuan appeared remarkably youthful. Despite his disguise, Qin Jianan could discern his true age as a master martial artist of merely 16 or 17 years. What jest is this? He had witnessed Fang Yuan's prowess at Qitian Peak and had grown curious about this master who had appeared within his domain, prompting him to investigate Fang Yuan's background and extend an invitation to forge a connection. However, he had not anticipated Fang Yuan's youth. What force could possibly cultivate such a young master martial artist? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Qin Jianan's mind as he contemplated. "I am but a humble individual, Fang Yuan, from a modest background. You naturally would not have heard of me," Fang Yuan replied. Fang Yuan? Qin Jianan's mind raced, yet he could not recall any mention of the name from any faction. After a scrutinizing gaze at Fang Yuan, Qin Jianan gestured. "Please, take a seat." He gently clapped his hands, and a procession of maids appeared, presenting an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines. Fang Yuan settled beside Qin Jianan, and as they dined, a group of dancers graced the hall, their elegant movements accompanied by the soft sound of stringed instruments. After they had eaten their fill and exchanged flattering words, Qin Jianan clapped his hands, signaling the maids and dancers to withdraw. He turned to Fang Yuan and said, "To be candid, beyond wishing to befriend you, I also seek your assistance." Fang Yuan's brow furrowed at this revelation. A grandmaster. Your word alone commands respect. What could require my meager help? This matter is one even the Grand Dynasty cannot assist me with. Qin Jianan replied, shaking his head. "While I could handle it myself, I have enemies in the Grand Dynasty. Should I leave, my family would be at risk." Qin Jianan sighed softly. "What is this matter?" Fang Yuan inquired. 10 days ago, my granddaughter Chun Li was abducted by individuals from the Xinxiao Palace. They intend to have her cultivate the yin-yang interchange technique. Qin Jianan's expression darkened. She is the hope of our next generation. Yet she has fallen prey to the Xinxiao Palace during my absence. Observing the confusion on Fang Yuan's face, Qin Jianan elaborated, the yin-yang interchange technique. Once a woman begins to cultivate it, she becomes susceptible to having her divine essence plundered by men, thus severing her martial path. While there are some benefits post-cultivation, they cannot compensate for the loss of divine essence. That I sent emissaries to negotiate with the Xinxiao Palace, but they refused to release her. I witnessed your extraordinary prowess on Qitian Peak this morning, which is why I sought your assistance in retrieving my granddaughter from the Xinxiao Palace. The Xinxiao Palace does not regard even your esteemed self. What could I, a mere master, accomplish? Fang Yuan shook his head. Though he did not explicitly refuse, his meaning cleared. He was aware from Yi Feng's memories that the Xinxiao Palace was formidable, with a grandmaster in residence, making them not to be trifled with. I do not wish for you to confront the Xinxiao Palace directly. Rather, I need you to infiltrate their branch and seize the opportunity to rescue my granddaughter." Qin Jianan continued, "Many women have been taken by them, hidden within the Xinshao Palace's branch in Xingyuan City, where only the two masters, Feng and Yun, are stationed. With your abilities, you can surely rescue my granddaughter from their grasp." In truth, he had sought assistance from other master martial artists, but they all refused, fearing the wrath of the Xinshao Palace and offering various excuses to evade involvement, leaving Qin Jianan in a state of frustration. At this point, Qin Jianan's expression turned serious. "Should you agree to rescue my granddaughter Chun-Li, I will impart to you the secrets of condensing the yang spirit and refining the formless weapon." The secrets of condensing the yang spirit and refining the formless weapon? Fang Yuan's heart stirred with intrigue. Acquiring such knowledge would significantly enhance his chances of breaking through to Grandmaster level, Xingyuan City. "I recall that when I employed the 1,000-mile soul lock to locate Liang Jingxian, she was within that very vicinity." Upon contemplating this, Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, "Since the esteemed senior is so generous, I, as a junior, shall respectfully comply." However, although he had acquiesced, he required some time for preparation, estimating it would take approximately 3 to 4 months. Fang Yuan articulated his request, and naturally, if Qin Jianan were to disagree, he would simply let it be, for he had no intention of rushing to Deqian at this moment. As his master realm had yet to reach perfection, Tio mastered the art of yin-yang interaction. At the very least, a year and a half was needed. Thus, time was certainly on his side. Qin Jianan's expression brightened with "In that case, I will now impart to you the secrets of condensing the yang spirit and how to refine the formless weapon. Although I am offering Fang Yuan his reward in advance." Qin Jianan harbored no fear that Fang Yuan might turn against him after receiving the benefits and neglect his granddaughter. After all, as a grandmaster, it would be trivial for him to eliminate a master-level warrior. No one dared to offend a grandmaster without facing dire consequences. Were it not for the enemies lurking around his family, he would have directly gone to Xinshao Palace to retrieve the person. Of course, if he were ultimately unable to rescue her, he would have no choice but to abandon those family members and commence a slaughter. With a wave of his hand, Qin Jianan dismissed all extraneous individuals from the hall, leaving only Fang Yuan and himself. The techniques for condensing the yang spirit and the formless weapon were exceedingly precious, only to be taught to direct disciples and the closest kin for the sake of Chun-Li. The next pillar of the Qin family, Qin Jianan was willing to invest significantly. Fang Yuan's demeanor grew solemn as he listened attentively. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fang Yuan emerged from the main entrance of the Qin residence, holding a scroll adorned with the likeness of Chun-Li, and climbed aboard the carriage with Zhuang Hai and the others. Inside the carriage, the secrets of condensing the yang spirit and the formless weapon flowed through Fang Yuan's mind repeatedly. And he felt a sense of enlightenment. So this is how it is. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, filled with delight. With these secrets, the obstacles to his breakthrough as a grandmaster had vanished. Once I perfect my mastery of the grandmaster realm, I shall journey to Deqian's Xingyuan City to rescue Chun-Li and subsequently deal with Liang Jingxian. Having mentally rehearsed his plans, Fang Yuan closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the passage of time. The next day, Fang Yuan boarded a carriage and set off towards the city of Yi in the great way that he intended to refine his mastery of the Grandmaster realm to perfection at the headquarters of the Qinglong Society in Yi City before proceeding to Deqian's Xingyuan City. The carriage moved steadily, and the journey was relatively uneventful, though they occasionally encountered some bandits, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Zhuang Hai and his companions. 15 days later, the carriage halted before the entrance of Tinquan Mountain Villa, and Fang Yuan stepped out slowly. In his absence of over 2 months, the Qinglong Society remained as it had been, without any significant events transpiring during his time away. Upon returning to the headquarters, Fang Yuan paid a visit to Bai Qingqing, observing that her injuries were nearly healed, and instructed her to commence the expansion of the Qinglong Society. At this juncture, Fang Yuan had largely achieved his simulated objectives. His martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of both the Gangsha and Grandmaster realms. What remained was to develop the Qinglong Society further, amassing more simulation points. However, now that Fang Yuan was on the cusp of becoming a Grandmaster, he naturally aspired to reach that pinnacle before concluding this simulation. If I can bring the Grandmaster level of power into the real world, then all threats will pale in comparison. Reflecting on the dangers he sensed in the real world, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile. When the time came for him to step into the world with his extraordinary martial prowess, He was eager to witness the expressions of those who sought to bring about his demise. Once I achieve the Grandmaster realm, I will eliminate all Grandmasters within the Great Zheng and seize control of the entire nation, providing me with unprecedented simulation points, allowing me to draw for rewards. With that thought fleeting through his mind, Fang Yuan focused his thoughts and commenced a new round of cultivation. Now at the pinnacle of the Gangsha realm, his current level of training in the Grandmaster realm progressed smoothly. Encountering no barriers whatsoever, Fang Yuan dedicated himself to profound meditation until 2 months later, in the secret chamber, he took a deep breath, refining the last remnants of chaotic thoughts within his own spirit. Grandmaster perfection. Upon introspection, he perceived a hazy silhouette enveloping his true spiritual essence, radiating a soft ethereal light. This was his own spirit, having entirely eradicated the chaotic thoughts within him and thoroughly condensed within his sea of consciousness. The next phase of his cultivation involved meticulously refining his own spirit, transitioning from yin to yang. Moreover, the true qi he had forged from the Xianming yin sha and the light and agile gang qi would provide a continuous source of nourishment for his own spirit. The chilling, malevolent energy possessed the power to sap one's spirit, while the harmonious gang qi offered exquisite warmth for the mind. Together, coupled with the secrets imparted by Chun Jianan regarding the condensation of the yang spirit. It was merely a matter of time before Fang Yuan achieved the transformation from yin to yang and attained Grandmaster status. Chapter 59. A new facade. A month later, along the official road not far from Xingyuan City, a carriage came to a gradual stop. Fang Yuan pulled back the carriage curtain, gazing at the imposing city ahead, and declared, "Since we have arrived at Xingyuan City, you may return." With that, he stepped out from the carriage. Zhuang Hai and the others complied, driving the carriage away. They needed to return early to avoid interfering with Fang Yuan's actions. After all, Fang Yuan was on a mission to rescue someone from Xinxiao Palace. And there might be obstructions. Thus, they could not afford to be a hindrance. First, I will assess the situation, then decide whether to rescue Chen Li or eliminate Liang Jingxian. With a swift motion, Fang Yuan propelled himself forward like a released arrow. Swiftly entering Xingyuan City, he maintained his pace, concealing his aura, disguising himself as a passerby as he strolled through the Xinxiao Palace branch, discreetly surveying his surroundings. After observing for a moment, Fang Yuan shifted direction and entered a nearby inn. Requesting a private room in the room, he unfurled the scroll that Chun Jianan had given him, revealing a playful and charming young girl. This must be Chun Li. Gazing at the likeness captured in the scroll, Fang Yuan closed his eyes in silence. Beginning to sense Chun Li's aura, as his spirit surged, he utilized Thousand Miles Soul Lock to probe Chun Li's location. Shortly thereafter, he sensed that Chun Li was lying quietly in a large room, seemingly accompanied by others, though he could only discern her presence and not the surrounding circumstances. Following this lead, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and gazed towards the distant Xinxiao Palace branch, nodding subtly. Chun Jianan's information proved accurate. Indeed, Chun Li was here. After investigating Chun Li's whereabouts, Fang Yuan commenced searching for Liang Jingxian as he invoked Thousand Miles Soul Lock. Liang Jingxian's figure gradually materialized in Fang Yuan's mind. What is this? Fang Yuan's expression momentarily froze, then he opened his eyes to look towards Xinxiao Palace. Liang Jingxian was also within Xinxiao Palace. Moreover, although the aura around her was faint, one of the presences belonged to Chen Li. Could it be that she was rescued by the people of Xinxiao Palace? Did Xinxiao Palace intend for her to cultivate the yin-yang interaction technique as well? Contemplating this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile. But a wave of murderous intent surged within him. Yet, in the next moment, he suppressed the murderous intent within his heart. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan approached the window, gazing at the towering walls of Xinxiao Palace. Pondering, this is an opportune moment. Currently, the Xinxiao Palace branch is only guarded by 2 Grandmasters, and there is no one around Liang Jingxian capable of thwarting my attempt on her life. However, recalling the previous incident where he had besieged Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan's brow furrowed. Yet, it seemed that events might not unfold as he desired. Fang Yuan had come to believe that Liang Jingxian was indeed a favored child of fate, capable of turning misfortune into fortune, blessed with continual fortuitous encounters. Now that he was intent on killing her, there was no guarantee that destiny would not once again smile upon Liang Jingxian, enabling her to escape calamity. If the surroundings were flat plains, it would be one thing, but they were currently within the territory of Deqian, where experts abounded. Fang Yuan's thoughts surged chaotically, his mind racing. If I am determined to kill Liang Jingxian, then my current prowess may not suffice. Yet, what if I were to change my approach and transform her from foe to ally? Perhaps I could leverage her fortune to attract good fortune upon myself. With the demise of Jinsha, who once held dominion over his breath, only Yi Ying remains capable of wielding such influence, able to identify him through the 1,000-mile soul lock technique, even if it involves Yi Feng. It could be said that Yi Feng is effectively dead. Barring unforeseen events, his identity will remain concealed. However, should he choose to oppose Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan is convinced that, under the machinations of fate, the truth of his being Yi Feng will inevitably come to light before Liang Jingxian. Presently, he possesses ample reasons and opportunities to gain Liang Jingxian's trust when the time comes for him to rescue Qin. He could conveniently save Liang Jingxian as well, and with an instant, profound affection for her, it is likely that no one would question the authenticity of his actions. If I were to approach Liang Jingxian under a completely new identity, I could effortlessly transform this child of fortune into an ally of my martial pursuits. The child of fate, who turns misfortune into fortune and remains unscathed amidst peril. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan found himself deeply stirred. Initially, he would not have resorted to such a strategy, but now he has secured his own means of self-protection, and only Ying knows the truth of his identity as Yi Feng. Moreover, she must have cultivated the yin-yang interchange technique within the Divine Mist Palace. The mention of the profound secrets of the yin-yang interchange technique, as recounted by Chun Jianan, sparked a flicker of excitement within Fang Yuan. This plan may very well be feasible. With his thoughts in motion, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, his heart now set. If this endeavor were to fail, it would matter little. He could simply regard it as granting Liang Jingxian additional time for growth. Fang Yuan believed that prior to reaching the realm of the immortal, Liang Jingxian, despite her serendipitous encounters, could not possibly catch up to his martial prowess. Yet should his plan succeed, he would gain an invaluable ally in this child of fortune, and the benefits would be self-evident. In that scenario, he could not only shed the identity of being an enemy to the child of fate, but might also leverage Liang Jingxian's luck to ensure a smoother simulation this time around. With the right timing, location, and harmony of people, he could even claim to have been bewitched by fate, rescuing Liang Jingxian from the Divine Mist Palace. With this thought, a glimmer of cold brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He introspectively examined his own heart before gradually approaching the myriad. To engage with Liang Jingxian under a completely new identity. He could no longer employ his former guise. Standing before the mirror, Fang Yuan's physique slowly transformed, becoming taller and leaner, his features gradually morphing into those of his previous life, strikingly handsome. Gazing at his own reflection, sharp brows, starry eyes, a visage as frosty as ice, lips devoid of any motion, Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile. As he did, a subtle aura of melancholy began to emanate from his brow, suggesting that he harbored unspoken anguish and secrets within. If I am to alter my appearance to approach Liang Jingxian, then my previous martial skills must also be discarded. With this thought, Fang Yuan ventured out to procure a set of white robes and a sword that glimmered coldly with a sharp light. After his transformation, he became a solitary swordsman clad in white, exuding an air of icy aloofness. The clear, cold, and proud aura gradually enveloped him. With his introspective and meditative state, altering his own disposition was a trivial endeavor. Once Fang Yuan was fully prepared, night had already fallen. Seizing the cover of darkness, he approached the outer section of the Divine Mist Palace, moving silently and stealthily into its depths. Inside a chamber, Chun-Li sat cross-legged on her bed, quietly meditating. Someone was using the 1,000-mile soul lock to spy earlier. It must be someone sent by grandfather to rescue me. The thought of imminent rescue filled Chun-Li with excitement. And fortunately, her cunning allowed her to conceal her joy. However, while Chun-Li reveled in her elation, Liang Jingxian, seated on the adjacent bed, sensed an ominous turn of events. She too had felt the presence of someone spying on her earlier that morning using the 1,000-mile soul lock. Chapter 60. A sword to repel the enemy. Is it those two masters probing my location? The thought tightened Liang Jingxian's heart. Having been brought here by the people of the Divine Mist Palace and instructed in the yin-yang interchange technique, she had sensed several instances of being spied upon. Damn it, are they closing in on me? With this thought, Liang Jingxian felt a growing sense of oppression. Point two masters, she was no match for them. Initially, she had planned to perfect the yin-yang interchange technique within the Divine Mist Palace, rapidly break through her cultivation, and then seize an opportunity to escape. But now, it seemed she needed to prepare sooner. In just a month or two, I would be able to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of innate abilities using the yin-yang interchange technique. Alas, time is not on my side. With this thought, Liang Jingxian took a deep breath. Her mind racing with images of the Divine Mist Palace's layout and various situations. Just as she pondered her escape, the door swung open silently, and a gentle breeze wafted in, awakening Liang Jingxian. Chun-Li and several other women as they turned to look, they beheld a white-clad swordsman, his sharp brows and starry eyes radiating an aura of aloofness, slowly entering the chamber. Who is this? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure in the Divine Mist Palace, Liang Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the other women, only to find them equally bewildered. Is he someone sent by my grandfather? Seeing the extraordinarily handsome Fang Yuan, Chun-Li's heart raced with excitement. Her gaze filled with anticipation. You must be Chun-Li? Fang Yuan inquired knowingly. I am indeed Chun-Li. Chun-Li could no longer contain her excitement and nodded eagerly. I am here on the orders of Senior Chen Jianan to rescue you. Follow me. Fang Yuan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingxian and the other women turned their gazes towards Chun-Li, their eyes brimming with hope. Observing this, Fang Yuan smiled faintly and preempted Chun-Li from requesting that he take the other women along, stating, those who wish to leave may accompany me. Thank you, young hero. Liang Jingxian and the others rose excitedly, expressing their gratitude. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over the faces of the women, pausing momentarily on Liang Jingxian, where a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his gaze before he regained his composure. That momentary surprise did not escape Liang Jingxian's notice. Follow me, Fang Yuan instructed, turning to exit the room. Chun-Li and Liang Jingxian quickly followed suit. As they stepped outside, Chun-Li and the others were taken aback by the sight of Divine Mist Palace disciples sprawled haphazardly on the ground, a realization dawning upon them, filled with astonishment. This person is actually a master warrior. And so young. Observing Fang Yuan's retreating figure, Liang Jingxian felt a jolt of surprise. Her talent had been deemed the pinnacle of the world by Jinsha, yet she was merely at the innate level. While this youth had already surpassed the threshold of innate and master realms, becoming a youthful master. What remarkable talent he possesses. Liang Jingxian felt a mixture of frustration and curiosity rising within her. Who is this extraordinary individual daring to intrude upon the Divine Mist Palace? But since he has come, he should not leave. Two voices resonated simultaneously as the wind and cloud duo of the Divine Mist Palace materialized before them in an instant. However, upon seeing Fang Yuan, they too were momentarily stunned by his appearance and demeanor. What a remarkable young man, achieving mastery at such a tender age. Who is your master? Upon regaining their composure and sensing Fang Yuan's mastery aura, the wind and cloud duo could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. To attain mastery at such a young age undoubtedly suggested an extraordinary background. Liang Jingxian, Chun-Li, and the others felt their hearts tighten at this sight. Although Fang Yuan was a master, he stood alone against the wind and cloud duo, both of whom were also master warriors. The odds were daunting, leaving Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li deeply anxious. Enough of this. Fang Yuan's voice was icy, his gaze cold. In the next moment, an aura of profound sword intent surged from him, and his sword was drawn in an instant. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrogant demeanor, the wind and cloud duo moved swiftly, each unleashing their techniques to strike at him. His swordsmanship has already reached the realm of sword intent. Feeling the chilling sword intent, Liang Jingxian felt a spark of encouragement. A beam of icy sword light emanated from Fang Yuan's blade, colliding fiercely with that of the wind and cloud duo. The sword light flickered and vanished, leaving the onlookers stunned as they beheld the duo being forced back, blood trickling from their necks. You have some audacity, kid. Just wait. After you've abducted these people, our palace master will soon come for you. The two figures swiftly retreated, casting a sharp remark before vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Let us depart. Fang Yuan sheathed his sword, his tone tranquil, as if it were a commonplace affair to have repelled two master warriors. In truth, he had intentionally held back. Otherwise, given his martial prowess, he could have dispatched those two ordinary masters with a single strike. Though this individual is solitary and proud, he starkly contrasts with Yifeng. As she observed Fang Yuan, Liang Jingxian could not help but reminisce about Yifeng, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. With the immediate crisis averted, Fang Yuan led several women briskly away from the branch of Xinqiao Palace. Upon arriving at the carriage station, Fang Yuan withdrew some silver from his person and declared, "I must escort Chen Li to Dezheng that it is unsafe for you to accompany me. Take this silver and depart swiftly." A few of the women exchanged glances before expressing their gratitude to Fang Yuan, then took the silver to hire a carriage and leave. Only Fang Yuan, Chen Li, and Liang Jingxian remained. Liang Jingxian glanced at the silver in Fang Yuan's hand. Her interest piqued, yet hesitance lingered if she were to part ways with Fang Yuan. Given her current cultivation, she would inevitably risk being recaptured by the people of Xinqiao Palace. Moreover, she was aware that Chen Li's grandfather was a grandmaster. If she could stay with the Chen family for a while, she would have the opportunity to cultivate her martial arts. However, Fang Yuan had indicated that his purpose was solely to assist Chen Li, and she was uncertain how to voice her intentions. Just as Liang Jingxian wrestled with her indecision, Chen Li, noticing her hesitation, spoke up, "Young hero, why not allow Liang Jingxian to accompany us?" During their time at Xinqiao Palace, she had developed a friendly relationship with Liang Jingxian, and seeing her vacillation, she felt compelled to intervene. After all, it was merely a suggestion. If Fang Yuan disagreed, it would not be a great loss. Fang Yuan nodded, neither affirming nor denying, and turned his gaze towards Liang Jingxian. "Thank you, elder sister, then I shall go with you." Liang Jingxian cast a grateful glance at Chen Li before promptly purchasing 3 fine steeds alongside Fang Yuan and Chen Li. Hastily departing from Xingyuan City, leading the way, Fang Yuan rode ahead on his steed, a subtle smile gracing his lips when Chen Li and Liang Jingxian could not see it has come to fruition. Chapter 61. The Heavenly Thunder of Xinqiao. May I inquire your name, young hero? After departing Xingyuan City, Chen Li, now relaxed, curiously turned to Fang Yuan. Liang Jingxian's gaze also fell upon him. "I am Fang Yuan," he replied coolly. "Fang Yuan?" Both Chen Li and Liang Jingxian pondered momentarily, failing to recall the name from their memories. Could he possibly be a descendant of a reclusive family? Chen Li mused for a moment, but soon dismissed the thought. As they had yet to escape danger, the 2 envoys of Wind and Cloud had mentioned that the palace master of Xinqiao would soon locate them, and Chen Li had no inclination to engage in idle conversation. Thus, the trio pressed onward, changing mounts in each town, hastening towards the borders of Deqian. Yet, their journey was not without complications. They encountered warriors dispatched by Xinqiao Palace to obstruct their escape. In the wilderness, Fang Yuan observed a group of armed warriors approaching and strode forward. 20 peak postnatal warriors advanced, followed closely by 10 innate realm warriors, each brandishing blades as they surrounded him. For an ordinary master, facing such a formidable assembly could spell disaster. But Fang Yuan was no ordinary master. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in an instant, the first 5 postnatal warriors before him were cleaved in 2. As 10 more approached, they too met a similar fate. The 10 innate warriors, alongside 5 peak postnatal warriors, formed a formation, only to be shattered under the onslaught of his sword energy. In mere moments, the 30 warriors surrounding Fang Yuan had been reduced to 60 mangled corpses, the soil soaked in blood, painting the earth a crimson hue. Witnessing this scene, Chen Li and Liang Jingxian, who had concealed themselves behind Fang Yuan, remained unperturbed. They had grown accustomed to such sights. Since their departure from Xingyuan City, Xinqiao Palace had continuously sent warriors to hunt them down. Not only warriors but various assassins had also swarmed, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Fang Yuan. "We must alter our course. We cannot proceed directly to Tianyong City." Fang Yuan mounted his steed, his white attire pristine, untouched by dust. "The warriors and assassins sent by Xinqiao Palace are growing increasingly formidable. If this continues, we will inevitably encounter trouble." Hearing Fang Yuan's words, both Chen Li and Liang Jingxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the strength and number of their pursuers were escalating, if they did not change their route. Even Fang Yuan's prowess could not guarantee their safety. "We shall traverse the Taiying Mountains, moving through the ranges to confuse Xinqiao Palace, making it impossible for them to ascertain our location, thus preventing them from laying ambush." While navigating the Taiying Mountains would slow their pace, it offered greater safety. Seeing that both Chen Li and Liang Jingxian concurred with his plan, Fang Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. maintaining an outwardly impassive facade. The Taihang Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, with a segment near Tianang City. Once we reach Tianang City, Shenshao Palace will pose no threat. Then let us be on our way. I sense someone is watching us. Chun Li's expression tightened. Ever since leaving Xingyuan City, she had occasionally felt the probing gaze of thousand-mile soul lock. Let us depart. The trio hastily rode towards the nearest Taihang Mountains. The Taihang Mountains, with their sprawling expanse, are likely to harbor treasures left behind by those who came before. Fang Yuan feigned nonchalance as he cast a glance at Liang Jingxian, a hint of affection sparkling in his eyes. Secretly amused within, he had meticulously orchestrated this scenario, awaiting the perfect moment. Noticing Fang Yuan's seemingly casual glance, Liang Jingxian lowered her head slightly, uncertain of how to proceed. She had realized that Fang Yuan had been subtly observing her of late. Could it be that young hero Fang? The thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Fang Yuan's formidable skills and extraordinary demeanor, coupled with their shared trials over the past days, had greatly enhanced her impression of him. No, I must first avenge Master by slaying Yifeng and those two unnamed masters. Liang Jingxian took a deep breath, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. 10 days later, within the mountains, Fang Yuan led Xinli and Liang Jingxian swiftly through the dense forest. Ever since they altered their route, the warriors and assassins sent by Shenshao Palace had vanished without a trace, a realization that invigorated both Xinli and Liang Jingxian, instilling hope that they would soon escape the palace's pursuit. Very well, let us take a rest. Observing the fatigue of both Xinli and Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan halted, casually preparing some wild game for their meal. In the glow of the fire, Xinli and Liang Jingxian disregarded their appearances. Eagerly partaking in the food, for the past 10 days, they had traversed the forest, having long since abandoned concerns for their image. After all, image pales in comparison to life. Fang Yuan, following suit, intentionally allowed branches to tear his garments. Though his attire was tattered, it only served to accentuate Fang Yuan's ethereal demeanor, rendering him even more unforgettable. Liang Jingxian surreptitiously stole glances at Fang Yuan while accepting the food he offered. Her face flushed crimson when she realized he was also looking at her, prompting her to hurriedly focus on her meal. Xinli observed this exchange, feeling a mix of exasperation and irritation. As she recognized the budding feelings between the two, why was no provision made for me during this delightful meal? A voice emanated from afar, and when Fang Yuan, Liang Jingxian, and Xinli looked up, they found a figure had approached, gazing at them with an unfriendly demeanor. Who might you be, senior? Fang Yuan's expression grew serious, yet inwardly he rejoiced. The individual he had awaited had finally arrived, validating the schemes he had meticulously laid. You have slain so many of my disciples, yet you do not recognize me? The newcomer chuckled lightly. I am Wang Wenqing, the palace master of Shenshao Palace. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, making it evident that he was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. A grandmaster? Xinli and Liang Jingxian gasped in astonishment. Wang Wenqing nodded indifferently, casting a glance at Liang Jingxian, and smiled. Will you handle it yourselves? Or shall I intervene personally? Upon hearing these words, Chun Li and Liang Jingxian's faces turned ashen. The grandmaster. No matter how formidable Fang Yuan might be, he could never rival a grandmaster. They were doomed. Liang Jingxian's mind flashed with images of her parents and master, and she could not help but glance at Fang Yuan, feeling a deep sorrow. Fang Yuan silently drew his sword. Reluctant to take action himself? Very well. Then he would take matters into his own hands. After a brief look at Liang Jingxian, Wang Wenqing flicked his fingers, and two strands of sword energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar, instantly surged towards Fang Yuan and Xunli. However, while both Fang Yuan and Xunli were struck, Liang Jingxian remained unscathed. This individual possesses the nine-yin body. If I could cultivate the yin-yang interchange technique in conjunction with her, my martial prowess would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Wang Wenqing's eyes as he looked at Liang Jingxian. You, young man, are quite impressive. Observing Fang Yuan wielding his long sword to dissipate the sword energy he had unleashed, Wang Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. To withstand his two strands of sword energy was indeed remarkable. No wonder he managed to extricate himself from the encirclement of so many martial artists. A youthful master, with commendable skills. Very well, he would extend a modicum of respect. Sighing, Wang Wenqing extended his palm, gently grasping it as the primordial energy of the cosmos seemed to heed his call. Rushing towards his hand, crackling, a faint purple, semi-transparent thunderbolt, formed from countless primordial energies, gradually coalesced in Wang Wenqing's grasp. This was the formless weapon, divine thunder of the celestial palace, which could only be forged by a grandmaster. Upon witnessing the purple lightning accumulating in Wang Wenqing's hand, Chun-Li's pupils constricted as she recalled the techniques of the celestial palace, exclaiming instinctively. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes that a grandmaster was unleashing their full power. In the past, it would have been quite challenging for him to contend with such might without the great Ashura divine blade. However, he had made some progress in his martial arts during this period. His yin spirit had already begun to transform into a yang spirit. Now, he possessed some attributes of a grandmaster. Once his yin spirit fully transformed into a yang spirit, he would officially attain the status of a grandmaster. A thought crossed his mind as Fang Yuan took a deep breath, raising his hands high and gently grasping. Chapter 62. The dual energies of blue and purple. Thunderous rumblings echoed as boundless primordial energies converged in Fang Yuan's hands. In an instant, two strands of semi-transparent airstreams coalesced, one blue, one purple. This was the formless weapon, dual energies of blue and purple, crafted according to the secrets of the blue and purple canon. The two streams of energy twisted and curled in Fang Yuan's hands, resembling two serpents in motion. Could this be the formless weapon dual energies of blue and purple from the celestial technique? Observing the flowing energy in Fang Yuan's grasp, the well-versed Chun-Li's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing. Upon hearing Chun-Li's words, Liang Jingxian felt a stirring in her heart, secretly pondering, could it be that Fang Xiaoxia, like me, is also a disciple of the celestial technique? With this thought, Liang Jingxian felt an even deeper connection to Fang Yuan. Both of them were heirs of the celestial technique, and being of similar age, they shared many commonalities. The dual energies of blue and purple? Watching the azure and violet airstreams coalescing from the boundless primordial energy in Fang Yuan's hands, Wang Wenqing's expression shifted dramatically. Almost simultaneously as Fang Yuan materialized the dual energies, he hurled the divine thunder of the celestial palace towards him. Boom! The divine thunder of the celestial palace sliced through the atmosphere with terrifying might, rivaling even the thunder from the heavens. In the face of such a formidable celestial thunder forged from boundless primordial energy, any divine weapon or martial artist's body that dared to make contact would be obliterated in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Yuan released the twisting, writhing dual energies, which collided with the divine thunder. Boom! The moment the dual energies met the divine thunder, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. Fiery light and thunderous sound waves ignited, rapidly spreading outward, as a small mushroom cloud slowly ascended, enveloping Fang Yuan, Liang Jingxian, and Qinli. In the next moment, they were violently thrust away from the epicenter of the explosion. That we must flee. Fang Yuan coughed twice, disregarding the blood he expelled, and hurriedly pulled the gravely injured Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li away. As they departed, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing Wang Wenqing standing pale-faced, struggling to suppress the injuries within him. Truly, the celestial technique's formless weapon surpasses my divine thunder of the celestial palace in potency. Watching the direction in which Fang Yuan and the others had retreated, Wang Wenqing's expression morphed into a sinister snarl, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips as he pursued them. Although he was severely injured, his foundation remained intact. He could not allow Fang Yuan to escape, for with such talent, if Fang Yuan succeeded in fleeing, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless troubles. As it stood, Fang Yuan, a master, was capable of injuring him. What would happen if Fang Yuan became a grandmaster in the future? Coughing, Fang Yuan spat blood, cradling the injured Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li as he fled. Unintentionally, they found themselves at the edge of a cliff. In truth, his injuries were far less severe than they appeared. He had cultivated the blue and purple body technique to the level of a master, rendering his physique exceedingly robust, with unparalleled defenses. His apparent condition was merely a ruse to further his plans. Scanning the cliff's edge, Fang Yuan thought to himself, "Let me see if you can truly turn calamity into fortune and grant me an opportunity." Should he obtain such an opportunity, Fang Yuan would naturally follow his plan and refrain from opposing Liang Jingxian. However, if Liang Jingxian could not avert disaster, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. After all, it was Liang Jingxian who still harbored intentions of killing Yi Feng. This left Fang Yuan, now embodying Yi Feng, in a most unfortunate position. Cradled in Fang Yuan's arms, Liang Jingxian's pale face gradually flushed with a hint of color. Oh no, he's caught up? Yet the next moment, Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li beheld the already approaching Wang Wenqing. Their expressions changed drastically. We shall confront him. Fang Yuan positioned himself near the cliff, gently setting down the two injured women before forcefully channeling his primordial energy to forge the dual energies of blue and purple once more. You are merely at the master level. How many times can you forge a formless weapon? Wang Wenqing chuckled darkly, clenching his palm, as another brilliant divine thunder of the celestial palace materialized in the next instant. The dual energies of blue and purple collided once more with the divine thunder. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, as the fearsome power generated by the clash of the two formless weapons swept through everything in the vicinity. Amidst the explosion, Fang Yuan and the others felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, slowly shifting backward. Oh no, the cliff is collapsing. Shielded by Fang Yuan's true energy, Chun Li and Liang Jingxian sensed the abnormality beneath them. Their faces paling further in the next moment. The cliff could no longer withstand the terrifying force of the explosion and crumbled instantaneously. Fang Yuan firmly protected Liang Jingxian and Chun Li as their bodies plummeted with the collapsing cliff. Yet, in this dire moment, a faint smile played upon Fang Yuan's lips. Even with my true energy safeguarding them, their injuries will only worsen from this explosion, that if all goes as I foresee, they shall perish in this cliff's collapse. Thunderous roars echoed as boulders tumbled, and torrents of earth cascaded from the cliff, engulfing the trio as they descended. Cough. Damn it. My injuries have worsened. At a distance from the cliff, Wang Wenqing coughed up blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to stifle his coughs. Yet upon witnessing the cliff's collapse and Fang Yuan's group plummeting alongside it, a smile involuntarily crept across Wang Wenqing's face. No time for complacency. That young man is a master, and his martial prowess rivals my own. Even if he falls, he may not necessarily perish. However, even if he survived, he would emerge grievously injured, perhaps even more so than Wang Wenqing himself. Wang Wenqing spat blood again, his smile transforming into a sinister grin. As a grandmaster, my recovery rate surpasses his. Once I regain my strength, I shall descend to see if they are truly dead. Gazing down at the mist-shrouded abyss below, Wang Wenqing let out a cold chuckle twice before turning away. Preparing to recuperate his body. He resolved to wait until his injuries had sufficiently healed before venturing down to investigate. The wounds he had sustained were grave, threatening to undermine the very foundations of his martial arts. He knew he must first restore his health before contemplating further actions. The thunderous rumble echoed as vast amounts of earth tumbled down, crashing violently upon the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the bodies of Fang Yuan and his two companions did not plummet into the depths of the valley along with the collapsing cliff. They were saved by a massive tree that had grown horizontally along the cliffside. Adjacent to this tree, a small opening flickered with glimmers of soft light. It seems you truly are the child of fortune. Fang Yuan mused silently as he observed the gravely injured and unconscious Liang Jingxian. He swiftly descended from the tree to rescue Liang Jingxian and Chun Li, placing them gently at the mouth of the cave. Peering into the cave, he noticed the walls adorned with luminescent weeds that cast a gentle glow throughout the cavern. Straining to listen, he could hear the sound of water dripping rhythmically from the depths of the cave. Fortune has come. A thought flashed through Fang Yuan's mind, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. The next moment, upon noticing Liang Jingxian stirring from her unconscious state, he hurriedly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "Jingxian, are you all right?" Chapter 63. The Millennia Stalactite Cough. Cough. I'm fine. Liang Jingxian managed a weak smile. After speaking, she surveyed the cave with a puzzled expression, asking, "Where are we?" "We are in a cave within the cliff." Saved by a great tree, Fang Yuan explained, recounting the events that had transpired. At that moment, Qianli also regained consciousness, her gaze drifting towards the cave entrance as she hesitated. "We survived, but what about Wang Wenqing? Will he come after us?" She understood that, relying solely on their combined strength, they would be unable to contend with Wang Wenqing. That if he pursued them, their survival would merely be a temporary reprieve from death. "He won't be able to catch up for a while," Fang Yuan replied, shaking his head. "The might of the formless weapons is too formidable. Even Wang Wenqing would not emerge unscathed from the clash of two such weapons." Upon hearing this, Liang Jingxian and Qianli breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could not pursue them immediately, they would have a moment of respite. "You two are gravely injured. Let us explore the cave to see if we can find some medicinal herbs to aid your recovery." Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li nodded, allowing Fang Yuan to assist them as they entered the cave. As Liang Jingxian felt the warmth emanating from Fang Yuan's hand, her mind became momentarily disoriented. She had initially resolved not to entertain any notions of romantic affection, for she still had grievances to settle. She longed to personally slay Yifeng and those two nameless masters. Yet now, having narrowly escaped death, her thoughts began to shift. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to be with Fang Xiaoxia. What is this? Just as Liang Jingxian began to sink into her introspections, Chun-Li's astonished voice jolted her back to reality. What is it? Liang Jingxian raised her gaze to find herself deep within the cave. Standing in a spacious area. Overhead, stalactites hung down, emitting a soft glow, while water droplets occasionally cascaded down from them. In the center of this expansive space lay a small depression filled with a liquid that radiated a hazy white light. Could this be the millennia stalactite? Liang Jingxian pondered. She had once heard her master, Jin Sha, mention it, claiming it to be the world's most exceptional healing elixir, possessing miraculous effects that could cleanse the body and enhance one's potential. She had never imagined she would encounter the millennia stalactite, and yet here it was before her. Indeed, this is the millennia stalactite, the divine medicine for healing, Chun-Li exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. She turned to Fang Yuan, saying, Fang Xiaoxia, your cultivation is the strongest, and only you can contend with Wang Wenqing. You should drink the healing elixir first. Fang Yuan hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, releasing the two women and approaching the millennia stalactite. Gazing at the liquid that glimmered with a hazy white light, he opened his mouth, and the millennia stalactite transformed into a white thread, flowing directly into him. After consuming a couple of sips, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged to meditate. In a moment, he felt his potential surge, and the injuries he had suffered were mended. Even the damage inflicted upon his own spirit from forcibly activating the formless weapons was restored, leading him to nod in satisfaction. He had returned to his peak state, even making some slight improvements. My energy has greatly increased, and my martial arts aptitude has also strengthened. If only I could draw something extraordinary during the lottery. He mused, slowly opening his eyes to address Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li. You two should also take the remaining elixir to aid your recovery. With a casual gesture, Fang Yuan summoned the remaining liquid, channeling his true energy to envelop the millennia stalactite and deliver it to the two women. They spoke little, recognizing the urgency of the moment, and each opened their mouths to consume the millennia stalactite. Moments later, Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li found their injuries healed as well. Let us depart. There is nothing else of value here. While the two women sat to recuperate, Fang Yuan explored the cave but found no further discoveries. It appears the opportunity has been exhausted. Any future fortunes will have to wait for another occasion. With this thought, Fang Yuan led Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li out of the cave, observing the mist swirling below. He grasped Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li's hands, stating, You both are of the innate realm and cannot traverse the cliff with ease. Allow me to guide you. In silence, Liang Jingxian and Chun-Li nodded, accepting Fang Yuan's assistance without resistance. Fang Yuan took a moment to adjust his breath before employing his movement technique to descend the cliff point. 2 days later, in the dense forest, Liang Jingxian suddenly felt a jolt. Sensing a prying presence observing her, someone is using 1,000 miles soul lock to probe me. It must be Wang Wenqing. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed as he too sensed the invasive gaze. It is him. I can feel it as well. Fang Yuan confirmed, having previously clashed with Wang Wenqing, allowing both to capture a trace of the other's aura through their encounters. Liang Jingxian gritted her teeth. Perhaps, Fang Xiaoxia, you and Chun-Li should leave. I will distract Wang Wenqing. I am the nine body. He will not let me go. Staying with you will only be a burden. Her resolve was unwavering, and she had come to terms with the possibility of death. Though others might be unaware, she understood the extent of her allure to Wang Wenqing. She did not wish to endanger Fang Yuan and Chen-El as long as she separated from them. Wang Wenqing would undoubtedly prioritize pursuing her, granting Fang Yuan and Chun-Li a chance to escape. What nonsense are you speaking? Having rescued you from Xinshao Palace, I will not abandon you. Fang Yuan promptly rejected her proposition. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Liang Jingxian felt a swell of emotion. She finally recognized how much Fang Yuan valued her. Even knowing he was no match for Wang Wenqing, he remained steadfastly by her side. Jingxian, you are the nine body. No wonder, Chun-Li realized, coming to understand why the two esteemed figures from Xinshao Palace had placed such importance on Liang Jingxian. What is the nine body? Fang Yuan pondered, yet refrained from inquiring further, shifting his focus to Chun-Li. Wang Wenqing is primarily tracking the two of us. Chun-Li, you should part ways with us. This way, you will be much safer. To fulfill another's request is a duty. Chen Jianan, the elder, had asked him to rescue her, and he would not go back on his word. Jingxian, and I will take a detour to Tianyang City to buy you some time. The ancient gentleman would have acted similarly. It is a pity he is infatuated with Liang Jingxian. Alas, Qinli sighed inwardly upon hearing this, then pondered for a moment, concluding that it was indeed a good plan. She was merely at the innate realm. Remaining with Fang Yuan would only hinder him. It would be wiser to follow Fang Yuan's suggestion and head to Tianyang City alone. With this thought, Qinli nodded. Very well, Fang Xiaoxia, Jingxian, take care. I will await your return in Tianyang City. Qinli clasped her hands in farewell to Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian, casting one last lingering glance at Fang Yuan before swiftly departing towards Tianyang City. Watching Qinli leave, Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, I have managed to send her away. With one less hindrance, his subsequent actions would be considerably more convenient. Furthermore, with Qinli gone, the opportunities ahead would no longer be divided among three, which would be more advantageous for him. Fang Yuan's gaze turned towards the horizon. Jingxian, let us change direction to allow Qinli to gain time and ensure her safe return to Tianyang City. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the Taihang Mountain stretching for thousands of miles, Fang Yuan felt a quiet amusement within. With such an unbroken range, he was certain that opportunities would abound. Chapter 64. My opportunity extractor. The Taihang Mountains, with their towering cliffs and myriad perilous terrains, housed countless places that were nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Fang Yuan led Liang Jingxian, employing a roundabout strategy to mislead Wang Wenqing, guiding her towards these treacherous locations. On the second day after their separation, Wang Wenqing, following hidden traces, managed to track them down. Boom! Upon their encounter, without exchanging a word, both unleashed their full powers, each summoning formless weapons to clash against the other. Amidst the explosion, Liang Jingxian was wounded once more, plunging into yet another life-and-death crisis. After a fierce confrontation with Fang Yuan, Wang Wenqing found his injuries had worsened significantly. Damn it, how can he recover so quickly? Observing Fang Yuan fleeing with Liang Jingxian, Wang Wenqing gritted his teeth, suppressing his internal injuries while silently recuperating. Nevertheless, he remained confident that, despite Fang Yuan's unexpectedly rapid recovery, ultimate victory would belong to him. For he knew that Fang Yuan could not wield formless weapons without limit. Unlike a grandmaster, Wang Wenqing's assumptions were correct. Fang Yuan indeed could not wield this grandmaster's ultimate technique without restriction. Even with his formidable cultivation, utilizing formless weapons consecutively twice would be taxing. However, after consuming a millennium-old stalactite, Fang Yuan's injuries had healed, allowing him to occasionally employ formless weapons without dire consequences. Brother Fang, please set me down. If this continues, we will both be in peril. Liang Jingxian coughed up blood in Fang Yuan's embrace, her complexion ashen. Fang Yuan's pallor was little better, equally pale and bloodied, though most of his injuries were feigned. Hearing the change in Liang Jingxian's address, Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Do not speak of such things. As long as I draw breath, I will not abandon you. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingxian's eyes grew misty, and she fell silent, slowly closing her eyes. Fang Yuan executed his movement technique, swiftly traversing the treetops. Not good. At the sound of their descent, a cry of alarm escaped Fang Yuan's lips as he intentionally spat blood, losing his balance midair and plummeting directly towards the valley below. Noticing this, Liang Jingxian sighed internally. Alas, my master's vengeance remains unavenged, and my year-long pact with Yifeng is yet unfulfilled. Yet, gazing at Fang Yuan, her sense of regret waned slightly. Having someone who cares for me so deeply, even if I were to perish now, my life would hold no true regrets, except that I can no longer honor my parents. As this thought crossed her mind, Liang Jingxian slowly closed her eyes, preparing to embrace death. Below them lay an exceedingly deep valley, devoid of any means to utilize their skills for escape, given their current grievously injured states. Their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Their previous survival from a fall had been sheer luck, and Liang Jingxian harbored no illusions that they could replicate that fortune. Whoosh! Startled by the sound of their descent, a flock of enormous, bizarre birds in the valley stirred, soaring upward. That moment, one large bird drew closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Fang Yuan's face as he lightly tapped his toes upon the bird's back, using it to cushion his descent. With the bird's support, the velocity of their fall lessened abruptly, and Fang Yuan then maneuvered sideways, utilizing the valley's cliffs to further slow their descent. Eventually, both landed safely at the valley's bottom. Were unharmed. Liang Jingxian gazed in astonishment at their unscathed condition. Observing Fang Yuan's handsome visage, she mused, ever since encountering Brother Fang, my luck has improved. Not only was I rescued from the divine cloud palace, but he has also transformed every peril into safety. Lost in thought, Liang Jingxian's gaze grew distant. Could it be that all of this is fate's design? Just then, she heard Fang Yuan exclaim, "What is that?" Snapping back to reality, Liang Jingxian quickly looked up. Not far ahead, she spotted a small tree, resplendent in crimson, bearing several fruits that shone with a purplish hue.is that. A zhu fruit. Liang Jingxian hesitated momentarily. Indeed, it was the zhu fruit. Heaven does not forsake those in need. With these fruits, we can heal our wounds and escape Wang Wenqing's pursuit. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, as if he truly believed so. In a swift motion, he extended his hand, and the zhu fruits shook loose from the branches, drawn to him. Gazing at the zhu fruits before him, Liang Jingxian shook her head gently. "Brother Fang, you eat first. Once you recover, I will partake." Fang Yuan nodded in response. Consuming a zhu fruit without hesitation, he savored its flavor. He recalled the fruit's properties, reflecting, "This zhu fruit contains pure yang energy, capable of reviving the dead and greatly assisting martial artists in shifting their yin spirits to pure yang." After consuming the fruit, Fang Yuan felt the gentle warmth of the pure yang energy rising within him. He settled cross-legged on the ground, commencing the refinement of the soothing energy. After some time, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of warmth shining within, clearly indicating an advancement in his martial prowess. Yin spirit has transformed 10% into pure yang. He chuckled to himself, pleased with the transformation. Even with his current dual cultivation of 2 martial arts systems, fully converting his yin spirit to a yang spirit would require considerable time. Yet now, with the opportunity bestowed upon him by Liang Jingxian, his progress was astounding, as if aided by divine intervention. Shaking off distractions, Fang Yuan turned to Liang Jingxian. "Jingxian, there is one fruit remaining. You must consume it to heal." Liang Jingxian nodded and also ingested a zhu fruit. After a while, upon refining the fruit, a noticeable change in her aura occurred. Innate completion. Observing Liang Jingxian's transformation, Fang Yuan silently approved. "Congratulations, Jingxian, on your remarkable advancement in martial arts." Liang Jingxian sighed, shaking her head. "Though I have made great strides, I am still unable to assist you in any way, Brother Fang." Despite her significant progress, she realized that she could not intervene in the conflict between Fang Yuan and Wang Wenqing. There remained a vast chasm between her abilities and Fang Yuan's. Let alone facing a grandmaster like Wang Wenqing. "Let us depart from here." Fang Yuan guided Liang Jingxian away from the valley. As he glanced at her, a soft sigh escaped his heart. "Jingxian, you shall serve as my opportunity extractor. Once I attain grandmaster status, I shall witness the wonders of the yin-yang interchange technique you learned in the Divine Cloud Palace." Truth be told, Fang Yuan felt somewhat guilty for his expectations of her. "If you do not recognize me as Yi Feng in the future, let us hope for a favorable conclusion." The following day, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian encountered Wang Wenqing once more. Amidst the explosive clash, Liang Jingxian sustained serious injuries again, and they both fell into perilous circumstances. Chapter 65, Grandmaster. After plunging into danger, Fang Yuan discovered new adventures and opportunities. Thus, he and Liang Jingxian continued to navigate these treacherous terrains, consistently crossing paths with Wang Wenqing, which repeatedly thrust Liang Jingxian into life-threatening situations. With each encounter, Fang Yuan's martial prowess flourished, and he had now transformed 9/10 of his yin spirit into yang. Only a final fraction remained before he could successfully ascend to Grandmaster. Liang Jingxian's martial abilities had also seen substantial improvement, drawing near to the threshold of Grandmaster. Throughout these days of life and death crises, the bond between Liang Jingxian and Fang Yuan deepened significantly, leading to a profound understanding of one another's martial practices. Despite their frequent brushes with peril, Liang Jingxian remained blissfully unaware of any underlying issues, simply marveling at how her fortunes had improved since meeting Fang Yuan. Each time she anticipated death, she instead found herself miraculously surviving. Dancing on the edge of mortality, one more opportunity, and I shall break through to Grandmaster. Fang Yuan mused, casting a glance at the oblivious Liang Jingxian. He eagerly awaited Wang Wenqing's next appearance. Moreover, Liang Jingxian is on the cusp of Grandmaster herself. Surely, her opportunities will multiply once she reaches that level. Fang Yuan was acutely aware that the fortuitous encounters he had stumbled upon were originally meant for Liang Jingxian. Had she acquired all these opportunities, she would have undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a master martial artist by now. However, fate had favored Fang Yuan, as he possessed the highest cultivation level and, leveraging his unique ability to counter Wang Wenqing, successfully seized the opportunities that rightfully belonged to Liang Jingxian. reaping the majority of the benefits while leaving her with only the remnants of what he had discarded. Had he not intercepted her chances, the bounty of opportunities before them would have sufficed for Liang Jingxian to attain mastery, allowing her to escape to greater heights with the celestial skill of the Lingming Sword Classic. After attaining mastery, these opportunities would certainly undergo further enhancement to cater to Liang Jingxian's needs, Fang Yuan contemplated, having already formed a firm conviction in his mind through numerous trials and insights during this period. If Liang Jingxian were to confront a life-threatening crisis again after becoming a master, the opportunities that would arise for her would be far more substantial than those she had encountered previously. Regrettably, my plans remain unfinished, and the greatest benefits have yet to be acquired. Thus, I cannot allow you to depart the Taihang Mountains immediately after achieving mastery. While Fang Yuan conversed with Liang Jingxian and traversed the Taihang Mountains, Wang Wenqing reappeared. With a thunderous crash, Fang Yuan shielded Liang Jingxian and uttered a fierce declaration as he departed. Wretched Wang Wenqing, the first I shall slay upon achieving grand mastery will be you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Wenqing's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening as he recalled Fang Yuan's meteoric rise and martial prowess over the past few days, although Fang Yuan was not yet his match. The trajectory of events suggested that a dire outcome was looming. This individual consistently holds back during our encounters, unwilling to engage me in a life-or-death struggle, and each time I see him. His skills have advanced since our last meeting. If he manages to escape to Tianyang City, where he could join forces with Qin Jianan, I would find myself utterly incapable of contending with him. Once he safely achieves grand mastery, how could I ever stand against him? Contemplating this, Wang Wenqing's gaze hardened. This boy cannot be allowed to live. If I cannot detain him alone, I shall summon another to assist. With this thought, Wang Wenqing's figure vanished into the dense forest, casting aside his pride as he prepared to call upon a friend for support. You wish to join forces with Qin Jianan in Tianyang City. Do you? Just wait. Over the course of these days, he had discerned Fang Yuan's intentions, realizing they were maneuvering to protect Qinli while engaging him, and he understood their ultimate destination was Tianyang City. Fang Yuan, accompanied by Liang Jingxian, fled while maintaining an open mind, their steps naturally guiding them to a concealed cave. Upon witnessing the extraordinary flowers within, Fang Yuan inhaled deeply before consuming one of the rare blooms. The fiery essence surged within his abdomen, spreading throughout his body before ultimately flooding into his mind. Silently, Fang Yuan circulated his techniques to refine the intense energy coursing through him. As the scorching essence was transformed, he observed the gradual change occurring within the shadowy spirit residing in his consciousness. Now, 9/10 of the shadowy spirit had transformed into a golden hue, radiating with the essence of light. Yet, a fraction remained shrouded in obscurity, permeated with darkness. However, as Fang Yuan continued to refine the intense energy emanating from the miraculous flower, the last vestiges of darkness within his shadowy spirit began to transmute into golden light. With the passage of time, the final remnants of darkness were purged, leaving no trace of shadow behind. Fully transmuted into the spirit of light, I have finally broken through. With this thought, his luminous spirit quivered slightly, casting a golden radiance that illuminated his entire consciousness. As his mind was thoroughly enlightened, Fang Yuan paused, experiencing a moment of profound realization. The verses of the Taishang Niguanjing flowed seamlessly through his consciousness. Upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, the shadowy spirit fully transforms into the radiant spirit, and the distractions within my mind are naturally subdued, culminating in the mastery of mental focus. Fang Yuan recognized that this enlightenment was a result of attaining the grand mastery of martial arts, which had consequently perfected his mental focus. Had he not reached this level, his mental state might have regressed. Nonetheless, with the support of the radiant spirit, I need only to carefully contemplate my mind to solidify the mastery of my mental focus. Fang Yuan exhaled deeply and then opened his eyes. I have achieved a breakthrough. Observing Liang Jingxian's expectant gaze, he smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Brother Fang, on attaining grand mastery. Liang Jingxian exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Fang Yuan glanced at the final miraculous flower and said, Jingxian, you should consume this last flower as well. Once you do, I believe you two can break through to the master level. Thank you, Brother Fang. Liang Jingxian looked at him with gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. If it weren't for you, I would never have encountered so many opportunities. After saying this, she gently parted her crimson lips and consumed the final miraculous flower. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan coughed awkwardly. Rubbing his nose, watching Liang Jingxian's aura gradually ascend, he approached the cave entrance, gazing outside as his thoughts wandered. Having uttered such fierce words, I have undoubtedly conveyed my disdain. Wang Wenqing is unlikely to confront me alone now. If two grandmasters join forces, it would be quite natural for me to find myself at a disadvantage, and then I could once again seize Liang Jingxian's opportunities. However, one cannot pursue both paths simultaneously. If this continues, Liang Jingxian will inevitably grow suspicious. When they strike a second time, I shall eliminate them all at once. With this thought, Fang Yuan turned to glance at Liang Jingxian, smiling softly. The script has been laid out. Now it remains to be seen if events will unfold as I anticipate, steering towards the outcome I desire. Chapter 66. The Great Radiance Fist. Fang Yuan stood at the cave entrance, silently observing Liang Jingxian as she broke through. After a moment, he sensed a mysterious will descending upon him. The martial realm has manifested once more. Watching Liang Jingxian continue her breakthrough, Fang Yuan pondered briefly, his radiant spirit stirring as it connected with the will of the martial realm. Seizing the opportunity while Liang Jingxian was still engaged in her breakthrough, he sought to grasp the benefits of this manifestation. As his thoughts swirled, Fang Yuan followed the intangible connection, allowing his will to descend into the martial realm once again. Raising his gaze to the 10 celestial imprints that continued to shine brilliantly in the sky, Fang Yuan felt a surge of inspiration, prompting the imprint of the martial technique he had cultivated at the level of the Gangsha to emerge from his being. Once again, I have the chance to choose a martial art. Glancing at the 10 celestial imprints above, he contemplated briefly before soaring towards the imprint of the Great Radiance Fist. The Great Radiance Fist, the pinnacle of martial arts, having already acquired inner strength and blade techniques at the level of celestial skill. It was only natural for him to select the Great Radiance Fist for his imprint. Fang Yuan approached the imprint of the Great Radiance Fist, observing it for a moment before plunging into its essence. As he merged with the imprint, he beheld the vivid manifestation of the Great Radiance Fist. A towering golden Buddha figure was raising its right hand, curling 5 fingers, radiating boundless brilliance from the fist imprint. In the next instant, the golden Buddha's form entered Fang Yuan's heart, imprinting itself upon his mind. With the imprint of the Great Radiance Fist lodged within him, countless mysteries of the fist techniques erupted within Fang Yuan's consciousness. After a prolonged moment, he gradually emerged from the mesmerizing revelations of the fist techniques, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of martial arts, the profundities contained within this fist technique surpass even that of the great Ashura blade. As his thoughts swirled, Fang Yuan cast one last glance at the martial imprints within the martial realm before his figure began to dissipate. His will returned to his physical form. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Though he had once again imprinted a celestial skill, today was different from the past. He now possessed a sufficient level of mastery to bear the celestial imprint without suffering mental trauma. In fact, at this juncture, there was not even a ripple in his aura after completing the imprint. At that moment, Liang Jingxian's aura surged uncontrollably, drawing Fang Yuan's attention. She is broken through. Observing the gradually elevated aura surrounding Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan silently nodded. Compared to his own ascent to master level, the commotion accompanying her breakthrough was remarkably subtle, lacking the overwhelming presence he had displayed. After all, Fang Yuan had cultivated 2 martial systems, and his martial foundation was immensely solid, far beyond Liang Jingxian's capacity to compare. Congratulations, Jingxian, on successfully entering the master level, Fang Yuan exclaimed, smiling as he approached her. Thanks to you, brother Fang. Without you, I would not have encountered these opportunities. Liang Jingxian, filled with gratitude, expressed her thanks repeatedly to Fang Yuan, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that these opportunities were, in truth, her own. Upon hearing Liang Jingxian's words, Fang Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, now that our martial prowess has greatly improved, let us make our way to Tianyang City, alleviating any concerns that Qinli and the others may have for us. Once our realms are thoroughly stabilized, we shall seek to eliminate Wang Wenqing. Liang Jingxian nodded in agreement with Fang Yuan's proposal, and together they exited the cave. Upon emerging from the cave, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian arrived at a quaint town near the Taihang Mountains. After purchasing garments, they commenced their journey towards Tianyang City, traversing the rugged terrain of the Taihang Mountains, where their clothes had long since become tattered. Along the way, Fang Yuan formally began his cultivation of the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster realm requires one to refine the yang energy contained within the yang spirit, mitigating its fierce nature while simultaneously drawing in the external source of qi to temper the body. Achieving a harmonious state between the yang spirit and the physical form, Fang Yuan contemplated silently, as his pores opened wide, gradually absorbing the external qi The Grandmaster level. Martial artists can feast upon the wind and drink the dew. Impervious to mortal wounds. Sensing the transformation that accompanied his attainment of the Grandmaster title, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. He was now closer to the realm of a perfect being. Once both his young spirit and physical body reached a state of perfection, he could attempt to sense the gateway to transcendence and enter the celestial being realm. However, it was unfortunate that he currently lacked the methods for cultivating the divine power realm, which is on par with the Grandmaster realm, allowing for the refinement of martial divine powers. Thus, he could not merge the two realms to accelerate his martial training. Nevertheless, I have successfully achieved the goal of this simulation, leaving no regrets. Next, I shall endeavor to break through to the celestial being realm. If unsuccessful, I will settle for perfecting my yang spirit and physical form before concluding this simulation. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan suddenly sensed two auras approaching, Wang Wenqing, alongside another Grandmaster. They have finally arrived. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and gazed ahead. At this moment, they stood upon the essential path leading to Tianyang City, situated near the Taihang Mountains. The two of them were currently meditating to adjust their state. Upon sensing the shift in Fang Yuan's aura, Liang Jingxian also opened her eyes and looked forward. Unbeknownst to them, two figures had materialized ahead, one of whom was Wang Wenqing. Two Grandmasters. Liang Jingxian's heart sank, and she felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The sensation of death was exceedingly potent this time. She understood that even if Fang Yuan had advanced to the Grandmaster realm, he would likely not stand a chance against the combined might of these two formidable opponents. Furthermore, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly be distracted by the need to protect her, further complicating their plight against the two Grandmasters. To think you have already reached the Grandmaster realm. Wang Wenqing's gaze turned cold as he observed Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian. Fortunately, I have pursued you relentlessly, preventing your escape. Is this the so-called youthful Grandmaster? I never imagined his innate talent would be so remarkable, having already ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Huang Yuanci, standing beside Wang Wenqing, wore an expression of uncertainty, feeling regretful for having accepted Wang Wenqing's invitation to eliminate Fang Yuan. However, he found himself trapped in a predicament. Withdrawing from this operation would undoubtedly incur Wang Wenqing's wrath, creating a bitter enemy. Moreover, even if he withdrew now, should Fang Yuan grow stronger in the future, he could very well seek retribution for Huang Yuanci's earlier intentions to assassinate him. After all, the actions of the powerful are dictated by an unvarnished sincerity. Regardless of the reasons behind them, let us act, Brother Huang. We have no alternative. Wang Wenqing sneered, then conjured the divine thunder, launching a fierce assault. Witnessing this, Huang Yuanci sighed internally but acted without hesitation, summoning his own invisible weapon to strike at Fang Yuan. At that moment, Fang Yuan also coalesced the azure and purple qi, colliding it with the oncoming invisible weapons. Yet, despite having reached the Grandmaster level, the power of the azure and purple qi still seemed to falter against the two invisible weapons. After all, the azure and purple secret technique did not excel in offensive prowess, with most of its profundities residing within the azure and purple law body. As the invisible weapons clashed with a resounding roar, Fang Yuan focused on protecting Liang Jingxian, retreating toward the depths of the Taihang Mountains. While safeguarding Liang Jingxian from the peril of the explosive collision of the three invisible weapons, he continued to channel the azure and purple qi, gradually making his way deeper into the mountains. The aftermath of their confrontation left the ground littered with deep craters and shattered rocks. The earth cracked, and the peaks collapsed within the blast zone. All trees had been obliterated, leaving nothing but debris scattered across the landscape. Chapter 67. Yin and Yang in the wake of the cataclysmic explosion resulting from their clash. Liang Jingxian felt as though she were a small boat caught in a tempestuous sea, entirely at the mercy of the elements. Despite Fang Yuan's protective efforts and her own ascension to the realm of a Grandmaster, she had still sustained serious injuries. The battle among the three continued as they fought and retreated, the sheer force of their powers reshaping the terrain surrounding the Taihang Mountains. With a thunderous crash, the three invisible weapons collided once more, unleashing a catastrophic explosion. The shockwave from the blast sent everything nearby flying, raising clouds of dust and shrouding the sky in a gray haze. Amidst the cacophony, Fang Yuan forcefully gathered the azure and purple qi once again, clashing it against the invisible weapons wielded by Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanci. My young spirit can no longer sustain this. I suspect they are in a similar predicament. Sensing the deterioration of his young spirit with each successive attempt to summon the invisible weapons, Fang Yuan endured the excruciating pain of his crumbling young spirit. Fixating on Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuan's as Fang Yuan had surmised, the intense effort required to condense the invisible weapons was equally burdensome for Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi. Their gazes gradually grew weary, yet their resolve to eliminate Fang Yuan remained unwavering, compelling them to persist despite the strain on their young spirits. Almost there, his rate of summoning the invisible weapons is slowing down. Wang Wenqing exchanged glances with Huang Yuanzi, and they once again summoned their invisible weapons to strike at Fang Yuan. After several more exchanges of the invisible weapons, Fang Yuan sensed that the moment had arrived. He looked at Liang Jingxian and solemnly declared, "Jingxian, it appears we are destined to face calamity today, but be cautious. I shall confront them." With that, Fang Yuan surveyed the surrounding terrain, realizing they had unknowingly ventured deep into the Taiying Mountains. With a vast depression nearby, and he forcefully gathered the invisible weapons. Endless source energy surged into Fang Yuan's hands, coalescing into two distinct streams of azure and purple qi. This is bad. He is going all out. Upon witnessing this, Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi's eyes widened in alarm as they suppressed the intense pain from their injured young spirits and began to form their own solid invisible weapons. The three weapons, now far more refined than before, collided, resulting in an unprecedented explosion of terror. In the deafening roar, Fang Yuan's young spirit shattered, his realm regressed, and his true essence suffered severe injury, rendering him unable to protect Liang Jingxian any longer. Liang Jingxian, too, was grievously wounded by the explosion resulting from the collision of the three invisible weapons, her true essence sustaining significant damage. A mushroom cloud rose ominously as Fang Yuan, clutching Liang Jingxian, was propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Plummeting into the vast depression of the mountains, Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi likewise endured the aftermath, their young spirits gravely wounded and requiring ample recovery time. At long last, it appears to be coming to an end. His young spirit has collapsed. Even if he miraculously survives, he poses no further threat to us. Feeling Fang Yuan's aura rapidly diminish, Wang Wenqing could not suppress his triumphant laughter. We shall stabilize our young spirits, then proceed to the valley to ascertain whether they have perished. Huang Yuanzi's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Bang! Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian, their bodies cushioned by the trees, crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing, Fang Yuan spat out blood and glanced around. Noting the surrounding trees, his complexion paling as he asked, "Jingxian, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Liang Jingxian replied, though her expression was grim. Her condition better than Fang Yuan's. "My young spirit has collapsed. I cannot move for the time being. You must escape." Fang Yuan's expression was bittersweet. "Are you jesting? I would never abandon you," he declared. Liang Jingxian gritted her teeth, rose to her feet, and hoisted Fang Yuan onto her back, choosing a random direction to proceed. Lying on Liang Jingxian's back, Fang Yuan surveyed the surroundings and mused inwardly. Since there are no opportunities nearby, I shall allow Liang Jingxian the freedom to seek them out. The injuries he sustained were certainly not as grave as they appeared. He still possessed the strength for one more battle. Yet, if he did not feign greater severity, how could Liang Jingxian engage in the practice of the yin-yang interchange technique with him, thus enabling him to seize greater opportunities? Through the harrowing days of life and death, their bond had deepened rapidly, and Fang Yuan had subtly hinted at the wonders of the yin-yang interchange technique. The harmony of yin and yang brings forth all things. Contemplating the marvels of the technique, Fang Yuan couldn't help but inhale deeply, harboring quiet anticipation. Cough, cough. Selecting an arbitrary cave, Liang Jingxian laid Fang Yuan down on the ground, unable to suppress her relentless coughing. Her injuries were severe. Her innate true spirit had been profoundly damaged by the collision of three formless weapons, leaving her mastery at the master level precariously unstable, given that she had yet to condense her yin spirit. Her realm could regress at any moment. Both Fang Ge and I have suffered grave injuries. Fang Ji's young spirit has collapsed. The thought of Wang Wenqing and his companion potentially pursuing them tightened Liang Jingxian's heart. Only one method could swiftly restore their strength: the yin-yang interchange technique. This realization, Liang Jingxian's pale complexion tinged with a hint of color. Being born with a nine-yin body, she was exceptionally suited for practicing the technique. Unlike others, even if she practiced with a male, it would not inflict any harm upon herself. This was knowledge unknown to the Divine Mist Palace. They were merely aware that the nine-yin body was conducive to the technique, and its successful cultivation would yield greater benefits for men than for others. There is no need for hesitation. We are but wanderers of the martial world. Liang Jingxian inhaled deeply, striving to persuade herself. Fang Ge risked his life for me. defying death. He could have departed with Chun-Li, yet he chose to remain for my sake. As this thought crossed her mind, Liang Jingxian recalled Fang Yuan's recent actions. He treats me so well. Why should I hesitate? Moreover, I harbor feelings for him as well. With a long exhale, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan, who lay quietly on the ground, recuperating. Fang Go, will you still care for me in the future? Liang Jingxian suddenly inquired. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, a look of confusion in his gaze. Jingxian, what foolishness are you speaking? You are the one I cherish most, if I do not care for you. Who else would I? You are the only person who has ever stirred my heart. Upon hearing his words, Liang Jingxian nodded slightly. Then, will you marry me? She asked again. I will. Fang Yuan replied resolutely. However, as you know, my background is complicated. My parents have long since passed, and I am unable to fulfill their wishes or provide you with a complete wedding. I do not care about such things. Liang Jingxian shook her head. After so much time, she had come to understand Fang Yuan's circumstances. Why must someone as admirable as Fang Gu endure such a tragic fate? The heavens are most unjust. The thought of the hardships Fang Yuan had faced since childhood caused her heart to ache. Jingxian, why do you suddenly speak of this? Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. Liang Jingxian shook her head, remaining silent as she approached him. Chapter 68. The Radiance of Great Light. They are nearby. Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi arrived at the depression in the mountains, scanning the surroundings for any trace of Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian. After barely stabilizing their injuries, they had pursued with the 1,000-mile soul lock to ensure Fang Yuan's complete annihilation, lest any unforeseen events occur. There are traces of blood. They moved in that direction. Upon discovering the bloodstains left by Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian, Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi followed the trail. Once Fang Yuan is slain, we must ensure Liang Jingxian is closely monitored to prevent her escape. Liang Jingxian's nine-yin body made her exceptionally suited for practicing the yin-yang interchange technique. Had it not been for the necessity of mutual consent for the technique, he would have long since sent Liang Jingxian to serve him at the Divine Mist Palace headquarters. Upon our return, I shall torment you severely, suppress your spirit, and I shall not believe you will not practice with me. Wang Wenqing's eyes gleamed with a hint of malevolence. I ask, are you so eager to meet your demise? Fang Yuan's figure flickered as he traversed the thicket, standing calmly atop the treetops, observing Wang Wenqing and his companion. You dare to show yourself? Very well. Now I shall kill you. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi initially expressed surprise, which quickly morphed into astonishment, then blankness, and ultimately terror. No. What of your injuries? They had both realized that Fang Yuan's aura was remarkably stable, having returned to the level of a Grand Master. Fang Yuan appeared unscathed, as if the previous collapse of his yang spirit and the severe injuries he endured had never occurred. Now, all traces of his wounds had vanished. While Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi remained gravely injured, the two of them felt a sense of despair wash over them, observing the fluctuating expressions on their faces. Fang Yuan found it amusing and chuckled lightly. This is all thanks to you too. Were it not for your diligent efforts, how could I have come upon such fortuitous opportunities? Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi's faces turned ashen as they exchanged glances. And in unison, they unleashed their formless weapons toward Fang Yuan. After hurling the formless weapons at Fang Yuan, the duo swiftly retreated, attempting to flee. Neither was fully healed, merely stabilizing their conditions, facing an opponent who had somehow restored his peak state. They were no match for him, as the formless weapons hurtled towards him. Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, then slowly raised his right hand, curling his fingers into a fist, forming the Great Radiance Fist Seal. Golden brilliance radiated from Fang Yuan's fist, illuminating the surroundings. This was the formless weapon condensed from the Great Radiance Fist, known as the Divine Light of Great Radiance, possessing an exceptionally unique nature. Under the brilliance, Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi's formless weapons were instantly dispelled as all structures crumbled into formless primordial energy. With a mere demonstration of the Great Radiance Fist, its status as the preeminent technique was revealed. The radiance spread rapidly, enveloping Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanzi in an instant and the next moment. The brilliance converged, and the two were reduced to ashes. 2 Grandmasters, gravely injured, stood no chance against Fang Yuan, who was at the zenith of his prowess. So weak, Fang Yuan remarked, feeling a sense of loneliness that often accompanies the powerful. With his current cultivation, there were no opponents left in this world, save for a few celestial martial artists. The demise of these 2 Grandmasters will undoubtedly cripple their respective factions, perhaps even leading to their dissolution or absorption by others. Thus, although I have only slain them, I have indirectly influenced their respective powers, disrupting the fates of thousands, causing considerable ramifications. In any realm. Slaying those in positions of power yields a far greater impact and allows for the easier acquisition of simulation points. Fang Yuan understood that in this simulation, he would undoubtedly earn unprecedented simulation points. These points would grant him the ability to transfer the powers he possessed in the simulated world into reality. Gazing at the ashes of Wang Wenqing and Huang Yuanxi beneath his divine light of great radiance, Fang Yuan flickered and returned to the cave where Liang Jingxian resided. Fang Ge, how did it go? Upon seeing Fang Yuan's return, Liang Jingxian hurried toward him. However, her movements were somewhat uncoordinated, as though she had sustained some injury. After practicing the yin-yang interchange technique together, she had sensed Wang Wenqing and his companion approaching, prompting Fang Yuan to confront them alone. They are both dead, Fang Yuan replied, his expression relaxed as he embraced Liang Jingxian, chuckling, indeed, the yin-yang interchange technique is truly marvelous. It even healed the wounds of my collapsed yang spirit. Not only had the injuries from the collapse of his yang spirit been healed, but the overwhelming yang energy within him had also diminished significantly, leading to further advancement in his martial prowess. As he looked at Liang Jingxian in his arms, Fang Yuan mused, I never anticipated that with the aid of her nine-yin body, Liang Jingxian would emerge unscathed after practicing the technique with me, restoring her severely injured true spirit while simultaneously advancing her martial skills. Hearing this, Liang Jingxian's face flushed, and she buried her head tightly into Fang Yuan's chest. Jingxian, let us now head to Tianyang City to inform Chenli. And then I shall go to your home to propose. Liang Jingxian nodded slightly and said, all right, but before I go to propose to my family, I would like to pay a visit to the Great Way. Fang Yuan furrowed his brows. Are you planning to fulfill your one-year agreement with Yi Feng? During this time, Liang Jingxian had confided most of her matters to him, so he was naturally aware of her pact with Yi Feng. Yes, Yi Feng must die. This is my heart's knot that cannot be unraveled through any other means, Liang Jingxian replied with a slight nod. Then I shall assist you in eliminating him, so as not to soil your hands. Jingxian, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. No, Liang Jingxian shook her head, refusing, and sighed, to achieve Lingming's sword heart, I must slay Yi Feng with my own hands. Only then can my thoughts become clear and my heart's obstacles be swept away. She continued, moreover, after we marry, we will roam the world together in search of the two unknown masters who killed my mentor, Jin Sha. Fang Yuan's brows shifted slightly. Very well, I shall defer to your wishes. We will first head to Tianyang City, and then I will have someone track down Yi Feng and bring him to you, so you need not waste time searching for him. Liang Jingxian nodded and prepared to accompany Fang Yuan as they departed from the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Liang Jingxian gazed at the remnants on the ground, her face flushing slightly. She extended her hand to channel her true energy, wishing to bury it all, with a thunderous roar. Liang Jingxian's true energy collided with the cave wall, instantly penetrating one side and creating a passage to another location. What is this? Liang Jingxian was taken aback, staring at the newly appeared corridor within the cave. Her expression bewildered. Could this be the fortuitous encounter that Liang Jingxian will encounter after her grievous injury? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Liang Jingxian suddenly turned to Fang Yuan, exclaiming in delight, Brother Fang, your luck is extraordinary. It seems we have stumbled upon another opportunity. Hearing her words, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, offering no explanation, and took Liang Jingxian into the corridor. Chapter 69. Temporary stay. As the two entered the corridor and walked for a while, they arrived at a stone chamber. Fang Yuan cast his gaze around, surveying the surroundings. The chamber was interconnected, with several passageways, and they were currently within one of them. Signs of habitation were evident. There were stone tables, benches, and beds carved from rock. However, a thick layer of dust now coated these crafted stone items, indicating that the chamber's owner had not returned for a long time. Fang Yuan's eyes fell upon a book and a jade bottle placed on the stone table. The jade bottle was crystalline and translucent, and even covered in dust, Fang Yuan could see several round objects within, seemingly medicinal pills. Let us take a look, Fang Yuan urged Liang Jingxian as they approached the stone table. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soft gust of wind swept through, clearing all the dust from the table. Picking up the now clean book, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian began to peruse its contents. After a moment, they exchanged knowing nods. Upon finishing the information recorded within it turned out that the jade bottle contained the 6 yang revitalizing pill, meant for the fated, which could heal even the gravest of injuries sustained by a true spirit. Additionally, there was a formula detailing the recipe for the 6-yang revitalizing pill. Fang Yuan instinctively glanced at Liang Jingxian, aware that all of this was originally meant for her, shaking his head. He memorized the formula and then picked up the jade bottle. Jingxian, let us be on our way. Liang Jingxian nodded, and together they exited the stone chamber, beginning their journey out of the depths of the Taihang Mountains. After leaving the depths of the Taihang Mountains, they purchased a carriage in a nearby small town and set off towards Tianyong City. 2 days later, within Tianyong City, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian encountered Chun Li once more. Young Master Fang, have you truly become a Grand Master? Jingxian, you have also broken through to the Master Realm. Chun Li was momentarily stunned as she gazed at the two before her, their auras markedly different from before. What transpired? She had only been away from Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian for a couple of months. How had they both each achieved a significant breakthrough? Did they encounter some fortuitous opportunity in her absence? Confusion clouded Chun Li's mind. The events that have unfolded during this time are simply too convoluted to elaborate on, but to put it simply, Wang Wenqing has died, and we specifically came to see you. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had deliberately sent Chun Li away to seize more opportunities for himself, thus he had no intention of divulging the events that transpired after her departure. Liang Jingxian had already been informed and would not reveal a word about what had occurred during this time. After all, Fang Yuan had mentioned that he feared others might envy him if they learned of his good fortune, so he sought to conceal as much as possible. Liang Jingxian naturally had no objections to his decision. Wang Wenqing is dead. Chun Li's gaze grew distant as she recalled Wang Wenqing's display of prowess before her, and then thought of him being slain by this 16 or 17-year-old youth. Her heart surged with shock. This person perhaps has the potential to reach the realm of immortals. She looked at Fang Yuan, and then at Liang Jingxian beside him. Chun Li felt a profound sorrow within her heart. She had already discerned that Liang Jingxian had formed a bond with Fang Yuan. If only she had not distanced herself from Fang Yuan earlier, perhaps she would have shared in all of this. And she too could have become the wife of an immortal warrior. Chun Li took a deep breath, sighing inwardly, knowing that it was all too late. Regaining her composure, she spoke. As long as you are well, I will inform my grandfather of your arrival. With her gaze lowered, Chun Li turned to leave. A moment later, she returned. My grandfather has heard that you are back and wishes to express his gratitude in his private courtyard. He invites you to come. Fang Yuan nodded and turned to Liang Jingxian. Jingxian, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Liang Jingxian nodded, watching as Fang Yuan was led away by a maid. And then she began conversing with Chun Li. Under the maid's guidance, Fang Yuan traversed corridors and ponds, eventually arriving at a courtyard blooming with flowers. After sending the maid away, Fang Yuan brushed his hand across his face, altering his appearance to that of the visage he had when first meeting Chun Jianan, and then stepped into the garden. Hearing footsteps, Chun Jianan turned, and upon seeing Fang Yuan's youthful form and formidable aura, even though he already knew of Fang Yuan's ascension to Grandmaster and his slaying of Wang Wenqing, he could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. This was all due to Fang Yuan's youth. A young Grandmaster was still comprehensible. After all, there are always prodigies who can break through to the Master realm at such a tender age of 16 or 17. However, the leap from Master to Grandmaster requires an immense amount of resources and time. No matter how gifted one may be, it typically takes several years to achieve such a breakthrough. Yet now, barely 5 or 6 months had passed since he first met Fang Yuan, and he had already ascended from the Master to the Grandmaster realm. Such a pace was nothing short of miraculous. Not only has he broken through to the Grandmaster realm, but he has also slain Wang Wenqing, who had been honing his skills in that realm for a long time. This is the seed of an immortal. A thought crossed Chun Jianan's mind, and he took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and smiled as he clasped his hands in greeting. Young friend Fang, it has been a long time. I must thank you profusely. Otherwise, I fear my granddaughter would never have returned to me. To repay a favor is to be loyal to one's duty. Fang Yuan likewise clasped his hands, his gaze steady. Since I accepted the elder's kindness back then, it is only right for me to do my utmost to repay it. Observing Fang Yuan's courteous demeanor, devoid of any arrogance, resembling a modest gentleman, Chun Jianan could not help but sigh inwardly. It is a pity that Li Li did not seize this opportunity. Otherwise, my Qin family would have been worry-free for the next 400 or 500 years. An immortal warrior, living for 500 years, could suppress all. Chun Jianan firmly believed that with Fang Yuan's talent, he would surely overcome the obstacles that had troubled countless grandmasters and attain the realm of immortals. If Chun-Li had forged a connection with Fang Yuan, then no one would dare infringe upon the Chun family henceforth. What a pity! Chun Jianan shook his head slightly, lamenting that his granddaughter had not ended up with Fang Yuan. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to give up, for they had already established some connection with Fang Yuan, and it was only natural to deepen that bond moving forward, with that thought in mind. Under Chen Jianan's intentional flattery and camaraderie, the two engaged in a delightful conversation. Young friend Fang, if you have no pressing matters at present, you are welcome to stay with the Chen family for a while. To appreciate the scenery of Tianyang City and Qitian Peak, Chen Jianan looked at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Very well, since there is nothing else pressing at the moment, I shall stay with the Chen family for a time. Fang Yuan nodded in acceptance of the invitation. Chen Jianan's proposal was precisely aligned with his own intentions. He, too, wished to linger at the Chun residence for a spell to thoroughly resolve the year-long pact with Liang Jingxian. After bidding farewell to Chen Jianan, Fang Yuan exited the garden, restoring his visage to its original form, and returned to Chun Li's quarters, awaiting the arrangements for his accommodation made by Chen Jianan. After a considerable time, a maid came to inform him, and Fang Yuan alongside Liang Jingxian proceeded to the courtyard that Chen Jianan had specifically designated for them. Observing the proximity of this courtyard to Chen Li's, due to Chen Jianan's deliberate orchestration, Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head slightly. He perceived Chen Jianan's intentions with clarity, yet he was disinclined to concern himself with them. After all, it bore no detriment to him. Jingxian, wait here for a moment while I step out briefly to have someone find Yifeng and bring him before you. In one of the chambers within the courtyard. Fang Yuan conversed with Liang Jingxian. She did not object. After all, she was already weary of the year-long agreement. Her sole desire was to swiftly eliminate Yifeng, by any means necessary. Hurry back. We still have martial arts practice to attend to this evening. Upon uttering this, Liang Jingxian's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, despite having practiced martial arts together multiple times during this period. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan could not suppress a hearty laugh, which he promptly stifled under Liang Jingxian's irate gaze as he stepped out of the courtyard. Once outside, Fang Yuan's demeanor turned stoic as he inhaled deeply. He had already formulated a plan in his mind regarding his forthcoming actions. Chapter 70. Rebirth. The Grandmaster of the Yang God had undergone certain alterations that set him apart from ordinary mortals. When the Grandmaster harnessed the Yang God, he could endure through fatal wounds, appearing no different from a deity in the eyes of common folk. Fang Yuan contemplated feigning death to allow Liang Jingxian to completely untangle her emotional turmoil, liberating her from the incessant thoughts of exterminating Yifeng. Arriving at a courier station, Fang Yuan presented a letter he had penned, instructing the courier to deliver it to Tinkwan Mountain Villa. He aimed to perform convincingly, ensuring that no detail would raise Liang Jingxian's suspicions. Only through such meticulous efforts could he permanently shed the identity of Yifeng. After delivering the letter, Fang Yuan returned to the Qin residence to practice martial arts alongside Liang Jingxian. With her possessing the nine-yin body, their joint practice of the yin-yang interchange technique allowed Fang Yuan to swiftly advance in martial prowess without inflicting any injuries upon Liang Jingxian. On the contrary, she reaped numerous benefits throughout this process. Their martial skills progressed rapidly, while the volatile energy within Fang Yuan's Yang God gradually diminished. Nevertheless, even with Liang Jingxian's nine-yin body and the substantial benefits their practice provided him, achieving perfection in the Yang God still required a lengthy period. Furthermore, once the Yang God attained completion, a martial artist's physical body must also reach perfection to qualify for sensing the mysterious gateway. Thus attempting to enter the realm of human immortals, Fang Yuan remained uncertain of how long it would take to cultivate both his physical form and Yang God to their utmost limits. Half a month later, a member of the Qinglong Society arrived at the Chun residence, delivering a letter to Fang Yuan. After dismissing the Qinglong Society member, Fang Yuan tore open the letter and smiled at Liang Jingxian, saying, Jingxian, Yifeng has been located, and he has already been brought to the Taihang Mountains outside the city. He is currently awaiting your arrival there. Excellent. Let us proceed at once and slay him. Liang Jingxian's eyes lit up, her resolve firm as she rose. Teeth gritted. No. Fang Yuan shook his head, declining. You should go alone. I do not wish to lay eyes upon him. He elucidated. After all, he was once your betrothed. I prefer to avoid encountering him. Liang Jingxian paused at his words, yet since Fang Yuan expressed his wish not to see Yifeng, she thought it best to acquiesce. Regardless, she intended to make a swift trip and return. Undeterred by potential gossip, After a brief exchange, Liang Jingxian seized her longsword and turned towards the Taihang Mountains. As Liang Jingxian exited the room, Fang Yuan stretched languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his very form shifted in an instant. He rubbed his face, erasing all traces of his disguise, reverting to Yi Feng's original appearance. Once he had donned a new set of garments, Fang Yuan departed the Chen residence, though he set out after Liang Jingxian. His mastery as a grandmaster allowed him to traverse distances far more swiftly than she could. As such, despite her early departure, it was Fang Yuan who reached the Taihang Mountains first. Upon nearing the Taihang Mountains adjacent to Tianyang City, Fang Yuan seated himself upon a rock, deliberately allowing his aura to diminish rapidly, adopting the guise of a practitioner at the innate level. With all deceptions in place, he awaited Liang Jingxian's arrival in silence. A gentle breeze swept by, and Liang Jingxian's graceful form appeared before Yi Feng. She had encountered members of the Qinglong Society awaiting her at the mountain's foot, who informed her that Yi Feng was already under control and waiting for her presence. Fang Yuan, wearing the countenance of Yi Feng, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile of despair gracing his lips as he implored, "Jingxian, spare me. I acknowledge my wrongs." Witnessing the once arrogant Yi Feng in such a state, Liang Jingxian scoffed coldly. "Acknowledge your wrongs. Alas, time cannot be reversed, nor can the profound humiliation I endured be erased. The year-long pact we once made now commences." Liang Jingxian was disinclined to prolong the conversation, seeking a swift resolution. After all, Yi Feng had once been her betrothed. She did not wish to be away from Fang Yuan for too long, lest it breed resentment. But a year has long since passed. The agreement holds no weight anymore. Why persist? Fang Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "It is not your decision to make." Liang Jingxian's hand moved, and her longsword was unsheathed in an instant, with a swift motion. The shimmering blade cleaved through the air, piercing Fang Yuan's chest and heart. Ugh! Fang Yuan clutched his chest, torrents of blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound that had transgressed his entire torso. With a thud, Fang Yuan's body crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The relentless flow of blood from his wound stained the earth beneath him crimson, the light in his eyes dimmed, his gaze turning ashen and somber, akin to that of a lifeless corpse. All vitality within Fang Yuan was being swiftly siphoned away. At last, this emotional burden is resolved. Liang Jingxian slowly closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented clarity as the obstruction within her heart was entirely swept away. Amidst this mental clarity, she sensed a shift in her state of mind, reflecting, "The Lingming sword heart has finally reached a minor completion." As she absorbed the transformation within her heart, Liang Jingxian gradually opened her eyes, casting one last glance at the now lifeless Yi Feng before executing her movements and departing. Everything is concluded. Originally, she could have used her vital energy to excavate a small pit for Yi Feng's burial, yet her profound hatred for him rendered even this small act of kindness unworthy of her effort. She allowed Yi Feng's corpse to be devoured by the beasts of the mountains. Cough. That was a near brush with death. Fang Yuan pressed against his chest, a flicker of purple energy coursing through him. His eyes regaining their luster. He had narrowly avoided actual death, but it was only through this ruse that he could deceive Liang Jingxian, a master martial artist. Rising from the ground, Fang Yuan hastily channeled his vital energy, following the flow of the Qingzi law body to gradually mend the wound in his heart. His heart, which had ceased to beat, began to pulse slowly once more under the nurturing stimulus of his vital energy. Fang Yuan enveloped his heart with his vital energy, sealing the wound to prevent any further blood loss. Had she delayed even slightly longer, I would have surely been exposed. Moments later, as he completed the healing of all his wounds, a hint of purple energy flickered across Fang Yuan's visage. His previously pallid face, drained from blood loss, regained its vibrant hue. Although the Grand Master of the Yang God was gradually undergoing a transformation, the injury of his heart being pierced by the sword energy, along with its cessation of beating, were still formidable wounds not to be underestimated. After tending to the traces left upon his body, Fang Yuan unleashed his full agility, hastening towards Tianyang City. He had chosen to resolve the matter in the Taiyang Mountains precisely because of its considerable distance from Tianyang City, allowing him to rely on his superior speed to achieve his objectives. Fang Yuan darted swiftly, ultimately returning to his chamber before Liang Jingxian's arrival. Once he had meticulously arranged everything, he reverted to his original appearance, seated at the table to savor tea and admire flowers while awaiting Liang Jingxian's return. "Brother Fang, I'm back." A soft voice announced Liang Jingxian's presence beside him. "I'm glad you've returned." Fang Yuan embraced Liang Jingxian as they sat, inquiring, "How did it go? Is it resolved?" Liang Jingxian nodded. "Everything has been settled." She proceeded to recount all that had transpired. Point one of my emotional burdens has dissipated. The Lingming sword heart has finally reached a minor completion. Liang Jingxian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shared the profound intricacies of Lingming sword heart in its minor form with Fang Yuan. Chapter 71. Fortune.so It is, upon achieving Lingming sword heart, one can harness the internal true qi through the sword heart, greatly enhancing the swordsmanship. After listening to Liang Jingxian's narration, Fang Yuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, deepening his understanding of the Lingming sword classic. Although the Lingming sword classic is indeed suited for women's cultivation, it does not imply that men are forbidden from practicing it. Contemplating the subtleties of the Lingming sword classic, Fang Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. However, he realized that he could not cultivate the Lingming sword classic in this simulation, as his martial arts foundation had already been established. To switch to the Lingming sword classic would require him to abandon his current skills to start anew. If it doesn't work this time, there will always be a next time. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan quelled his thoughts, gazing at Liang Jingxian in his arms, and smiled inwardly, reflecting on how the year-long agreement had finally passed. Liang Jingxian genuinely believed that Yifeng had perished under her sword qi, harboring no doubts. Now, as long as he resolved the matter of the ambush on Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian alongside by Qingqing from back then, he would have no lingering concerns. Henceforth, Fang Yuan would no longer worry that his true identity would be discovered by Liang Jingxian. As long as he did not harbor malicious intent towards Liang Jingxian or plot against her, he could remain by her side under the guise of Fang Yuan without apprehension, through his prolonged acquaintance with Liang Jingxian. Coupled with the fact that he had deliberately placed her in life-threatening situations on several occasions, Fang Yuan had developed some insights and speculations regarding the fortune she possessed. The fortune that resided within Liang Jingxian not only ensured her survival through perilous circumstances but also brought her continuous good fortune. However, it did not invoke any other proactive effects. After all, fortune is inherently passive. Aside from the spontaneous good luck it generates, it rarely takes initiative. For fortune to manifest actively, it would require Liang Jingxian to earnestly desire to accomplish something, thereby amplifying the probabilities of success. Beyond that, fortune would not exert further influence. That, of course, all of this was merely Fang Yuan's conjecture. He believed that the role of fortune extended far beyond this. However, as long as he refrained from murderous thoughts or Liang Jingxian ceased her inquiries regarding Yifeng, he was certain that Liang Jingxian would not, under the guidance of fortune, discern his true identity. Continuing to believe he was simply Fang Yuan, this was a conclusion drawn from his extensive observations of her. I must devise a way to resolve the matter of the ambush on Jin Sha and Liang Jingxian alongside by Qingqing. With this thought, Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. "Jingxian, once Yifeng is dealt with, we shall depart," he said, gently lifting Liang Jingxian's head, his eyes locking onto her bright gaze, smiling as he added, "I am going to your home to propose." "Very well," Liang Jingxian replied, bowing her head and tightly embracing Fang Yuan, her demeanor shy. "Let us depart now." Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian rose, informing Chun Li to relay the message of their departure to Chun Jianan and the others before heading out of Tianyong City together. "Jingxian, were those two nameless masters the ones who ambushed Senior Jin Sha and you at the border between Dezheng and Deqian on a vast plain?" Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian emerged from their carriage onto a main road beside a grove. Observing the remnants of their previous encounter with Jin Sha, Fang Yuan feigned ignorance. "Indeed, it was here. If only I had become a master back then my master would not have." Liang Jingxian's eyes suddenly reddened, nearly spilling tears. Though her apprenticeship under Jin Sha lasted barely over half a year, the bond they shared was profound. Both her martial skills and her experiences in the martial world, even her life principles, were imparted by Jin Sha. "You mentioned that the young master was likely practicing the great Ashura divine blade." Fang Yuan consoled Liang Jingxian before inquiring again. "Yes," Liang Jingxian wiped her tears, reminiscing. "At first, his blade technique was drenched in blood, but upon engaging with my master, it transformed into another glorious and sacred technique. According to the teachings of my master, only the great Ashura divine blade possesses such might." Liang Jingxian continued, "Moreover, he and my master are of the same realm. He must have also cultivated the celestial technique, for only those who have practiced the celestial technique can defeat a master wielding the Lingming sword classic. Among the 10 celestial techniques, Only the great Ashura divine blade is a blade technique that I understand now. Should I encounter this individual, I shall surely slay him to avenge your master, Fang Yuan declared vehemently. Yang Jingxian shook her head. Brother Fang, if you encounter him, you must exercise caution, for this individual wields the great Ashura divine blade, which is purely a technique, and its lethality surpasses the inner strength we have cultivated within these celestial techniques. Fang Yuan nodded, well aware of this, and then asked, have you uncovered anything regarding the martial arts practiced by that woman during your time at the Chen family? Liang Jingxian nodded, though her expression appeared somewhat perplexed. The blade technique employed by those two masters is known as blood blade technique, which was utilized by the blood blade sect of Dezheng over 40 years ago. However, the sect has long since perished. The blood blade technique has now spread widely, making it impossible to trace their origins through their martial arts. I also provided their portraits to Chun Li for examination, but even she could not identify them. Liang Jingxian lamented. Ultimately, she shook her head in resignation. She did not wish to rely on the Chun family's influence to continue pursuing this matter, but she understood that such young masters who practiced the celestial technique likely had extraordinary backing. If she were to use the Chun family's power to investigate further, it might inadvertently alert the culprits. She did not want to provoke them, risking her lead, and thus could only scratch the surface. I wonder why those two masters sought to ambush me and my master. Liang Jingxian had pondered this many times, yet she remained perplexed as to their motives. Initially, she had speculated that Yi Feng had dispatched these two masters to attack her and Jin Sha. But now that Yi Feng had been effortlessly captured and slain by Fang Yuan, she had dismissed that theory long ago. If Yi Feng truly had sent these individuals to ambush her and her master, he would not have been easily captured by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gently patted Liang Jingxian's back, reassuring her, do not worry. I will surely unearth these two elusive masters. It was likely that these two masters were not from Dezheng, which is why Chun Li did not recognize them. Brother Fang, after we marry, let us roam the world together in search of these two. Liang Jingxian gazed at Fang Yuan, her eyes filled with sorrow. Since other factions were unlikely to assist her, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. This approach would minimize the risk of alarming the culprits. Fang Yuan readily agreed without hesitation. However, while comforting Liang Jingxian, his mind was occupied with other thoughts. It seems I must resolve this matter promptly. Otherwise, should Liang Jingxian pursue leads under the guidance of fortune, I might risk exposure. Chapter 72. Marriage Before the Grave. Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian hastened their journey towards the secluded abode of Liang Jingxian's parents, since Yi Feng had dispatched assassins from the Jin Feng Shiyu building to kill Liang Jingxian. The Yi family members had gradually begun to leave the clan. Hearing Jin Sha's warning, Liang Jingxian's parents had also refrained from remaining in their previous location, dispersing their household servants and retreating to a small town for seclusion. Before their departure, Liang Jingxian's parents had informed her of their hidden whereabouts. We are close. Only about 10 miles remain until we reach Jinshui town. Observing the map, Liang Jingxian's eyes shimmered with excitement. After being away from home for so long, she was finally returning. With Yi Feng slain by her hand, and having become a master martial artist, she felt as though she had washed away all her previous humiliations. I can finally hold my head high. And I have found a worthy partner. With this thought, Liang Jingxian couldn't help but smile gently, her eyes sparkling with fervor like crescent moons. Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian accelerated, guiding their carriage swiftly along the path towards Jinshui town. However, as they drew nearer, both Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian's expressions grew solemn. Such potent fluctuations of vital energy. Liang Jingxian appeared astonished, sensing that as they drew closer to Jinshui town, the vitality of the heavens and earth surged with increasing fervor. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Fang Yuan maneuvered the horse-drawn cart down the hillside, only to be struck with shock at the sight that lay before them. Jinshui town, once vibrant, had now transformed into a desolate ruin. With faint cries echoing from the remnants of the town, what could have transpired? Liang Jingxian's mind exploded with chaos. She felt utterly numb, her thoughts a void, overwhelmed by dizziness. Her parents had been residing in Jinshui town. And now, with its devastation, she feared for their fate. Gazing at the ruins, her eyes brimmed with tears. It was evident that a clash between celestial beings had occurred here, and judging by the fluctuations of energy, it likely took place within the past few days. Fang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed Jinshui town. Among the debris, he noticed several massive fissures that seemed to have been carved by sword energy plummeting from the sky. A celestial swordsman? Fang Yuan's attention shifted to Liang Jingxian, who appeared dazed and bewildered, pondering, is this mere coincidence, or is it her fate at play? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he gently patted Liang Jingxian's shoulder, offering her a moment of solace. In his heart, he sensed that her parents would likely meet a grim fate. Regaining her composure, Liang Jingxian hurried to the small courtyard where her parents had concealed themselves that a colossal sword scar lay ominously beside her home. As she beheld the ruins of the once familiar courtyard, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. I will assist you. Fang Yuan concentrated his energy, skillfully manipulating it to gather the remnants of the shattered walls, revealing two bodies buried beneath the rubble. From the state of the corpses, it was clear that her parents had attempted to resist the onslaught of sword energy from above, but their efforts were in vain. Ultimately succumbing to the residual force, the residual energy from a celestial battle descending upon these ordinary warriors is as weighty as the might of mountains, rendering any resistance futile. Fang Yuan sighed softly. Kneeling before her parents' remains, Liang Jingxian wept inconsolably. A day later, amidst a desolate mountain, she donned mourning attire to bury her parents, kneeling before their graves to express her profound sorrow. After a long while, she rose, her eyes glistening with tears as she turned to Fang Yuan. Brother Fang, I fear I cannot marry you now. I must track down the celestial beings responsible for my parents' demise and seek vengeance. Liang Jingxian wished to spare Fang Yuan from the turmoil, knowing full well that celestial warriors were not easily overcome, even by those with formidable skills. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. What are you saying? Your affairs are my affairs. I will not abandon you, Fang Yuan replied with unwavering resolve. Seeing the steadfast determination in Fang Yuan's voice and demeanor, Liang Jingxian could no longer contain her tears. 5 days later, they returned to the gravesite, but this time, they were clad not in white, but in vibrant red. In this world, there was no custom of mourning for 3 years, and to ensure Liang Jingxian's peace of mind, as well as to solidify their bond, Fang Yuan opted for simplicity as they stood before the grave. Let us wed here at this grave. They streamlined the ceremony, for they had no family to witness it, merely completing a few traditional rites before igniting a letter to inform their parents of their union. Fang Yuan held Liang Jingxian's hand as they bowed before the grave, then turned to depart. Indeed, as Fang Yuan anticipated, after their marriage, Liang Jingxian's heart and soul were entirely devoted to him. Let us take a couple of days to recuperate, and then commence our pursuit of those responsible for this calamity. They decided against making a grand show of inquiring about the celestial beings who had clashed in Jinshui town, opting instead for a discreet investigation. After all, information regarding celestial warriors was not easily obtained, and drawing attention to themselves could lead to unforeseen dangers. With one grandmaster and one master, their combination was enough to command respect from even celestial warriors. Fang Yuan gathered information amidst the ruins of Jinshui town, learning that several nearby locations had also been reduced to rubble by the remnants of celestial battles. After some investigation, he discerned a timeline of events. These two celestial beings headed east. Let us follow and see where they lead. Following the trail of destruction, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian mounted swift steeds, making their way towards the heart of the eastern Great Qian. The sword scars left in Jinshui town hinted that the celestial swordsman was likely none other than the Sword Saint. As they speculated on the identities of the two celestial beings engaged in battle, they realized their knowledge of celestial warriors was limited. Both Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian had ascended to their current levels of mastery too swiftly to grasp the intricacies of such clandestine information. Just as they conversed, a radiant white light suddenly erupted from a distant barren mountain. Accompanied by the emergence of this light, auspicious energy enveloped the sky, slowly descending upon the desolate mountain. Brother Fang, could it be that your fortune is at work once more? Liang Jingxian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at her with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying her words, as they urged their horses towards the barren mountain. However, the mountain lay far from their location, and by the time they reached its base, they discovered numerous warriors already scouring the area for the source of the white light. This is bad. They've arrived before us. Liang Jingxian's brows furrowed to her. The white light had manifested due to Fang Yuan's influence, and thus it felt rightfully his. Watch closely, Fang Yuan said, remaining unfazed as he extended his hands. With a resounding roar, boundless energy surged forth, coalescing into an immense force that resonated like distant thunder. Fang Yuan enveloped himself in azure and purple energy, lifting into the air and directed the energy downwards. Those who do not wish to perish, flee. With a thunderous explosion, a small mushroom cloud rose dramatically. Witnessing this spectacle, the warriors searching for the white light scattered in all directions, regretting their lack of swiftness. "Let us proceed," Fang Yuan said calmly as he landed, tethering his startled steed to a tree before walking alongside Liang Jingxian into the mountain. Chapter 73. The remnant jade of Dian. Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian ascended the barren mountain. Heading towards its peak, upon reaching the summit, a flash of white light darted from a concealed aperture in the mountainside. Indeed, it is Liang Jingxian's fortune, Fang Yuan thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Why had he followed Liang Jingxian so persistently? Why had he chosen to marry her? This was precisely the reason. "Brother Fang, it seems the treasure lies within the mountain wall," Liang Jingxian exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, thanks to Fang Yuan's encouragement and their recent marriage. She was gradually emerging from the depths of her grief over her parents' loss. "Jingxian, step back," he instructed, and as she complied, Fang Yuan unleashed two powerful strikes against the mountainside. With a thunderous crash, the wall fractured, stones cascading down to reveal a hidden chamber within. As they cautiously entered, they discovered a skeleton within, clutching a piece of remnant jade. Could this be the treasure we seek? Fang Yuan pondered, gazing blankly at the jade, uncertain of its significance. As they ventured deeper, their footsteps stirred a gentle breeze that swept away the dust from the ground, unveiling inscriptions. "There are words here," Liang Jingxian exclaimed, clearing the debris from before the skeleton. "The remnants of the Dian jade possess one last opportunity for divination." The words inscribed in the earth revealed a final message from the skeleton before its demise. Fang Yuan's heart stirred as he contemplated the remnant jade in the skeleton's grasp. Realizing, could this be the fabled Dian remnant jade capable of divining martial arts? The Dian remnant jade? I never imagined the legend to be true. Liang Jingxian gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the jade. Fang Yuan's attention shifted to her as she inhaled deeply, recalling the secret tales imparted by her master, Jin Sha. Legend spoke of a time when the heavens shattered and a divine jade fell from the sky, inscribed with the character yin, shattering upon impact into countless fragments. It was said that these fragments were known as the remnant jade. The fragment of the great yin not only aids individuals in deducing martial skills, but also enhances one's comprehension, assisting them in grasping the essence of martial arts. Liang Jingxian's gaze was contemplative as she recounted her master's words. It is said that the 10 supreme techniques were created by martial artists who possessed the fragment of the great yin. Initially, I believed this was merely a myth, utterly beyond belief. Liang Jingxian's eyes flickered with astonishment as she gazed at the fragment in the skeletal hand, exclaiming, "I never imagined these legends to be true. Such a thing as the fragment of the great yin genuinely exists in this world." Fang Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a mix of shock and delight. "Brother Fang, you possess the highest cultivation. You should utilize this fragment of the great yin," Liang Jingxian suggested, turning her gaze toward him. Fang Yuan hesitated. Observing this, Liang Jingxian continued, "My cultivation is modest. Even if I were to use the fragment of the great yin, I doubt I could deduce any significant martial skill. As for utilizing the fragment of the great yin to comprehend the Lingming sword cannon," Liang Jingxian shook her head and added, "As a body of 9 yin, I am inherently aligned with the Lingming sword cannon. There is no need for additional enlightenment. In that case, let me be the one to use this fragment of the great yin." Fang Yuan eventually nodded in agreement. The two expressed their gratitude to the skeleton. And then Fang Yuan waved his hand lightly. The fragment of the great yin floated into his grasp, seemingly of its own volition. Holding the translucent gem that contained myriad intricate lines, Fang Yuan silently acknowledged its extraordinary nature. Truly, it was the remnant of a divine gem, and the sensation of holding it was indeed exceptional. The various lines within the fragment caused a wave of dizziness to wash over him. "Let us depart. There is nothing else of value here." After surveying the secret chamber, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian used their true energy to carve a small pit, laying to rest the owner of the fragment before exiting the chamber. Once outside against the mountainside, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and unleashed a surge of true energy, shattering the mountainside and burying all remnants of the secret chamber. Having completed this task, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian mounted their horses and rode away. They galloped swiftly into a small town to rest. Upon entering, They overheard conversations about a beam of sword light that had descended from the sky a few days prior, landing on the desolate outskirts of the town and rending the earth with a colossal fissure. This direction, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian exchanged glances, then retreated to an inn to rest and concurrently refined their martial arts. After their training, Fang Yuan picked up the fragment of the Great Yin for closer examination. The last words of the fragment's owner stated that one merely needed to channel true energy into the gem to utilize it. "Brother Fang, you should try it out," Liang Jingxian urged, leaning against him with curiosity. Fang Yuan pondered briefly before channeling a strand of true energy into the fragment. As his energy flowed into the gem, he suddenly felt a mystical connection forming between himself and the fragment of the Great Yin. Through this bond, it seemed he could compel the fragment to deduce martial skills for him or enhance his insights, allowing him to grasp the essence of a martial art. Indeed, only one opportunity for use remains. Through his connection with the fragment of the Great Yin, Fang Yuan realized the owner had not deceived him. This fragment indeed had but one final chance for utilization. Once this opportunity was exhausted, the fragment of the Great Yin would lose all its mystique, becoming an ordinary gemstone. However, as Fang Yuan's connection deepened, a sense of suspicion began to stir within him. Why does it feel as if this fragment of the Great Yin possesses capabilities beyond mere martial deduction? Through their connection, Fang Yuan reflected for a long while, gradually coming to an understanding. This fragment of the Great Yin contains a form of extraordinary power of a high essence, enabling it to deduce martial skills that are inferior in essence to its own, or assist martial artists in comprehending the quintessence of martial arts. Fang Yuan surmised that the fragment of the Great Yin was akin to a master martial artist, for such a master can effortlessly create martial skills of lesser realms. Yet, in comparison, even the essence of heavenly skills would not surpass its might. The extraordinary power within the fragment of the Great Yin can deduce not just martial arts, but other things as well. After a lengthy contemplation, as his connection with the gem deepened, Fang Yuan's understanding of it grew increasingly profound. Ultimately, a sudden realization struck him. If this world permits, perhaps through the fragment of the Great Yin, I could even deduce cultivation techniques. However, he believed that the prospect of cultivating immortality in this realm was futile, for even if the world allowed for such pursuits, he lacked sufficient cultivation manuals to provide the fragment of the Great Yin, preventing it from assisting him in deducing immortal techniques. After all, the fragment was not omnipotent. It could only extrapolate from what one already possessed, not conjure from thin air. Moreover, it was highly probable that this world did not support the cultivation of immortality. Even if techniques were deduced, they would simply be variants of martial arts. Nonetheless, Fang Yuan still felt that this fragment of the Great Yin could offer him immense assistance, since it could deduce martial arts. He could completely derive martial divine powers from it. After reaching the realm of formidable mastery, the next step would be the realm of divine powers, equivalent to that of a Grand Master. Although Fang Yuan had not yet refined the techniques of martial divine powers, the Fang family's texts contained ample descriptions regarding them, that I can certainly use this fragmented knowledge as a catalyst to allow the fragment of the Great Yin to deduce martial divine powers for me. Chapter 74. The Divine Power of 2 Heads and 4 Arms. Fang Yuan contemplated briefly before determining what sort of divine power he wished to create. Currently, he bore 3 celestial skills. His offensive prowess having reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. To become even more formidable, he would need to take a different path, crafting a supportive divine power to aid him in unleashing greater strength. At present, the 3-headed 6-arm technique seems most suitable. Fang Yuan's thoughts raced, and he suddenly made a decision. Let me see if this fragment of the Great Yin is as miraculous as the legends suggest. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel a continuous stream of true energy into the fragment of the Great Yin. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, signaling that the gem was inviting him to invest knowledge for the purpose of deduction. Without hesitation, he summoned all knowledge he possessed regarding the Qingzi law body. Gripping the fragment tightly, Fang Yuan used the Qingzi law body as a foundation, then infused it with countless pieces of knowledge from past and present, ultimately adding everything he knew about martial skills. An avalanche of information surged through Fang Yuan's consciousness, flowing into the fragment. Through their mysterious connection, the gem grew warm in his grasp, gradually emanating a radiant glow. At that moment, the interior of the fragment transformed into a furnace, shimmering with countless beams of light. Multitudes of knowledge were being melted within the furnace of the fragment. A terrifying suction emanated from within the gem, akin to a whale consuming everything, devouring the torrent of true energy that Fang Yuan had been channeling. His expression shifted in alarm. Such terrifying suction, were it not for his exceptionally robust martial foundation, he might have encountered serious trouble. Fang Yuan's mind raced, and suddenly, every pore in his body opened, transforming him into a black hole that continuously absorbed the surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's transformation, Liang Jingxian's expression tightened, her focus unwavering upon him, filled with concern. After a prolonged moment, the suction from within the fragment of the great yin ceased, and the radiant glow within the gem gradually diminished. At last, a divine power emerged from the fragment and entered Fang Yuan's body. This divine power, composed of true energy, coalesced into countless threads, which then intertwined to form golden inscriptions and various intricate patterns, ultimately combining to create a divine power. However, upon observing the divine power that had been constructed within him by the fragment of the great yin, Fang Yuan could only shake his head in silent dismay. The divine power of 2 heads and 4 arms. He had intended to deduce the 3-headed 6-arm technique, but due to his insufficient martial foundation and the limited extraordinary power within the fragment of the great yin, he could only manifest a flawed version of the 2 heads and 4 arms divine power. With a sigh, Fang Yuan regarded the 2 heads and 4 arms divine power floating within his Dantian's energy sea. He focused his thoughts, directing a torrent of true energy toward the divine power. The energy surged in. The 2 heads and 4 arms divine power gradually solidified to it is complete. Realizing that the divine power had ceased its absorption of true energy, Fang Yuan understood that it had fully coalesced, marking his official entry into the realm of divine powers. Slowly opening his eyes, he met the worried gaze of Liang Jingxian and offered a gentle smile, reaching out to caress her delicate face. Do not worry, I am quite well now. Although Fang Yuan initially harbored intentions merely to utilize Liang Jingxian, his prolonged interaction with her naturally fostered genuine feelings. Upon hearing this, Liang Jingxian exhaled in relief. Brother Fang, what martial arts have you deduced? She inquired curiously, gazing at him. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, placing the now mundane yin fragment aside, before rising to stand by the bed and removing his outer garment. After performing these actions, he inhaled deeply, his thoughts immediately sinking into his Dantian, resting upon the 2 heads and 4 arms divine ability. This ability may already possess the might of a 2nd-tier divine skill. The essence of the vigorous energy is categorized into 6 tiers, thus the true qi, imbued with the nature of this energy, constructs abilities that are similarly ranked. The entire spectrum of abilities is divided into 6 grades, with the 1st grade being the most esteemed, unlike the vigorous energy, which reveres the 6th tier. Moreover, through my careful calculations, the 2 heads and 4 arms has no specific requirements regarding the vigorous energy. My current true qi is entirely capable of facilitating the operation of this ability. With a slight shift of his thoughts, Fang Yuan's body trembled, his bones stretching as he grew taller. In the next moment, 2 fleshy protrusions gradually emerged from his ribs beneath his arms, and his shoulders broadened, while a rudimentary head began to form on the right side of his neck. Liang Jingxian stared in awe at this transformation. Ultimately, Fang Yuan sprouted 2 additional arms and a head, embodying the form of 2 heads and 4 arms, as it was his first time wielding this divine ability. He took great care to perceive its nuances, thus executing it at a deliberate pace. Once familiar with the ability, he would be able to manifest it in an instant, sensing the sensations brought forth by his new form. Fang Yuan mused, with an additional head, it is akin to possessing another brain. My reaction speed and cognitive capacity have remarkably doubled. As he perceived the changes in his thinking and witnessed the world before him expanding to more than double its usual breadth, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Not only that, but with an additional head, his sensory faculties such as sight and hearing had also significantly enhanced. Simply from these changes, my strength has increased 2-fold or even 3-fold. Fang Yuan's 2 heads lowered their gazes to his 4 arms. With 4 hands, it is as though I can simultaneously wield 4 formless weapons. He moved all 4 arms in unison, fingers splayed wide, as if to grasp the entirety of heaven and earth within his palms, exuding a potent aura of dominion over the cosmos. Finally, Fang Yuan brought his fingers together, tightly clenching them. How much of a human immortal strength have I attained? Perhaps I have reached 60%. Fang Yuan pondered, only to catch sight of Liang Jingxian's astonished expression. The martial arts I have deduced are extraordinary, unlike any ordinary techniques. Fang Yuan chuckled softly before retracting the 2 heads and 4 arms divine ability. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan return to his original form, Liang Jingxian hurriedly descended from the bed, circling around him with an astonished gaze. Is this still considered martial arts? In my view, this resembles the celestial arts of a storybook. You may regard it as celestial arts if you wish, Fang Yuan replied with a smile. Once martial arts reach the stage of refining divine abilities, the distinction between martial techniques and celestial arts becomes negligible. Having said this, Fang Yuan procured paper and ink, beginning to impart the 2 heads and 4 arms divine ability to Liang Jingxian. However, he remained uncertain whether she could master this technique, as the activation of such abilities required vigorous energy as support, which Liang Jingxian's martial arts could not accommodate. Thus, Fang Yuan surmised that she would likely struggle to cultivate this divine skill. You should first contemplate this divine ability, he suggested, observing Liang Jingxian's rapt attention as she gazed at the written cultivation method. He then turned to dress himself, remarking, "Since becoming a grandmaster, I have not indulged in the pleasures of the mortal realm for quite some time. I shall go procure some sustenance." Exiting the room, Fang Yuan exhaled deeply. He was not merely seeking food. He intended to resolve a lingering threat. Previously, he and Bai Qingxing had surrounded and attacked Jin Sha, and it was time to address that matter. Chapter 75. The rider shall die stepping out of the inn. Fang Yuan swiftly moved, first locating a bookstore where he transcribed the Great Azura Divine Blade. Then he proceeded toward the outskirts of the city. As he beheld the desolate wilderness before him, he inhaled deeply, his hands gently clasping together. Thunderous roars erupted, and torrents of vital energy converged within his grasp. Boundless vital energy and divine might coalesced, ultimately forming 2 formless weapons. One hand bore the azure purple Tu Chi, radiating an overwhelming might, while the other hand materialized a long blade composed of translucent energy brilliance, a long knife known as the Great Azura Divine Blade. This weapon, sacred and resplendent, exuded an unmatched divinity. It was no surprise, for the Great Azura was a deity of the celestial realm, and its techniques were imbued with divine essence. At that moment, Fang Yuan wielded the luminous blade, emanating a holy and dazzling radiance. In the next instant, the azure purple Tu Chi collided with the Great Azura Divine Blade in his hand. Boom! An astonishing explosion ensued, causing the vital energy of the heavens and earth to surge and spread into the distance. Within the inn, Liang Jingxian was deep in thought, pondering how to cultivate the 2 heads and 4 arms divine ability, when her attention snapped to the sudden surge of energy. That the vital energy fluctuation of the azure purple Tu Chi? Is it Brother Fang? Is he engaged in battle? Having exchanged their respective martial arts, they were well aware of the various fluctuations each other's techniques produced. With this thought, Liang Jingxian tucked the paper detailing the 2 heads and 4 arms into her bosom and swiftly made her way toward the source of the energy disturbance. Moments later, upon arriving at the site of the energy explosion, she beheld brilliant and dazzling blade light slicing through the remnants of the explosion caused by the clash of formless weapons. Is that the Great Azura Divine Blade? Liang Jingxian's eyes widened, and just as she was about to rush in, another explosion erupted, revealing Fang Yuan emerging from the chaos, his expression one of astonishment. Upon seeing Liang Jingxian, Fang Yuan averted his gaze and nodded slightly. "Jingxian, you've arrived. However, the trouble has already been dealt with." With that, he instinctively touched the deep gash on his brow, a scar that revealed the bone beneath. Truly, the Great Azura Divine Blade was formidable. He had nearly met his demise. Observing this, Liang Jingxian hurried closer. "Brother Fang, are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Fang Yuan responded. Shaking his head, "I ventured out for food and happened upon the young master who had pursued you. So I tracked him beyond the city and intercepted him here." Fang Yuan explained. "Is he dead?" Liang Jingxian's expression froze momentarily. Fang Yuan nodded. "It was quite perilous. I could not hold back, and no matter, his death suffices. You and I are one, so in killing him, you have avenged our master." Liang Jingxian's demeanor relaxed significantly. By the way, did you see that female master?" Liang Jingxian inquired further. Fang Yuan shook his head. "I did not see her. They are likely not together, and I could not extract any further information." Fang Yuan had not feigned killing Bai Qingxing, as he intended to eliminate her for good. Upon learning of the changes within the Qi Long society, he resolved to eradicate Bai Qingxing to prevent future troubles. However, at that time, he deemed her useful, hence he spared her life. Now, neither Bai Qingqing nor the Qinglong Society posed any threat to Fang Yuan, leading him to desire her demise. Wishing only to use her as a head to thoroughly eliminate the hidden danger the young master has been dealt with, we can take our time investigating the whereabouts of the female master. Liang Jingxian remarked. Fang Yuan nodded, recounting the details of their earlier confrontation. That young master was no match for me. He even tossed the great Azura Divine Blades manual at me, attempting to distract me and find an opportunity to escape. Yet no matter how he schemed, he could not withstand my Azure Purple Tu Chi. With that, Fang Yuan reached into his robe and produced a tome containing the great Azura Divine Blades manual. The text, dried by his true Qi, appeared quite ancient. The manual of the great Azura Divine Blade. Liang Jingxian accepted the tome Fang Yuan handed her, flipping through a few pages to ascertain its authenticity. Brother Fang, your fortune is truly remarkable. Liang Jingxian clicked her tongue, uncertain of what to say. If it were someone else, she would naturally find it hard to believe that anyone could be foolish enough to venture out with a secret manual. Yet, in the case of Fang Yuan, the situation was decidedly different. She was acutely aware of Fang Yuan's remarkable fortune, which not only repeatedly brought her out of peril, but also led him to seize great opportunities time and again. At present, having merely acquired a manual of celestial prowess was hardly an extraordinary matter. Fang Yuan rubbed his temples, healing the wound inflicted by the blade, and then took Liang Jingxian back to the inn. Once they returned, as Liang Jingxian immersed herself in the comprehension of the great Azura Divine Blade and the dual-headed, four-armed supernatural ability, Fang Yuan seized the opportunity to write 2 letters and entrusted them to the escort agency, instructing them to deliver them to Su Hai's residence in the capital of Wei, Yi City. With these arrangements in place, Fang Yuan returned to the inn, joining Liang Jingxian in the study of the great Azura Divine Blade. Due to the substantial sum of money Fang Yuan had provided, the escort agency set off at full speed and safely arrived in Yi City without incident. By this time, it had already been 10 days since Fang Yuan had sent the letters. Upon delivering the 2 letters to Su Hai, the members of the escort agency took their leave. In his study, Su Hai stared in astonishment at the 2 letters before him. One of the letters had been placed in a special manner. According to the agreement between Fang Yuan and themselves, he had to open this particular letter before he could access the next one. Why would my adoptive father employ such a method? Su Hai mused, though he did not dwell on it for long, promptly tearing open the special letter as per Fang Yuan's instructions. Slay Bai Qingqing. Deliver her head to the heart of Diqian. And then contact me according to the secret sign. Su Hai's gaze grew vacant. After a moment, he regained his composure and, glancing at the unopened letter, shuddered. He knew that the means to defeat Bai Qingqing lay within that letter. I never anticipated that my adoptive father's martial prowess had advanced to such a degree. Reflecting on Fang Yuan's words within the letter, Su Hai could not suppress his astonishment. However, after marveling at Fang Yuan's cultivation, a sinister smile crept onto Su Hai's lips. He had long desired to eliminate Bai Qingqing, but his own martial skills had previously been insufficient to contend with her. Now, the opportunity to strike her down had finally arrived. Previously, he had diligently maintained the Qinglong Society's covert development, awaiting Fang Yuan's return. Yet, Bai Qingqing, having reclaimed her official position, allied with others to oust him, rendering him a figure of ridicule. You have your day now. Su Hai's gaze hardened as he gathered the letters, preparing to present them to Bai Qingqing during the upcoming regular meeting of the Qinglong Society. The following day, in the morning, at Tinquan Mountain Villa, the headquarters of the Qinglong Society, the innate masters stationed there convened in the main hall for their routine meeting. Su Hai, seated at the forefront in place of Fang Yuan, handed a letter to Bai Qingqing. This is a letter from my adoptive father. Please open it. A flicker of confusion passed through Bai Qingqing's eyes as she wondered what Fang Yuan could possibly want to communicate. Could it be another directive to hunt someone down? The thought crossed her mind, and she opened the envelope, extracting the letter. Her expression froze in shock upon reading the contents. The reader shall perish. The letter contained only those 4 words. Bai Qingqing stared blankly at the paper. Her gaze fixated. To her, those words seemed imbued with a kind of enchantment, ensnaring her sight and rendering her unable to even blink. As she continued to gaze, the 4 words gradually radiated an unparalleled brilliance. A divine and resplendent blade intent rising from them. It is the sword technique he demonstrated that day. Are you truly Fang Yuan? Had I known this day would come, I would have never sought the position of the great dragon head of the Qinglong Society. Bai Qingqing attempted to avert her gaze but found herself utterly powerless, forced to watch as the blade intent descended upon her, shattering her soul and obliterating her every thought and intention. Chapter 76. 20 days later, Fang Yuan received a box sent by the Qinglong Society through a secret signal. Had you not chosen betrayal after my departure, things would not have escalated to this point. Looking at the contents of the box, Fang Yuan shook his head gently, speechless. Since betrayal had been chosen, this was the inevitable fate of a traitor. After handing the box to Liang Jingxian, she placed the wooden container into the fire. A long-standing knot in her heart finally untied, and she resolved never to pursue the matter again. With these trivialities settled, Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian began to exchange the intelligence they had gathered over the past few days. It appeared that the one who left sword scars in Jinshui town was none other than the sword Saint Yiwen. The person he clashed with was his nemesis, Divine Fist by Kuan. Fang Yuan relayed all the information he had uncovered. As you have learned, these two have been battling for nearly a century, with no clear victor, and neither has shown any inclination to conceal their encounters. Liang Jingxian's demeanor grew slightly somber. Her heart was filled with murderous intent to vanquish the true culprit behind her parents' demise, Yiwen. Their current strength was insufficient. Liang Jingxian nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's assessment. Though she yearned for vengeance, the time for retribution had not yet arrived. They needed to wait until their martial skills advanced further before seizing the opportunity to strike. Now that we have gathered this information, let us focus on honing our martial arts, striving for an early chance to avenge our grievances. As she spoke, Liang Jingxian turned her hopeful gaze toward Fang Yuan. Brother Fang, let us wander the world and see if your good fortune can lead us to further opportunities. Fang Yuan readily agreed, as it was also his desire. Only by obtaining Liang Jingxian's opportunities could his martial cultivation progress swiftly. He believed that with Liang Jingxian's unwavering determination to avenge her parents, their journey would be filled with fortuitous encounters. Thus, Fang Yuan led Liang Jingxian on a journey across the realms. Meandering through various lands at times, they found themselves in the far east of the continent, witnessing the sunrise over the sea. Other times, they ventured to the northernmost reaches, honing their skills amidst blizzards. Occasionally, they acted as champions of justice, rooting out evil wherever they went, leaving no wickedness unchallenged. As time passed, the names of Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian began to resonate throughout the land. However, due to their elusive nature, seldom lingering in one place, they never acquired a reputation in the martial world. Their wanderings spanned 2 decades in the blink of an eye. During this time, both Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian made significant strides in their martial arts. Through numerous fortuitous encounters, their realms had now reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. With their sun god and physical forms perfected, they were but a step away from unlocking the mysterious aperture and entering the realm of human immortals. Regrettably, it had been over a decade since they had approached the Grandmaster realm. Yet neither had sensed the existence of the mysterious aperture. It seemed that in this simulation, a breakthrough to the human immortal realm was unattainable. Fang Yuan's gaze fell, and he sat cross-legged, attempting to sense the mysterious aperture. However, after over a decade of effort, he had yet to discern its location, not within oneself, nor without. Reflecting on the descriptions in the Qingzi Secret Classic and the Lingming Sword Classic regarding the mysterious aperture, Fang Yuan could only shake his head in frustration. The descriptions were too cryptic to serve as guidance for his breakthrough. Jingxian, let us cease waiting. We must prepare for action now that he no longer wished to linger. For the longer he waited, the more elusive the mystery of the mysterious aperture became. Rather than continuing to ponder it, he would be better off returning to reality to seek methods of perceiving the mysterious aperture. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan glanced at Liang Jingxian, who was meditating beside him. Like him, although burdened with the nining body, she too had failed to perceive the existence of the mysterious aperture. Sigh. Liang Jingxian opened her eyes and sighed softly. Despite the passage of 2 decades, her beauty remained radiant, untouched by the ravages of time. Perhaps my inability to sense the mysterious aperture is due to my Lingming sword heart not having reached full maturity, hindering my perception of its existence. Liang Jingxian's voice was soft and her gaze distant. The reason her Lingming sword heart had not reached its full potential was due to a lingering heartache. The sword Saint Yiwen, the perpetrator of her parents' murder, still lived, and she had yet to avenge her kin. Eventually, Liang Jingxian nodded. Let us purify ourselves with incense and fasting for 3 days, adjusting to our utmost peak before we commence our endeavor. After glancing at Fang Yuan, she hesitated to speak. She harbored doubts about the outcome of this confrontation. Perhaps, in the end, both of them would meet their demise. The two began to refine their states, striving to reach their pinnacle. During their fasting, Fang Yuan sat in silence, his mind swirling with the martial arts he had mastered over the past 2 decades. After numerous fortuitous encounters, both Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian had significantly advanced in martial prowess, even acquiring several additional celestial skills. Aside from the celestial skills Fang Yuan had already possessed, they had also obtained the Great Demon-Slaying Sword and the Pear Blossom Spear technique, 2 pure celestial-level maneuvers. With 6 out of the 10 celestial skills now in his possession, only 4 remained to be gathered. I wonder how much of the strength of a human immortal I have attained at this point. Fang Yuan contemplated quietly, a faint purple aura emerging around him. Over the past 20 years, he had cultivated the azure purple body to the pinnacle of Grandmaster, rendering his physique even more formidable and his vitality more abundant. With my physical body and true energy as the foundation, governing all with heavenly heart consciousness, and employing the 2-headed forearm divine ability alongside the 4 great slashing celestial skills, I may possess the power to contend with a human immortal. The heavenly heart consciousness was an auxiliary technique Fang Yuan created by merging the Lingming sword heart from the Lingming sword canon with the teachings from the Taishang Inner Reflection Sutra. Once activated, it could transform thought and will, enabling the warrior's heart to become the heavenly heart, thus commanding all true energy with a tranquil and clear mind, inevitably enhancing the warrior's strength. Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian gradually adjusted their states, awaiting the final moment. At last, 3 days passed, and both Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian had reached their peak conditions. Truly, the abode of the human immortal was resplendent and magnificent, surpassing even the grandest imperial palace of the Deqian dynasty. Arriving at the residence of the sword Saint Yiziwen, Fang Yuan surveyed the towering structures before him, sneering coldly, before utilizing his true energy alongside Liang Jingxian to soar into the air. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the young god and perfecting his physical form, a grandmaster could briefly fly by harnessing the energies of heaven and earth. However, for prolonged flight, one must be a human immortal. Upon reaching the heights, Fang Yuan clenched his hand, condensing the azure purple dual qi within it. In the next moment, he hurled the azure purple dual qi fiercely towards the building complex below. Chapter 77. If in another year I become the Azure Emperor, I shall repay with blossoms of peach. The azure purple dual qi sped through the air, yet before it could even touch the structures below, it was struck by a flash of sword light, exploding violently from the dispersing currents of energy. A figure emerged calmly from the explosion, fixing its gaze upon Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian. Has the world forgotten my name simply because I have not stepped into the Jianghu for a decade? Yizuan's tone held a hint of coldness as he approached Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian nonchalantly. Liang Jingxian's expression was frigid as she regarded the steady Yizuan in midair, coldly stating, "Yizuan, let us battle outside to spare the lives of innocent bystanders." So you have come to challenge me? Yizuan replied with a dismissive nod. 2 peak grandmasters emerging from nowhere, daring to confront me. Very well, I shall indulge you and accompany you. Moreover, as this was his home, he preferred not to risk any stray energy harming his descendants, although Yizuan did not care for the lives of these worthless descendants. It was better to avoid unnecessary casualties. The 3 figures moved lightly, soaring towards the outskirts of the city. Moments later, they landed upon an unnamed desolate mountain. Let us begin. It has been a decade since I last entered the Jianghu, and I find myself rather lonely. Let us see if you two can amuse me, Yizuan said with a hint of solitude in his eyes. He did not regard Fang Yuan and Liang Jingxian with any seriousness. He had slain too many peak grandmasters, regardless of their talents, numbers, or martial prowess. None had ever posed a challenge to him. Even these grandmasters could not provoke him to unleash his full strength. Before he attained the status of a human immortal, he had already dispatched countless peak grandmasters. Those who tread the path to immortality naturally emerge from a sea of slain grandmasters. Had he not been bored over the years, he would have struck decisively earlier. Liang Jingxian silently gathered the spirit sword light, wielding it with the Lingming sword heart to elevate its power. Could this be the formless weapon spirit sword light recorded in the Lingming sword canon? Upon witnessing the sword light coalescing in Liang Jingxian's hand, Yizuan shook his head slightly. If this is all you have, it seems I shall be disappointed today. How dull. Yizuan's expression reflected regret as his gaze shifted towards Fang Yuan. I hope you can bring me some amusement. Fang Yuan laughed heartily at this. Rest assured, I will make you laugh heartily. With that, Fang Yuan's upper garment exploded, and with a mighty tremor, he grew in size, sprouting another head and 2 additional arms. Upon seeing Fang Yuan transform into a 2-headed 4-armed figure, resembling a deity from a temple, Yi Ziwen was momentarily stunned. Even with his vast experience, he had never imagined such a martial art existed in this world. A technique that could manifest a 2-headed 4-armed form. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Ziwen burst into laughter. Interesting, delightful. Now we are getting somewhere. It seems today shall be entertaining. Having lived for over 200 years, he had experienced all that the mortal realm had to offer. To him, everything had long lost its novelty. He understood that while he was not yet old in body, his heart had withered. Today he finally felt the youthful thrill once more, as if everything appeared vibrant and fresh before his eyes. Gazing at Yi Ziwen, Fang Yuan shook his head slightly, inhaled deeply, and clenched all 4 of his hands. With a resounding boom, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. In an instant, torrents of heavenly and earthly energies converged, coalescing into 4 formless weapons in Fang Yuan's hands. The great light of divine radiance, demon-slaying sword, great Ashura divine blade, and pear blossom spear. Each weapon radiated immense power. To forcibly condense 4 formless weapons at once using his young god was also a considerable burden for Fang Yuan. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure from the energies of heaven and earth, threatening to crush his young god. Unfazed by the burden upon his young god, Fang Yuan shifted his consciousness, transforming it into heavenly heart consciousness. By harnessing the heavenly heart consciousness to govern the energies of heaven and earth, Fang Yuan achieved a temporary state of harmonious perfection within and without. At this juncture, his pores opened wide, and his body became akin to a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surging energies of heaven and earth, converting them into true energy within. Now, I have successfully fused the powers of 6 celestial skills. Gripping the 4 formless weapons, Fang Yuan had also cultivated the azure purple body, and his consciousness had transformed into heavenly heart consciousness. His being now embodied the essence of 6 celestial skills, amalgamating their most potent forces. Fang Yuan's transformation occurred in an instant, revealing his full strength without reservation. Interesting, amusing. In all my years, this is my first encounter with such a situation. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's transformation, Yi Ziwen laughed heartily, conjuring a brilliant sword light in his hand. That I shall entertain you with the heart-cutting sword, ranked 5th among the extraordinary skills. Boom! In an instant, 6 formless weapons collided with one another. An indescribable radiance was born from the epicenter of their clash. The next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted from this very point, swiftly spreading in an instant. The tremendous roar echoed, as boundless currents of air churned violently, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended majestically beneath the feet of Fang Yuan and his companions. Nameless hills shattered layer by layer, swiftly stripped of their thick layers. A powerful shockwave originated from their position, with ferocious gusts uprooting trees within the desolate mountains, even causing massive boulders to shift and tremble before the onslaught of this tempestuous wind. In the sky, what had once been a thick layer of clouds was now obliterated by the aftermath of their fierce confrontation. Moments later, the 6 formless weapons clashed once more, giving birth to an indescribable brilliance that spread across the entire realm. Under this radiant glow, all things seemed to lose their original colors, transforming into shades of black and white. The battle between the 3 continued, with Yang Jingxian beside Fang Yuan, intermittently disrupting Yi Ziwen to alleviate the pressure on Fang Yuan, with the sound of thunder crashing and explosions reverberating. The world around them was drained of color amidst their fierce struggle. As they fought, they traversed from the earth to the sky, and then delved into the depths of the ground, leaving behind flattened landscapes or colossal craters that would be nearly impossible to restore. Amidst the chaos, rain began to pour from the sky, influenced by the trio's martial prowess. In this era, could it be that yet another celestial being had unleashed their wrath, striking with full force once more? Observing the aftermath of their battle, seasoned warriors felt a chill in their hearts, as it signified the impending disaster that might descend upon them at any moment, should a celestial being approach them in the midst of their clash. Given the speed and impact of their battle, they would likely have no time to react before being caught in an unforeseen calamity. Time slipped by, and eventually, the battle of the 3 came to an end. On the nameless hill, Fang Yuan's complexion had turned a ghastly white, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his vitality severely diminished, as he lay cradled in Liang Jingxian's embrace. They had finally achieved victory. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation and Easy One's formidable strength, Fang Yuan felt a profound tremor within. Had he not fought with all his might, it was likely that both he and Liang Jingxian would have met their demise today. At this moment, Liang Jingxian's expression was far from pleasant, but her breath was relatively stable, a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's condition. Enough of this. Quickly consume this 6-yang resurrection pill. Liang Jingxian's eyes were red, tears cascading down her cheeks as she swiftly produced the last remaining pill to feed to Fang Yuan. That he chewed the medicine and then smiled. It's futile. All my essence has been obliterated. Even if I take this pill, it will be of no use. At best, it might allow me to linger for another quarter of an hour, observing Fang Yuan's unwavering demeanor in the face of death. Liang Jingxian, heartbroken, cried, I have forgiven you for the past. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted, followed by a bitter smile. It seems you are aware. Liang Jingxian nodded, wiping her tears. Did you take me for a fool? After all these years, I still cannot comprehend why, after breaking off our engagement, you would insult me and my parents, and even seek to kill me. I had my reasons, and if I could have chosen, I would never have broken off the engagement. But I was powerless, forced to act as I did, Fang Yuan replied, not offering further explanation, merely smiling ruefully. Liang Jingxian nodded, refraining from pressing further. Over these 20-odd years, I have seen your true heart that I in all these life and death crises. You have never abandoned me. How could I bear to blame you? You fought desperately to avenge my parents, while I, along with my master, once sought to kill you. Gently caressing Liang Jingxian's face, Fang Yuan soothed, it is all in the past. If only you had not broken off the engagement, we could have remained happily together, and none of this would have transpired. As he gazed at Fang Yuan's increasingly pallid visage, Liang Jingxian's tears flowed freely. Perhaps one day, we will return to the beginning, rectify all our regrets, and reclaim all our lost time. Fang Yuan raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Return to the beginning. Liang Jingxian's expression turned melancholic, contemplating how wonderful it would be if they could truly return to that time. She shook her head. Alas, time cannot flow backward. Fang Yuan offered a faint smile. When he awakened the simulator, he had gleaned from the information that flowed from it the immense power it possessed. If he could continue to grow, reaching the pinnacle of existence, he would certainly be able to rectify everything and make amends for all. The authority of the Supreme Being is to alter one's destiny, to preserve all that is beautiful, leaving only light and life. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan felt the essence of his life swiftly fading. Looking at Liang Jingxian, still weeping, he continued to wipe her tears, saying, If in the future I become the Azure Emperor, I shall repay you with blossoms of peach. Liang Jingxian chuckled softly. You are not the Azure Emperor. Nor am I a myriad of flowers. Fang Yuan gazed silently at Liang Jingxian, smiling without a word. In death, I shall not live alone. As Fang Yuan's life essence finally extinguished, Liang Jingxian murmured softly. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her true energy to excavate a large pit, placing Fang Yuan within. Subsequently, she used her true energy to gather stones, carving out a tombstone. Here lies Fang Yuan, my husband. In addition to Fang Yuan's name, there were also some of his deeds and her own name inscribed. Staring at the tombstone, Liang Jingxian sighed, burying Fang Yuan and then descending underground to erase all traces. Quietly lying beside him, within the tomb, Liang Jingxian gathered her spiritual sword energy, directing it towards herself, preparing to pierce her brow. As the sword energy advanced, she felt a sharp pain in her forehead, yet remained unflinching. Calmly watching the blade approach, suddenly, as the sword energy was about to pierce her brow, a profound sensation surged within her, the realization of a crucial breakthrough. Liang Jingxian shook her head, pondering the futility of sensing this now. Fang Gu is already dead. Casting a glance at Fang Yuan lying beside her, she sighed inwardly. I can only hope that in another life, we may be together once more. Without flinching, she allowed the sword energy to pierce her brow. A droplet of blood cascading down. A crisp crack echoed from within Liang Jingxian's embrace. Startled, she dispersed the spiritual sword energy and retrieved the fragmented piece of the Diyin jade she had kept close since Fang Yuan had last used it. Now, a fissure had formed in the jade, emanating a hazy white light from within. What is this? Liang Jingxian's gaze sharpened, as she pried open the jade to reveal its contents, concealed within the jade. A piece of luminous white gemstone appeared before Liang Jingxian's eyes. Intrigued, she hesitated briefly before placing her hand upon it. Amidst a haze, Fang Yuan's consciousness gradually awakened. The simulation had concluded, and the settlement process began. Chapter 78. Settlement. In this simulation, you survived a total of 22 years. You left a profound mark on the continent, With countless witnesses to your legacy, you altered the fates of many, leaving an indelible impact on the world. The settlement is complete. You have gained a total of 80,000 simulation points from this endeavor. As Fang Yuan's consciousness returned, he beheld the information displayed on the simulator's interface, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, it could be deemed a resounding success, both in martial prowess and simulation points. His results far exceeded his initial expectations. During this simulation, he had slain a celestial being, and the number of grandmasters and masters he had defeated was countless. Thus, the simulation points he earned surged dramatically compared to the previous simulations. Moreover, he had initially aimed merely to become a master martial artist in this simulation, yet unexpectedly, he had seized the opportunity presented by the fateful Liang Jingxian, propelling his advancement to the pinnacle grandmaster. Reflecting on Liang Jingxian and the events that had transpired, Fang Yuan smiled slightly, relieved that she had not pressed further. Otherwise, Ying would have had to bear the brunt of the blame once more. Initially, when Fang Yuan commenced his simulations, he had informed Liang Jingxian that none of this was his true intention. Everything was coerced by Ying. Should Liang Jingxian continue to press for answers, Fang Yuan would naturally shift all blame onto the scapegoat Ying. That if he bore the brunt for Yifeng, it was only fitting that Yifeng's father should also shoulder a few burdens. He had rescued Ying's entire family. Thus it was Ying who ought to bear the consequences. As his thoughts whirled, Fang Yuan concentrated his mind at the heart absorption level and gazed at the interface of the simulator. Indeed, after more than 20 years, Fang Yuan had successfully cultivated the supreme inner observation sutra to the heart absorption realm. The heart absorption involves clearing the mind, discarding desires, cleansing the spirit, eliminating impurities, striking down intellect, and severing thoughts. At present, Fang Yuan's heart was devoid of obsessions and confusions. Were he to enter the world of heart nature flow, he would attain enlightenment and ascend to greatness. It was precisely because he had achieved this realm that he could merge Spirit Bright Sword Heart with the Supreme Inner Observation Sutra, thus creating the auxiliary technique Heavenly Heart Awareness. Next, the lottery began. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, his intent swiftly pressing the lottery button, consuming 10 simulation points. Congratulations, you have won a piece of silver. Consuming 20 simulation points. Congratulations, you have won a 6-yang revitalization pill. Ever since Fang Yuan concluded his second simulation, his lottery rules had changed to require an increase of 10 simulation points after each draw. Observing the appearance of a pill before him, Fang Yuan tucked it into his bosom, feeling delighted at his fortune. With merely 20 simulation points expended, he had drawn such a precious item. Indeed, luck was on his side. Consuming 30 simulation points, congratulations, you have obtained a brush. Consuming 40 simulation points, congratulations, you have received a piece of braised beef. Watching the sudden emergence of the beef, Fang Yuan flicked it away, sending the piece of braised beef he had previously acquired soaring into the air. Any item Fang Yuan had ever obtained held a chance of being drawn again. Consuming 500 simulation points. Congratulations, you have acquired the vitality of Yifeng. As the information flickered, Fang Yuan felt an immense surge of vitality erupt within him. So powerful it seemed it might explode his very being. This vitality stemmed from his peak cultivation as a grand master in the simulations, coupled with the consumption of countless rare treasures, and the vitality intrinsic to the azure purple law body he had cultivated. This vitality was vast and boundless. However, under the might of the simulator, it seamlessly integrated into Fang Yuan's body without any adverse effects. Boom. As this colossal vitality merged with him, Fang Yuan's entire being trembled slightly, his foundation growing even more robust and pure, his physique becoming purer and more formidable. After observing the changes within him, Fang Yuan continued his lottery, consuming 1,000 simulation points. Congratulations, you have won a pair of chopsticks. Consuming 1,010 simulation points. Congratulations, you have obtained. The lottery continued. Consuming 1,100 simulation points. Congratulations, you have received all of Yifeng's martial arts cultivation regarding the Azure Purple Secret Tome. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a slight sigh. Finally, I have drawn it. A thought flashed through his mind, and Fang Yuan's internal energy surged, instantly propelling him from the initial stage of innate to the minor completion stage, and in the next moment, he advanced to the major completion stage, initial mastery, minor mastery, major mastery, grand master, full sun god, full physical body. In an instant, Fang Yuan transcended 8 levels, arriving at the pinnacle of grand mastery, where both his sun god and physical body were fully realized. Moreover, his physique was not merely complete, but bore the strength of the azure-purple law body refined to grand mastery. Looking within, he observed his true energy transformed into a blend of azure and purple. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head. Alas, the Xuanwu true skill and divine abilities were not among the items I drew. Currently, his true energy was purely composed of azure and purple, devoid of any taint from the yang qi. Nor had he opened any internal orifices to solidify his future path in the realm of yang qi. This was acceptable. Once I acquire superior techniques, I shall naturally adapt my cultivation freely. With a smile, Fang Yuan regarded the remaining 7,570 simulation points and promptly closed the lottery wheel. Now, with 7,570 simulation points left, he could hardly support many more draws. After all, as one progresses, the required simulation points for each draw escalated. The remainder would be reserved for the next initiation. As thoughts swirled, Fang Yuan surveyed the heap of miscellaneous items before him. Waving his hand to reduce the clutter to dust, rising to his feet, he gazed at the surrounding forest, his mind instantly recalling the circumstances of his third simulation's commencement. At that time, sensing an impending danger, he had exited the Fang residence and ventured into this forest to initiate the simulated world. Now, upon returning, let me see who dares to be so blind. A cruel smile crept across Fang Yuan's lips as his gaze turned cold. Though his martial prowess could not yet rival the strength capable of contending against celestial beings, it sufficed to deal with certain threats. At the very least, Fang Yuan felt a profound tranquility within. Devoid of any signs of danger, with his current cultivation, few could disturb his spiritual awareness. Emerging from the broad treetops, Fang Yuan looked upon the forest before him, a slight smile gracing his features as he suddenly soared into the sky. Rushing towards the Fang family. The Fang family residence, Fan Yuqing sat in the main seat of the hall with his two closest disciples. What? The sect leader personally visits, and your family head does not come to greet me. Fan Yuqing's brow furrowed as he surveyed the members of the Fang family before him. That he, a distinguished sect leader and a formidable figure in the Yangqi realm, had come to the Fang family. Yet Fang Yuan did not personally attend to him. Such neglect had never been encountered by Fan Yuqing since his ascension to the Yangqi realm. Both the direct and collateral branches of the Fang family were present, either before Fan Yuqing or outside the hall, with not a single individual absent. At that moment, an elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quietly explained, "Sect leader Fan, please refrain from anger. Perhaps the family head is currently engaged in martial training and did not hear the summons, and we have sent someone to invite the family head once more." Fan Yuqing's cold demeanor softened slightly. Just then, a servant approached, leaning in to whisper in the elder's ear. However, how could such whispers escape the keen perception of Fan Yuqing, a master of the Yang Qi? Missing. Fan Yuqing's expression gradually turned frigid. His gaze swept over the surroundings, and his countenance darkened as he swept his arm, unleashing a surge of energy that sent everyone in the room flying out. Landing outside the hall, a cacophony of screams erupted. Fan Yuqing's brows knitted in severity as he stepped out, gazing down at the writhing figures on the ground. Listen closely. If Fang Yuan does not appear by tomorrow morning, prepare for your clan's annihilation. Watching the expressions of fear on the faces of the crowd, Fan Yuqing let out a cold laugh. Gu Qi, Yao Yun, you will keep watch over the Fang family's servants tonight. Should anyone attempt to flee, execute them without mercy. The two disciples Fan Yuqing had brought, both fully realized in their inner energy, nodded in unison. By the way, prepare a room for me, and send 2 individuals to attend to my needs. Just as Fan Yuqing was about to return to the hall, his gaze shifted and fell upon Fang Jingyun, lying on the ground with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Fang Jingyun appeared numb, and despite being injured by Fan Yuqing's energy, her expression displayed no signs of fluctuation. Quite interesting. Add her to the list as well. Fan Yuqing pointed, and everyone turned to see Fang Jingyun. Marked by his gesture, what? Fang Jingyun froze, her expression gradually morphing into one of terror. No. I refuse. Upon meeting Fan Yuqing's gaze, Fang Jingyun trembled slightly, hastily voicing her refusal. You have no choice. Fan Yuqing chuckled, disregarding Fang Jingyun's protest, and turned to the elders. If she is not seen shortly, you know the consequences. The elders' faces turned pale. High above, Fang Yuan concealed himself among the clouds, observing the unfolding scene below with a soft sigh. Witnessing events veering towards an intolerable direction, Fang Yuan's figure shifted, descending rapidly from the sky. His descent was swift, the air and his garments creating a whistling sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. Hearing the commotion, Fan Yuqing and the others instinctively looked up. Chapter 79. A crime not worthy of death. A master of divine abilities. As Fang Yuan descended from the heavens, a sense of foreboding surged within Fan Yuan, inexplicably jolting his heart. The members of the Fang family looked up in astonishment at the sight of Fang Yuan. What on earth is happening? Is that the family head? A disciple of the Fang family whispered in disbelief. It's Brother Fang, Fang Jingyun exclaimed, her heart igniting with a flicker of hope upon meeting Fang Yuan's calm gaze. Family head? Fang Yuan. The implications of the disciple's words sent a chill down Fan Yuan's spine. Wasn't Fang Yuan merely a chi refinement warrior? How had he suddenly transformed into a figure of extraordinary prowess? Fan Yuan could distinctly sense the formidable aura enveloping Fang Yuan, undeniably indicative of a master at the level of divine abilities. He felt his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Is this what you call chi refinement? His eyes narrowed in rage as he glared at the two disciples beside him. Master, we truly have no idea what is happening. The two disciples stammered, their expressions betraying their panic. With a fierce glare at the two of them, Fan Yuan turned his gaze back to the descending Fang Yuan, his thoughts racing wildly. He possesses divine abilities. While I am merely a practitioner of the martial arts, I cannot contend with him. I have injured members of the Fang family, and everyone knows I come with ill intent. What should I do? Fang Yuan is remarkably patient. He only killed Fang Hao a few days ago, revealing his mastery only now. Yet Fan Yuan was perplexed as to how Fang Yuan could achieve such a level of mastery at such a young age. However, this was not the time for contemplation. His immediate concern was to find a way to ensure his survival. Perhaps I could surrender? I could divulge the information regarding the orb and beg for my life. Fan Yuan's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his countenance oscillating between distress and relief, his expressions shifting rapidly, until, overwhelmed by the swiftness of his own changing emotions, his face became rigid, and his expression ceased to fluctuate. Who are you? Fang Yuan asked coolly as he landed, his gaze icy as he regarded Fan Yuan's frozen expression. I am Fan Yuan, the leader of the Xianjin sect. He bowed deeply, looking at Fang Yuan, and then offered a sycophantic smile. Family head Fang, I came in pursuit of the orb. However, upon meeting you today, it is clear you are a person of virtue, and thus you should rightfully continue to oversee that orb. Our sect holds the secrets of the orb, which I would like to present to you. With that, Fan Yuan bowed once more, disregarding the dignity befitting his esteemed position. Witnessing Fan Yuan's demeanor, the disciples of the Fang family were momentarily dumbfounded, their hearts filled with disdain. Only a few elderly clan elders did not harbor contempt for Fan Yuan's obsequiousness. Rather, they admired his character, considering him a man of substance, capable of bending and swaying as circumstances dictated. The two disciples accompanying Fan Yuan, seeing him in such a state, bowed their heads in shame. This man cannot be spared. Observing Fan Yuan's subservient posture, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly, yet his face remained inscrutable. You know the secret of the orb? I do, Fan Yuan replied earnestly, recognizing this as his sole chance for survival. The crowd is too large and noisy. Let us discuss this inside. He gestured like a servant, ushering Fang Yuan into the hall. You may enter first. Fang Yuan disregarded Fan Yuan, instead moving to Fang Jingyun's side. Witnessing this scene, Fan Yuan felt a surge of self-reproach, wishing to slap himself for having found this captivating woman appealing. Anxiously, he entered the hall alone, restless and agitated. Family head, your cultivation level. At that moment, the members of the Fang family entered, their eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. You may disperse for now. Fang Yuan shook his head. The crowd quietly dispersed, taking Fan Yuan's two disciples with them to avoid disturbing Fang Yuan and Fang Jingjun. Sister Yin, are you all right? Fang Yuan helped Fang Jingjun to her feet. I am fine. She gazed at Fang Yuan, her expression complex. Fang Yuan had essentially saved her this time. You were injured. Observing her, Fang Yuan produced a healing elixir obtained from a lottery and handed it to her. Take this. It will hasten your recovery. Fang Jingyun nodded silently, her lips parting as she consumed the elixir without hesitation. You have saved the entire Fang family. After taking the elixir, a dazed look crossed Fang Jingyun's face. That man came for the orb. If my father had obtained it, he would have inevitably perished, and the Fang family would face annihilation. Upon entering the Fang residence, Fan Yuan had already revealed his intent regarding the orb. Thank you. Fang Jingyun's expression gradually grew more intricate. Although Fang Yuan had killed her father, it was her father who had first slain Fang Yuan's. When would this cycle of vengeance cease? Reflecting on this thought, Fang Jingyun sighed inwardly. Perhaps she should let go, for regardless of the circumstances, even if just for her own sake, she must find a way to move on. Fang Yuan patted Fang Jingyun's shoulder before proceeding into the hall. Speak, how much do you know about the secret of the orb? Fang Yuan seated himself calmly, observing the humble and subservient Fan Yuchen standing to the side, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He had already cultivated the supreme inner observation scripture to the heart meditation stage, and could now begin to explore the secrets hidden within the orb. However, Fang Yuan was equally curious about how much Fan Yuchen truly understood regarding the orb's mysteries. That orb was a relic from 5 centuries ago, belonging to the Ziying Taoist of the Xinjiang realm, and according to sect records, it contained the inheritance of the Ziying Taoist. Fan Yuchen divulged everything he knew. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head in disappointment. He had anticipated that Fan Yuchen might possess some hidden knowledge, but instead, he was met with such trivialities, leaving Fang Yuan feeling profoundly let down. After you have transcribed all the texts of the Xinjiang sect, we will proceed to eradicate the sect. Gazing at the obsequious Fan Yuchen, Fang Yuan nodded. Very well. With your information, I shall soon uncover the inheritance contained within that orb. He then shifted his tone, coldly declaring, however, your reckless behavior in my Fang family will not be so easily overlooked. Fan Yuchen trembled at this, hastily inquiring, may I ask, family head, what would it take for you to spare me? Fang Yuan nodded, adopting a look of mentorship. My Fang family lacks literature, and I have heard that the Xinjiang sect has preserved countless texts over the centuries. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Xinjiang sect, and you will transcribe every piece of literature for us. Fan Yuchen's heart sank, and he instinctively opened his mouth to refuse. However, upon meeting Fang Yuan's gaze, he smiled broadly. Very well. Since family head Fang desires to access the text of my Xinjiang sect, how could we dare to refuse your command? Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the Xinjiang sect, and whatever text you wish to transcribe, please do so. With that, he sighed inwardly. Oh, master, I hope your spirit in the heavens does not hold this against me. You may leave now. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded. At this point, Fan Yuchen felt a weight lift from his shoulders, realizing he had navigated this perilous situation. After all, he had only injured a few members of the Fang family. And he had also disclosed the secret of the orb to Fang Yuan. His crimes were not worthy of death. Chapter 80. The Plum Blossom Heart easy in the chamber. Fang Yuan paid no heed to the Fang family's attempts to celebrate. Instead, he sat alone, retrieving the orb he had obtained from Fang Hao. The orb, the size of a fist, was filled with an intricate array of texts that seemed to swarm within its core, its surface shimmering with an enigmatic luster under the light. Once I reach the heart meditation stage, I will uncover the secrets contained within the orb. Reflecting on the writings inscribed within, Fang Yuan placed the orb in his hand and began to channel his mind, attempting to establish a connection with it. Moments later, he felt a faint bond forming between himself and the orb. Enlightenment struck, and Fang Yuan infused a strand of true energy into the orb. As his energy penetrated its interior, the orb trembled slightly, and a stream of information began to flood into Fang Yuan's mind. He absorbed the gradually emerging information within his consciousness, achieving a moment of clarity. So that is how it is. I hadn't anticipated that unlocking this orb requires not only reaching the heart meditation stage, but also having never opened any acupoints or refined any martial energy. Although the conditions were stringent, Fang Yuan met them all. His gaze flickered as he regarded the orb, yet I did not foresee that the final inheritance would far exceed my expectations. Within the orb lies indeed a legacy. And notably, 2 distinct lineages. One of these is a martial art known as Great Sun True Dragon Technique. The principles of this technique are profound, capable of devouring and refining the formidable 6th level of the malevolent aura. And it can also enable a practitioner to ascend to the realm of the mysterious seed. Beyond the divine powers lies this mysterious seed. However, Fang Yuan remains indifferent to this, for it is the 2nd lineage that astonishes him the most. A form of numerology called Plum Blossom Heart. It senses the opportune moment, divines at will, and can even consume one's life essence to forcibly divine matters beyond one's reach. Observing this lineage in his mind, Fang Yuan's expression turns perplexed. Is this still the world of martial arts? He shakes his head as another stream of information surges forth. This orb also harbors even more significant information. If one wishes to unlock it, one must refrain from practicing the Great Sun True Dragon Technique. Fang Yuan furrows his brow, meticulously investigating the information that has emerged in his mind. Once one practices the Great Sun True Dragon Technique, or any other technique that opens meridians or devours the malevolent aura, one will be forever estranged from the subsequent opportunities to unveil the deeper inheritance and secrets contained within the orb. he must cultivate Plum Blossom Heart E2 a small success, thus enabling its activation. Information continuously flows from the orb, and a map materializes in Fang Yuan's mind. This marks the location left by the Xing Taoist. If one wishes to cultivate the Great Sun True Dragon technique, they can journey to the site indicated on the map to absorb the malevolent aura he left behind and acquire certain treasures. As Fang Yuan absorbs the information in his mind, enlightenment dawns upon him. I see now. Xing Taoist is not the owner of this orb, nor is the Great Sun True Dragon technique his creation. He merely encountered this orb fortuitously. As for the hints he left within the orb, they are the result of his cultivation reaching the realm of the mysterious seed. After a moment, the flow of information from the orb ceases. Gazing at the orb, which has now taken on an air of profound mystery, Fang Yuan recalls the map left by Xing Taoist, thinking, the locations marked on this map seem to be quite near the Fang family. A thought strikes Fang Yuan. Although I shall not cultivate the Great Sun True Dragon technique, the treasures left by a mysterious seed expert are still worth my exploration. Indeed, Fang Yuan has resolved not to pursue the Great Sun True Dragon technique, nor any other martial arts involving the malevolent aura. He is determined to uncover the secrets embedded within this orb.